My head aches terribly. Wait, where am I? And what are these syringes in my body? Isn't this unlike a hospital? I remember being struck by a speeding bus, and yet I survived. Damn, this isn't my body. 3 seconds later, Baihuzi stared incredulously at his own hands. Have I transmigrated to become Baihuzi? The world's strongest man, Baihuzi. Although I may now be an old man, the latent power within me is more than enough to let me rest easy. I don't even know what time it is, nor have I inherited Baihuzi's memories. However, based on my understanding of the pirate world, lacking Baihuzi's memories should not cause much trouble. At that moment, the room's door swung open. Ma Erika stepped in concernedly, inquiring, "Father, please rest well. AIC's strength surely poses no imminent danger." Upon hearing these words, Baihuzi immediately surmised that this very moment might be when AIC sets out to pursue Heihuzi. Damn, does this imply that the Marineford War is imminent? Has he only a few days left to live? At the very thought, Baihuzi grew restless and bellowed, "Ma Erika, summon AIC back for me at once." "But father, you know AIC's temperament well." Ma Erika understood that his father was worried about AIC's well-being. Truth be told, with AIC's nature, not even 10 donkeys could drag him back. Baihuzi furrowed his brows in contemplation. Even if the Navy were to execute AIC publicly, I wouldn't go, given the state of my current body. Use my head to fight the Navy. Though Baihuzi's strength was formidable, the Navy headquarters boasted opposition from 3 great admirals, Jean Gua and Kapu, with a body that was barely kept alive by 4 drips. Never mind. He still wished to live a few more years, to reign as a local tyrant in the new world. How delightful, why trouble oneself? Baihuzi solemnly commanded, "Ma Erika, by any means necessary, bring AIC back to me." "Yes, father," came the prompt reply. Ma Erika, upon seeing his father's unusually grave demeanor, responded in kind. After leaving his father's room, he was left with a nagging doubt. Had his father changed from the past? Yet it was indeed his father, and his aura remained unchanged. Perhaps it was merely his overactive imagination. Once Ma Erika departed, Baihuzi exhaled deeply as he relaxed in his chair. Regardless, he intended to live until his natural end. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Baihuzi's mind. Ding! The retirement system has fully loaded. System. Baihuzi was stunned for less than a second before quickly recovering and growing ever more excited. Indeed, transmigrators invariably come equipped with a system. Baihuzi opened the system panel and perused the detailed description of its functions. At last he understood. The system was a retirement and pension mechanism. Within his own assembled faction, being in a state of retirement allowed one to enjoy the system's features. The stronger one's faction, the more points were earned annually. The system's marketplace offered every conceivable item, even cultivation techniques, provided one had sufficient points to expend. At that moment, in the final tab of the system panel, Baihuzi discovered the idle function. Upon clicking it, his eyes widened in disbelief as he murmured, "There's even an automatic cultivation feature for idling. My goodness!" Furthermore, the idle automatic cultivation function can only be activated in a retired state, and one can choose only a single option for upgrading. For instance, if one selects observation hockey, then observation hockey enters automatic cultivation. However, the progress of this automatic cultivation was rather slow. In other words, I must now pass on the captain's seat of the Baihuzi pirate crew to fully enjoy the system's benefits. Baihuzi stroked his chin in contemplation. In the entire Baihuzi pirate crew, those with the prowess to command the captain's seat were none other than Ma Erika, Zhuan Shiqiaozi, Bai Sita, and AIC. The issue was that although all 4 possessed considerable strength, they still lagged behind emperor-level prowess. Forget it. For now I shall retire and at least activate the system officially. Thus Baihuzi removed the syringes from his body, rose, and stepped out of the room. On the deck, the pirates of the Baihuzi pirate crew were busy with their respective tasks, some even sparring with one another. Upon seeing their father emerge, they all halted and cried out in unison, "Father!" Baihuzi scanned all his sons and solemnly declared, "My sons, I have an important announcement to make." At these words, Baihuzi's sons instantly assumed expressions of gravity. In general, father would never be so solemn. His serious announcement meant that the matter was no trivial affair. Baihuzi cleared his throat and announced loudly, "I am old now, henceforth the world shall belong to you young ones." "Father!" Baihuzi's sons were instantly thrown into panic. Zhuan Shiqiaozi looked toward Ma Erika and anxiously inquired, "Ma Erika, has father's health taken a turn for the worse?" Others soon peppered Ma Erika with questions, for he had always been in charge of their father's well-being. At that moment, father suddenly spoke of his old age as though handing down his final affairs. "You foolish sons, I am not dead. What is all this chattering? Be silent at once," roared Baihuzi in a voice that thundered through the air. Baihuzi's sons promptly fell silent, fearful of inciting their father's wrath. Once quiet, Baihuzi solemnly declared, "As for me, I am preparing to retire and live out my days in peace, and thus I shall pass the captain's title to Ma Erika." If anyone has objections or believes they possess the capability to lead, speak up now. You want me to be captain? Father. Ku was utterly dumbfounded. How could he possibly be designated as captain under such circumstances? The others also turned their gaze toward him, for his strength was widely acknowledged. For apart from father, the strongest individual in the entire Baihuzi pirate crew was none other than Ku. Ku, equally frightened and at a loss, hurriedly waved his hand and shook his head, saying, "Father, do not startle me. I could never possibly lead the Baihuzi pirate crew effectively. Moreover, AIC possesses even greater potential than I do. It would be more fitting for AIC to inherit your position." Ku, ever self-aware, recognized that although his strength was not negligible, his shortfall lay in insufficient offensive power. Furthermore, AIC innately wielded the Conqueror's haki, leaving no doubt that it was AIC who was best suited to succeed their father. With an air of nonchalance, Whitebeard said, "Marco Brat, if you can persuade Ace, then there will be no problem. Daddy, don't worry, leave it to me." Hearing this, Marco, relieved that he would not have to serve as captain, hurriedly gave his assurance. After all, the pressure of being captain of the Whitebeard pirates was immense. They were one of the 4 emperors and renowned as the strongest pirate crew in the world. If the captain's strength was lacking, a flood of challengers would swarm in from all directions. Whitebeard watched Marco with a half-smile, and Marco was startled by the look in his eyes. He had no idea what Whitebeard intended to do. Whitebeard's tone suddenly turned more solemn as he said, "Marco Brat, did you think it would be enough just to talk Ace around? No. You will serve as captain first, and if you can convince Ace later, he can take over." Marco's expression froze completely. Why was Whitebeard so intent on forcing him into the captain's seat? Whitebeard's sons all saw the grave look on their father's face and understood that he was not joking but solemnly announcing this matter. Standing to the side, the 10th Division Captain Curiel said anxiously, "If the Whitebeard pirates undergo a change of captain, it will definitely cause great upheaval." "That's right. It must all be because that damn Blackbeard betrayed us and killed Thatch, leaving Daddy feeling powerless, so he chose to pass on the position." The 12th Division Captain Haruta voiced his opinion, unable to swallow his anger. His words resonated with the pirates present. After all, until then their father had been in perfectly good condition. It was only after Blackbeard's betrayal 2 days earlier that their father had begun to harbor thoughts of stepping down. Now they wished they could slice that traitor Teach Blackbeard into 1,000 pieces. More and more sorrowful voices rose around the deck. For Whitebeard's sons, the thought of their father no longer serving as their captain was something they could hardly accept for the moment. It was all far too sudden, leaving them completely unprepared. At this moment, the 15th Division Captain Fossa looked at Whitebeard and asked, "Daddy, where will you live after this?" Fossa's question was one shared by many of Whitebeard's sons. Pirates on this vast sea, once they chose to retire, would always find some suitable place to settle down. They also had to stay far away from marine bases, and more importantly, Whitebeard's identity was anything but simple. Even in retirement, countless people would likely still seek to challenge him, dreaming of defeating or killing him, for his reputation was simply too great. Because of that, many wished to step on Whitebeard's head to climb higher. Gazing at his weeping sons, Whitebeard roared, "You idiot sons, did I ever say that after retiring I'd go live somewhere else? What nonsense are you imagining? Even if your old man retires, I'll still spend my later years right here on the Moby Dick. Is that clear?" A moment ago, they had all been heartbroken over his announcement of retirement, but at once the pirates' moods brightened. The 11th Division Captain Kingdu wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and said, "As long as Daddy is still on the ship, whether he's captain or not, he will always be our father." "That's right. Kingdu is absolutely right." The 7th Division Captain Rakuyo loudly voiced his support. After all, as long as their father remained on board, there really was not that much difference. To the outside world, however, it would be a tremendous change. Yet no matter how great the changes, as long as they remained united, there would be no difficulty they could not overcome. Diamond Jozu patted Marco on the shoulder and comforted him, saying, "Marco, just go along with Daddy's wishes. After all, Daddy never said he was leaving the ship. You just have to serve as captain of the Whitebeard pirates in name. Making Daddy happy is what matters most. He must be heartbroken after losing Thatch." The corner of Marco's mouth twitched. Having Daddy remain aboard was of course a good thing, but the problem was that he was the one being made captain. In truth, Marco had no desire to be captain at all, for he felt it did not suit him. He even wanted to say, "Jozu, why don't you take the position instead?" Marco let out a helpless sigh and looked at Whitebeard, saying gloomily, "Daddy, you've really given me a huge problem." "Ha ha ha, do your best. You've followed me for so many years, you're more than capable of standing on your own." Whitebeard laughed heartily as he encouraged Marco. Marco grew even more depressed and said helplessly, "Daddy, you're really putting me over the fire. As for standing on my own, you know my strength, it simply isn't enough." Whitebeard paid no heed to such concerns. As long as he could throw off the burden of the captaincy, that was enough. For him, activating the system was what truly mattered. Whether Marco could truly fulfill the role was something Whitebeard did not bother to worry about. In any case, so long as he himself had not yet fallen, there would be no problem with Marco managing the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard's prestige within the crew was absolutely unquestionable. Or rather, as long as Marco's strength became great enough, stepping into the rank of a top commander, leading the Whitebeard pirates would likewise pose no issue. Whitebeard clapped his massive hands together and shouted, "From this moment on, Marco is the second captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Is that understood?" "Understood, Daddy," the pirates replied respectfully in unison. At that moment, everything happening felt almost dreamlike to the members of the Whitebeard pirates. Clearly everything had been just fine moments before. How had everything suddenly changed so drastically? As the one personally chosen by Whitebeard, Marco especially felt that the world was changing far too fast. Only minutes earlier, Marco had still been the first division captain of the Whitebeard pirates, yet now he had become their captain. Seizing the moment, Whitebeard continued in a loud voice, "Start preparing for a banquet. Tonight, we'll have a proper celebration." Hearing their father's words, the pirates once again burst into life, their spirits restored. Only Marco remained quietly sullen. The 16th Division Captain Izo walked over, laid a hand on Marco's shoulder, and said softly, "Marco, don't put too much pressure on yourself. All of us brothers are here with you. Besides, Daddy has no intention of leaving the ship, so there's no need to worry so much. Otherwise, what else can I do?" Marco replied helplessly. Whitebeard, meanwhile, had returned to his cabin. He had barely passed on the captain's position to Marco when he heard the sound of the system. Whitebeard knew the system had officially activated, and the thought of it filled him with intense excitement. Given that the host is entering retirement for the first time, a reward of 100 points is granted. 100 points, that's quite a decent amount. Whitebeard had previously learned about the system's functions, so he understood that 100 points were considerable in the early stages. Whitebeard opened the system shop, gazing at the section regarding cultivation techniques. At 72 years of age, the only way to break the limits of lifespan was to embark on the path of cultivation. Upon opening it, he was met with a plethora of cultivation techniques and various classifications. Whitebeard couldn't help but exclaim how comprehensive it was. He wondered what the origins of the system were, as it was surprisingly powerful. Initially believing that 100 points were considerable, he soon discovered that in reality, they were pitifully insufficient when it came to purchasing cultivation techniques. A body refining technique piqued Whitebeard's interest. Upon clicking on it, he saw 9 Heavens Mystic Art, a top-tier body refining technique capable of cultivating to the true immortal level. However, the required number of points was also astonishingly high, though it was possible to purchase it in parts. The first layer of the technique corresponded to the Chi refinement stage and only required 50 points, so Whitebeard clicked to purchase it without hesitation. With the remaining 50 points, Whitebeard bought the Devil Fruit Awakening Fruit from the system shop. This fruit allowed those with Devil Fruit abilities to awaken their powers directly upon consumption. Since he appointed Marco as the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, he needed to slightly enhance Marco's strength. Considering Marco's current abilities, he felt that with the Phoenix Fruit abilities, Marco's combat power could at least elevate to another level. Not to say that he could rival the strongest of the emperors, but he would at least be very close to that level of combat strength. The true strength of the Phoenix Fruit abilities lay in its recovery capabilities. In Whitebeard's view, once Marco awakened the Phoenix abilities, no one would be able to kill him in an unknown fight. Unless Marco's stamina was completely exhausted or his abilities were sealed by Sea Prism Stone. Whitebeard did not plan to give Marco the Devil Fruit Awakening Fruit immediately. Instead, he intended to first test the 9 Heavens Mystic Art. 1 hour passed. 2 hours passed. 3 hours passed. During this time, Whitebeard's sons did not come to disturb his rest. Normally, Whitebeard was busy with intravenous drips, so his sons naturally wouldn't come to disturb him, which had formed a habit over time. Whitebeard opened his eyes from his meditative state, muttering in confusion, "Why is there no response at all? Could it be that this body lacks spiritual roots?" After all, the 9 Heavens Mystic Art could be cultivated with any type of spiritual root. Or perhaps there is no spiritual energy in this pirate world. Suddenly, Whitebeard thought of the system's idle training feature and immediately opened the system to activate it. The ability to cultivate automatically included observation, Haki armament, Haki conquerors, Haki swordsmanship body techniques, and finally, the 9 Heavens Mystic Art. Without further hesitation, Whitebeard directly clicked to let the 9 Heavens Mystic Art enter an automatic cultivation state. The moment he clicked on it, his heartbeat quickened, seemingly becoming more vigorous. Then nothing else happened, but Whitebeard could vaguely sense that his body, which had previously felt somewhat uncomfortable due to hidden ailments, seemed to have become much lighter. Indeed, it had lightened up in an instant, which may have been related to starting the cultivation of the 9 Heavens Mystic Art. As the sunset approached, a knock came at the door of the room. "Dad, it's time to eat." The voice belonged to Marco. "Marco, come in. I have something for you." Whitebeard, in a good mood, invited Marco inside. Marco pushed the door open expecting to see his father in poor condition, but was met with Whitebeard's beaming smile. He immediately thought, could it be that Dad's health has improved? That seemed unlikely, as Dad's personal doctor Marco was well aware of his father's health condition. So there was only one possibility left. After letting go of the burden of captaincy, Dad felt more relaxed, which made him appear healthier. It wasn't impossible. As Marco thought of this possibility, his face lit up with a smile as he said, "Dad, you seem to be in a great mood. Don't worry, Dad, I will shoulder the burden of the Whitebeard pirates and won't let you down." This surprised Whitebeard a bit. Just a few hours ago Marco had seemed reluctant. Well, as long as Marco was willing to honestly take on the role of captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard didn't care much about the rest. As long as he could remain in a state of retirement, that was enough. Whitebeard laughed, "Haha, not bad, not bad. Finally, you can share the burden with your old man. Additionally, here's a gift that can elevate your strength to the next level." As he spoke, Whitebeard took out the devil fruit, awakening fruit he had purchased from the system shop. Marco, still puzzled about what gift could enhance his strength, was taken aback when he saw his father pull out a devil fruit. Dad couldn't have dementia, right? Or surely he knew that one person couldn't eat 2 devil fruits at the same time. Reluctantly, Marco could only decline, saying, "Dad, this devil fruit should be given to the other brothers. I've been a devil fruit user for nearly 30 years. Huh? Whitebeard laughed heartily as he tossed the devil fruit awakening fruit to Marco and said, "Seriously, Marco, are you trying to say that one person cannot eat 2 devil fruits? Don't worry, that one just looks like a devil fruit, but it isn't actually a devil fruit. You'll know once you eat it. Not a devil fruit, but it looks so much like a devil fruit." Marco was now confused, staring at the unknown fruit in his hand. Dad surely wouldn't harm him, and since Dad told him to eat it, he decided to do so. Marco opened his mouth and took a bite, initially wondering if it would taste as bad as a devil fruit. However, after taking a bite, he exclaimed, "Dad, this fruit actually tastes pretty good, not bad at all." Marco completely confirmed that this fruit, resembling a devil fruit, was not a devil fruit. No devil fruit could taste sweet like this. Finishing the remainder, Marco took another bite and swallowed it whole. Whitebeard, curious, asked Marco, "How does it feel?" "Not much feeling at all." Marco thought he had just eaten an ordinary fruit. However, the next moment blue flames erupted uncontrollably from his entire body. The blue flames on Marco became increasingly fierce, and he couldn't help but roar in anger. His voice caught the attention of the sons of Whitebeard on the deck, who rushed over. Standing at the doorway, Diamond Joe asked in confusion, "Dad, what's wrong with Marco?" A group of people followed behind Diamond Joe, equally puzzled by the situation. Just a moment ago, Marco was fine. Why did he suddenly start yelling and screaming after entering Dad's room? Whitebeard casually explained to his sons, "It's nothing. Marco's devil fruit ability has awakened." "What? Marco awakened his devil fruit ability? How could that happen in such a situation?" Diamond Joe was instantly dumbfounded. Can a devil fruit ability really awaken in such an environment? Then why hasn't Marco awakened it all these years? Others were equally shocked. After all, Dad had personally told them that Marco was awakening his devil fruit ability, which meant it couldn't possibly be false. What shocked them was how Marco managed to suddenly awaken his devil fruit ability. It was simply too unbelievable. Captain Harda of the 12th Division exclaimed in shock, "So it's that simple to awaken a devil fruit ability?" This statement immediately received the approval of many, as they also wanted to voice their astonishment. Awakening a devil fruit ability, how easy and simple it seems. If it weren't for witnessing it with their own eyes, they would never believe it was true. At this moment, the blue flames on Marco began to converge, creating a cloud of blue flame floating behind his neck. Meanwhile, what previously required both hands to transform into wings was now fully liberated, and a pair of blue flame wings sprouted from his back. As the person involved, Marco was acutely aware of the changes in his body. Looking at his own hands, he incredulously muttered, "Have I really awakened the Phoenix ability?" Marco gazed at Dad, realizing that the fruit his father had given him was extraordinarily capable of awakening a devil fruit ability. The value of this fruit was undoubtedly no less than that of a devil fruit, and it was even certain to surpass it. Because for a devil fruit user, awakening their ability is no easy feat. Once awakened, it represents a tremendous boost for the user themselves. Whitebeard shouted loudly, "What are you all still doing? Hurry up and prepare for the banquet. Let's celebrate properly tonight." Upon hearing this, Whitebeard's sons quickly entered a state of excitement. Marco was also pulled into the crowd, bombarded with questions, mainly because it was astonishing that he could awaken his devil fruit ability in such circumstances. However, Whitebeard had already instructed Marco to keep this matter a secret, and Marco understood how remarkable this secret was. Therefore, in response to his brother's inquiries, Marco also gave vague answers. The banquet continued late into the night. This day was not only significant for Marco taking over as the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, but also a celebration of Dad's retirement. The next day, as the sun slowly rose, a pirate, standing on the observation deck, spotted a small boat approaching. He also saw the flag of the Yonko Shanks flying from the small boat which scared him into shouting for help. On the deck, there was a large chair and Marco and the sons insisted on letting Dad sit in that position. However, Whitebeard firmly refused, insisting that Marco sit in that position. But Whitebeard's sons were quick to react, immediately moving a large sofa next to it for Dad to sit on. As the representative from the red-haired pirates, Rox was dumbfounded. What was going on with the Whitebeard pirates? However, Rox wasn't particularly slow to react and finally understood what was happening as he listened to their words. It turned out Whitebeard had abdicated. Marco was now taking over as the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. This was a significant event, a monumental event that would undoubtedly cause a huge earthquake in the New World. Marco frowned as he looked at the letter sent by Rox and handed it to Dad. Whitebeard glanced at it briefly, already aware of Rox's purpose for delivering the letter. Whitebeard directly told Rox to go back. If he wanted to discuss matters, let Shanks come personally. Whitebeard instructed, Marco, if Shanks comes again, just deal with him yourself. There's no need to consult me about everything. Of course, if I have suggestions, I'll let you know. Okay, Dad. In Marco's heart, Whitebeard had always been the parental figure of the Whitebeard pirates. No matter whether Dad continued to be the captain or not, this would never change. Meanwhile, Shanks was also shocked after hearing Rox's report. Shanks said to his crew seriously, Whitebeard has chosen to abdicate, and the successor is Marco. Upon hearing this, the members of the red-haired pirates were all stunned. Lucky Roo also paused from eating the roasted meat in his hand, saying, Isn't this a bit too sudden? Why would Whitebeard suddenly choose to abdicate? It's simply without any warning. Yeah, there must be a reason. Whitebeard wouldn't just abdicate for no reason, Ben Beckman stated, believing there had to be a reason behind it. Jesus Burgess frowned and said, This matter hasn't spread completely, yet it probably won't be long before it reaches the whole world. At that time, if nothing unexpected happens in the New World, it will likely fall into turmoil, as the Whitebeard pirates are one of the Yonko. Shanks looked at Beckman and asked, Beckman, do you have any different opinions? The crew of the red-haired pirates also turned their gaze to their vice-captain Beckman. Ben Beckman lit a cigarette for himself and said, Some time ago, a traitor from the Whitebeard pirates, Blackbeard Teach, killed the captain of the 4th Division Ace. And the captain of the 2nd Division Fire Fist Ace went to pursue Blackbeard Teach. Perhaps these reasons made Whitebeard feel that he was getting old, which is why he chose to abdicate. There's a possibility, but whether it's entirely this reason, we're not sure at the moment. It's likely that even Whitebeard's sons aren't entirely clear on the reason. Ben Beckman's words also received the agreement of the crowd. The sons of Whitebeard watched their father's battle, engaging in a flurry of discussions. The reason for their varied opinions was entirely due to the stark contrast in their father's fighting style compared to before. The usually taciturn captain of the 8th Division Mal looked at their father's battling figure and said with confusion, It's indeed very strange. For decades our father's fighting style has never changed, but now it has completely transformed. Captain of the 13th Division Water Buffalo Atmos found it easy to understand. This is quite understandable. Surely now that father has retired, he wants to try a different approach. What are you all worrying about? Water Buffalo Atmos' view received some support, as this possibility seemed quite plausible. Bista analyzed, saying, However, the way father fights now is clearly just a chaotic display of brute force failing to exhibit his true strength. Marco gazed at their father's battling silhouette and said with a calm, yet serious expression, No matter how much father changes, he will always be our father. Exactly. Marco was right. As long as father is happy, that's all that matters, the captain of the 15th Division Fossa asserted with unwavering support for Marco's statement. Bista raised his right hand and tugged at his beard. It seems we've been overthinking things, fretting over nothing. Everything should revolve around father's happiness. Diamond Jaws watched Whitebeard's battle intently and voiced his speculation. Have you noticed? Father is increasingly mastering the rhythm of combat. It's true. Captain of the 16th Division Aizu also just realized this. A father has evolved from using brute strength at the beginning to gradually changing his style now. Captain of the 6th Division Blamank chuckled foolishly, saying, As expected of our father, even in chaos he remains incredibly formidable. He discovered a significant flaw while battling Whitebeard. Indeed, while Whitebeard's strength is terrifying, there seems to be something vaguely above him. The issue is that his fighting style is very chaotic. Otherwise, with his current state, it would be impossible for him to contend with Whitebeard. The only reason he manages to hold his ground is that Whitebeard's style is so disordered. At the same time, he was puzzled about why Whitebeard seemed to be growing more adept in battle. It was as if a being with world-destroying power was adapting to newfound strength. He couldn't understand how someone as formidable as Whitebeard, the ruler of the seas, could lack battle experience. Thus, only one possibility remained: Whitebeard was toying with him, clearly possessing the strength to subdue him, but choosing to insult him with such a style. He furiously questioned, Whitebeard, as the mighty ruler of the seas, why do you fight like this? Are you mocking me? Upon hearing this, Whitebeard understood he had been misunderstood. However, explaining himself at this moment would only exacerbate the misunderstanding. It was better to continue fighting and let himself adapt to the feeling of battle. After all, possessing world-destroying power without being able to fully unleash, it would be a waste of such strength. Whitebeard clenched his right fist, gathering the power of the tremor fruit into a sphere, laughing boldly. Let's dance to our heart's content. Bang! At the moment Whitebeard's fist smashed forward, the air it struck split apart like a spider's web. And with a powerful shockwave, everything in its path was instantly sent flying. Seeing their father utilize the tremor fruit's power, Captain Spido of the 14th Division exclaimed excitedly, "Father, you're finally using the tremor fruit. Charge! Father, defeat him." The foolishly enthusiastic captain of the 13th Division Water Buffalo Atmos shouted loudly. Bista smirked, contemplating, since father has activated the tremor fruit, this person won't last much longer. Facing Whitebeard's shockwave, Ishao, utilizing his observation haki, swiftly drew his sword and unleashed a move called Gravity Blade Fierce Tiger. Boom. The moment their powers collided, the shockwave rushed towards the position of the Whitebeard pirates at near supersonic speed. All the ordinary pirates with average strength were swept away by the shockwave, unable to stand. Only the divisional captains could withstand it, though they used their hands to protect their heads. Only Bista, Diamond Jaws, and Marco were unaffected. After all, their strength was more than enough to handle the oncoming shockwave. As Ishao struggled against the shockwave, he sensed through his observation haki that Whitebeard's shockwave power had suddenly escalated. However, Ishao wanted to resist, but was too late, for Whitebeard's sudden surge of power was too swift. After unleashing the full power of the tremor fruit, Whitebeard charged at Ishao, while the sword Song Yun Xia in his hand spun 3 times before thrusting towards Ishao. Ishao, who had just forced back the shockwave, hadn't even caught his breath or adjusted his state when his pores suddenly stood on end. Clang! His sword hastily blocked Whitebeard's attack, but he was still violently sent flying. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates saw their father send that blind man flying, and then leapt up, gathering the power of the tremor fruit in his right foot to smash down at the rolling blind man. Father so cool. Hit that blind man hard. Father so strong. As expected of our father. Exactly. Our father is known as the strongest man in the world. How could that mere blind man be a match for him? The pirates, witnessing their father's formidable power, were excitedly dancing around. Bista gazed at their father displaying his might and smiled, saying, "Our father's combat power remains undiminished. He is still as fierce as ever. Of course, our father has always stood on the throne of the world's strongest," Diamond Jaws remarked, believing that as long as father exerted himself, no one in this world could rival him. Marco secretly worried, pondering, "Father with such a fierce outburst, I wonder if the internal ailment will worsen. Never mind, let father fight until he is happy." Marco felt that worrying seemed futile, since at this moment father wouldn't listen to him. It was better to let father enjoy a good fight. Whitebeard broke through Yisho's gravity confinement, with his overwhelming haki, gripping Yisho's head with his palm and smashing it into the ground, creating a deep dent in the earth. The Marine headquarters at Marineford. Sengoku immediately convened an emergency meeting upon receiving the news of Whitebeard's retirement. In the emergency meeting, regardless of what work they were engaged in, everyone had to put it down and attend. Inside the conference room, Sengoku was pacing back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back. Meanwhile, Admiral Tsuru sat in a chair, her hands crossed under her chin, lost in thought. At that moment, the ruthless Admiral Akainu entered the conference room, followed closely by the lecherous Admiral Kizuru. After Akainu and Kizuru sat down, Admiral Akiji and the hero Garp entered together. Garp laughed heartily and said, "Sengoku, Tsuru, why do you both look so troubled? Don't be tense, relax. Garp, seeing you so leisurely, I'll assign you to capture some pirates later," Sengoku replied, who was still overwhelmed. Sengoku didn't want to waste any more words. Everyone who needed to be there had arrived. He got straight to the point and said, "The situation is urgent. I've gathered you all here for a meeting. I don't need to explain further. You all know what has happened. After this, we will hold a commander's meeting." Admiral Tsuru followed up, saying, "What is the motive behind Whitebeard's sudden announcement of retirement? Or rather, are there any covert actions we need to be vigilant about?" "Oh, Tsuru, what's there to research and worry about?" Garp, sitting aside, responded nonchalantly. He pulled out a pack of donuts and continued, "He's getting old. Retirement is quite normal, isn't it? Like me. I retired long ago. The era belongs to the young. Oh, we should make way for them. If we keep occupying positions, how can the young progress? Besides, you all know Whitebeard. He has never been one to engage in petty schemes behind the scenes. So don't worry about any ill motives behind Whitebeard's retirement. Instead, we should consider what changes will occur in the new world rather than fixating on Whitebeard. Alas, to be honest, Sengoku Tsuru, we are getting old ourselves, all over 70 years old, still struggling on the front lines." The lazy Akiji raised his hand in support and said, "I support Vice Admiral Garp's view." "I support," as well, the lecherous Admiral Kizuru chimed in. For Kizuru, retirement would be the greatest fortune in life. To be honest, he also wanted to retire, but unfortunately, he wasn't old enough. With a cigar in his mouth, Akainu coldly exhaled a puff of smoke and said, "A pirate is still a pirate whether retired or hiding away. I will eliminate every last one of them." No one contradicted Akainu's words, as it was correct from the Navy's standpoint. Admiral Tsuru furrowed her brow and said solemnly, "In a short period, the Whitebeard pirates have encountered significant events. Firstly, there was a traitor in the Whitebeard pirates who killed the 4th Division Commander Ace. This is the first time such an event has occurred in the history of the Whitebeard pirates. Furthermore, the impact this time is even greater. Whitebeard has announced his retirement, and the new captain of the Whitebeard pirates is Marco. Whether Marco, as Whitebeard's successor, can maintain the position of one of the 4 emperors remains to be seen. What is certain is that many will challenge Marco and the Whitebeard pirates in the New World." Sengoku nodded in agreement and said it depends on whether the other 4 emperors in the New World will take action. If they don't act in the short term. As for others, they cannot shake the Whitebeard pirates. After all, Whitebeard has retired, not died. At the same time, Marco's bounty will need to be adjusted. Additionally, I will consult with the Gorosei to see what they say, and we will formulate a concrete response. Sengoku recalled his past encounters with Whitebeard decades ago, and suddenly felt as though a leading figure of an era was coming to an end. Garp and Admiral Tsuru shared Sengoku's sentiments, feeling a wave of emotion wash over them. An hour later, Sengoku had set off to marry Gios. At the palace where the Gorosei reside, the guards bowed to Admiral Sengoku. Upon entering, Sengoku saw all 5 Gorosei present, indicating they had already discussed matters beforehand. At the same time, Morgans, upon learning about Whitebeard's retirement and Marco's succession half a day ago, immediately had everyone work overtime to print the latest issue of the newspaper for worldwide distribution. The pale Luffy approached Captain Blackbeard Teach with the latest newspaper and said, "Captain Teach, something significant has occurred, and it has something to do with you." "Ha ha ha!" Blackbeard Teach laughed upon hearing this, asking in return, "What could possibly relate to me?" Bosch's jokingly teased Captain Teach, "Could it be that you were irresponsible with that woman and ended up on the newspaper?" "Huh? Bosch's, are you filled with water in your head?" Blackbeard Teach's expression turned cold in an instant. Bosch's was so frightened that he hurriedly fell silent. He dared not truly offend Captain Blackbeard Teach. At this moment, Lafitte began reading the contents of the latest newspaper. Lafitte, Van Augur, Bosch's, and Poison Q all turned their attention to Captain Blackbeard Teach. Flashes of Whitebeard's terrifying figure in his prime crossed Blackbeard Teach's mind, contrasting with the image of Whitebeard now bedridden and hooked to and fore. As he pondered, Blackbeard Teach revealed an evil grin and said, "Ha ha. Old man, it seems you are truly getting old. You're not useful anymore, so your era should also come to an end. The future belongs to me. However, I will not let your tremor fruit ability go to waste." Van Augur asked expressionlessly Captain Teach, with the situation changing, should we still plan for the warlord position? "Of course, we will continue to scheme for the warlord position. After all, with such a title, it makes things easier." Blackbeard Teach responded coldly. Bosch's excitedly waved his hands and shouted, "Captain Teach, what are we waiting for? Let's immediately find a pirate with a bounty over 100 million, capture them, and hand them over to the Navy for the warlord position." Lafitte twirled his cane and said, "It looks like we should deal with Fire Fist Ace, who has been pursuing us." "Huh?" Blackbeard Teach's view on Whitebeard's retirement was simple. Whitebeard was old and no longer useful. On the Shambadi archipelago inside the knock-up stream tavern, Xia Chi pulled out a cigarette and looked at the silent Rayleigh, who was drinking. She asked slowly, "Rayleigh, how are you feeling right now? Can you share with me?" Rayleigh replied, "Xia Chi, don't tease me." He raised his glass and downed the drink in one gulp. Rayleigh set down his glass filled with emotion as he said, "Whitebeard has chosen to retire, which signifies the dawn of a new era." Xia Chi's expression immediately turned serious as she responded, "Indeed. Since the great pirate era began, Whitebeard has ruled the seas for decades, always standing at the pinnacle of all pirates. Now that he has announced his retirement, it's as if the mountain blocking the path to kingship has vanished, prompting many ambitious individuals to take action." Rayleigh poured himself another glass of rum, saying, "At least Whitebeard can finally start enjoying a comfortable retirement." "That's hard to say. Those who have their eyes on Whitebeard won't necessarily decrease. They might even increase," Xia Chi remarked, fully aware of those pirates driven by fame and fortune. In the Alabasta Kingdom, Ace finally reunited with his brother Luffy after 3 years. Upon seeing each other, they immediately began arm wrestling, neither willing to yield. Nami rushed up to Ace holding the latest issue of a newspaper and exclaimed, "Ace, you're part of the Whitebeard pirates, right?" "Yeah. What happened?" Ace asked, puzzled. Nami wasted no time and directly handed the newspaper to Ace. Ace, also confused, took the newspaper from Nami. The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates were curious, asking Nami what the newspaper reported. Ace felt his hands tremble as he held the newspaper, incredulously saying, "Dad announced his retirement." Ace instantly connected the cause of Dad's retirement to that bastard Blackbeard who had killed Thatch, leaving Dad emotionally and physically exhausted. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates did not disturb Ace. They could sense the profound impact this news had on him. Veins bulged on Ace's temple as he declared, "Blackbeard, I will not let you off." Meanwhile, in the rain-soaked Alabasta, also the headquarters of Baroque Works. Inside a secret room, Crocodile sat arrogantly on the sofa, smoking a cigar, while looking at the woman in front of him, questioning, "Nico Robin, didn't I assign you a task before? Why are you here instead of carrying it out?" "Nothing much, just came to deliver a newspaper to you, boss." Facing Crocodile's inquiry, Nico Robin calmly handed over the newspaper. Crocodile took a glance at the newspaper, and his brow instantly furrowed. That old coot Whitebeard retired. "I will go handle the Straw Hat Pirates. I won't disturb you any longer." Seeing this, Nico Robin turned and left the secret room. Crocodile sat on the sofa silent for a long time. "Whitebeard, you coward." Crocodile finally spat out this sentence, feeling quite displeased. In the New World, aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard and his sons were enjoying lunch on the deck. Diamond Joza laughed, saying, "It seems like Dad isn't drinking anymore since he retired." "Indeed. Dad usually drinks every day," responded the captain of the 14th Division, Spadegill. The captain of the 6th Division, Blamenco, was eating barbecue and mumbled, "It might be that Dad's mood has changed since he retired." The crowd turned to look at Dad, who was eating fried rice. Whitebeard internally grumbled, "I am not the same Whitebeard as before. He loves to drink, but that doesn't mean I do." However, Whitebeard felt that these kids were too idle. Without invaders or challengers, they spent their days either playing or eating. Whitebeard set down his bowl and shouted, "Marco, after lunch we will start training. From today on you will train for 12 hours every day. 6 hours training observation hockey, 6 hours training armament hockey, and you must wear sea prism stone handcuffs. Additionally, all divisions will attack Marco together." "What? Dad, are you trying to kill me?" "Wearing sea prism stone handcuffs." Marco was taken aback, wondering why Dad suddenly turned so harsh on him. Whitebeard's sons were all worriedly questioning their father. However, Whitebeard patiently explained the reason to his sons. The reason Whitebeard dared to propose such harsh training for Marco was that Marco naturally possessed this devilish training method. In Whitebeard's view, Marco wearing sea prism stone handcuffs could recover from any injury as long as the handcuffs were removed, so there was no need for concern. An hour later, Marco helplessly donned the sea prism stone handcuffs, his eyes covered by a black cloth. Whitebeard instructed his sons to begin their attack on Marco. The captain of the 16th Division, Izu, raised his handgun and said with a smile, "Captain Marco, you just have to endure it." The others laughed, as it was rare to see Marco in such a predicament. Under Whitebeard's supervision, the sons did not hold back against Marco. In no time, Marco was left covered in bruises. Whitebeard did not order his sons to stop attacking Marco. In Whitebeard's eyes, as long as Marco didn't die, there was no problem. He was training him to the extreme. After all, as long as the sea prism stone handcuffs were removed, Marco could easily use his Phoenix ability to recover from all injuries. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Marco felt that this was the most painful experience of his life, without exception. Diamond Jose's fist suddenly slammed into Marco, and the injured Marco unexpectedly dodged Jose's punch. Seeing this scene, Flower Sword Vista exclaimed, "Just now, was that the observation hockey that foresaw the future?" The others also realized that Captain Marco had dodged in advance. Marco collapsed on the deck, gasping for breath. The captain of the 9th Division, Blenheim, hurried over to unlock Marco's sea prism stone handcuffs. At the moment the handcuffs were removed, blue flames erupted from Marco's body. Several severe fractures healed in an instant. Whitebeard, who supervised the entire process, laughed heartily, saying, "Haha, Marco, remember that feeling just now?" For the first time in these 3 days, Marco revealed a smile. Whitebeard's sons also congratulated Marco. In Whitebeard's view, the Phoenix ability should be trained this way. The past years had simply been a waste of time. Marco continued to consolidate his mastery of the observation hockey, when suddenly a news bird flew across the sky, dropping a newspaper. The captain of the 7th Division, Lakio, picked it up and walked over to hand it to Whitebeard. Whitebeard glanced at it briefly without examining it in detail, yet he noticed 2 significant pieces of information. Crocodile had been defeated by the newcomer Straw Hat Luffy. Whitebeard scoffed, wondering how Crocodile could have lost to that rookie Straw Hat Luffy from this era. However, another piece of news was also a major headline. Marco's bounty had been raised from 1.374 billion to 2 billion. Soon Whitebeard's sons learned that Captain Marco's bounty had risen to 2 billion berries, and they all cheered with excitement. For once, Marco didn't have to continue training and could take a break. The captain of the 5th Division, Flower Sword Vista, laughed heartily, saying, Marco's bounty is nearly 1 billion berries higher than mine. It's also 800 million higher than mine. Diamond Jozu expressed his joy for Marco's achievement of a 2 billion bounty. After all, for pirates the amount of bounty signifies their status and power. The captain of the 11th Division Jingu sighed, saying Sachi couldn't share in this joy with us. Well, carry Sachi's share with us, shouted Harda, the captain of the 12th Division, raising his left hand. That's right. That's right. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates shouted loudly. Marco walked up to Whitebeard saying, Dad, we will always stay strong together. Whitebeard smiled and patted Marco on the shoulder, then shouted to his sons, Sons, find the nearest town or island to dock, and let's celebrate tonight. Over 2 hours later, the Moby Dick docked at the shores of Render Town. The townsfolk, seeing the enormous Moby Dick and the Whitebeard pirates' flag, fled in terror. The door of a local casino was violently pushed open as a man panting heavily shouted, Run! The Yonko Whitebeard pirates have come. If you don't hurry and escape, you'll lose your life. The gamblers, who were enjoying themselves, turned pale with fear upon hearing that the infamous Whitebeard pirates had arrived. Run! I need to get out of here quickly. Many gamblers abandoned their money and ran frantically, terrified that if they delayed even for a second, the Whitebeard pirates would target them. The casino owner, carrying a large bag of money, was about to escape when he saw a blind giant still playing dice. Aren't you going to run? Do you want to stay here and die? Hurry! The casino owner reminded him, not wishing to linger as he needed to flee himself. The blind man scratched his head with a wry smile, saying, I was just starting to enjoy myself. However, it seems there has been a lot of news about the Whitebeard pirates lately. With that, the blind man slowly got up, picked up the cane sword beside him, and began to step out of the casino. The moment he stepped outside, he spread his observation haki to cover the entire town. At the same time, Whitebeard, due to his training in the Heavenly Gang magic and his extraordinary strength, sensed a presence approaching with observation haki. The captain of the 13th Division Atmos complained, TCH, why is it that whenever we come here the residents all run away? It's normal for them to be scared, replied Fossa, the captain of the 15th Division, while puffing on a cigar. At that moment, Whitebeard called out, Marco, transform into your phoenix form. Yes, Dad, Marco replied, though he wasn't sure why Whitebeard suddenly wanted him to transform. Whitebeard's sons were also puzzled. Before they could ask what was going on, Whitebeard instructed Marco to take him toward the direction where the observation haki was sensed. The captain of the 9th Division, Burenheim, watched Marco take Whitebeard away and asked curiously, Dad, where are you suddenly taking Marco? Burenheim's question echoed the doubts in the hearts of over 1,000 pirates present. Lakio, the captain of the 7th Division, said, Ever since Dad passed the mantle to Marco, his behavior has become more and more different from before. What are you thinking? Dad is still Dad. His behavior has changed because he finally relaxed after retiring, replied Atmos, the simple-minded captain of the 13th Division. Vista smiled and said, All right, let's hurry to the place where Dad and Marco went. Exactly. Let's go. Diamond Jozu shouted loudly, raising his strong arm. Using the power of the heavy human fruit to float on a wooden board, the blind man frowned, saying, Two strong presences are rapidly approaching me, and one of them is even more terrifying. In the sky, an immortal bird engulfed in blue flames landed before the blind man, holding Whitebeard in its claws. Marco gazed at the blind man before him, sensing that he was no ordinary person, but a formidable individual. So it's the future Marine Admiral Fujitora, Ishao. Whitebeard thought as he recalled information about Fujitora. Ishao, with a sincere expression, said, Gentlemen, what do you wish to discuss with this blind man? Whitebeard had no intention of revealing Yisho's identity directly, as he was currently a free man. If he could recruit him into the Whitebeard pirates, it would greatly enhance their overall strength. Whitebeard chuckled and asked, Haha, your aura is quite strong. May I ask which faction you belong to, or are you a free man? You flatter me. I'm just an ordinary person. Ishao responded humbly, but internally he was stirred by great waves. Ishao had already deduced the identities of the two before him. One was the legendary strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, and the other was Marco, the successor of the Whitebeard pirates. What if it comes to a fight? Observing Whitebeard up close, Ishao felt the terrifying aura still radiating from him. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't contend against the entire Whitebeard pirates. At that moment, Whitebeard sighed dramatically, saying, Since my son Marco took over my position, not only has the captaincy of the 1st Division become vacant, but the 4th Division's position is also open, which worries me as a father. Dad, Marco said with concern, looking at Whitebeard. With a smile, he finally understood the meaning behind the words of Whitebeard. It turned out he wanted to recruit him into the Whitebeard pirates. Feigning a look of sudden realization, he said, So you are the renowned Mr. Whitebeard. To be recognized by you is indeed a blessing for me. Unfortunately, I have grown accustomed to my freedom, and at my age of 52, I just want to enjoy my twilight years peacefully. His smile radiated an air of enlightenment. Moreover, he was well aware of the customs of the Whitebeard pirates. Those who joined were all required to call Whitebeard Old Man. Was he to call Whitebeard Old Man as well? He couldn't lower his pride like that, and besides he had no intention of joining the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard chuckled dismissively. Who, or do you wish to join the Navy instead? This unexpected remark from Whitebeard momentarily stunned him, and he responded, You must be joking. Whitebeard seized the moment and said, In that case, then join the Whitebeard pirates. You need not call me old man. I appreciate your kindness, but I must politely decline, he said, subtly rejecting Whitebeard. Whitebeard continued nonchalantly. I know your name is Ishao. To realize your aspirations, it doesn't necessarily have to be within the Navy. Moreover, even if you possess strength, the Navy currently does not lack high-ranking officers. Even if you become a rear admiral, you won't have a say in major decisions. Furthermore, if you wish to become an admiral, the Navy's own candidates are still waiting. What do you think your chances of success are? Mr. Whitebeard, you know me quite well. Ishao had not expected Whitebeard to be so informed about him. The only possibility for such knowledge was that he had been investigated, otherwise how would he know? Whitebeard continued his promise, saying, In addition, I will appoint you as the captain of the 1st Division and the vice-captain. Furthermore, I will grant you the highest authority. If you wish to punish evil and promote good, the Whitebeard pirates will support you. Upon hearing this, Ishao was not only stunned, but even Marco beside him was left speechless. Marco was even questioning whether he had misheard just now. For Whitebeard, the stronger the force, the more points he gained each year. As for the direction of development, it was of little concern. At this moment, Whitebeard's sons were also running over. Old man, Diamond, Joseph, Vista, and the others quietly inquired Marco about the situation. Marco could only briefly explain the background and context. Everyone was quite shocked to receive such a solemn invitation from Old Man. It seemed that this blind man, named Ishao, truly possessed formidable strength. Mr. Whitebeard, I have no intention of becoming a pirate, so please do not press me further. Ishao continued to politely refuse. He did not wish to make an enemy of Whitebeard. Whitebeard ignored Ishao and instead instructed Marco. Marco, since you have not yet mastered the flow of cherry blossoms through hockey spar with Ishao. Yes, old man. Although Marco did not understand why Old Man's attitude had suddenly changed, he simply followed through with the command. Ishao furrowed his brow, contemplating, the worst outcome has occurred, but with my strength, leaving should not be a problem. In the next moment, Ishao drew his staff, instantly unleashing a wide range of gravitational pressure on all the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates. Aside from Whitebeard, who ignored Ishao's gravitational suppression, Marco, Diamond, Jozu, and Vista were all affected to some extent, with Marco being the least affected. As for the others, they were all immobilized by the gravitational force, and the ordinary pirates were in a dire state. After making his move, Ishao stepped onto a wooden board, preparing to fly away from this place. Otherwise, every second of delay would increase the risk exponentially. Whitebeard, arms crossed and unhurried, instructed, Jozu, Vista, the two of you team up with Marco to surround Ishao. Everyone else stay away from the battlefield to avoid being caught in the crossfire. As soon as Whitebeard finished his orders, Marco transformed into his phoenix form, charging towards Ishao despite the gravitational suppression. Faced with the rapidly approaching Marco, Ishao had no choice but to use his staff to block Marco's claws. With a clang after one exchange, Marco instantly accelerated his attack rhythm, and Ishao managed to fend off all of Marco's assaults. Though it was just a brief skirmish, Marco immediately realized the strength of this individual. No wonder Old Man sought to recruit him. At this moment, Ishao's observation Haki sensed that Diamond, Jozu, and Vista were flanking him from both sides. Faced with this situation, Ishao suddenly unleashed a gravitational sphere towards the sky. Whitebeard and his sons began to distance themselves from the battlefield. The captain of the 7th Division, Rikuyo, disdainfully remarked, that person cannot possibly withstand the combined assault of Marco, Jozu, and Vista. That's right. The captain of the 13th Division, Atmos, similarly agreed with disdain. The others generally shared the same opinion. After all, the strength of Marco, Diamond, Jozu, and Vista was well known within the Whitebeard pirates. Not to mention Marco's Phoenix Fruit ability had awakened, taking his strength to new heights. The captain of the 11th Division, Jindo, sarcastically said, that blind man is lucky to experience an assault from Marco, Jozu, and Vista together. Even if he loses, it would be an honor. Whitebeard observed the ridicule and disdain from his sons. Having dominated for so long, it was inevitable that they would become somewhat arrogant. In the original story, the overall strength of the Whitebeard pirates was commendable, but there was a severe disconnect in the strength of the mid-level cadres, which was a flaw of the Whitebeard pirates. Furthermore, the Whitebeard pirates without Whitebeard would directly become a second-rate force. In any case, from Whitebeard's perspective, with Marco's Phoenix ability, he could be trained to push his strength to the physical limits. This advantage was not utilized in the original story, wasting a divine fruit. Suddenly the captain of the 10th Division Culiero widened his eyes in disbelief, gazing at the sky. What is that? Is it a meteor? How could this be possible? Upon hearing this, Whitebeard's sons also looked up at the sky, and sure enough, a massive meteor was hurtling towards Marco, Diamond, Jozu, and Vista at an astonishing speed. The captain of the 16th Division Izong said in a low voice, "We have all underestimated that person's strength." Whitebeard took the opportunity to impart wisdom, saying, "Sons, remember, there are many strong individuals in this world. Always maintain a sense of awe, understood?" Facing the impending meteor about to crash down, Marco in his phoenix form charged towards it, shouting, "Joseph, Bista, you two continue to attack him. I will handle the meteor." Boom. Marco, engulfed in blue flames, roared as he firmly braced himself against the meteor. One Smile remarked in surprise, "Impressive. My meteor was blocked just like that." Collision of radiance. Jozu, his body crystallized, charged like a rhinoceros towards One Smile. Suddenly Jozu felt an overwhelming gravitational force pressing down on him, forcing his movements to halt. Just as One Smile stopped Jozu's attack, Bista swung his weapon from behind. One Smile quickly adjusted his body, turning to block Bista's sudden assault with his staff. Bista attempted to subdue One Smile, but realized he couldn't, furrowing his brow and saying seriously, "I didn't expect there would be a master like you. Your swordsmanship is quite impressive too." One Smile praised Bista's technique while tightly gripping his staff. "Bista, stand back." Upon hearing Marco's voice, Bista immediately pushed off with his legs and retreated. Phoenix Stamp. Marco dove down his claw, aiming fiercely at One Smile's head. Gravity Blade, Fierce Tiger. One Smile gripped his staff in reverse and suddenly slashed at the diving Marco. The terrifying lateral gravitational force caused the blue flames on Marco to disperse, but it didn't inflict any real harm on him. With the awakening of his Phoenix ability, Marco could now ignore many attacks without needing to dodge, preferring to clash head-in, which was his forte. During this opening, Jozu and Bista once again launched a pincer attack on One Smile. The captain of the 10th Division, Khalil, who was observing from a distance, exclaimed, "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never believe someone could simultaneously withstand the attacks of Marco, Jozu, and Bista." Indeed, but the fact is unfolding right before our eyes. There are no reports about this person, meaning he is a hidden master. The captain of the 14th Division, Spido Keel, responded seriously. Captain Rikuyo of the 7th Division looked at Whitebeard and asked, "Old man, do you think Marco and the others can defeat this person together?" Rikuyo's question echoed the doubts in the hearts of Whitebeard's many sons. After all, the battle had been going on for several minutes, and this person showed no signs of losing ground. In other words, this person's overall strength surpassed any of Marco's trio, which was hard for them to accept for a moment. Let it be known, Marco and his companions were the three strongest members of the Whitebeard pirates aside from the old man. So what was the result? The three of them were all attacking this person, yet they still couldn't take him down in a short time, which was very concerning. Whitebeard casually said, "Don't worry, my sons, Marco and the others can win together. It will just take a bit longer." Hearing their father say this, Whitebeard's sons felt relieved. They were also afraid that even with the combined efforts of Marco and his companions, they still couldn't defeat this person. That would be utterly embarrassing. In Whitebeard's view, the key to victory lay with Marco, whose recovery ability was now at its peak. The problem is, even with the awakening of the Phoenix ability, Marco's attack power was still lacking unless he mastered Flowing Cherry Hockey to further enhance his offensive capabilities. The current situation was simply that Marco had become more adept at drawing the enemy in with the awakening of his Phoenix ability combined with the foresight of Observation Hockey. As the battle dragged on, the central area of the town was left in ruins, a complete mess. 3 days later, there was not a single intact building left, and all the residents had fled. Jozu and Bista had completely exhausted their stamina, covered in bruises and wounds. Jozu suffered the most. He had endured the full force of One Smile's gravity fruit attacks. As for One Smile, who was fighting against Marco and the others, his situation wasn't much better. His face was bloodied and his body was riddled with countless wounds. In the past 3 days, One Smile had attempted to leave multiple times, but Marco had forcibly stopped him, forcing One Smile to continue fighting despite the odds. Only one person up to this point had suffered no injuries at all, Marco. At this moment, after 3 days of fierce battle, Marco not only bore no wounds, but also retained ample stamina. Seeing this, Marco shouted, "Jozu, Bista, you two go rest. I will handle the rest." Jozu and Bista replied in unison, feeling that it was fine to leave the rest to Marco. The two returned to Whitebeard's side. Feeling ashamed, Jozu said, "Old man, I'm sorry, the opponent's strength is too overwhelming." Bista also looked equally embarrassed. "Haha, it's fine. That person is after all a match for a royal-level existence," Whitebeard said, unbothered. "It's not something you two can handle in an unknown fight. only Marco can contend with him to the end. Vista sighed. In the end, it's just that our strength isn't enough. Captain Izu of the 16th Division helplessly said, Vista, if you think your strength is lacking, what about the rest of us? We can clearly see the opponent's strength. It truly isn't something an ordinary person can withstand. However, no matter how strong the opponent is, he is no match for the old man. In Izu's mind, his father was the strongest person in the world bar none. He had witnessed his father's full power in his prime, a force of destruction that he still vividly remembered. Haha, that's right. Captain Rikuyo of the 7th Division chimed in. Our old man has earned his reputation through real battles. As a veteran, Rikuyo was also well aware of their father's incredible strength. Whitebeard had always been the most powerful being in the hearts of all his sons, unstoppable and fierce. You foolish sons, focus on the battle and learn well. Whitebeard boomed, reminding his sons with a hearty laugh. With a smile, he locked onto Marco with his observation haki, wielding his staff to continuously deflect Marco's claw strikes aimed at his legs. Marco, exerting all his strength, gave no respite to the smiling one, continuing his relentless assault. I will never lose to you. To Marco, he had already been appointed by his father as the new captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. What if he lost? That would be the greatest humiliation in the history of the Whitebeard Pirates. Sir, I have no enmity with you. Do you really want to put me to death? The smiling one attempted to leave, but was blocked by Marco, which only intensified his displeasure. Even a clay figurine has its limits. The Whitebeard Pirates were being overly oppressive. Suddenly, the smiling one swung his staff, gravitational compression. Marco immediately felt the weight of gravity pressing in from all directions, as if it would crush him. However, Marco erupted with the awakened ability of the Phoenix form, clashing heat-in with the gravitational powers of the Smiling One. The Smiling One pressed on while Marco defended with all his might. As time passed, the 6th Division Captain Blamank voiced his concern. Marco, are you going to be okay? Even from this distance, I can feel the terrifying gravity. Marco, you'll be fine. The awakening of the Phoenix Fruit's power won't allow him to fall easily, said the 12th Division Captain Harda, who trusted in Marco's abilities. The 7th Division Captain Lakio laughed and said, Our father isn't worried, so why should we be? If there was real danger, our father would intervene. Besides, he would never let us come to harm. Exactly. We still have our father. The 13th Division Captain Water Buffalo Atmos responded foolishly. The sons of Whitebeard all cheered. Their father had always been their greatest pillar of support. As long as their father was there, then nothing else mattered to them. Especially the veterans who had been with the Whitebeard Pirates for decades, their father had overcome countless challenges and hardships. Hoo-ha-ha-ha, Whitebeard chuckled at the blind confidence of his silly sons. To be honest, the original Whitebeard had developed a deep bond with his sons who had become his emotional support. After all, as long as Whitebeard was alive, these silly sons saw him as their rock. Now, having crossed over into Whitebeard's body, he had taken over everything. Whitebeard raised the corners of his mouth, confidently declaring, Silly sons, as long as I am here, I will not let any accidents befall you. Roar, 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 the sons of Whitebeard all cheered. The smiling one, applying pressure on Marco, frowned and thought, I cannot continue to stalemate with Marco. There's still Whitebeard yet to intervene. The longer I drag this out, the more dangerous my situation will become. For the first time in decades, I find myself in such a dire predicament. Marco also noticed the deafening cheers from their side. These sounds invigorated Marco, spurring him to fight harder. He did not want to disappoint his father or bring shame to the Whitebeard Pirates. Suddenly, a technique taught by his father on using flowing cherry blossom to penetrate haki flashed through Marco's mind. The tips that had been difficult to grasp now seemed to connect in an instant, and Marco quickly calmed down. The smiling one immediately noticed Marco's unusual behavior. At the same time, Whitebeard sensed Marco's change and thought, it seems Marco has just comprehended the flowing cherry blossom haki in that brief moment. With the foresight of observation haki, the penetration of flowing cherry blossom haki, and the awakened power of the Phoenix Fruit, Marco has truly stepped into the threshold of the Emperor level. Sure enough, mastering flowing cherry blossom haki elevated Marco's attack power, breaking through the gravitational compression imposed by the smiling one. So cool, Marco. Diamond Jozu exclaimed excitedly, waving his arms. Vista also smiled and said, Marco's armament haki has improved. Jozu, it seems the gap between us has really widened. Indeed. Diamond Jozu responded with a smile. Although he realized the gap had truly widened at this moment, he was genuinely happy. Previously, Diamond Jozu, Marco, Vista, and Ace all had gaps in strength, but they were at the same level. Now, however, everything was different. Marco had stepped into a brand new level 1 that only the 4 emperors had attained, and their father stood at the pinnacle of that level. The 16th Division Captain Izuku sighed. It's truly amazing that Marco could enhance his strength so rapidly in such a short time. First, his devil fruit power awakened, then his observation haki improved, and now his armament haki has also been enhanced, the 11th Division Captain Jingu excitedly responded. This is great news. The stronger Marco is, the more beneficial it is for our Whitebeard pirates. That's right. Father, you can finally take a good rest now. The 15th Division Captain Fossa replied, while looking at Whitebeard. The sons present all turned to their father. Hoo ha ha ha, Whitebeard laughed leisurely. Sons, you must also work hard to improve your strength. Today has been a lesson for you. There are many strong individuals in this world. If Marco's strength hadn't improved, what would have been the outcome had you faced such a person? You don't need me to say it, you can figure it out yourselves. So never relax in your training, understood? Yes, father. Everyone responded respectfully, in unison. Meanwhile, the Smiling One began to truly feel the pressure Marco was exerting. Previously, the Smiling One only felt that Marco was quite troublesome due to the recovery power of the Phoenix Fruit and Marco's observation haki. This made the Smiling One think defeating Marco was impossible, but he did not believe he would lose to Marco. As for Marco's attack power, the Smiling One had never been worried the injuries he sustained earlier were due to being ambushed by Marco and his companions. Now, unknown Marco's enhanced armament haki instantly made the Smiling One feel threatened. He realized that if this battle dragged on for another 2 or 3 days, he would ultimately lose. The battle between the two continued for a day and a night, with Marco becoming increasingly adept at using his observation haki to foresee the future and flowing cherry blossoms to penetrate the armament haki. At the same time, the awakening of the Phoenix ability instilled Marco with immense confidence, making him unafraid of any destructive moves from Yixiao. Yixiao on several occasions managed to break through Marco's defenses and escape, but was blocked by the other sons of Whitebeard. This forced Yixiao to grit his teeth and continue battling Marco. A thought flashed through Yixiao's mind: I can't be stuck here with these people any longer. I must unleash everything and leave quickly. Meanwhile, Whitebeard had been watching the fight with great interest. After all, he had not inherited Whitebeard's memories and had never witnessed such a magnificent battle before. This experience was broadening his horizons and imparting valuable insights. To be honest, since crossing over as Whitebeard, he had not fought using this body at all. Suddenly, a notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have automatically cultivated the Tian Gang demon art and stepped into the first layer of chi refinement. At the same time, Whitebeard felt a tremendous change occurring in his body. In an instant, that uncomfortable sensation in his organs disappeared completely. This meant that his hidden illness had been cured. From this moment on, Whitebeard was a true cultivator. Even if he was only at the first layer of chi refinement, he was still a cultivator. The power was completely different from the system of the pirate world, a higher-level cultivation system that surpassed the pirate world by multiple degrees. Instantly, Whitebeard felt invigorated, his body lighter than ever, free from illness and filled with strength, making it hard to resist. Whitebeard, filled with eagerness, commanded Diamond Jozu, bring me my Tsongyun cut. Old man, are you planning to? Diamond Jozu was momentarily stunned and didn't react right away. Hurry up, Jozu. Go get the old man's Tsongyun cut. Izang hurriedly reminded him. All right. Diamond Jozu quickly turned and ran to fetch the old man's Tsongyun cut. Ha ha ha. The pirates of the Whitebeard crew became excited. It seems our old man is about to take action. That's fantastic, shouted 13th Division Captain Atmos, waving his arms in excitement. Our old man hasn't made a move in a long time, and now we can finally feast our eyes on his battle, said 7th Division Captain Lakyu, equally thrilled. Indeed, since the old man is going to take action, no matter how powerful that blind man is, it all ends here. In the perception of 10th Division Captain Khalil, their father was the strongest person in the world. At this moment, Diamond Jozu also presented the old man's Tsongyun cut before Whitebeard. As Whitebeard took the Tsongyun cut from Diamond Jozu, he felt an innate affinity, perhaps due to the memory of the body. Yixiao also sensed the movement from Whitebeard through his observation haki, his brow furrowing. This is bad. That Whitebeard is going to come after me. Marco watched as their father walked briskly toward him, pondering, is father going to take action himself? That's fine, we've been fighting for days, and I've long wanted to rest. To be honest, upon seeing his father take action, Marco felt himself relax completely. Such prolonged, intense battles were a significant burden for him. Whitebeard, holding the Tsongyun cut, leaped over 100 meters, landing steadily beside Marco. Marco's tense expression relaxed, and he respectfully called out, Father. Marco, you go rest. I need to stretch my muscles, Whitebeard said casually as he twisted his neck. All right, Father, Marco replied respectfully, transforming into his phoenix form and flying toward Jozu and Vista. In Marco's view at this moment, that blind man posed no threat to their father. If that blind man were at full strength, however, Marco would indeed worry, hoping that his father's hidden illness wouldn't manifest during the fight. Just as these thoughts flashed through Marco's mind, he suddenly realized that worrying seemed a bit unnecessary. The entire Whitebeard pirates were here. Could he still fear that the blind man would harm their father? After all, if their father's hidden illness occurred, he could just take action against that blind man. Yixiao, feeling extremely annoyed, asked Whitebeard, I have not offended you or the Whitebeard pirates. I am already heavily injured. Can you spare me? Ha ha ha. Whitebeard raised its Songyun cut, pointing at Yixiao, and laughed heartily. As long as you agree to join the Whitebeard pirates, the promised conditions remain unchanged. Sigh. It seems you are forcibly pulling me into the Whitebeard pirates. Yixiao sighed helplessly and said, in that case, I will experience your methods, Whitebeard. Whitebeard twirled its Songyun cut and began to run. As he ran for 10 meters, red lightning spread across the Songyun cut, indicating that Whitebeard was starting to unleash his conqueror's haki, the terrifying pressure crashing down on Yixiao. 12th Division Captain Harda pointed at Whitebeard's towering figure, shouting excitedly, It's happening, it's happening. Father is using conqueror's haki. Whitebeard's sons trembled in excitement upon seeing their father immediately unleash such a top-tier move as conqueror's haki. Marco secretly worried, thinking forcing his body to use conqueror's haki shouldn't cause any issues. I hope it doesn't cause any problems. Compared to others, Marco was the one who understood his father's physical condition best, so he was more worried. Others, however, could not contain their excitement seeing Whitebeard unleash his formidable conqueror's haki. Clang! As Yixiao blocked the conqueror's haki with his staff, the ground beneath his feet sank sharply by over 50 centimeters. What powerful conqueror's haki! Yixiao broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead in an instant. Just one move made him realize why Whitebeard was called the world's strongest man. It was not without reason. Yixiao forcibly activated the gravity fruit ability, creating a slight gap, and hurriedly seized the opportunity to create distance from Whitebeard. If he continued to resist, he would have to endure Whitebeard's conqueror's haki. Just as Yixiao pulled away, Whitebeard swung the Songyun cut again, charging forward, without giving Yixiao any chance to catch his breath. The sons of Whitebeard watched their father's battle, engaging in a flurry of discussions. The reason for their varied opinions was entirely due to the stark contrast in their father's fighting style compared to before. The usually taciturn captain of the 8th Division Mao looked at their father's battling figure and said with confusion, It's indeed very strange. For decades our father's fighting style has never changed, but now it has completely transformed. Captain of the 13th Division Water Buffalo Atmos found it easy to understand. This is quite understandable. Surely now that father has retired, he wants to try a different approach. What are you all worrying about? Water Buffalo Atmos' view received some support, as this possibility seemed quite plausible. Bista analyzed, saying, However, the way father fights now is clearly just a chaotic display of brute force failing to exhibit his true strength. Marco gazed at their father's battling silhouette and said with a calm, yet serious expression, No matter how much father changes, he will always be our father. Exactly. Marco was right. As long as father is happy, that's all that matters, the captain of the 15th Division Fossa asserted with unwavering support for Marco's statement. Bista raised his right hand and tugged at his beard. It seems we've been overthinking things, fretting over nothing. Everything should revolve around father's happiness. Diamond Jaws watched Whitebeard's battle intently and voiced his speculation. Have you noticed? Father is increasingly mastering the rhythm of combat. It's true. Captain of the 16th Division Aizu also just realized this. A father has evolved from using brute strength at the beginning to gradually changing his style now. Captain of the 6th Division Blamank chuckled foolishly, saying, As expected of our father, even in chaos he remains incredibly formidable. He discovered a significant flaw while battling Whitebeard. Indeed, while Whitebeard's strength is terrifying, there seems to be something vaguely above him. The issue is that his fighting style is very chaotic. Otherwise, with his current state, it would be impossible for him to contend with Whitebeard. The only reason he manages to hold his ground is that Whitebeard's style is so disordered. At the same time, he was puzzled about why Whitebeard seemed to be growing more adept in battle. It was as if a being with world-destroying power was adapting to newfound strength. He couldn't understand how someone as formidable as Whitebeard, the ruler of the seas, could lack battle experience. Thus, only one possibility remained: Whitebeard was toying with him, clearly possessing the strength to subdue him, but choosing to insult him with such a style. He furiously questioned, Whitebeard, as the mighty ruler of the seas, why do you fight like this? Are you mocking me? Upon hearing this, Whitebeard understood he had been misunderstood. However, explaining himself at this moment would only exacerbate the misunderstanding. It was better to continue fighting and let himself adapt to the feeling of battle. After all, possessing world-destroying power without being able to fully unleash, it would be a waste of such strength. Whitebeard clenched his right fist, gathering the power of the tremor fruit into a sphere, laughing boldly. Let's dance to our heart's content. Bang! At the moment Whitebeard's fist smashed forward, the air it struck split apart like a spider's web. And with a powerful shockwave, everything in its path was instantly sent flying. Seeing their father utilize the Tremor Fruit's power, Captain Spido of the 14th Division exclaimed excitedly, "Father, you're finally using the Tremor Fruit." "Charge! Father, defeat him!" The foolishly enthusiastic captain of the 13th Division Water Buffalo Atmos shouted loudly. Bista smirked, contemplating, since father has activated the Tremor Fruit, this person won't last much longer. Facing Whitebeard's shockwave, Ishao, utilizing his observation haki, swiftly drew his sword and unleashed a move called Gravity Blade Fierce Tiger. Boom. The moment their powers collided, the shockwave rushed towards the position of the Whitebeard pirates at near supersonic speed. All the ordinary pirates with average strength were swept away by the shockwave, unable to stand. Only the divisional captains could withstand it, though they used their hands to protect their heads. Only Bista, Diamond Jaws, and Marco were unaffected. After all, their strength was more than enough to handle the oncoming shockwave. As Ishao struggled against the shockwave, he sensed through his observation haki that Whitebeard's shockwave power had suddenly escalated. However, Ishao wanted to resist, but was too late, for Whitebeard's sudden surge of power was too swift. After unleashing the full power of the Tremor Fruit, Whitebeard charged at Ishao, while the sword Song Yun Xie in his hand spun 3 times before thrusting towards Ishao. Ishao, who had just forced back the shockwave, hadn't even caught his breath or adjusted his state when his pores suddenly stood on end. Clang! His sword hastily blocked Whitebeard's attack, but he was still violently sent flying. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates saw their father send that blind man flying, and then leapt up, gathering the power of the Tremor Fruit in his right foot to smash down at the rolling blind man. "Father, so cool. Hit that blind man hard. Father, so strong. As expected of our father." "Exactly. Our father is known as the strongest man in the world. How could that mere blind man be a match for him?" The pirates, witnessing their father's formidable power, were excitedly dancing around. Bista gazed at their father displaying his might and smiled, saying, "Our father's combat power remains undiminished. He is still as fierce as ever. Of course, our father has always stood on the throne of the world's strongest," Diamond Jaws remarked, believing that as long as father exerted himself, no one in this world could rival him. Marco secretly worried, pondering, "Father with such a fierce outburst, I wonder if the internal ailment will worsen. Never mind, let father fight until he is happy." Marco felt that worrying seemed futile, since at this moment father wouldn't listen to him. It was better to let father enjoy a good fight. Whitebeard broke through Yisho's gravity confinement, with his overwhelming haki, gripping Yisho's head with his palm and smashing it into the ground, creating a deep dent in the earth. A few hours later, night fell. Whitebeard looked at the exhausted and bruised Ishao lying on the ground and said casually, "They'll give you 3 days to think about it." At this moment, Whitebeard's sons rushed over. Dad, Whitebeard commanded, "Go get the sea stone handcuffs and put them on this guy." 2 pirates immediately responded, "Yes, Dad," and hurried to fetch the sea stone handcuffs. The battle over the past few hours had made Whitebeard quite satisfied. He had finally adapted to this body. In future battles, he would be able to unleash his full power directly. No, the true full power would have to account for the strength of the cultivation system as well. That would be the real full power. That night, the Whitebeard pirates held a celebratory feast in the town that had turned to ruins, while Ishao, looking utterly miserable, was handcuffed with sea stone and left aside. Whitebeard ordered a plate of fried rice to be brought over to Ishao's location. His sons wanted to follow him, but Whitebeard told them to stand down as he wanted to have a private chat with Ishao. If such a powerful individual could be recruited into the Whitebeard pirates, it would greatly enhance the crew. After all, a top-tier strongman holds a decisive position in every Yonko pirate crew, based on the original works portrayal of the Yonko pirate crews. Only 2 pirate crews are configured with dual emperors, the red-haired pirates and the Blackbeard pirates. The vice-captains of the other Yonko pirate crews often only reach the peak of the vice-emperor level, falling short of the emperor level. Of course, in the current Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard himself and Marco can also be considered as a dual emperor configuration. However, Whitebeard is now a retired individual. If he frequently remains active on the front lines, the system will deduct certain points based on the situation during the annual score settlement. Whitebeard did not want to lose rewards due to such reasons, as points are his means to enhance his strength. Therefore, if he could persuade Ishao to join the Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard felt he could enjoy a comfortable retirement. Whitebeard placed the fried rice in front of Ishao and reminded him, "Eat something." "Whitebeard, you still want me to join the Whitebeard pirates?" "Don't waste your effort, it won't work." Ishao clearly understood Whitebeard's purpose for coming over. Whitebeard was not in a hurry. He sat down beside Ishao and said, "Ishao, you want to join the Navy, but you also want to abolish the warlord system, right?" As soon as Whitebeard spoke, Ishao, who had been expressionless, suddenly changed his demeanor, a flurry of thoughts flashing through his mind. How did Whitebeard know these things? Clearly these were his goals deep in his heart, which he had never spoken to anyone about, yet Whitebeard knew. Whitebeard continued slowly. I told you before, to realize your ideals, you first need a platform to provide it for you. Without a platform, having ideals is just daydreaming. How long do you think it would take you to reach the position of a general in the current Navy? Moreover, the appointment of a Navy general also requires deliberation by the world government. However, joining the Whitebeard pirates as their father, I can make decisions on any matter, and my sons will support you. My promise remains unchanged. As long as you join, I will give you the position of a team leader as well as a vice captain. Additionally, you can use the platform of the Whitebeard pirates to achieve your ideals without worrying about my sons opposing you, because I will support you. Of course, you can also choose to refuse. As for the consequences, the world will not lose much with your absence. Think it over and tell me your answer, Ishao. Ishao listened silently to Whitebeard's words and then picked up the plate of fried rice from the ground, devouring it ravenously. Whitebeard did not disturb Ishao while he ate, instead calmly waiting beside him. In the distance, many of Whitebeard's sons began to whisper among themselves. The captain of the 13th Division, Buffalo Atmos, muttered softly, "It seems Dad really wants to recruit that blind man into our Whitebeard pirates." I can understand why Dad insists on recruiting that blind man. After all, we've all seen his strength. The captain of the 16th Division, Izuku, affirmed Ishao's strength. The captain of the 7th Division, Lacquer, said uncertainly, "I wonder if that blind man will ultimately join our Whitebeard pirates." "Regardless of whether he joins the Whitebeard pirates or not, we will still be ourselves," the captain of the 11th Division, Kondo, said, while clenching his fists, adhering to his beliefs. Vista finished his glass of rum and said, "I never expected this person to be so powerful and yet remain unknown in the world. Indeed, Dad has said that this world is vast, and we don't even know how many strong individuals are hidden in the shadows. Therefore, we all need to strive to enhance our strength." Marco shook his head helplessly. Ever since he had fought with Ishao, he understood one thing very clearly: his strength had not improved. Thus, in the entire Whitebeard pirates, only Dad could contend with this person. In the past, he could at most stall for a long time against this person, as his Phoenix ability had always kept Marco undefeated. But now it was different, and not only had the Phoenix ability awakened under the fruit's aid provided by Dad, but both observation haki and armament haki had also been significantly enhanced. Marco felt even more that they as sons should strive to improve their strength so that Dad could retire comfortably. Meanwhile, Ishao finished the plate of fried rice in just a few bites and finally regained some strength after eating. Ishao, with a serious expression, looked at Whitebeard and asked, "Whitebeard, I have a condition. You may speak." Whitebeard gestured for Ishao to state his condition, and at the same time his mood brightened considerably, feeling that there was hope. Ishao took a deep breath. "In the future, if the Whitebeard pirates disappoint me," he paused for a moment, and then spoke to Whitebeard in a more resolute tone, "then I will choose to leave, and you cannot stop me from leaving, or otherwise I will drag your sons along with me, even if it costs me my life. I guarantee it with my integrity, and I promise your condition," Whitebeard said seriously, patting his chest. Inside, he was overjoyed, feeling that he had successfully swindled him. The moment the Sea Tower stone handcuffs on Ishao's hands were unlocked, Whitebeard directly patted Ishao's shoulder and said, "Let's go, it's time to celebrate together." Whitebeard's sons quickly made way for their father, and Whitebeard led Ishao to the center. Marco, Diamond, Jozu, and the others were cheering enthusiastically. Whitebeard shouted, "Marco, come and heal Ishao's injuries." "Sure thing, Dad." Even if Dad forgot to instruct him, Marco planned to use the blue flames of the Phoenix's ability to restore Ishao's wounds. Marco walked up to Ishao and placed his right hand, burning with blue flames, on Ishao's shoulder. Ishao expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you. No need to be so polite. From now on, we are all brothers. Besides, we have all witnessed your strength." Marco replied with a smile. Having such a powerful ally like Ishao in the Whitebeard pirates significantly enhances their overall strength. Whitebeard signaled for his exuberant sons to quiet down. Upon receiving their father's instruction, all the sons fell silent. Whitebeard solemnly announced, "This is Ishao, and you all have seen his strength, so I am here to announce something. I appoint Ishao as the captain of the 1st Division and the vice-captain of the Whitebeard pirates." "We have no objections, Dad," shouted the 13th Division Captain Water Buffalo Atmos. The captain of the 11th Division, Jingu Duo, also roared, "Dad, with you here, our Whitebeard pirates will only grow stronger." "Exactly. With Dad here, our Whitebeard pirates will become more powerful," exclaimed the 6th Division Captain Blamank. Immediately, Whitebeard's sons began to cheer loudly. Vista stepped in front of Ishao, extending his hand, "Welcome to the Whitebeard pirates. We'll have to exchange sword techniques more often." "I would be delighted," Ishao replied, returning the handshake. Although Whitebeard's sons were cheering for his joining, many felt a sense of helplessness. Had he not agreed to Whitebeard earlier, he would probably be in hell by now. However, thinking about his unfulfilled aspirations, Ishao did not want to die just yet. Whether staying with the Whitebeard pirates was suitable would require some observation. This included Whitebeard's promise that the Whitebeard pirates would cleanse their reputation and punish the wicked. He would have to see how things unfolded. But to be honest, a pirate is still a pirate. Just because they claim to cleanse their reputation does not mean they truly will. More importantly, Ishao simply did not want to die in such a pathetic manner. If necessary, he would leverage the platform of the Whitebeard pirates to achieve some of his ideals. Whitebeard noticed the subtle change in Ishao's expression, patted Ishao's shoulder, and whispered, "Don't worry. The Whitebeard pirates will not let you down. You must understand the current state of the celestial dragons." After speaking to Ishao, Whitebeard glanced at his gathered sons and shouted, "Sons, the ultimate goal of the Whitebeard pirates." As soon as Whitebeard said this, everyone fell silent, waiting for their father's next words. Marco listened carefully as he had just been appointed the new captain of the Whitebeard pirates, carrying a heavy burden. Whitebeard pointed to the sky and announced loudly to replace the world government so that all the people in the world can live better. Upon hearing this, many of the sons were taken aback as they were pirates. Moreover, Dad's goal seemed a bit too ambitious. Although many were puzzled, no one dared to voice their questions. The simple-minded Diamond Joseph muttered quietly, "Dad, isn't that goal something the Revolutionary Army promotes? Aren't we pirates supposed to seek to become the pirate king?" The other sons looked curiously at their father Whitebeard. Especially Ishao, whose observation haki was tightly focused on Whitebeard. He was somewhat confused about him. How could a pirate pursue such a goal? Overthrowing the world government would undoubtedly cause devastating turmoil. "Ha ha ha," Whitebeard laughed dismissively and said, "Jozu, there is no conflict at all." Marco immediately shouted loudly, "Following Dad's goal is the right thing to do. What are we afraid of? We are the Whitebeard pirates." "Exactly. We are the Whitebeard pirates. There's nothing to fear. It's just the world government. We can overthrow them." The silly 13th Division Captain Water Buffalo Atmos yelled. A thought flashed through Ishao's mind. Although the captain's position had been passed to Marco, the core still lies with Whitebeard. Marco as captain seemed more like a nominal leader. In reality, the Whitebeard pirates still followed Whitebeard's command. Whitebeard began to give another speech, taking this opportunity to thoroughly instill the new goal in the minds of all his sons. To put it bluntly, Whitebeard did not want to go through all this fuss, but he needed a reason. In fact, Whitebeard sought to gain more rewards from the system. The stronger the power, the more significant the rewards. As long as he was strong enough to surpass everyone in this world, wouldn't everything eventually be at his command? Meanwhile, in the first half of the Grand Line on Bonero Island, Blackbeard Teach swaggered down the street with a distinctive gait, laughing maniacally. "Ha ha ha. Are you all ready? It's time to take the throne of the warlord of the sea." Next to him, Lafitte, twirling his cane, smiled and replied that Crocodile actually lost to a newcomer. Otherwise, it would have taken a lot of effort to take the warlord position. "We ha ha ha." Bosch's excitedly raised his hands and said, "Captain Teach, let's act quickly. I can hardly contain myself." The sickly-looking Poison Q slowly said, "Captain Teach, are we looking for that target to use as a bargaining chip against the Marines?" "Ha ha ha." Blackbeard Teach licked his lips with a sinister smile and said, "That newcomer Straw Hat Luffy is just a perfect prey. Teach, I finally found you. And you just said you wanted to make Luffy your prey. Who is it?" Blackbeard Teach, startled, hurriedly looked around for the source of the voice. "That person is on the roof." Captain Teach Lafitte pointed at the fire fist Ace squatting on the rooftop. Blackbeard Teach quickly turned to look in the direction Lafitte indicated and saw Ace squatting on the roof looking at him with a cold gaze. Ace coldly said, "Teach, it's only been a short while since we parted. Have you forgotten my voice?" Blackbeard Teach chuckled dismissively, "So it's Captain Ace. Long time no see. How about joining my pirate crew? I've planned everything out." "Shut up, Teach. You know very well what crime you've committed." Ace didn't want to listen to Blackbeard Teach's nonsense and directly told him to be quiet. "That's true." Blackbeard Teach slightly retracted his arrogant smile and said, "Captain Ace, I have been lurking in the Whitebeard pirates for over 20 years just to obtain it. Do you understand? After more than 20 years of waiting, I thought that if I didn't get the chance, staying with the Whitebeard pirates wouldn't be so bad. Unfortunately, fate chose me." Blackbeard Teach's expression gradually turned sinister as Ace coldly questioned him, "So you killed Satch? All to take that devil fruit?" "Exactly. I admit it. Because I want to become the pirate king." Blackbeard Teach candidly acknowledged his ambition to Ace. Ace's anger grew. "Teach, you still have Satch's revenge to deal with, and you just mentioned taking action against Luffy. Today." Bang. Bang. Suddenly Ace's forehead and chest were pierced by 2 bullets, yet as a Logia user, Ace suffered no harm. The 2 holes engulfed in flames slowly healed. "TCH. Blackbeard Teach angrily shouted at Venoka. "Venoka, who told you to act? You are no match for him. Teach, your subordinates are quite reckless." Ace transformed his right hand into a fiery fist and sent a massive fire punch towards Blackbeard Teach and his crew. Flame fist. Boom. Blackbeard Teach was directly knocked away by Ace's fire punch, and the rest of the Blackbeard pirates were also affected to varying degrees. So hot, so hot. Damn it. The flames on Blackbeard Teach's body caused him to scream in agony. Luffy rushed to Blackbeard Teach's side and asked, "Captain Teach, are you alright?" Fire gun. Ace raised both hands and shot a barrage of flame bullets at Van Oka. Van Oka desperately ran to evade all of Ace's fire attacks. At that moment, Basses picked up a house and leaped towards Ace to smash down. Die? Flame fist Ace. Ace frowned and traced a circle around himself with his right hand. Flame ring fire pillar. A column of blazing fire shot towards the incoming house. Boom. The house that Basses hurled at Ace was instantly reduced to ashes. Fools. All of you stop. You are no match for him, stay away. Blackbeard Teach bellowed angrily at his subordinates. Lafitte, Van Oka, Basses, and Poison Q quickly ran away to avoid provoking Captain Teach further. Blackbeard Teach gasped heavily as he looked at Ace, a smile creeping onto his lips. You really are merciless. But then again, I did kill Satch. According to the iron laws of the Whitebeard pirates, I'm doomed. Today I can finally avenge Satch. Ace clenched his fists tightly, coldly staring at Blackbeard Teach. Blackbeard Teach laughed dismissively. Let me show you my newly acquired power, the dark fruit. This power will help me become the Pirate King. As soon as Blackbeard Teach finished speaking, a large amount of black smoke began to emanate from his body, increasing in volume. Ace furrowed his brow and muttered, "Darkness." Dark hole. Blackbeard unleashed darkness into the ground, instantly causing a massive amount of black smoke to spread out in all directions at high speed. Ace watched the black smoke sweep past his feet, feeling an invisible pull from this strange power. Soon the houses in the town were engulfed by darkness. At the same time, the black smoke quickly returned to Blackbeard's body, who grinned wickedly. Ace, take a good look at my dark power. Release. Blackbeard's body was surrounded by a massive amount of black smoke swirling above his head, and the houses that had just been consumed by the black smoke turned into debris spat out from the smoke. In no time, Ace found himself surrounded by piles of rubble. So how about it? Ace, what do you think of my natural dark fruit power? Blackbeard Teach raised his palm, showing off his power. Firefly Fire Dharma. Ace created numerous small fireballs resembling fireflies with his hands, gathering them around Blackbeard. What? Blackbeard Teach's eyes widened, wanting to dodge, but it was already too late. The firefly-like fireballs exploded, engulfing Blackbeard in flames. Oh, damn it, so hot. Damn it. Blackbeard rolled on the ground in agony from the heat. Watching Blackbeard's pitiful state, Ace questioned, "Since you are a Logia user, you should have easily dodged my attack just now." After the black smoke enveloped his body and consumed the flames, Blackbeard Teach gradually managed to catch his breath and stood up. Blackbeard Teach wiped his mouth and sneered, That's because this Logia doesn't allow me to elementalize like other Logia users. Moreover, due to the nature of the dark fruit, I have to endure double the pain. But compared to these side effects, the true power of this devil fruit is dark water." Ace saw Blackbeard Teach raising his palm towards him and wondered what he was planning. However, in the next moment, Ace suddenly felt his body uncontrollably flying towards Blackbeard Teach. Blackbeard Teach grabbed Ace's shoulder with his large hand, grinning with excitement. Ace, you can feel it, can't you?" What is this?" Ace quickly reacted, realizing that his flame fruit ability was rendered useless. Blackbeard Teach tightened his grip and slammed his fist into Ace's abdomen. Ace spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying into a pile of ruins. Ace, do you understand now? The greatest power of the dark fruit is to render the user powerless. At this moment, Blackbeard Teach felt all ability users before him were useless. Ace slowly stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and coldly looked at Blackbeard Teach. "As long as I am not caught by you, isn't that enough?" Blackbeard Teach raised his hand towards Ace with a sneer, dismissing him. "That's not up to you to decide." As Ace saw the black smoke vortex appear in Blackbeard Teach's palm, his body was uncontrollably drawn towards him. Having learned from his previous encounter, Ace quickly devised a countermeasure. Divine Fire, Ignorant Flame. While being uncontrollably drawn in, he spread his arms and conjured 2 fiery spears to fiercely throw at Blackbeard Teach. The 2 fiery spears pierced Blackbeard Teach's chest, causing him to let out a scream. Gritting his teeth against the intense pain, Blackbeard Teach clenched his fist and struck Ace on the head as he flew by. Ace was violently knocked away by Blackbeard Teach, crashing heavily into a pile of rubble before rolling a few times and falling to the ground. Ace covered his head with his hand. "Damn it, that bastard is so strong. My skull feels like it's about to crack." Blackbeard Teach grasped the 2 fiery spears embedded in his chest and said painfully, "You really have some skills, Ace, to come up with a countermeasure in such a short time." A large amount of black smoke erupted from Blackbeard Teach's body, swallowing the 2 fiery spears. After they disappeared, Blackbeard Teach finally felt a bit better. With a cold smile, Blackbeard Teach said, "Haha, Ace, you should stop struggling, it's useless. Besides, Whitebeard's era is over since that old man has retired. The future will be mine. They'll give you one more chance, Ace. Don't even think about it, Teach. You won't survive today." Ace straightened up, crossing his index fingers, and locked his fierce gaze on Blackbeard Teach as he declared, "Crossfire." A cross-shaped flame shot out from his crossed fingers, launching flames towards Blackbeard Teach. Once again, Blackbeard Teach's chest was burned by the flames, releasing a large amount of black smoke to engulf the fire. He gritted his teeth and laughed. "Haha, it's useless, Ace. I've already told you my darkness can swallow all the powers of the devil fruit. Dark water. Damn it, here it comes again." Ace tried to stabilize his body, but it was still futile as he was drawn in by the invisible force. Boom, boom. In the distance, 4 members of the Blackbeard pirates watched their captain Teach's battle. Raffit, with a pale face, evaluated while spinning his blade, as expected of the 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Even after losing his devil fruit ability, his basic combat power is still formidable. No matter how strong he is still no match for our Captain Teach. The sickly Poison Q laughed disdainfully while lying on his horse. Who says otherwise? As long as one is a devil fruit user, they will be restrained in front of Captain Teach, Bosch's said excitedly. With a blank expression, Venoka carried his sniper rifle and said, "Everything is fate's arrangement." The battle between Blackbeard Teach and Ace became increasingly fierce and intense. Raffit put his sword behind him and smiled. The battle is getting more and more intense. However, Fire Fist Ace's injuries are visibly worsening. Blackbeard Teach looked at the battered Ace and sneered. "Haha, Ace, you really have some skills. I didn't expect you to last until now, but what a pity. Even someone as strong as you is ultimately no match for me." Ace's gaze was resolute as he locked onto Blackbeard Teach. "No more talking, Teach. Today we will settle this once and for all." Just as Blackbeard Teach was about to continue mocking Ace, he noticed a large amount of flames erupting around Ace, which were continually gathering upwards. This made Blackbeard Teach frown, but he suddenly laughed excitedly and crazily. "Ha, are you going for one last struggle?" At the same time, a large amount of black smoke also erupted from Blackbeard Teach, rapidly gathering above his head. Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor. Ace gathered a massive amount of flames, forming an enormous fireball, which was also his ultimate technique. Ace intended to use this move to completely end Blackbeard Teach. "Ha, even in such a state you can still unleash such a move." Blackbeard Teach raised his right hand, and the large amount of black smoke above his head also condensed into an enormous black sphere. "Dark Emperor, let's see at this moment who is stronger, the sun or the darkness." "Ha ha ha!" Blackbeard Teach swung the enormous black sphere towards Ace. Ace shouted loudly. He raised the fireball and hurled it towards Blackbeard Teach. The huge fireball collided with the equally massive black smoke sphere. Boom. The entire town was utterly shattered under the impact of these two forces. The 4 members of the Blackbeard pirates watching from a distance were equally astonished. Such large-scale destruction opened their eyes. With a pale face, Raffit could not contain his excitement and laughed. To make Captain Teach take this seriously, that Fire Fist Ace is indeed not someone we can deal with. Wah! Bosch's shouted excitedly. No matter how powerful Fire Fist Ace is, he is not a match for our Captain Teach. Poison Q, still lying on his horse and looking sickly, took a big gulp of wine and sneered. Venoka, who had been observing with a telescope, analyzed. The clash of energies shows that Captain Teach's darkness is slowly gaining the upper hand. The two forces, each dozens of meters in size, were consuming the flames bit by bit with the darkness. As the darkness suppressed and swallowed the flames to the point where only a 60-degree angle remained, Blackbeard Teach laughed excitedly. "Ha ha, I win. Ace become my stepping stone." Ace remained silent, still gathering flames to resist the darkness, feeling a mix of emotions within. In an instant, thoughts flashed by. "Sachi, I'm sorry I couldn't avenge you. Dad, I'm sorry I couldn't preserve your reputation." Boom. In the next moment, Ace was completely engulfed by darkness, and he instantly lost consciousness. Blackbeard Teach panted heavily as he stepped closer to the unconscious Ace, sneering. "Ha, Ace, you are indeed powerful, but it's a pity that you are too reliant on the Mera no Mi, making you destined to be my inferior." Luffy and his 3 companions arrived beside Blackbeard Teach, all noticing the unconscious figure of Fire Fist Ace lying on the ground. With a pale complexion, Luffy danced on his feet and inquired with a gentlemanly tone, "Congratulations, Captain Teach, on capturing Fire Fist Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates." The sickly Poison Q jumped off his horse and handed a bottle of rum to Blackbeard Teach. Blackbeard Teach took a large gulp from the rum handed by Poison Q and laughed. "Huh? Luffy, you should personally visit the Navy headquarters. I shouldn't have to tell you how to do it right. Leave it to me, Captain Teach." Luffy respectfully replied, and a pair of wings opened from his back. Van Augur watched Lafitte flying towards the Navy headquarters, murmuring, "The wheels of fate have begun to turn. Let's go, boys." Blackbeard Teach waved his hand. Basis hoisted the unconscious Ace and followed in step with Captain Teach, while Van Augur trailed behind. At the Navy headquarters in the Marine conference room, Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, sat upright in his chair, his massive frame making the chair appear quite small. At that moment, Don Quixote Doflamingo, walking with a swagger and hands in his pockets, entered the conference room with a sinister laugh. One of the Navy colonels in the room suddenly felt a loss of control over his body, exclaiming, "What's happening? Why can't I control my body?" In the next moment, he unsheathed his sword and swung it at his comrade. Seeing his comrade attacking him, the Navy colonel shouted in fear, "What are you doing? Stop it. I want to stop too. The problem is my body is completely out of control and I don't know what to do." The Navy colonel was in great distress, his body entirely unresponsive. Doflamingo, fingers dancing, let out a sinister laugh regarding the 2 Navy men as no different from playthings. "Enough, clown. This is not a place for you to cause trouble." Doflamingo looked towards the door as Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru entered together, the latter being the one who had just spoken. "Huh. So it's Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru," Doflamingo said with a smirk, showing he was aware enough not to control the Navy colonel. Relieved, the Navy colonel wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "Scum of the seas," Sengoku said as he walked over to the main seat, subtly pointing at Doflamingo. "You called this meeting not to listen to your nonsense, did you?" Everyone in the conference room turned to the entrance as Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, walked in with steady steps. Sengoku expressed mild surprise, saying, "Your presence is quite unexpected." Vice Admiral Tsuru added, "With 3 of the 7 warlords present, that's half of them, which is rare." Mihawk sat down, crossed his legs, and casually closed his eyes, stating, "I was just bored and happened to pass by, so I came in." A strange voice suddenly echoed in the conference room. "It seems I arrived at an inopportune time. Am I disturbing these important figures?" Everyone turned towards the source of the voice, spotting Lafitte squatting by the window. Sengoku coldly questioned, "Who are you? How dare you come here?" Lafitte jumped into the conference room, dancing on his feet, saying, "I am here to recommend someone to Admiral Sengoku, someone who can become one of the 7 warlords of the sea." "Becoming one of the 7 warlords is not something just any nameless person can achieve," Sengoku coldly replied. At that moment, Vice Admiral Tsuru recognized Lafitte's identity and calmly said, "Lafitte, the security officer from the West Sea, was dismissed for excessive violence. To be recognized by someone of your stature is quite the honor for me," Lafitte responded with a smile, while Doflamingo watched him with keen interest. Bartholomew Kuma remained expressionless the entire time. Meanwhile, Mihawk had been resting with his eyes closed. Sengoku, uninterested in Lafitte's excessive chatter, ordered, "Get this Lafitte out of here." "Wait, Admiral Sengoku, what if my captain has captured Fire Fist Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates?" Lafitte, well prepared, reminded them without a hint of concern. Upon hearing this, everyone in the conference room turned to look at Lafitte in unison. Even Mihawk, who seemed indifferent to everything, showed a glimmer of interest. Seeing their reactions, a slight smile appeared on Lafitte's lips. After a while, Sengoku returned to the Navy headquarters from the Holy Land Mary Geos after meeting with the 5 elders. Upon his return, Sengoku immediately convened a high-level meeting. Sengoku's expression was more serious than ever, and Vice Admiral Tsuru immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. Admiral Akainu and Admiral Kazuru entered the Admiral's office together. Vice Admiral Tsuru supported her chin with her hands, saying slowly, "Garp and Akiji are both out on missions. It seems they won't be back anytime soon." Sengoku inwardly complained about Garp, that bastard, going to see his grandson, and tapped his fingers on the table. "Well, they'll be brief." "How terrifying. Something big is about to happen," Kazuru said nonchalantly with a lewd expression. Sengoku composed himself and solemnly stated, "Blackbeard Teach, the traitor of the Whitebeard Pirates, has captured Fire Fist Ace, and his condition for exchange is to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. But there is something even more important to inform everyone. Fire Fist Ace is the son of the pirate King Roger." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Vice Admiral Tsuru, Akainu, and Kazuru all changed. Vice Admiral Tsuru furrowed her brow and said sternly, "It seems the 5 elders must have made a significant decision." "Indeed." Sengoku continued, "The final conclusion the 5 elders reached was to publicly execute Fire Fist Ace to lure the Whitebeard Pirates. In order to annihilate the Whitebeard Pirates in one fell swoop and open a breach into the New World, allowing the Navy forces to penetrate deeper into the New World." "How terrifying. So it means a large-scale battle is about to erupt," Kizaru said nonchalantly. Admiral Akainu spoke in an exceptionally cold tone. "The Whitebeard Pirates should have been wiped out long ago." Sengoku continued, the public execution of Fire Fist Ace is set for half a month from now with the announcement a week before the execution. Vice Admiral True interjected with her thoughts. Although the current captain of the Whitebeard pirates is Marco Whitebeard will definitely not sit idly by regarding his son. A week later inside the cabin of the Moby Dick Whitebeard was sitting leisurely with Xiao drinking tea. Suddenly a voice from the system echoed in Whitebeard's mind. Instantly Whitebeard's expression changed. Although Xiao couldn't see it, his extraordinary observation Haki sensed the shift in Whitebeard's demeanor, prompting him to ask Mr. Whitebeard what happened. Something major is about to happen. Whitebeard did not reveal to Xiao what the significant event was, responding ambiguously. Xiao did not press further. He believed that when Whitebeard was ready to speak he would. Whitebeard opened the system panel. Special Mission Marineford War Rating B Reward 50 points, Rating A Reward 100 points, Rating S Reward 300 points. Initially Whitebeard had no intention of allowing the Whitebeard pirates to participate in any Marineford war. After all, sending the Whitebeard pirates against the Marine headquarters, that would be foolish. How could they possibly win? As for rescuing someone, if the Marines truly exerted their strength, the Whitebeard pirates would only face one outcome: total annihilation. Even with Xiao added to their ranks, it was unlikely that he would agree to confront the Marines. As for his sons wanting to go to the Marine headquarters to rescue Ace, Whitebeard had already considered a countermeasure: capture a celestial dragon to exchange with the Marines for Ace. If that failed, then capture several celestial dragons. However, now the system presented a special mission, especially seeing that achieving an S rating would reward 300 points. 300 points were quite tempting for Whitebeard. The system was undeniably powerful. The issue was everything required points, and without points all one could do was stare helplessly. The system also explained how ratings were determined based on whether Ace was successfully rescued, the losses incurred, in factors including whether Whitebeard himself participated in the confrontation. The final point about whether Whitebeard himself would partake was particularly polarizing. If he participated but could not dominate, it would affect the final rating, leading to a drop from an A to a B rating, which was quite possible. That was one possible outcome. The other possibility was that if Whitebeard participated and could directly push through the Marine headquarters, he could achieve an S rating. But the question was how to push through the Marine headquarters. If he had the cultivation of a nascent soul now, he could easily bulldoze through to him. The Marine headquarters would just be a map of monsters to farm for points. The problem was he did not. Thus the plan to participate had to be reconsidered. So how to achieve an S rating without participating? It would require some cunning. If all else failed, an A rating would still yield 100 points. On the deck of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard's sons felt their anger ignite upon seeing the latest newspaper content. The door to the room was pushed open and Marco anxiously exclaimed, "Dad, something terrible has happened." The Marines announced that in a week Ace will be publicly executed in Marineford. "Let's discuss this outside together." Whitebeard calmly gestured to Marco. On the deck his sons gathered around their father with Xiao standing beside Whitebeard. Whitebeard scanned his sons and said solemnly, "I understand how you all feel right now, but share your thoughts. It's all that damn Blackbeard Teach's fault. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have lost Thatch and the Marines wouldn't have had the opportunity to publicly execute Ace," said the 15th Division Captain Fossa, unwilling to accept. "It's useless to say that now the event has occurred," reminded the 7th Division Captain LaCroix with a grim expression. The 10th Division Captain Khalil shouted furiously, "Dad, we should attack Marine headquarters in Marineford and rescue Ace." "Exactly. We will assault Marine headquarters in Marineford. The audacity to publicly execute our brother. The Marines are courting death." Diamond Jaws, known for his temper, clenched his fists in anger. The 16th Division Captain Izo coldly remarked, "Does the Marine think our dad has retired so they dare to act against us?" "It's quite possible. The Marines love to do such things." The 12th Division Captain Harder agreed with Izo's perspective. The Marines not only enjoy picking on the weak, but also delight in kicking someone when they're down. Vista said with a serious expression, "We cannot avoid this battle. Since the Marines dare to act, we must show them our strength." Vista's words received unanimous approval from everyone. They were the Whitebeard pirates. On this vast sea, anyone who dared to strike at the Whitebeard pirates would face their wrath. Marco looked at Whitebeard and asked, "Dad, please give us some advice." Although he had been appointed captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco still preferred to follow his father's orders. As long as his father was aboard, he would always be the captain. Marco always saw himself as merely the acting captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard's sons all awaited their father's instruction. Whitebeard shouted sternly, "Fools, is there even a need to think about this? Of course we will directly attack Marine headquarters in Marineford." "That's right. We will attack Marine headquarters in Marineford and rescue Ace." Everyone was ignited with fighting spirit by their father. "What is Marine headquarters?" "They are the Whitebeard pirates." The 13th Division Captain the Bull Arda said foolishly, "This is our dad. No matter what happens, he will never stand by idly. Everyone nodded in agreement. This was the father they admired. Marco said solemnly, Dad will inform all the affiliated pirate crews. After Whitebeard nodded in response to Marco, he took Yixiao to the stern, not allowing his sons to follow. Before Yixiao could speak, Whitebeard took the initiative and said, Yixiao, I know it's difficult to ask you to fight the Marines. I can agree to it, but there's one condition. Mr. Whitebeard, you really care about me. Yixiao felt Whitebeard's concern for him. Whitebeard raised a finger and said, Yixiao, on the day of battle, do your best to protect my sons from being killed by the Marines. Just do your best. That's the only condition. Understood, Mr. Whitebeard. Yixiao felt that Whitebeard was conceding a lot by saying this. At the same time, Yixiao found himself increasingly admiring Whitebeard. 2 days later, in the first half of the Grand Line, a small boat covered in bubble wrap surfaced and docked at the shore of Sabati Archipelago. 2 figures emerged from the cabin, both draped in black cloaks. Bista curiously asked his father beside him, Old man, what is our purpose for coming to the Sabati Archipelago? He'll explain as we walk. Whitebeard calmly responded to Bista. Whitebeard led Bista toward Island No. 13 of the Sabati Archipelago. Along the way, due to both Whitebeard and Bista wearing black cloaks, they went unrecognized by those around them. After hearing his father's purpose for coming to the Sabati Archipelago, Bista's eyes widened in shock, filled with disbelief as he swallowed hard. He cautiously inquired, Old man, are we really going to take action against the celestial dragons? If that's the case, we won't just have to deal with the Navy, it might even attract the world government's attention. Bista, when did you become so timid? Whitebeard teased Bista nonchalantly. Bista awkwardly replied, Old man, please don't make fun of me. At this critical juncture, I'm just worried. However, as soon as Bista finished speaking, he immediately changed his tone and said seriously, Old man, I'm being cowardly. It's just the celestial dragons, right? We can deal with them easily. Ha, now that's more like it, Whitebeard said, patting Bista's shoulder and praising him. Whitebeard brought Bista to the Knockup Stream Tavern. Shuki was smoking while reading the latest newspaper. The moment the tavern door was pushed open, her entire body tensed up. Whitebeard pulled down the hood of his black cloak. Upon seeing that it was Whitebeard, Shuki was startled and exclaimed, Whitebeard, it's you. It's been decades since we last met. If the Navy knows you're in the Sabati Archipelago, they won't sit still. After taking a puff of her cigarette, Shuki continued, By the way, the Navy is planning to publicly execute Port Gasti. Soon. With Whitebeard coming to the Sabati Archipelago at this time, I assume your purpose is not simple, right? Whitebeard casually took a seat, and Shuki naturally poured a drink for both him and Bista. Whitebeard took a sip from his glass and complimented, as expected of a female intelligence agent, your analytical skills are impressive. Don't flatter me. I'm curious, what do you plan to do? Shuki lit a cigarette and casually asked, Marineford is a den of danger. Whitebeard did not directly answer Shuki's question, but instead asked, So what do you think I will do? Don't forget, I am already retired. You may be retired, but your sons still have to listen to you, Shuki said, glancing at Bista. Bista felt a bit embarrassed under Shuki's gaze, for she was correct. They as sons still followed their father's commands. Seeing Bista's expression, Shuki confirmed her suspicion with certainty. Since she had guessed the answer, Shuki tactfully decided not to press Whitebeard on this matter. Instead, she changed the topic and asked, Should I go call Rayleigh back? You old rivals are also old friends, and it has been decades since you've seen each other. I know where he is, so there's no need for that trouble. Whitebeard declined Shuki's suggestion. However, the fact that Whitebeard knew where Rayleigh was surprised Shuki. But since it was rare to see Whitebeard, Shuki couldn't help but say seriously, Whitebeard, I hope you can survive. We won't let you die, old man, Bista blurted out reflexively. Whitebeard chuckled dismissively. Haha, I'm already retired. Why would I go seek death when I haven't even started enjoying my retirement life? Besides, my sons are enough to rescue Ace. You're right, old man. With us, we can rescue Ace easily. Bista immediately patted his chest, assuring there would be no problem. Shuki couldn't help but laugh, shaking her head and saying, After decades without seeing each other, how did you Whitebeard pirates become so overly confident? Does the Marine headquarters operate without any strength? If they could be shaken, they would have been shaken long ago. Whitebeard, you should know this best. Haha, Whitebeard laughed and thanked Shuki, saying, It's rare to have an old friend like you who cares. I'm very happy to thank you. No one knows that the current Whitebeard is no longer the same as the old Whitebeard. What truly matters to the current Whitebeard is a mystery to everyone, as most of these people still cling to their perception of the former Whitebeard. Even Whitebeard's sons mostly believe that their father's behavior has changed significantly. However, they all rationalized it, thinking that their father had simply relaxed after choosing retirement, leading to changes in his habits. Whitebeard slowly stood up and laughed, saying, Haha, if I survive after the war, let's find another opportunity to gather. He walked away. Bista followed his father's pace and left the Knockup Stream Tavern. Shuki stood at the door watching Whitebeard's receding figure, pondering. Whitebeard, what is your purpose for coming to the Sabaody archipelago at this time? What could be so significant in the Sabaody archipelago that would warrant Whitebeard coming personally? Could it be? Shucky thought of a dangerous possibility. 2 days ago, the Navy headquarters just announced the public execution of Port Gas D. Ace, and today Whitebeard appeared in the Sabaody archipelago wearing a black cloak to conceal himself. Moreover, the Sabaody archipelago is frequented by the world's most noble race, the Celestial Dragons. This means that the only reason Whitebeard would personally come to the Sabaody archipelago could be the Celestial Dragons. As Shucky considered this possibility, she felt it to be increasingly likely. She couldn't help but exclaim softly, "The man who once only knew how to confront enemies with overwhelming strength has begun to change, employing strategy. If he manages to pull this off, the reputation of the world's nobility will be greatly shaken." Is it because Whitebeard has grown old, and after choosing retirement, he has changed significantly? Then why hasn't that idiot really changed? At that moment, Shucky saw 2 drunken thugs approaching from a distance. Just as she was about to stretch her limbs, a sandbag came flying. Walking beside Whitebeard, Bista curiously asked, "Old man, after the war starts, are you really not planning to take action?" Whitebeard glanced at Bista and asked, "Do you want your old man to take action?" No, just against the Navy." Bista hurriedly patted his chest, insisting that there was no need for his father to take action. As 2 figures cloaked in black approached the vicinity of the first island of Sabaody archipelago, a large number of naval soldiers rushed over, and Bista furrowed his brow, gripping his twin swords, inquiring with confusion, "Old man, could it be that our identities have been exposed?" That shouldn't be the case. However, the next moment Bista realized that the Navy's target was not him and the old man, but rather they were heading towards the auction house. A leading naval colonel sternly reprimanded Whitebeard and Bista, saying, "Unrelated personnel, clear out of here immediately." After the reprimand, he ignored Whitebeard and Bista and continued to lead his team forward. If this naval colonel knew the true identities of the 2 under the black cloaks, he would surely be frightened to death. The main culprit, Monkey D. Luffy accomplices Trafalgar Law and Eustace Kid. Everyone be cautious. They are all formidable supernova pirates. Also be careful not to harm the Celestial Dragons. Our priority is to rescue the Celestial Dragons, understood? Yes, Colonel. After the naval soldiers responded in unison, they aimed their guns at the exit of the auction house. As soon as Monkey D, Luffy, and the others appeared, they would shoot immediately. After these voices reached Bista's ears, he finally figured out what was happening. Bista whispered, "Old man, that Monkey D. Luffy seems to be the brother Ace mentioned to us once." Let's keep our distance for now and act when the time is right," Whitebeard instructed. Bista pondered internally. Why did it feel like the old man's style was becoming increasingly cautious? Could it be that such a great change could occur in such a short time after retirement? Suddenly, Bista sensed an invisible wave of conqueror's haki emanating from within the auction house, something he was all too familiar with after years of following the old man. Bista frowned seriously and said, "Old man, just now someone used conqueror's haki. It seems to be quite powerful." "No need to worry, that conqueror's haki comes from Silver's Rayleigh," Whitebeard replied nonchalantly. "Silver's Rayleigh?" Bista muttered. Rayleigh's title. It's him, the first mate of the Roger Pirates, Silver's Rayleigh. At the same time, scenes from decades ago when their Whitebeard pirates clashed with the Roger Pirates flashed through Bista's mind. Back then, the old man fought evenly against Roger, while Odin dealt with Jabura, and it was Silver's Rayleigh who cleaved through enemies, as if cutting vegetables, unmatched by anyone. The main reason was that at that time no one could withstand Silver's Rayleigh, and of course, they had not fully grown yet, which was also a factor. Inside the auction house, the Straw Hat Pirates, Trafalgar Law, and Kid were all stunned, looking at the old man standing on the auction platform. Trafalgar Law whispered in shock, "Could that person be the legendary one?" Kid's expression changed, excitement curling his lips as he said, "For such a big shot to appear in a place like Sabaody archipelago." "Interesting, Monkey D." Luffy said excitedly, "That old man is amazing. He stunned everyone in an instant. That old man is no ordinary person." Sanji lit a cigarette to calm himself a bit. Outside, a naval rear admiral shouted, "Monkey D. Luffy, Trafalgar Law, Eustace Kid, surrender immediately and release the Celestial Dragon." Eustace Kid grumbled, "Damn it, I'm also caught in this mess. This is really annoying. We should think about how to escape from Sabaody archipelago." Trafalgar Law, holding his katana, reminded expressionlessly. Meanwhile, the Navy was organizing personnel to enter through the back door of the auction house to rescue the Celestial Dragons. At that moment, the leading naval lieutenant saw 2 suspicious figures cloaked in black and was about to shout for help to apprehend them. However, upon seeing the face of one person beneath the hood, he appeared frozen in place, stunned. The naval soldiers behind him questioned, "Lieutenant, what's wrong with you?" The naval lieutenant wanted to shout that the great pirate Whitebeard had arrived, but his mouth wouldn't obey him. He couldn't open it. Bista drew his twin swords and initiated an attack, and in an instant the naval lieutenant and a group of naval soldiers were all slain with a single slash. Not even a cry for help could escape their lips. Bista sheathed his swords and said, "Old man, it's all cleaned up. Let's go." Whitebeard strode into the back door of the auction house. Upon entering, 3 celestial dragons lay unconscious on the ground, while the 3 supernova pirate crews were engaged in fierce battle with the navy outside. Bista searched around, but did not see Silver's Rayleigh, whispering, "It seems Silver's Rayleigh has also left." Whitebeard commanded Bista drag out 2 celestial dragons. "All right, old man." Although there were 3 celestial dragons, since the old man commanded to drag 2, he dragged 2. St. Charlos and St. Shalilia were directly lifted by Bista with one hand. At that moment, Silver's Rayleigh, holding a bottle of wine, leisurely stood at the exit of the auction house preparing to leave. Suddenly turned his head and pondered, "Why does the auction house have a wave of hockey that makes me feel uneasy?" Rayleigh's expression instantly shifted from calm to serious. Anyone whose hockey could alarm him was among the top powers of the sea. Rayleigh prepared to re-enter the auction house to find out more. Nami, Robin, Sanji, and the others also noticed the old man Rayleigh turning around to walk back into the auction house. Nami wondered, "Why is that old man going back into the auction house?" "Let's not be curious. We should quickly find a way to escape," Robin advised, sounding worried. More and more navy surrounded them, and if they didn't hurry to leave, they would have to face a large number of naval soldiers, making escape even more difficult. Sanji followed suit, saying, "Miss Nami, I think what Miss Robin said makes sense. We should hurry and leave here first." "Indeed, we need to leave here quickly," Nami agreed without further hesitation. When Rayleigh, who had just entered, saw the person on the auction platform, he was stunned and incredulously said, "It's you, Whitebeard. How did you?" Even though Whitebeard was cloaked in black, Rayleigh could recognize him at a glance. The question was, how did Whitebeard end up at Sabaody Archipelago? "Haha, Rayleigh. It's been decades." Whitebeard greeted with a smile. Rayleigh also smiled and said, "That's quite surprising. I didn't expect you, Whitebeard, to engage in covert operations. This isn't like your usual style." Rayleigh also noticed the 2 celestial dragons being dragged by Bista and sensed the intention behind Whitebeard's visit. However, Rayleigh did not puncture this facade. Instead, he smiled and said, "Whitebeard, it's rare to meet. You must come to my place for a drink." "Haha, that's exactly my intention," Whitebeard responded with a smile, while also contemplating whether this major battle could involve Rayleigh. Although Rayleigh had grown old, his strength remained exceptionally formidable. Thus a drink with Rayleigh was a must, and as for how to win Rayleigh over to join this great battle, Whitebeard had already considered it. Neither Whitebeard nor Rayleigh mentioned their concern about the attack on the celestial dragons and the approaching admiral. For others, an admiral of the navy was a towering mountain, but for Whitebeard and Rayleigh, an admiral was just that, requiring no worry whatsoever. Thus they left through the back door of the auction house together, and when some navy officers spotted them, they were instantly knocked out by Whitebeard's conqueror's hockey. On the way, Rayleigh chatted with Whitebeard, and when Rayleigh heard that Whitebeard had been to the Sabaody Archipelago, he displayed a strange expression. Rayleigh, speechless, couldn't help but retort, "Whitebeard, I'm starting to suspect that you conducted an investigation before coming to the Sabaody Archipelago. How come I never realized you had a penchant for such things before? I didn't expect you in retirement to differ so much from the Whitebeard I remember." "Haha, there's no need to concern yourself with these details," Whitebeard replied dismissively with a laugh. It's normal for others to think this way. After all, he was no longer the Whitebeard of old, perfectly fitting the misconception that he had changed after retirement, saving him the trouble of explanation. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, a thunderous roar erupted from Sengoku's office. "Garp, you bastard, look at the good job your grandson has done. He attacked the celestial dragons." Garp, munching on a donut, wore a silly grin as he replied, "Haha, Sengoku, I just got back not long ago. Don't be so angry with me. However, my grandson is quite capable. He beat up the celestial dragons. He truly is that kid Luffy, haha. And you can still laugh." Sengoku was nearly driven to the brink of bloodshed by Garp. This guy was truly infuriating. Strictly speaking, the entire Garp family was quite troublesome. None were easy to deal with. Sengoku solemnly reminded, "Garp, don't blame me for not warning you. Your grandson must be imprisoned in the impelled down after being caught." I know, Garp replied with a carefree tone, but deep down he prayed for Luffy to survive this ordeal. In light of the urgent situation, Sengoku immediately called to inform Kizaru to head to the Sabaody Archipelago to suppress the unrest. In Kizaru's office, he slowly rose after hanging up Sengoku's call with a lewd expression. He said, "How terrifying. The supernova pirates." At the Sabaody Archipelago at the 13th island, the Sabaody bar Shaki stood frozen as she saw Rayleigh returning with Whitebeard, Bista, and 2 unconscious celestial dragons. Shaki pulled out a cigarette, curiously asking, "I'm quite interested in what kind of combination you all have going on, swaggering in with celestial dragons." If the Navy ends up demolishing my bar, I will demand tenfold compensation from you all. Haha, no problem. If the Navy destroys your place, I will compensate you 100-fold. Whitebeard generously responded. Shaki, upon hearing this, smiled and said, Whitebeard, this is what you said. She handed 3 bottles of alcohol to Whitebeard, Rayleigh, and Bista each. Rayleigh had just taken a sip of his drink when he heard Whitebeard's words and nearly choked. Rayleigh, let's go save Ace. Whitebeard casually suggested. Rayleigh, quite speechless, replied, I say, Whitebeard, you don't want me to have a peaceful retirement, do you? Besides, someone with your personality would never allow others to interfere in saving your son. That's not like you at all, is it? Whitebeard already knew that Rayleigh would respond this way, so he threw out the main point. Rayleigh, do you know Ace's true identity? Ace's true identity. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Rayleigh realized there was more to this conversation. Shaki looked at Whitebeard curiously, while Bista also looked at his father with equal curiosity, eager to know Ace's true identity. Whitebeard seriously stated without holding back, Rayleigh, when your captain set sail back in the day, he left behind a son. No wonder. Rayleigh's earlier suspicions were confirmed upon hearing Whitebeard's answer. Shaki took a puff of her cigarette, realizing, I see. No wonder the Navy is making such a big fuss about public execution. The Navy has indeed played a good hand. The question is, Whitebeard, how do you plan to break the situation? Or are you planning to use the captured celestial dragons as a bargain? Rayleigh sighed heavily. Whitebeard, you old man, you really have put me in a difficult position, not knowing whether to act or remain still. Feeling a headache coming on, Rayleigh rubbed his temples. This dilemma was too challenging to decide. Seeing the timing was right, Whitebeard called out, Bista, drag these 2 celestial dragons. It's time for us to head back. All right, Dad. Bista, confused, wondered why his father was already ready to leave after just sitting down. As Whitebeard stepped out of the bar, he waved goodbye to Shaki. As for Rayleigh, he had completely sunk into deep thought. Whitebeard and Bista put their black capes back on while the 2 celestial dragons were already wrapped up in a sack by Bista. Suddenly, a distant explosion echoed. Bista analyzed. Dad, it seems the Navy Admiral has arrived. The newcomer is Kizaru. A full-scale war is about to erupt with the Navy. Do you want to test the Admiral's strength in advance? Whitebeard suggested provocatively. Bista was taken aback and asked, What? Dad, are you telling me to fight an admiral right now? Shouldn't we hurry and leave? Give me the sack, this is just practice. If we lose, it's only natural. With me around, escaping won't be a problem. Whitebeard patted Bista on the shoulder. Hearing his father's words, Bista couldn't help but feel excited. It's just the right opportunity to test the so-called highest combat power of the Navy. After hearing the report from his subordinate, Huang Yuan rubbed his temples and spoke in a lecherous whisper. How terrifying. 2 celestial dragons have gone missing. This is going to be difficult to explain. Just a moment ago, Huang Yuan had been happily teaching a lesson to the naive supernovas, feeling quite pleased with himself. However, upon hearing that 2 celestial dragons were missing, not only did Huang Yuan's mood sour, but he also felt a headache coming on. This mission was initiated by him, and if he could not recover the 2 missing celestial dragons, he would not only face the wrath of the warlord Sengoku upon his return, but also be reprimanded by the 5 elders. The thought of this made Huang Yuan feel increasingly uncomfortable. At that moment, a Navy colonel rushed over to report, Admiral Huang Yuan, the Straw Hat Pirates are engaged in battle with the pacifistas. Huang Yuan lazily replied with a lecherous grin, I know. As soon as Huang Yuan finished speaking, he transformed into a streak of light and flew away into the distance. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat Pirates had just defeated a pacifista together, each of them panting heavily. Usopp sat down on the ground exhausted, saying, I'm so tired. Oh, we finally defeated Bartholomew Kuma. Nami looked to the left with wide eyes in disbelief. How is this possible? There's another big bear. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates all turned to look in the direction Nami was staring, and what they saw startled them. Sanji shouted in shock, How can there be another Bartholomew Kuma? Could he really have a twin brother? Frankie immediately thought of whether Bartholomew Kuma had a twin. Suddenly, a brilliant light appeared above the heads of the Straw Hat Pirates. Nico Robin shouted, Everyone run. Admiral Huang Yuan is coming. The hearts of the Straw Hat Pirates sank instantly. Having experienced the strength of Admiral Akiji, they understood all too well what an admiral represented. How terrifying. Straw Hat Pirates, you actually managed to defeat a pacifista. Huang Yuan hovered in the air, leering down at the Straw Hat Pirates. Nami, despairing with her hands over her head, cried out, Not only do we have another warlord of the sea, Bartholomew Kuma, now, we also have an admiral. Help. Everyone run in different directions and regroup in 2 days. Luffy knew that they were no match for these opponents at present. Huang Yuan slowly landed on the ground, leering, and said, How could I let you escape right under my nose? As Zoro attempted to flee, he was kicked away by Huang Yuan, making it even harder for the already injured Zoro to get back up. In the next moment, Huang Yuan appeared beside Zoro, stepping on his back and leering. How terrifying. Straw Hat Pirates. Zoro, Usopp, and Brook attacked Huang Yuan repeatedly, but their attacks could not inflict any harm on him. Then Luffy and Sanji joined the attack on Huang Yuan, yet they still couldn't land a hit. Huang Yuan lazily raised his finger, gathering light, when suddenly he looked to the right in confusion. In the distance, Vista drew his twin swords and charged at Huang Yuan, shouting, "Rose Wheel Dance." Countless slashes formed petals that shot towards Huang Yuan. However, Huang Yuan had already predicted Vista's attack and easily dodged it, looking puzzled as he leered and said, "Captain Flower Sword Vista of the Whitebeard Pirates 5th Division. Why are you here at Sabaody Archipelago? It seems I must report this to Warlord Sengoku immediately." "You don't need to worry about why I'm here, Huang Yuan," Vista replied confidently with a smile. Huang Yuan, with his hands in his pockets, replied nonchalantly, "I seriously suspect that the 2 missing celestial dragons are related to your Whitebeard pirates. Stop talking nonsense and bring your strength to fight me, Huang Yuan." Vista charged at Huang Yuan, swinging his twin swords. "Forget it, asking you is pointless," Huang Yuan said, helplessly leering. "Then I'll just capture you first." "Capture me? Let's see if you have the strength to do that, Huang Yuan." Vista leapt into the air, striking down towards Huang Yuan. Heavenly Amaterasu Sword. Huang Yuan clapped his hands together, pulling out a sword of light from his palms. Clang, clang. Vista's fierce sword attacks were easily defended against by Huang Yuan. The two engaged in an intense clash of swordsmanship, their speed leaving the Straw Hat Pirates in awe. Zoro, being carried by Usopp, watched the scene in shock and whispered, "Both of their sword techniques are incredible." In that moment, Zoro felt increasingly aware of his own fragility. To become the world's greatest swordsman, he needed to defeat all swordsmen. Vista became more and more alarmed as he contemplated. No wonder he is an admiral, his strength is formidable. Facing Huang Yuan reminded Vista of the pressure he felt when confronting Whitebeard. While defending against Vista's attacks, Huang Yuan leered and commented, "How terrifying. Captain Flower Sword Vista of the Whitebeard Pirates, if I'm not careful, I might actually get hurt by you. Bastard, stop lying." Vista was furious upon hearing Huang Yuan's infuriating words. Clearly Huang Yuan was handling him with ease, yet claimed he could get hurt by him. The harm is minimal, yet the insult is extremely strong. While fighting, Huang Yuan also analyzed Vista's strength. This captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates was stronger than the Navy Vice Admirals. No one among the Vice Admirals could match Flower Sword Vista in unknown combat except for Vice Admiral Garp. Chopper, looking confused, said, "How strange, why can that uncle touch Huang Yuan while Luffy and the others cannot? He must have mastered a power that Luffy and the others haven't, otherwise it wouldn't make sense," Frankie replied seriously. Sanji added seriously that Admiral Huang Yuan said that person is from the Whitebeard Pirates, which means he is in the same crew as Luffy. The pacifistas blocked the Straw Hat Pirates' path. Luffy shouted at Vista, "Thanks, uncle. Everyone, let's hurry and run." Huang Yuan, who easily blocked Vista's attacks, swept a lecherous glance at the Straw Hat Pirates and said, "How naive. Do you think I would let you escape?" Huang Yuan transformed into a streak of light and shot out, but Vista immediately waved his sword to intercept. However, he was still a step too slow. Zhang Taowen strode forward with an axe, surveying the chaotic scene. He then spotted old man Huang Yuan engaged in a battle with Vista and puzzledly exclaimed, "Why are the members of the Whitebeard Pirates here? No matter, let's take them all down." To Zhang Taowen, it seemed quite simple. Whatever enemies appeared, he would take them down. Frankie was dumbfounded and shocked as he saw Zhang Taowen accompanied by 2 pacifistas, shouting, "Damn it, what's going on? Why are there 2 Bartholomew Kumas again?" A total of 3 pacifistas relentlessly bombarded the Straw Hat Pirates. Boom. Suddenly, one of the pacifistas aimed at Vista, who was battling Huang Yuan, and fired a laser. Under immense pressure from Huang Yuan, Vista had no choice but to divert his focus to evade the laser from the pacifista. However, just as Vista narrowly dodged the laser, Huang Yuan mockingly teased, "Oh, you've exposed a flaw, Vista," while continuing his offensive. Laser. A beam shot from Huang Yuan's fingertip, piercing through Vista's chest. Vista inwardly cursed, realizing that being struck by Huang Yuan's surprise attack had thrown his entire combat rhythm off. With both hands in his pockets, Huang Yuan transformed into a streak of light, appearing beside Vista, and slyly said, "Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Oh no, I can't dodge it." This thought flashed through Vista's mind, but it was already too late to evade. In just an instant, when Huang Yuan's right leg was merely a centimeter away from Vista's head, an invisible conqueror's haki enveloped Huang Yuan, causing his expression to change dramatically. The movement of Huang Yuan's leg was momentarily halted by the pressure of the invisible conqueror's haki, resulting in a brief pause. Seizing this opportunity, Vista quickly increased the distance between himself and Huang Yuan. Bista reflected on his own thoughts. The Conqueror's haki that enveloped Huang Yuan just now was from Dad. If Dad hadn't secretly intervened, I would have been seriously injured by now. At that moment, Huang Yuan, with his previously lewd expression, now tense, murmured, "Such powerful Conqueror's haki pressure." And the timing was so precise, which means the person releasing the Conqueror's haki has been lurking in the shadows the entire time, observing. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to control the timing so accurately. Huang Yuan now carefully looked at the distinctive emblem of the Whitebeard pirates on Bista, suddenly realizing a very risky possibility. That his Whitebeard was nearby? Even just thinking of this made Huang Yuan's scalp tingle despite Whitebeard having announced his retirement. However, the reputation that Whitebeard had built over the years remained formidable. Bista noticed his father cloaked in black waving at him beside a large tree. Bista immediately understood that this was a signal from his father to retreat, even though he wanted to continue fighting Huang Yuan. But it was imperative to leave Sabati Archipelago quickly as it was too close to the Navy headquarters, and his father had even kidnapped 2 celestial dragons. The longer they delayed, the greater the uncontrollable risks. Bista quickly retreated, while keeping a watchful eye on Huang Yuan, prepared for a sudden ambush. Huang Yuan, while appearing lewd, was also quite vigilant. That cloaked figure must be Whitebeard. Just thinking of this made Huang Yuan feel his scalp tingle. The world's strongest man, Whitebeard, had not only snuck into Sabati Archipelago, but was also wearing a black cloak. He was clearly sailing under the radar without triggering any reactions from the major powers. Just this alone was enough to demonstrate how cautious Whitebeard was. Is this even the same Whitebeard? His methods are completely different from the legendary ones. Has he changed after retirement? Moreover, Huang Yuan thought of an even more terrifying possibility. Those 2 missing celestial dragons might have been kidnapped by Whitebeard. However, Zhang Taowen, unaware of the situation, shouted, "Old man, what are you doing? What's with that terrified look on your face? That Bista from the Whitebeard Pirates 5th Division is about to escape. Hurry and pursue him." Zhang Taowen was also in a panic as he was responsible for suppressing the Straw Hat Pirates. Yet Huang Yuan suddenly seemed to falter. With a helpless yet lewd expression, he said, "Fool, I don't want to perish here." This left Zhang Taowen even more confused, who directly retorted, "I say, old man, you are the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters. Why would you fear a division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates? Are you talking too much? After we return, you will train 10 times harder." Huang Yuan looked at Zhang Taowen's relentless questioning with disdain. Just now, Whitebeard's Conqueror's haki specifically targeted General Huang Yuan, which is why Zhang Taowen was unaffected. Thus, neither the Straw Hat Pirates nor anyone else present were affected by Whitebeard's Conqueror's haki pressure. Therefore, Zhang Taowen could not understand why old man Huang Yuan would not pursue Bista, the division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. To Zhang Taowen, it seemed like a wasted opportunity to capture Bista. Meanwhile, after Bista reunited with his father, he immediately ran in a certain direction. While running, Whitebeard asked with a smile, how did it feel to briefly clash with the Navy general? Very strong. His strength is almost on par with that of the Laugh. Bista replied, seriously worried that when his father waved at him just now, his identity might have been exposed. He said, "Dad, it seems that Huang Yuan has discovered your identity." "No worries, if I want to hide, the Navy won't be able to uncover me," Whitebeard nonchalantly replied. Suddenly, Bista thought of something interesting. "Dad, I suspect that Huang Yuan might have figured out that you kidnapped the celestial dragons. Thinking of this makes it amusing." Whitebeard laughed heartily. "Ho ho ho, Bista, work hard to enhance your haki. In the future, you could face off against a general." "All right, Dad, I will do my best," Bista responded earnestly. Usopp felt as if he had fallen into an abyss only to be pulled back by someone. Saved again. Uncle Rayleigh is so great. I don't want to die. Chopper tightly grasped Usopp's thigh. The once lecherous Kizaru now spoke with a grim expression. "Is it your turn to make an appearance?" The Dark King Rayleigh. Kizaru felt that today's mission was the most torturous he had ever experienced, bar none. Rayleigh smiled faintly and slowly said, "These young people are the fresh blood of this sea. You cannot let them perish here." At that moment, Bartolomeo, using armament haki, rebounded Luffy's attack and shouted loudly, "PXs, capture all members of the Straw Hat Pirates." Just as the 3 pacifistas were surrounding the Straw Hat Pirates, another identical figure of a pacifista appeared. Nami instantly lost her composure and cursed, "Bastard, why are there more? How many of these damn things are there?" "Nami, wait." Nico Robin noticed that the newly appeared pacifista was different from the other 3. Not only Nico Robin noticed this, but Sanji also realized it and immediately shouted, "Everyone be careful, this Bartolomeo Kuma is the real body." Real body. Frankie also began to observe what was different about this newly arrived pacifista, and as soon as he noticed the gloves, he reacted. As the real Bartolomeo Kuma slowly removed his gloves, everyone noticed the flesh ball in the palm of his hand. Zoro grunted, "Bastard," appearing one after another. "Zoro, don't speak, you're seriously injured right now." Usopp quickly supported Zoro, expressing his concern. A few hours later, Kizaru returned to the Marine headquarters at Marineford. As soon as he entered Admiral Sengoku's office, he saw Sengoku angrily slamming the table and shouting, "Kizaru, what on earth is going on? It's one thing not to have captured the Straw Hat Pirates, but why have 2 celestial dragons gone missing? Do you know that I was scolded by the 5 elders? By the end, Sengoku was practically roaring. Kizaru, with a lecherous and helpless expression, reported, "Admiral Sengoku, I suspect that the ones who kidnapped the celestial dragons are Whitebeard." "What did you say? Whitebeard? Elaborate." Sengoku instantly realized the seriousness of the situation. 2 days later, "Old man, all the pirate crews under my command are gathered. We can set sail at any time, but there are 20 Navy surveillance ships." Marco reported seriously to the old man. Whitebeard calmly commanded, "Everyone stand by you. Tomorrow morning, I will take action." "Okay, old man." Marco smiled, knowing that once the old man unleashed the powers of the Tremor fruit, even a fleet of warships could be sunk in an instant. Meanwhile, at Cake Island, Perospero jogged up to Big Mom Charlotte Linlin and respectfully reported, "Mama, the Whitebeard pirates have gathered all their crews. It seems they're preparing to go to war with the Marines. In my view, the Whitebeard pirates are in grave danger." Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, with a mouthful of cake, laughed, causing crumbs to fly everywhere. Perospero excitedly asked, "Mama, with the Whitebeard pirates mobilizing, can we take the opportunity to seize territory?" "Not so fast. We'll talk after the Whitebeard pirates finish fighting the Marines." Big Mom Charlotte Linlin was surprisingly not in a hurry to seize the Whitebeard pirates' territory. "However, we still need to send Katakuri to prepare. We can't let others snatch the chance first." "Yes, Mama." Perospero respectfully responded, but deep down he felt a bit displeased. It was clear he was the eldest son, yet the entire Charlotte family apart from Mama revolved around Katakuri. However, Perospero dared not show his displeasure, knowing that if Mama found out, there would only be one outcome. He would end up suffering. In Wano Country, Onigashima, Beast Kaido, sitting on the sofa and drinking heavily, looked at the little one approaching and asked, "Bao Huang, has there been any movement from the Whitebeard pirates?" "Lord Kaido, according to intelligence, the Whitebeard pirates have gathered all their crews." Bao Huang, who was carrying a fan on his back and also served as Kaido's secretary, replied. "Waha!" Beast Kaido snorted out hot air and laughed uproariously. "Whitebeard, you old bastard, just retired, and now you're facing the demise of your own power. However, if you are to die, old man Whitebeard, it can only be at my hands." Bao Huang curiously asked, "Lord Kaido, are we going to intercept the Whitebeard pirates?" "No, you all stay in Onigashima. I will go alone, just to stretch my muscles." Kaido twisted his neck. In Kaido's view, old man Whitebeard could only die at his hands. If he died at the hands of the Marines, it would be a disgrace to Whitebeard's name. Meanwhile, on the side of the red-haired pirates, Beckman placed a bottle of wine on the table and looked at Shanks beside him, saying, "The Whitebeard pirates are about to take action. What are your plans?" "Beckman, what do you think we should do?" Red-haired Shanks asked Beckman's opinion after taking a sip from his glass. Beckman casually smiled and said, "Didn't we discuss this earlier? We'll act according to that plan." Luffy, munching on meat, excitedly shouted, "Boss, are we going to fight?" "Haha, that's right. Get ready, we set sail in an hour." Red-haired Shanks waved his hand to issue the sailing order. A day later, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, a Marine lieutenant colonel rushed into the Admiral's office and respectfully reported, "Admiral Sengoku, the Celestial Dragons have been urging us to find their people." Hearing this annoying news, Sengoku became furious and ordered, "Leave it to the vice admirals. Aside from the war, don't bother me with anything else." "Yes, Admiral Sengoku." After the lieutenant colonel respectfully responded and was about to turn to leave, another Marine colonel rushed in a panic. The Marine colonel, terrified, reported, "Admiral Sengoku, it's bad. The 20 Navy ships monitoring the Whitebeard pirates lost contact all at once." Upon hearing that all monitoring ships had lost contact in an instant, Sengoku stood up, directly slamming the table in anger. "They've taken the initiative. How infuriating. Now we can no longer control the movements of the Whitebeard pirates. We have no idea from which direction they will attack." The naval colonel cautiously inquired, "What should we do, Admiral Sengoku?" Sengoku quickly devised a countermeasure in his mind and immediately commanded, "During this period, the advanced city could also become a battlefield. Prepare immediately." "Yes, Admiral Sengoku," the naval officers in the office replied in unison. As the Great War approached, various factions and people from around the world seemed to be drawn into a state of tension. In the West Sea, inside a tavern, a burly man with a broken leg slammed a bottle on the table and said, "Looking back now, it's terrifying. A year ago, I witnessed the might of the world's strongest man, who just seeing him from afar made me too scared to remain in the new world. Even now that he's retired, that old man's strength is still not to be underestimated." The other patrons in the tavern were also stunned by the words of the burly man with the broken leg. In the North Sea, a homeless man kept knocking on the door of a tavern. After the tavern owner opened the door, he scolded loudly, "Stop knocking. We're not doing business right now. Who knows if the world will still be here tomorrow? Just sell me one bottle of wine. I only need one bottle." The homeless man pleaded insistently for a single bottle of wine. The tavern owner could no longer endure it and tossed a bottle to the homeless man, saying, "Here, take it, and leave quickly." In the South Sea, a nun stood by the sea with her hands clasped and eyes closed in prayer, saying, "I hope the Navy can defeat the Whitebeard pirates and bring peace to the world." In the East Sea, in a small village, a woman in her 30s was hanging up laundry worriedly, saying, "No matter how strong the Whitebeard pirates are, they can't possibly attack the naval headquarters." In the distance, a bald, thin uncle with a pipe slowly said while smoking, "That's not necessarily true. Over 20 years ago, a pirate named Gold Lion single-handedly stormed the naval headquarters, and it was severely damaged. I suspect this time it will be even more catastrophic." The woman in her 30s still believed that the Navy would not lose to any pirates. Even if that Whitebeard is called the strongest in the world, he must be quite old now. Moreover, a while ago, didn't Whitebeard announce his retirement? This indicates he's old and losing strength, so the Navy's victory is guaranteed. The bald, thin man took another puff of his cigarette and slowly said, "A starving camel is bigger than a horse. Even if Whitebeard is retired, the Navy will still have to pay a great price to defeat him." Time passed unknowingly, and it was now 8 o'clock the next morning. On the Sabaody archipelago, 3 large screens were set up to broadcast live scenes from the naval headquarters at Marineford. In the square in front of these large screens, crowds of people filled the area. Even from far away, there were people pushing against one another. Among these crowds, besides the Straw Hat Pirates, all other Supernova pirate crews were present. In the Breaking Monk Pirates, a crew member curiously asked, "Captain, do you really think the Whitebeard pirates will go to the naval headquarters at Marineford? If the Whitebeard pirates don't go, then they wouldn't be the Whitebeard pirates." Urich thought Whitebeard would not abandon his children. In the Fire Tank Pirates, Capone Beach coldly said, while puffing on a cigar, "The Navy is really putting in the effort this time, gathering so many troops." A man in a black suit beside him asked, "Godfather, the Navy claims to have summoned 100,000 elite troops. Do you think the Whitebeard pirates stand a chance?" "Hee chances. Who can say for sure?" Capone Beach responded with a fierce expression to his subordinate. The crew members of the Bonnie Pirates were continuously bringing food to their captain, Jewelry Bonnie. It could be said that Jewelry Bonnie never stopped eating, yet her figure remained well-maintained throughout. It seemed that no matter how much she ate, it would not affect Jewelry Bonnie's figure. In the Buggy Pirates, Scratchman Apu was blowing a trumpet excitedly, saying, "Let's get this fight started." Thinking about the battle between the strongest pirate crew and the Navy is just interesting. A crew member beside him excitedly said, "Captain Apu, what would happen if we charged into the naval headquarters?" "Are you an idiot? Charge into the naval headquarters? Do you want to get me killed early so that you can become the captain of the Buggy Pirates?" Scratchman Apu coldly stared at the subordinate in front of him. In the Hawkins Pirates, Captain Hawkins was constantly fiddling with tarot cards, saying, "Strange, I can't seem to get a read. However, I can calculate that the survival rate of the Whitebeard pirates is as high as 90. As soon as Hawkins said this, he instantly attracted the attention of those around him, who closely stared at him. Eustace Kidd arrogantly asked, "You're Hawkins, right? You say the survival rate of the Whitebeard pirates is as high as 90. According to what you said, can I understand it as the Whitebeard pirates defeating the Navy in the end?" Many people believe that Hawkins was making a wild guess. After all, the naval headquarters at Marineford is a dragon's den and a tiger's lair. What pirate crew could dare to say they would defeat the Navy there? Furthermore, the Navy is fighting on their home turf, possessing all the advantages of time, geography, and manpower, making it extremely favorable for them. Basil Hawkins said expressionlessly, "This is based on calculations and is not necessarily accurate." In fact, Basil Hawkins himself was also quite frustrated and helpless, wondering why he could calculate some things, but not others. Killer chuckled and whispered, "No matter how things change, the future Pirate King is destined to be Kidd." Huh. Eustace Kidd felt very happy upon hearing this. Having a supporter like that is truly different. Drake, who had not spoken from the beginning, thought about what would happen once the Great War started and the Navy won. They would begin their march into the New World. Otherwise, why would they initiate this war with the Whitebeard pirates? However, to open a gap into the New World, they would have to pay a great price. I hope the Navy can successfully eliminate the Whitebeard pirates this time. Although the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates are still present, Whitebeard has already announced his retirement, and his fighting strength has definitely decreased by 100%. A naval lieutenant rushed into the marshal's office in a panic, urgently reporting, "Report, Marshal Zhangwa, Blackbeard has disappeared, and we are missing a warship." What does that little brat Blackbeard want? If it weren't for the impending war, Zhangwa would have directly dispatched a general to capture Blackbeard, teach, and throw him into the advancing city. The naval lieutenant cautiously inquired, "What should we do now?" "For now, do not pay attention to Blackbeard teach. Everything should focus on the war." Zhangguo waved his hand, signaling the naval lieutenant to prepare. On the Marineford Square of the Navy headquarters, a steady stream of naval soldiers gathered in formation. As the crowd grew larger, the square resembled a swarm of ants. The naval brigadier and vice admirals were busy organizing the troops. The warlord Bartholomew Kuma has arrived, and so has Moonlight Moria. The naval soldiers saw the three notorious pirates from the sea approaching, especially as Doflamingo swaggered in with a flamboyant gait, making many gulp nervously. Although these people are pirates, at least they are on our side and can provide us with considerable support. Indeed, the role of the warlords should be put to use now. They are just scoundrels of the sea. If the warlords do not play their part at this time, then what is the meaning of their existence? The Navy was abuzz with discussion, and opinions on the warlords varied. Dazbone, standing next to Smoker, saw a man with the black blade Yoru slowly walking towards them from a distance and excitedly shouted, "Smoker, look! That is the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk." "I've arrived. You don't need to shout so loudly. I'm not deaf," Smoker replied somewhat irritably. Dazbone's headstrong and carefree personality sometimes made Smoker feel quite troubled. Smoker pondered, with the world's greatest swordsman backing us, it should at least provide a significant deterrent to the Whitebeard pirates. In Smoker's view, the likelihood of getting these warlords to truly exert themselves was minimal, but as long as they could provide a strong presence, that would suffice. After Mihawk emerged the woman known as the most beautiful in the world. Boa Hancock also walked towards the front line of the square with a proud stride. "Wow, I finally get to see her in person. She is so beautiful. I'm going to suffocate. How can there be such a stunning woman in the world?" A large number of naval soldiers had hearts in their eyes, captivated by Boa Hancock. Even the naval officers were unable to resist the deadly allure emanating from Boa Hancock. Only a few naval leaders present were barely able to withstand her charm. Even the female soldiers found it very difficult to resist Boa Hancock's charm. Navy headquarters building. A naval soldier knocked and entered Admiral Akiji's office, finding the lazy admiral lying sideways on the floor, resting his head on his left hand. Though anxious, the naval soldier spoke softly, "Admiral Akiji, it's time for assembly." "Oh, is it time already?" Akiji slowly got up and put on his coat. Admiral Kazuru sat in a chair, leisurely tending to his nails. A naval soldier entered after knocking and saluted Admiral Kazuru, saying, "Admiral Kazuru, I know you can leave now." Kazuru signaled for the naval soldier to exit. In the marshal's office, Zhangguo agreed to Akaino's plan, seriously stating, "It's fine if the plan to subvert Squad fails. If it succeeds, it will benefit us even more. I will personally bring an end to the Whitebeard pirates." Akainu turned and left the marshal's office, simultaneously declaring the end of the Whitebeard pirates. In the square, the naval soldiers looked on as the top-tier admirals emerged. "Look, the admirals are coming out. What an overwhelming sense of pressure. We have gathered 100 elite soldiers, the warlords, and the three most powerful admirals. The Whitebeard pirates are nothing to worry about." "Exactly. It's just the Whitebeard pirates. There's nothing to fear besides that Whitebeard is old and has retired." "That's right. That's right. Justice will prevail." "Yes, justice will prevail." With the three most powerful admirals present, the naval soldiers were filled with immense confidence, as if a great mountain had risen behind them, allowing them to face any danger without fear. Below the execution platform, seated from right to left, were Admiral Akiji, Admiral Akainu in the center, and Admiral Kazuru on the left, all three sitting together. Throughout the Navy headquarters in Marineford, 5 warlords stood on the outermost city walls, while the square was filled with vice admirals leading 100 elite soldiers. At the lowest level of the execution platform, giant vice admirals formed a solid fortress, with the 3 top-tier admirals 1 level above, and finally, at the execution platform, stood the supreme commander of the Navy, Zhangguo. Zhangguo loudly commanded, "Bring the execution, convict, fire, fist, ace up." On the warlord side, Doflamingo let out an evil laugh. "Fufufu, how interesting." Just after Whitebeard announced his retirement, the Navy is going to publicly execute the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates Division. What a swift fall from grace for a legendary era. With his big belly, Moonlight Moria mocked, "The Whitebeard Pirates' fate is sealed. This is a perfect opportunity to gather a large number of zombie soldiers." To Moonlight Moria, the moment Whitebeard announced his retirement, the Whitebeard Pirates lost their former deterrent power. Boa Hancock disdainfully commented, "What a bunch of disgusting men." Dracul Mihawk kept his eyes closed throughout, as if nothing around him could affect him. His agreement to participate in the battle was merely to pass the time. Fire Fist Ace was escorted by 2 executioners, slowly making his way up the steps to the execution platform, his expression dim and devoid of light. As if he had lost all desire to live, his eyes were hollow like a walking corpse. When Fire Fist Ace knelt down at the execution platform, the naval soldiers below were all whispering, After all, Fire Fist Ace was the root cause of this war. Zhanghua announced loudly into the transponder snail. Here I have an important matter to declare regarding the mystery of Fire Fist Ace's lineage. As the identity of the warlord of the Flame Fist Ace was revealed, it instantly sparked a huge reaction. Garp, standing beneath the execution platform, painfully rubbed his temples. Beside him, Vice Admiral Crane calmly said, "What is meant to come will come, Garp." Garp sighed helplessly. At this moment, he felt utterly powerless. The Navy soldiers lowered their voices, trembling with disbelief. Incredible. I can't believe that the son of Pirate King Roger is still alive and has made it this far, becoming the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Yes, but finally the nightmare surrounding Pirate King Roger is about to end completely. Exactly. Justice will prevail even if the bloodline of Pirate King Roger survives. What of it? Now he has been captured by our Navy and is about to be publicly executed. Standing on the execution platform, Sengoku shouted into the transponder snail, "Therefore, I am willing to go to war with the Whitebeard Pirates at any cost." As soon as these words left Marshal Sengoku's mouth, the morale of the Navy soldiers in the square surged instantly. The deafening roar echoed throughout the Navy headquarters Marine Fort. The spectacle was so grand that those watching through the large screens felt utterly shocked. In front of the 3 large screens on Sabeti Archipelago, reporters hurriedly jotted down notes about the news that Ace is the son of Pirate King Roger. This explosive news is truly the headline of all headlines. They must strive to be among the first to report this astonishing revelation. Upon hearing Marshal Sengoku announce that Ace is the son of Pirate King Roger X, Drake immediately connected the dots as to why the Navy had decided to go all in for war. It is understandable. After all, the son of Pirate King Roger possesses potential, just as Marshal Sengoku mentioned to everyone. Sooner or later, he would stand at the pinnacle of all pirates. Such a potential threat, especially being backed by the Whitebeard Pirates, must be eradicated in its cradle. Capone Beach, holding a cigar, curled his lips into a fierce smile and coldly remarked, "The Navy just loves to use these underhanded tactics." A dignified Navy. Justice. What a load of nonsense. In Capone Beg's eyes, the Navy was fond of executing such lowly schemes. Scratchman Apu excitedly exclaimed, "Interesting. The son of Pirate King Roger staying by Whitebeard's side, yet Whitebeard did not pass on the captaincy to Ace." Basil Hawkins continued to fiddle with his tarot cards, murmuring, "I still can't predict it. The fate seems to be shrouded in a mist." The burly Urage exclaimed in surprise, "Speaking of which, no wonder he is the son of Pirate King Roger. To evade the Navy for so many years, he must have some skill." Jewelry Bonnie's eyes were fixed on the screen, where Bartholomew Kuma's figure appeared, gritting her teeth and thinking, "Damn Navy, what did you do to my father? Damn it, I will not let you off. Just wait, Navy." Trafalgar Law, holding a cursed blade, tapped the sheath with his finger and analyzed, "This battle will make it extremely difficult for the Whitebeard Pirates to successfully rescue Ace." "Will we be okay, Captain?" Beppo asked anxiously from the side. Trafalgar Law chuckled coldly and replied, "Beppo, are you implying that you want us all to be in danger?" No, Captain, you misunderstood me. I absolutely did not mean that." Beppo hurriedly waved his hands, assuring Trafalgar Law that was not his intention. Killer chuckled coldly, saying, "No matter the outcome of this battle, regardless of who wins or loses, the victorious side will undoubtedly pay a heavy price that is beyond doubt. Mutual destruction is best. It provides me with greater room for maneuver." Eustace Kidd whispered darkly as he gripped the dagger at his waist. In Eustace Kidd's view, whether it be the 4 emperors of the New World or the Navy, they are all destined to be his enemies. Since they are enemies, the more their forces are depleted, the more advantageous it is for Eustace Kidd. A reporter stared at the large screen, murmuring softly to himself, "With Whitebeard retired, I wonder if the current Whitebeard Pirates can still pose a threat to the Navy." Unfortunately, it should be quite difficult. The Navy's assembled forces are too spectacular and grand. To most people, the current Whitebeard Pirates seemed like a toothless tiger. They are hardly to be feared, so there is nothing to worry about. People fear the Whitebeard Pirates, but the one they truly fear is Whitebeard, not his sons. And those of them who are reporters are the most aware of this. Meanwhile, at the execution platform of the Navy headquarters Marine Fort, a panicked Navy soldier rushed to the base of the execution platform, reporting, "Marshal Sengoku, there's been a major issue. We have lost contact with Impel Down. As a result, we now know nothing about the situation at Impel Down." "What?" Sengoku's anger surged instantly upon hearing this. Why does an unexpected situation arise at this moment, when such surprises rarely occur? This made Sengoku's anger even harder to contain. Sengoku shouted loudly at the Navy soldier, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and find a way to contact Impel Down." "Yes, Marshal Sengoku." The Navy soldier quickly turned to execute the task assigned by Marshal Sengoku. Sengoku truly wanted to dispatch a vice admiral to quickly suppress the rebellion. At this moment, Impel Down was experiencing an unprecedented upheaval. Aside from the escape of the Golden Lion, no one else had ever managed to break out. This chaos was far more disordered than the previous escape of the Golden Lion. A single person's chaos cannot compare to the chaos brought by a group. The navy at the square of Marineford fell into silence for some reason, with only the sound of swallowed breaths lingering. As time drew near, the navy soldiers felt increasingly tense. Suddenly, a large amount of smoke appeared on the sea, obscuring the vision of the navy soldiers. Suddenly, as dozens of shadows rushed out of the smoke, one pirate ship after another emerged. The navy immediately sounded the alarm. All hands prepare, the Whitebeard pirates are coming. The navy soldiers tightened their grips on their weapons, all looking like they were facing a formidable enemy. There are 43 pirate crews under the Whitebeard pirates, and we have yet to locate the main ship Moby Dick. A naval rear admiral shouted, "Hurry up and find Moby Dick." Some naval soldiers were also seething with anger. How can they reprimand us when they themselves have failed to locate Moby Dick? Standing on the execution platform, Sengoku frowned as he gazed at the suddenly appeared 43 pirate crews and murmured, "Where did they come from?" The Doflamingo brothers looked ahead at the Marine headquarters in Marineford excitedly, saying, "Ace, we have arrived." Lightning surged as Kazuru drew his sword and exclaimed, "The Marines are truly on high alert against us." Squard the Great Spidery licked his lips and shouted arrogantly, "Marine headquarters, just right. Boys, let's go all out and kill." Squard's crew excitedly echoed his words. "The ice," which White Dive coldly remarked, "are the Marines prepared for the consequences of attacking the Whitebeard pirates." Underneath the C5-coated Moby Dicks began rising upward. On the main ship Moby Dick, Vista lowered his voice and said, "It has begun." The Marines watched the approaching Whitebeard pirates, and Doflamingo laughed excitedly. "Fufufu, here they come." The Whitebeard pirates. A massive number of zombie soldiers. Moria grinned in excitement at the thought of the Whitebeard pirates arriving, as he could create many zombie soldiers. Suddenly, several large bubbles emerged from the sea within the bay. Admiral Akainu's ears twitched, and he slightly raised his head, emitting a low, deep sound. Below the execution platform, Vice Admiral Tsuru's eyelid twitched as she said, "Did we set up the formation incorrectly?" Upon seeing the bubbles rising from the bay, she immediately sensed something was wrong. Garp chuckled, "Haha, little Tsuru. It seems the Whitebeard pirates will appear in an unexpected location." Garp, be serious. Any misstep could lead to severe losses for our side. Tsuru was far more serious than Garp. Garp's smile faded as he said solemnly, "But no matter what, the changes in the situation are beyond human control." Tsuru understood Garp's point, but she felt displeased at the thought of being caught off guard during battle. As more and more bubbles emerged from the sea, a massive Moby Dick surged from the depths, crashing onto the surface. The splashing water landed on many naval soldiers. "It's Moby Dick." Some naval soldiers who were more susceptible to pressure trembled in fear at the sight of Moby Dick's emergence. Then 3 more Moby Dicks surged from the depths, crashing onto the surface. A total of 4 Moby Dicks formed a cross formation facing the entire Marine headquarters. Standing on the execution platform, Sengoku's face darkened to the extreme as he gritted his teeth. "Damn it, they have invaded so close." The layers of defenses originally set up were meant to utilize the advantages of local combat to exhaust the Whitebeard pirates' strength. Now that the Whitebeard pirates have invaded so close, a direct confrontation is inevitable. The thought of the losses after the war made Sengoku feel uneasy. Suddenly, heavy footsteps reverberated throughout Marine headquarters in Marineford. Whitebeard stood at the bow of Moby Dick, flanked by Marco and Izo. The naval soldiers looked at Whitebeard, Marco, and the division commanders, and a sense of fear began to unconsciously rise in the hearts of a small number of soldiers. However, more naval soldiers gripped their weapons, determined to fight to the death against the Whitebeard pirates. "Ace, we are here to save you. Marines, brace yourselves." The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates all shouted arrogantly, as if they did not take the 100,000 elite soldiers on the square seriously at all. Kneeling on the execution platform, Ace looked at his brothers and father, tears streaming down his face as he shouted, "I'm sorry, everyone. This is all my fault. You didn't need to come to save me." At this moment, Ace's heart was filled with immense pain, knowing that it was because of him that his father and brothers had risked themselves to invade Marine headquarters. "What nonsense are you saying? Ace, everyone knows that in these seas, anyone who harms our people, no matter who they are, will pay the price." Marco coldly declared. Arms crossed. This statement was also directed at all the Marines present. Whitebeard spoke in a calm yet imposing tone. "Ace, wait, we will rescue you soon." "Father." Ace's tears flowed continuously as he thought about the casualties that would occur after the battle, filling him with guilt. Sengoku's gaze shifted from Whitebeard to a nearby blind swordsman, pondering, who is this person? To be brought along by Whitebeard, he must be formidable. The naval commanders also noticed the blind swordsman beside Whitebeard, and they were well aware of the significance of Whitebeard pirates' presence. However, the addition of a stranger forced the naval commanders to take this matter seriously. The shouts of the Whitebeard pirates grew louder. Sitting in the admiral's chair, Kizaru said with a lecherous smile, "How terrifying." The Whitebeard pirates. Leaning lazily in his chair, Akiji supported his chin and slowly said, "They have really stirred up a group of formidable people. What use is there in saying this now? Since they have come, we must eliminate them at all costs." Akainu, sitting in the middle, stated coldly. In Akainu's view, as an iron-blooded marine facing pirates means provoking them, and they must be eliminated regardless of the cost. Otherwise, one should not become a marine. Since one has become a marine, justice must be upheld to the end. Garp said sternly. Little Tsuru, the blind swordsman beside Whitebeard, is not simple. I feel it too. I wonder where Whitebeard found this helper. Vice Admiral Tsuru was equally worried. The overall strength of the enemy is growing stronger. They will have to pay a greater price to win this war. In the Sabaody archipelago, the people watching the scene of the Whitebeard pirates arriving at the Marine headquarters Marineford through the large screen were all praying for the Marines to defeat the Whitebeard pirates and uphold justice. The Marines have mobilized such a vast force, they cannot possibly lose. Yes, even if the Whitebeard pirates are strong, they cannot defeat the Marines. In the hearts of the public, the Marines are on the side of justice and cannot be defeated by the evil pirates. Yet deep down they had their doubts. After all, seeing the enormous scale of the Whitebeard pirates via the large screen was quite intimidating. There were over 40 pirate ships in the outer sea, and within the bay, from massive Moby Dick ships were filled with pirates. At Marine headquarters Marineford, Sengoku pondered as he stood on the execution platform. If Kizaru's report is true, then it is highly likely that Whitebeard has brought the celestial dragons as hostages. Moreover, Sengoku did not dare to confront Whitebeard directly as the footage was being broadcasted worldwide. Any slip-up would have significant repercussions. Below the execution platform, Kizaru, with a lewd grin, said nonchalantly, "How terrifying. Is the Whitebeard pirates not considering an attack?" Leisurely, Akiji replied, "Perhaps they are waiting for a command from Whitebeard or Marco." Sitting in the central chair, Akainu snorted coldly and said, "Do we need to wait for the Whitebeard pirates to attack? We can initiate the attack ourselves." In Akainu's view, it was simple. There was no need to wait for the enemy to attack, as they could take the initiative. However, Akainu's perspective seemed utterly exhausting to Kizaru, who enjoyed chaos and the laid-back Akiji. At the bow of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard calmly whispered, "Let's start, Yassop." Before this, Whitebeard had approached him, asking him to fire the opening shot for the Marines at the start of the battle. After some contemplation, Yassop agreed. His attack would surely have numerous ways for the Marines to counter, thus preventing large-scale casualties. Additionally, after spending time with the Whitebeard pirates, Yassop found them to be quite likable, making him feel rather uncomfortable in the middle. Yassop felt a tinge of regret about joining the Whitebeard pirates. It was truly a path of no return. One thing was clear: the so-called mighty and generous Whitebeard was not what he seemed. He was quite the trickster. Yassop was not foolish. Reflecting on it later, he realized that Whitebeard was full of schemes. These thoughts flashed through Yassop's mind as he stepped forward. This small step instantly tightened the nerves of the Marine soldiers. The Whitebeard pirates had been eerily quiet until now, a silence that was quite unsettling. Doflamingo, stationed at the front line, said with interest, "Is the opening shot going to be fired by the newly joined blind man of the Whitebeard pirates?" "Perfect, let's see how capable this blind man standing beside Whitebeard really is," added Gecko Moria, dissatisfied. "Damn, how long do we have to wait?" Hancock glanced at Doflamingo and Moria, internally disgusted, and thought, "What a bunch of repulsive men." Suddenly, the calm Mihawk emitted a sharp gaze, locking onto Yassop, who had just drawn his sword on the Moby Dick. "Is that the gambler's flash from the 12 Supreme Great Swords?" Upon hearing this, Hancock, Doflamingo, and Moria were instantly shocked. Anyone capable of wielding a supreme great sword was certainly not an ordinary person. In that moment, Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru all sensed that Yassop was extraordinary. At the bow of the Moby Dick, Yassop completed the drawing and sheathing of his sword in the blink of an eye, and 5 purple rings of light shot into the sky from his center. Many Marine soldiers were puzzled. Did that blind man just launch an attack? Why is there no reaction? Indeed, is he too weak? If the Whitebeard pirates are like this, we have nothing to fear at all. A Marine major, seeing the soldiers' disdainful expressions, immediately scolded loudly, "Get your act together. If the Whitebeard pirates were truly rookies, could they sit in the position of the 4 emperors?" A terrified scream rang out. "What is that? A meteor?" A Marine colonel stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the sky, where a meteor was rapidly approaching. With the colonel's terrified shout, other Marines also spotted the meteor summoned by Yassop hurtling down at an astonishing speed. "It's terrifying. That person is a monster. How could he pull a meteor down from space?" In the blink of an eye, many Marine soldiers began to panic. Some had been summoned from the four seas to reinforce the Marine headquarters for this decisive battle. Where have they ever seen such a terrifying monster immediately pulling down a meteor upon arrival? The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates were all shouting with excitement, as expected of our Vice Captain Yassop coming in with a strong display against the Marines. The giant Vice Admirals all looked serious, gripping their weapons tightly as they gazed at the swiftly approaching meteor. Help! The meteor is about to crash down. The Marine soldiers showed expressions of terror. The entire Marine headquarters plaza in Marineford was packed with people. As they realized they couldn't avoid the meteor, their mental state began to collapse at an alarming speed. Doflamingo chuckled with his hands in his pockets, saying, I initially thought that after Whitebeard's retirement, the Whitebeard pirates would decline. But to my surprise, a vice captain with such strength has emerged. Mihawk felt a hint of regret and murmured, what a pity he is not a pure swordsman. Kizaru, who had been lewd until now, suddenly adopted a serious expression, saying, how terrifying. It seems certain that the vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates is indeed a monster. But then again, if he weren't a monster, how could he become the vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates? The General Akainu cast a cold glance at the falling meteorite just as he was about to rise and intervene. Meanwhile, Akiji had already arrived in the air above the Marine headquarters Marineford Square, stepping with moonwalk techniques. Alala, we can't let this thing crash down. Ice Age. Akiji unleashed 2 ice pillars from his palms, and the moment the ice pillars made contact with the meteorite, the flaming meteorite rapidly cooled down, transforming from a massive fireball into a gigantic ice sphere. The Marine soldiers sighed in relief. Great. It was Akiji who intervened. I thought we were going to be crushed by the meteorite. That was terrifying. Wait, something's not right. The meteorite hasn't disappeared, it has just turned into a giant ice ball and is still falling down. The Marine soldiers, having just relaxed, were startled once again. The massive meteorite did not vanish, it merely transformed from a flaming ball into an ice ball. Help! We're still going to be crushed. Especially the Marine soldiers directly beneath the giant ice ball, feeling as though hell was so close to them, having just joined the battle and now facing death. Such frustration, such deep despair. The Whitebeard pirates grew even more excited. The meteorite that was meant for their vice captain had been frozen by Akiji, and they felt it was a pity. But as fate would have it, the vice captain's meteorite turned into a giant ice ball and was heading toward the Marineford Square. The impact would be just the same. Still hovering in midair, Akiji shot out an ice pillar from his palm, and as the pillar struck the giant ice ball, its falling trajectory was altered, heading straight for the Moby Dick. In an instant, the roles of the once despairing Marines and the excited pirates reversed. Now the Marines were thrilled while the ordinary pirates panicked. The vice captain smiled slightly, slowly drawing his sword, the gambler's fire line. The massive ice ball seemed to crash against a gravity barrier, eventually landing on the sea in front of the Moby Dick. Boom! A massive splash of water erupted, spraying everywhere. A deluge of water splashed over the Marine soldiers and pirates. Akiji landed on the surface of the sea, and upon touching the water, it was instantly frozen, spreading out from Akiji's center. In the blink of an eye, the waters within Marineford Bay were frozen solid by Akiji. Not only that, but the frozen area continued to extend outwards from the bay. Ultimately, it blocked the path of the 43 pirate ships under the Whitebeard pirates, forcing them to traverse the ice to enter Marineford. At that moment, the temperature on the battlefield plummeted drastically. Captain Jingu of the 11th Division looked at the frozen sea and slowly said, "This provides us with a decent foothold. Let's go. Let's show these Marines our true strength." Captain Lacker of the 7th Division said excitedly. Captain Bista of the 5th Division was the first to jump down from the Moby Dick, landing on the ice and drawing his twin swords, charging toward the Marines. Following him, a multitude of pirates jumped down from the Moby Dick while the Marine leaders led the charge against the Whitebeard pirates. Dazbones observed Bista the first to leap from the Moby Dick and thought, that person is Bista, captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard pirates. Smoker pulled out a cigar and lit it, saying seriously, "Daz, we should also engage the pirates." "Yes, Captain Smoker." Daz replied earnestly. Don Quixote Doflamingo chuckled coldly. It seems that the vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates is indeed a formidable creature. Oomph. Gecko Moria snorted coldly, silently contemplating that as long as he created enough zombie soldiers, no one would stand a chance against him. At the rear of the Marines, Vice Admiral Tsuru frowned and muttered, "Whitebeard, how did he recruit such a powerful ally?" "Ha ha ha." Garp chuckled dismissively. "Little Tsuru, our control over the New World is not strong, so it's no surprise to see such a strong figure appear." Down below the execution platform, Kizaru looked astonished and commented lewdly, "How terrifying." The vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates, judging by the brief encounter with Akiji just now, doesn't seem weaker than us. Sakazuki. Kizaru shifted his gaze to Akainu, who stood with his arms crossed, a murderous glint in his eyes as he coldly enunciated, "The enemy's strength is irrelevant. Since they dared to step into Marineford, I will ensure that none of them return." Kneeling on the execution platform, Ace looked on in disbelief at the blind swordsman standing beside his father, feeling that the world changes so rapidly. He had left the Whitebeard pirates to chase after Blackbeard Teach, and this process seemed to have lasted only a couple of months. Now Whitebeard announced his retirement. Marco took over as the new captain of the Whitebeard pirates, and now a powerful vice-captain emerged. Buddha Sengoku, who had been beside Ace, was infuriated, and at that moment saw several pirates from the Moby Dick bring out a luxurious chair, and Whitebeard sat down without a care in the world. This nearly drove Sengoku to madness, and he could not help but shout out angrily, "Whitebeard, what do you take this place for? And you're enjoying yourself here." Taking a sip from his teacup, Whitebeard looked down his nose, sneering, "Hoo-ha-ha-ha. Sengoku, rescuing my son Ace is a trivial matter that doesn't require an old retiree like me to intervene. My sons will handle it just fine. Besides, I came to the battlefield because I couldn't rest easy about my sons. Otherwise, do you think I need to come here? After all, dealing with you bunch of chickens doesn't require my intervention. That's more than enough." Upon hearing this, the Marines on the battlefield felt a burning shame on their faces. The humiliation. Such a dishonor. They felt that if they did not defeat the Whitebeard pirates today, they would forever be nailed to the pillar of shame. Marco chimed in mockingly, addressing the Marines on the battlefield, "Listen up, Marines. Rescuing Ace is more than enough for me and my brothers. As for our old man, he just needs to sit on the ship comfortably sipping tea and watching the battle." Everything happening on the battlefield was being broadcast live to the public on large screens. The citizens had never anticipated such a scene. They had expected various fierce battles. And what happened? That infamous pirate Whitebeard boldly enjoyed tea while watching the battle from Marineford. Not only were the citizens dumbfounded, but even the supernovas were astonished by Whitebeard's nonchalance, completely disregarding the Marine headquarters. Urich laughed heartily, saying, "Ha ha, facing such a scene one can remain calm and composed while enjoying tea and the service of beautiful nurses. To be honest, I truly admire that Whitebeard. He really knows how to enjoy life after retirement." Scopper Gavin's mouth transformed into a loudspeaker playing music as he pondered, will the Marines become enraged by this? Will they risk their lives to kill Whitebeard? Eustace Kidd scoffed, "The so-called strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, is just doing these useless things. Kid, tone it down a bit, or you might attract unwanted attention," Kira reminded him softly from the side. Cigar in mouth, Capone Beej exhaled smoke and spoke slowly, "Whitebeard has the confidence to do this. Without absolute confidence, one cannot remain this calm and composed." Basil Hawkins murmured with slightly raised brows, "What will happen to our fates next?" Jewelry Bonnie, munching on pizza, mumbled with her mouth full, "Uncle Whitebeard, you must teach those despicable Marines a lesson." As an undercover agent dispatched by the Marines, Drake was constantly contemplating the war, evaluating the Marines' chances of victory and potential losses. At Marine headquarters in Marineford, Hawkeye Mihawk stepped forward, instantly capturing the attention of all the powerful figures present. Doflamingo, to the side, asked with interest, Well, I didn't expect you to step in so soon. I just wanted to test the swordsmanship of the new vice-captain of the Whitebeard pirates." Hawkeye Mihawk casually stated his reason for entering the fray. It was indeed his reason. Originally, he was interested in Whitebeard's strength, but upon seeing the vice-captain of the Whitebeard pirates make his move, his focus shifted. Now Hawkeye Mihawk simply wanted to test the swordsmanship of this individual. Boa Hancock glanced at Hawkeye Mihawk with the corner of her eye, pondering, "A man with eyes like an eagle indeed instills fear in anyone who meets his gaze." Moonlight Moria chuckled foolishly to him. The more chaotic the war, the better it would be for him. Among the crowd of Marine soldiers, the swordsman Dasky commented, "One of the 12 supreme grade blades, the chaotic blade, is known as the world's strongest black blade." Akainus' gaze shifted to Dracul Mihawk, his voice low, "That man is actually participating in the battle." Hawkeye Mihawk's sharp gaze locked onto the smile on the Moby Dick, and he drew his black blade Yuru. The sharp blade light instantly conveyed an invincible aura as he swung his sword fiercely, sending a massive flying slash towards the Moby Dick. Wherever the flying slash passed, all nearby Marines and pirates were blown away by the fierce sword energy. Father! The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates were in a state of panic upon seeing Hawkeye Mihawk's flying slash heading for the Moby Dick. Whitebeard wore a dismissive smile, seemingly unfazed by the impending flying slash from Hawkeye Mihawk. He was initially ready to block it, but the next moment, noticing that Diamante Jozu had rushed over, he sheathed his sword, retreating his blade. Diamante Jozu ran to the front of the Moby Dick, taking a stance and diamondizing his entire body, raising his defense to its peak. With diamondized hands, he grasped the flying slash as the ice beneath his feet shattered, using his immense strength to roar and hurl the flying slash into the sky. Boom! The blocked flying slash spread into the sky. Upon seeing his flying slash being blocked, Hawkeye Mihawk ceased his attack and sheathed his black blade Yuru. At this moment, the Marine soldiers finally recognized that the man who had stopped and deflected the world's greatest swordsman's flying slash was the 3rd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, Diamante Jozu. A Marine major exclaimed in shock, "Incredible, the world's strongest slash has actually been blocked." Other Marine officers also displayed expressions of disbelief, and the Marine soldiers were even more astonished. Diamante Jozu, fully diamondized except for half of his face, looked at Hawkeye Mihawk with a smile on his lips. A short-legged pirate raised his cutlass and shouted loudly, "Now is not the time to be looking around. Brothers, charge forward and rescue Ace." One after another, the pirates seized the opportunity while the Marine soldiers were caught off guard, unleashing all sorts of weapons upon the cursed Marines. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, the Marine soldiers quickly regrouped to retaliate. A Marine colonel raised his sword and shouted, "Stop the Whitebeard pirates. We cannot let them land on the plaza." Suddenly, the Marine colonel who had just shouted found his sword broken. "What? How did my sword suddenly break?" Tama Pinksher was stunned, staring at his broken sword. Nearby, a Marine soldier noticed the approaching Aizu and hurriedly warned, "Colonel, watch out in front of you." The 16th Division Captain Aizu blew the smoke from his gun's muzzle, sarcastically saying, "Are your Marines' weapons made of paper? They have no durability at all. Or are you using fakes? The quality is so poor. Damn pirates, die." Pinksher rushed towards Aizu. Bang! Bang! Aizu fired twice, ending the Marine colonel's life completely. The surrounding Marine soldiers, upon seeing their colonel killed, all retreated in fear. At this moment, a Marine major appeared. Seeing this, Aizu smiled and said, "Finally, a decent opponent has arrived. I hope you can withstand a few of my bullets." On the icy surface of Marineford Bay, fierce battles raged everywhere, with various firearms and ammunition flying through the air. Whitebeard was eating grapes fed to him by a nurse and called out to Marco. Marco respectfully responded, addressing him as father. Whitebeard instructed Go and informed Squard to find a way to destroy the Navy's power room using all means possible. Destroy the Navy's power room. I understand, father. Although Marco was unclear about Whitebeard's intentions, he knew it was best to follow the order. Finally, Whitebeard instructed Marco to inform the captains of each division to find opportunities to seize the 3 projection Den Den Mushi that were broadcasting the battle live. Getting hold of even one was crucial. Whitebeard emphasized to Marco that the projection Den Den Mushi was key to the battle ahead. Marco had no doubts about his father's commands. He always believed that there was a reason behind every arrangement made by his father. Nearby, a character named Ishiao also heard Whitebeard's orders and pondered the core significance of the arrangement. In the midst of the war, every decision influenced the outcome of victory or defeat. Squard, bravely fighting outside the bay, fiercely swung his great sword, taking down one Navy soldier after another, shouting, "Charge with me." At that moment, one of Squard's subordinates ran over to report, "Captain Squard, father wants you to lead the charge to attack the Navy's power room." Attack the Navy's power room. Squard, caught up in the heat of battle, frowned, unsure of what purpose such an attack would serve. However, without hesitation regarding his father's direct orders, Squard shouted, "Follow me, let's change the battlefield." Then Squard led his subordinates to find the location of the Navy's power room and destroy it. The Whitebeard pirates and the Navy clashed, and within 10 minutes the entire battlefield reached a boiling point. In a state of frenzy, the Admiral Kazuru, sitting below the execution platform, gazed at the battlefield with a lecherous expression, murmuring how terrifying. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates, particularly Diamond Jozu of the 3rd Division and Vista of the 5th Division, were creating a significant impact on the Navy's formation. The other division captains were also formidable enough to be a headache. Only officers of the Rear Admiral rank or higher could deal with the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. To minimize losses, we can only distract these pirates. Kizaru's gaze slowly shifted to the Moby Dick, finally landing on Whitebeard, who was being attended to by nurses. Although Kizaru knew that after attacking Whitebeard, the nearby blind swordsman or Marco would intervene to stop him. But at the very least, attacking Whitebeard would distract the Whitebeard pirates enough to delay their offensive rhythm and speed. With his hands in his pockets, Kizaru transformed into a streak of light, shooting towards the skies above Marineford Square, his form gradually coalescing. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates attacking the Navy noticed the Admiral Kazuru appearing above them. Not good, Admiral Kazuru is here. The pirates all braced themselves, watching the Admiral Kazuru hovering above. With a lecherous grin, Kazuru crossed his arms, emitting a dazzling light. Yada no Kagami. Countless laser beams shot towards the Moby Dick with Whitebeard as the target. Not good, Kizaru's target is father. The 10th Division Captain Cooley L panicked, wanting to rush back to defend, but there was no time for an emergency response. Others were equally concerned. The two nurses beside Whitebeard were blinded by the brilliant light, and even Whitebeard found it incredibly dazzling. In contrast, Xiao, having lost his sight, showed no reaction, as if the brilliant beams of light did not exist. Suddenly, a blue flame bird blocked the Yada no Kagami. At the very moment Kizaru launched his attack, Marco had already transformed into his phoenix form and flew towards Kizaru. Boom. Marco directly absorbed all of Kizaru's attacks, leaving all the Navy in shock. He withstood all of the Admiral's attacks unscathed, and in an instant all injuries vanished without a trace. It's Marco, the new captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Marco. A Navy colonel gripped his weapon tightly, wide-eyed in disbelief as he gazed at the phoenix Marco hovering in midair. Hawkeye Mihawk, Don Quixote, Doflamingo, Boa Hancock, and Dracula Mihawk all focused on Marco. The Navy leaders shared the same sentiment. Garp Vice Admiral Tsuru, Admiral Akiji, Admiral Akainu, and Fleet Admiral Sengoku, standing on the execution platform, had to reassess Marco, whom Whitebeard had entrusted with significant responsibilities, to see if he possessed the strength of a Yonko. Because if he lacked sufficient strength, sitting on the throne of a Yonko would only lead to a joke in the end. Kizaru, facing Marco, grinned lecherously. How terrifying. The new captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco. A power even rarer than Logia, the Zoan-type mythical phoenix form said to be reborn from the flames, and possessing an immortal body, makes me feel troublesome to deal with. Enough with the nonsense. Marco didn't waste time with Kizaru and directly entered his awakened state. Kizaru, as a Navy admiral, recognized immediately that Marco's immortal bird form had undergone a change and realized that Marco's ability had awakened. How terrifying. No wonder Whitebeard passed the captaincy to you. It turns out your Zoan-type ability has awakened. Kizaru crossed his arms again and launched another Yada no Kagami at Marco. He also understood that Whitebeard had passed the captaincy to Marco precisely because of Marco's awakened Zoan-type ability. Indeed, with an awakened Zoan-type and Marco's own strength, he had the capability to sit on the throne of a Yonko. Realizing Kizaru was launching Yada no Kagami, Marco flew towards Kizaru at an even faster speed. Such speed. The Kizaru, who was launching Yada no Kagami, had no choice but to interrupt the attack and switch to defense. Marco's display of his awakened immortal bird form was immediately noticed by the strong present. Liberating his hands, Marco tightened his right fist with haki flowing down his entire arm, and then struck fiercely towards Admiral Kizaru. With his hands shielding his head, the yellow ape immediately sensed something was off. The moment he blocked Marco's punch. Bang! The yellow ape was sent flying just as he was about to crash into the city wall. The yellow ape steadied himself only 10 meters away from the city wall. At the same time, a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and wiping it away, he said with a sly grin, "How terrifying. Marco, that was a high-level armament haki. It caused internal damage to me." He had initially intended to engage Marco casually, but now it seemed he could not afford to be too casual. The clash between Marco and the yellow ape occurred in the blink of an eye, but for the powerful figures present, they clearly saw what had just transpired. The Navy soldiers could not comprehend the situation. All they knew was that during the skirmish, Admiral Yellow Ape had fallen at a disadvantage, which left them feeling quite anxious. Admiral Yellow Ape was their Navy headquarters' top combat force. If even an admiral was not a match. On the city wall where the 7 warlords of the sea gathered, Moonlight Moria furrowed his brow and said in confusion, "I must not have seen it wrong just now, right? The yellow ape is bleeding." Doflamingo, with his hands in his pockets, licked his lips and said with a wicked grin, "Fufufu, Moonlight Moria, you did not see wrong. The yellow ape is indeed bleeding." What's even more interesting is that Marco's mythical Zoan-type phoenix ability has awakened. With his arms crossed, Mihawk clearly observed the brief exchange between Marco and the yellow ape and commented, "It's not just that. There's also high-level armament haki." While Boa Hancock was slightly surprised, she felt no interest in these men at all. As for Bartholomew Kuma, he had completely turned into a killing machine, showing no reaction whatsoever. Behind the Navy Vice Admiral Garp's brow twitched slightly as he said solemnly, "Kapu, did you see that? It has indeed become quite tricky." Garp put away his playful smile and responded calmly, "Whitebeard will suddenly announce passing the captaincy to Marco. The reason has become clear." Standing among the Navy crowd, Akiji scratched his head and murmured, "All la Marco, and that blind swordsman vice-captain along with the retired Whitebeard. Including those division commanders and their pirate subordinates, this battle will not be easy." Below the execution platform, Admiral Akainu stared coldly at Marco hovering in midair, saying, "I will not allow you people to be arrogant for too long." On the execution platform, Fleet Admiral Sengoku clenched his fists tightly, his brow furrowed. "You truly are something, Whitebeard. I originally thought your pirate crew's fate was sealed. Unexpectedly, so many changes have occurred in such a short time. When Sengoku thought about the need to completely eliminate Whitebeard's pirate crew, he felt a wave of discomfort in his heart. Beside him, Ace looked shocked, thinking to himself, Marco's strength has increased so much without me realizing it. He was well aware of Marco's abilities. Previously, Marco's terrifying recovery made him virtually indestructible. However, Marco's attacking power was somewhat lacking. Now it was different. Judging from Marco's earlier attack, his strength had significantly increased. Not only was his recovery terrifying, but with added attacking power, it was no wonder that Dad chose to retire and have Marco take over. Deep down, Ace fully supported Dad's decision. At this moment, Marco, hovering in midair, smiled sarcastically and said, "Yellow Ape, not feeling good, huh? Keep going. Let me see what kind of power an admiral of the Navy truly possesses. You really are quite arrogant. Marco, I truly underestimated you." With a sly look, the Yellow Ape's expression turned cold as he transformed into a streak of light, shooting towards Marco. At the same time, Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, and Akiji simultaneously looked on in confusion. Could it be that the Yellow Ape was finally going all out? After all, in their memories, the Yellow Ape rarely took things seriously. In the astonished gazes of everyone, Admiral Yellow Ape split into 8 beams of light in the blink of an eye, each beam representing a clone of him. Good move. Marco also instantly felt the immense pressure the Yellow Ape brought, and he did not expect that this sly-looking fellow would radiate a completely different aura when serious. Possessing the awakened level Phoenix ability, Marco disregarded the Yellow Ape's attack, covering his hands with flowing armament haki and swiftly striking at each of the glowing clones. At the same time, he concentrated, intensely activating his observation haki to foresee the future. The Yellow Ape, equally capable of predicting the future, immediately fired beams at Marco's body whenever he spotted a minuscule opportunity. The clash between the two reached an astonishing level in an instant, with rapid exchanges of attacks that were terrifyingly fast. Boom, boom, boom. Only Whitebeard, Garp, Sengoku, Akainu, Akiji, Mihawk, and those who utilized advanced observation haki to perceive the battle could see the intense confrontation. As for the others, among the 7 warlords of the sea, aside from Mihawk, the other 3 could not fully grasp the battle situation. Moonlight Moria could not see the battle at all. His eyes widened in disbelief as he said, "How is this possible? I can't even see the fight." At this moment, Moonlight Moria nearly fell into self-doubt, wondering if his strength had truly diminished significantly. Or was it that he hadn't witnessed a battle at the level of the 4 emperors and admirals in too long? He reminisced about the days when he could contend with Kaido. Moonlight Moria was unwilling to accept this. He wanted to restore his former strength. Though Boa Hancock could see the situation clearly, she could not fully grasp it. Biting her finger, she pondered, "If I were to fight those 2, I would not be their match at all." Doflamingo retracted his wicked smile, feeling quite displeased. He was the wielder of Conqueror's haki and would surely crush these people underfoot in the future. The Navy soldiers and pirates looked up at the fierce clash above them, many left stunned in shock. On the Moby Dick, the Smile, who had been fully utilizing observation haki to sense the situation, slowly commented, "The Navy admirals each possess extraordinary skills." Whitebeard calmly watched the battle between Marco and the Yellow Ape. Their clash was indeed fierce. However, Marco took more hits, mainly because the Yellow Ape's speed was too fast. Of course, even the Yellow Ape had limits to his speed. He also suffered multiple blows from Marco's flowing armament haki. No matter how long the fight lasted, Marco was born to be undefeated. The awakened level Phoenix ability was not something to be trifled with. Dasky gazed at the fierce battle between Admiral Kizaru and Marco in the sky, her face filled with shock as she exclaimed, "Incredible. I never knew Admiral Kizaru could be this powerful when he gets serious." "You fool. What if the Admiral wasn't powerful? How could he suppress this vast sea?" Smoker reprimanded Dasky coldly, equally astonished deep down. On the Sabaody archipelago, the citizens were left speechless by the clash between Marco and Admiral Kizaru. The supernovas also had their horizons broadened, finally understanding what a battle between top-tier powerhouses looked like. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Kobe, who had been hiding at the back of the battlefield, stuttered, Is this what an Admiral-level battle looks like?" Thinking of his dream to become the highest combat power in the Marine headquarters, he felt how far that dream really was. Balumber swallowed hard and whispered in terror, "Kobe, if we rush into fight, we'll be killed." Vice Admiral Dalmatia remarked in disbelief, "As far as I remember, Admiral Kizaru has never been this serious." Indeed. However, Marco, the new captain of the Whitebeard pirates, is also incredibly formidable. Vice Admiral Stokabari responded seriously from the side. Suddenly, wearing sunglasses, Marine Colonel Tina exclaimed, "Not good. Get out of the way." She immediately dragged the nearby Marine soldiers to leap aside. Boom. In the instant Tina jumped away, a laser beam struck the very spot she had just vacated. The resulting explosive shockwave blew many Marine soldiers away. The Marine soldiers who escaped the disaster trembled and said, "We're saved." Meanwhile, the other marine soldiers in different positions were also affected to varying degrees. Watching the battle in the sky, Tina furrowed her brow and murmured, "So powerful." In the distance, Diamond Jaws shouted, "Marco, go for it. Take down Kizaru." The blue flames of the phoenix in midair swirled around its body, spinning rapidly, like a top deflecting the rays of light shot from all directions. Most of the deflected rays were directed towards the positions of the marine soldiers. Surrounded by 16 golden clones, Kizaru had no choice but to halt his attack, as these golden clones instantly returned to his body. Captain Brayman K of the 6th Division said anxiously, "A top-tier Logia user is indeed troublesome. The strength of an admiral is impressive, but we aren't weak either." Captain Foza of the 15th Division replied, seriously tossing away his cigar. The thought of Kizaru's rapid assaults on Marco and the 16 golden clones sent shivers down their spines. But they are the Whitebeard pirates. It's not just Marco who has grown stronger, but also First Mate Izo. Moreover, with their father backing them, they had no fear of the highest combat power of the Marine headquarters. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard casually remarked after sipping a cup of tea that Yellow Monkey's Pika Pika Nomi ability is quite impressive. But it's nowhere near as powerful as your Gura Gura Nomi, Mr. Whitebeard. Izo praised cheerfully from the side. Izo's compliment amused Whitebeard, who laughed, hoo. "Izo, you rascal, so you can also flatter people." At that moment, Marco, hovering in midair with his blue flame wings, faced off against Kizaru once again. Kizaru, with a lewd grin, widened his eyes in slight surprise and said, "How terrifying." The advanced application of Haki and the awakened Phoenix ability. He continuing to fight would be meaningless. I'd risk injuring too many. After gauging Marco's true strength, Kizaru had no intention of continuing the fight. Marco smirked disdainfully and said, "Kizaru, are you afraid? Afraid to determine the victor? Your earlier attack was quite fierce." Although Marco outwardly showed disdain towards Kizaru's lewd demeanor, Kizaru's strength was not to be underestimated. If it came down to a real fight, Kizaru would have no way to deal with him, but similarly Marco also had no means to handle Kizaru. Right now the primary task was to rescue Ace, not to truly determine the victor against these marine admirals. At this moment, as most of the onlookers were captivated by the duel between Marco and Kizaru, a loud sound of ice cracking echoed. Bang! A marine lieutenant pointed at Diamond Jaws, who had just punched the ice surface from a distance, and exclaimed in surprise, "What is he trying to do?" Another marine exclaimed incredulously, "What incredible wrist strength." As Diamond Jaws' fist struck the ice, a circular crack several dozen meters long appeared. Jaws braced himself and plunged his hands into the crack. With a thunderous roar, Diamond Jaws effortlessly lifted the gigantic ice ball. "Go!" Captain Jaws, show the marines what we're made of. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates shouted as they raised their weapons. The marine soldiers, however, were left dumbfounded. Balumber watched this scene with his eyes nearly popping out. "No way. He can just lift that enormous ice ball barehanded. What a monster." Kobe exclaimed, "We need to stay back. We can't rush in. It will really kill us." But Kobe wanted to shout that he wanted to go in, but for some reason the words stuck in his throat, and he started trembling all over. With veins bulging, Diamond Jaws roared, "Marines, if you have the guts, come and catch it." Then, under the shocked gazes of the marine soldiers, Diamond Jaws hurled the enormous ice ball towards them. "Help! It's too big. We can't stop it." The marine soldiers stared at the giant ice ball that was coming down, frozen in place. A smirk appeared on Diamond Jaws' face, as the massive ice ball he threw would surely cause tremendous casualties among the marines, while also disrupting their formation. The high-ranking generals at the rear tightened their grips on their weapons, their expressions serious, their eyes fixed on the giant ice ball coming down, needing to find a way to stop it. Admiral Akainu, sitting beneath the execution platform, said coldly, "Those two bastards, if we all rush out, who will guard this place?" As Akainu spoke, he took 2 steps forward, his right fist instantly transforming into scalding magma, causing the temperature around him to soar. At that moment, both the marine soldiers and pirates saw Admiral Akainu unleash an equally massive magma fist towards the giant ice ball. The massive ice ball was evaporated in an instant upon contact with Akainu's magma-infused giant fist. A burly pirate from the Whitebeard pirates exclaimed in shock, such a huge ice ball was actually evaporated in a moment. Another pirate from the Whitebeard pirates immediately exclaimed in fear, "Not good, the magma is transforming into countless volcanic projectiles heading our way." After Akainu's fiery blast exploded, it transformed into countless volcanic projectiles, each capable of easily annihilating a supersized warship. Faced with the barrage of falling volcanic projectiles, the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates scrambled to escape, terrified of being hit. If struck, it would mean certain death. Standing at the bow of the Moby Dick, a smile emerged as he drew his gambler's line, and several violet circles spread out. Suddenly, those volcanic projectiles were seized by an invisible gravitational force hovering in midair. Akainu's cold eyes narrowed as he observed from below the execution platform. Sengoku pondered with a serious expression. It seems this person's devil fruit ability must be a paramecia-type gravity fruit. This is indeed a very troublesome devil fruit ability. This person must be restrained by an admiral, otherwise sending others would be futile. Sengoku reminded Akainu below. Akainu, find a way to stop those volcanic projectiles, otherwise if they hit our personnel the losses will be severe. Akainu coldly replied. Even if Sengoku hadn't instructed him, he would have taken action to stop them. However, just when the Navy soldiers and pirates thought that a smile would hurl those controlled volcanic projectiles at the Navy ranks, they witnessed an unbelievable scene. A smile used his gravity fruit ability to manipulate those volcanic projectiles, throwing them into the sea on either side of the Marine headquarters at Marineford. This scene left all the strong individuals present dumbfounded, especially the naval commanders, who could not comprehend what a smile was trying to accomplish. Vice Admiral Doberman expressed his displeasure, saying, "What does that person mean? Is he showing pity towards us Marines? Damn it. Perhaps we are truly underestimated by the Whitebeard pirates." Vice Admiral Steelrez also voiced his frustration. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard glanced at the distressed expressions of the Navy and laughed. Ho ho ho, a smile. Your actions have certainly provoked the Navy. This is indeed something I did not anticipate. Since it has happened, we must face it properly. A smile awkwardly scratched his head. Through his observation haki, he sensed the problem. The Navy now basically believed they were being looked down upon and were desperately charging towards the pirates. Meanwhile, at the rear left side of Marine headquarters, Marineford Squard led his men to the entrance of the underground power room. A pirate beside him respectfully inquired, "Captain Squard, should we just break the door and rush in? Or break the door and rush and destroy all the facilities inside?" Squard pointed his knife at the power room's door. Inside the underground power room, the Marines heard a loud bang and realized the door had been smashed. The leading Marine major saw the intruders and frowned, pointing at Squard. "You are Squard, the pirate captain of the Whitebeard pirates." "Haha, you still recognize me?" Squard shouted loudly, pointing his knife at the Marine major. Men charge. The pirates roared as they gripped their weapons and charged at all the Marines in the power room. The Marine major immediately drew his sword to fend and quickly notify Admiral Sengoku that the power room is under attack. Although he was a Marine major, he was not purely a combat personnel. Facing Squard's offensive, he quickly fell into a disadvantage. Squard, increasingly excited, mocked, "Haha, what a trash Marine major. Is this the extent of your strength?" In less than 3 minutes, the Marines in the power room were all killed, leaving hardly any survivors. The non-combat Marine personnel were no match for Squard and his men. At this moment, Squard's sword pierced the heart of the Marine major, who died with a look of unwillingness on his face. A Marine soldier hiding in a cupboard risked his life to dial the snail phone, quickly notify Admiral Sengoku that the power room has been attacked by pirates. The pirates discovered there were still fish slipping through the net and immediately opened fire on the cupboard. One pirate anxiously said, "Captain Squard, our ambush here has been reported by the escaped Marine." Squard took the lead and viciously slashed at a machine, responding, "It doesn't matter. The old man assigned the task to destroy all the facilities here. Hurry up and destroy them before the Navy reinforcements arrive." On the execution platform, Sengoku was commanding the Navy to adjust their formation to confront the Whitebeard pirates and prevent them from entering the square. A panicked Marine soldier rushed over to report Admiral Sengoku, "It's bad. Oh, we just received news from the power room that it has been attacked by pirates. The situation looks dire." "What did you say?" Sengoku, who had not finished giving orders, nearly suffered a stroke upon hearing this. The power room is a critical link in this battle. If it is destroyed, it means we cannot activate the encirclement wall. This means we will have to confront the Whitebeard pirates head-on. This will prevent us from fully maximizing the advantages of home turf combat. Sengoku clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he coldly stared at the distant Moby Dick, especially seeing Whitebeard leisurely sipping tea. His breath became labored, filled with rage. Ace, kneeling beside him, also looked slightly astonished, wondering how it felt like their father and brothers had such strong control over this war. Furious, Sengoku couldn't help but blurt out, "Whitebeard, you truly have outsmarted us." Looking at the Navy still in retreat, Sengoku immediately instructed the snail phone, "All units advance. No need to retreat any longer." Admiral Sengoku's sudden order left many of the Navy bewildered. Just a moment ago, he had instructed them to concentrate on retreating and not to engage with the Whitebeard pirates excessively. Yet now, in less than 30 seconds, Admiral Sengoku changed his strategy again. No more retreating. The Navy personnel, although unclear on why Admiral Sengoku suddenly changed the plan, knew one thing: just follow his orders without question. However, this large-scale movement of the Navy allowed the Whitebeard pirates to seize the opportunity, bringing them closer to the square. "Mr. Whitebeard, there is a ship approaching from the distant sea. It is uncertain whether they are friends or foes, but the personnel on board are a mix of all sorts. Enjoying a back massage from two nurse girls, Whitebeard immediately thought of the Straw Hat escape team upon hearing the report and mused if nothing goes wrong. Indeed, upon hearing Whitebeard's indication that he need not worry, Xiao chose to remain silent. Less than 30 seconds later, the fierce battling soldiers of the Navy and the pirates spotted a massive waterspout rushing toward Marineford Square. At the head of the waterspout was a military ship which left them all in confusion. The Navy soldiers were puzzled, mistakenly believing that the Marshal Sengoku had arranged such a unique method of reinforcement. The pirates were also baffled, questioning the need for such a grand entrance for Navy reinforcements. What do they think of us? On the military ship, Buggy cried out, "Help. The Straw Hat Kid shouldn't have listened to your advice. You're going to get me killed." Straw Hat Luffy, with his right hand on his hat, excitedly laughed. Jimby fixed his gaze on Marineford Square and murmured, "Finally caught up." With a large face, Ivankov screamed, "This is so thrilling. We're going to crash into the ice soon. I wonder if we will survive." Crocodile, with a cigar in his mouth, immediately locked his gaze on Whitebeard, enjoying himself on the Moby Dick, gritting his teeth and thinking old Whitebeard is quite relaxed. Bang! The entire military ship, rushing in on the waterspout, crashed directly onto the ice hole created earlier by Diamond Jaws. The sudden appearance of the unfamiliar military ship left both the Navy and the pirates momentarily stunned, all eyes turning toward the ship that made such an exaggerated entrance. Those present also caught sight of the crowd on the unfamiliar military ship. Doflamingo licked his lips with a wicked smile. How interesting. Both the old and new 7 warlords are gathered here. Moonlight Moria, upon seeing Straw Hat Luffy, felt his lungs nearly burst with rage, gritting his teeth. "Damn Straw Hat Kid, this time I will definitely kill you." The cold-eyed Hawkeye Mihawk stood with his arms crossed, calmly observing everything. Boa Hancock, with her hands on her cheeks, shyly whispered, "Luffy-kun, I'm so happy to see you." Behind the Navy, Balumeb pointed in Straw Hat Luffy's direction, exclaiming in shock to Kobe, "Look, it's the Straw Hat Kid." "I see him too," it's Luffy. Kobe felt a surge of excitement within his heart at the sight of Luffy again. Smoker, amidst the crowd of Navy soldiers, said darkly, "The Straw Hat Kid and Crocodile, how did they end up together?" "Colonel Smoker, what is the reason behind this?" Daz Bonez beside him asked back in confusion. "I don't know," Smoker replied, feeling speechless. If he knew, he wouldn't have needed to say anything. On the execution platform, Sengoku shouted angrily at Garp below. "Garp, is that you again, you bastard? What are you trying to do?" "Luffy, how did that kid end up here?" Garp, with his hands on his head, had a twisted expression. Ace, kneeling on the execution platform, stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Luffy's back. Admiral Akainu glanced at Straw Hat Luffy with a fierce gaze, contemplating the Son of Dragon is also an unstable factor. Just right to deal with him in this war. Straw Hat Luffy ran around the ship's edge and finally spotted Ace, raising his hands excitedly and shouting, "Ace! Ace! You bastard Straw Hat Kid, you almost got me killed." Upon hearing Luffy's shout, Buggy instantly became displeased. Ace, hearing Luffy's call, also shouted Luffy's name in response. At this moment, Ivankov noticed that Crocodile was missing and asked in confusion, "Where did that guy Crocodile go? He was just here. How could he just disappear?" "Over there, he got there first." Buggy pointed toward Crocodile flying toward Whitebeard. Jimby frowned and said, "Damn, Crocodile's target is Dad." Whitebeard's sons noticed that Crocodile was headed toward their father and quickly rushed to defend. With his lower body turning to sand, Crocodile flew to Whitebeard's side coldly, saying, "Long time no see, Whitebeard." At that moment, Straw Hat Luffy, activating Gear Second, stepped on Crocodile's hook. Both Luffy and Crocodile then landed on the Moby Dick. The two nurse girls beside Whitebeard were directly frightened pale. Xiao, who had drawn his sword halfway, resheathed it. Marco also halted his movement, smiling as he said, "Ace's brother, not bad at all." Crocodile noticed Straw Hat Luffy dripping wet and frowned, pondering, "Has this kid already prepared for battle against me?" Crocodile questioned Straw Hat Kid, "Now that we have arrived at Marineford, our agreement is null and void. Why are you protecting Whitebeard? This uncle is Whitebeard. Therefore you cannot lay a hand on him. Ace likes him very much." Straw Hat Luffy assumed a fighting stance, focusing entirely on Crocodile. At this moment, 4 pirates rushed over, pointing their swords at Crocodile's neck, warning him not to move. Crocodile completely disregarded the 4 weak pirates and instead locked his gaze on Whitebeard, loudly questioning, "Whitebeard, are you now in decline? Look at you now. Where is the appearance of a great pirate? You've disappointed me. Is this what the world's strongest man looks like?" Whitebeard was quite surprised, wondering why Crocodile was so angry and agitated. Whitebeard calmly replied, "Even the strongest will age. I have grown old, and the era should be passed to the young. The future is to be forged by you young ones. As for me, this old man will just live a few peaceful years and then return to the earth." "Whitebeard, you." Crocodile was momentarily speechless. Straw Hat Luffy placed his hands on his hips and flashed a bright smile, saying, "Hee, Uncle Whitebeard, I will become the Pirate King in the future." "Huh?" Whitebeard laughed heartily, "Then you must work hard. This path is not easy." Unlike some people, even though greatly aged, they still cling to their positions, not allowing me to live in peace, causing such a large-scale war. Whitebeard raised his voice for the latter part of his statement, making many people realize he was subtly criticizing Admiral Sengoku. The expression on Sengoku's face darkened instantly as he noticed many gazes turning towards him. Sengoku glared angrily at Whitebeard on the Moby Dick, grinding his teeth and muttering, "Damn Whitebeard, how dare he draw trouble to me." On the Moby Dick, Luffy said, "Seriously, Uncle Whitebeard, on our way here we received news from the Navy that they plan to execute Ace ahead of schedule. Thank you for the information." As a transmigrator, Whitebeard was already well aware of everything, but he still had to maintain appearances. "Yosh, I'm going now, Ace is waiting for me." Luffy, filled with excitement, sprinted forward and leapt off the Moby Dick. "Get out of the way. Clear a path." Upon landing on the ice, Luffy immediately unleashed his rubber rocket punch, extending his arms back and then smashing forward into the crowd of Navy soldiers. Over a dozen Navy soldiers were knocked into the air by Luffy's rubber rocket punch, screaming in pain. Jinbei watched Luffy's fearless figure and said solemnly, "I'm going in too." Then Jinbei joined the battlefield, fully prepared to sacrifice his life in this war. Ivankov, along with his army of Okama, also charged into the fray. Seeing everyone join the battle, Buggy exclaimed in shock, "Are you guys serious?" Meanwhile, deep down, Buggy was extremely anxious. "We can't stay here at the Navy headquarters for too long. With so many monsters gathered here, one wrong step, and we could lose our lives." A prisoner pirate behind him excitedly asked Captain Buggy, "When are you going to take action and claim Whitebeard's head? Do you want me to die? You bastard." Buggy was instantly terrified, his nose running without him realizing it. However, his words were misinterpreted. The prisoners were all excited, thinking Captain Buggy was going to take Whitebeard's head in front of everyone. Only the normally sane Mr. 3 was amused and said, "Are you all out of your minds?" Clearly, Buggy was terrified to death, yet in your eyes it changed to something else. Meanwhile, Luffy, accompanied by Jinbei, Ivankov, and others, charged forward, breaking through the Navy's defenses like a hot knife through butter. Standing on the execution platform, Sengoku observed the pirates and noted how their morale had improved thanks to Luffy. He furrowed his brow and shouted into the transponder, "Snail, don't let a kid throw you off your game." With Sengoku's reminder, some of the disoriented Navy soldiers began to regain their composure. On the Moby Dick, Ikaku remarked with interest, "What an interesting kid. What's this? You admire that straw hat, Luffy?" Whitebeard casually replied. Ikaku scratched his head awkwardly and said nothing. Diamond Jozu watched Luffy leading the charge, a smile spreading across his face as he shouted, "3rd Division charge. Our Whitebeard pirates cannot be outdone." "Yes, Captain Jozu." The pirates of the 3rd Division shouted in unison. The captain of the 14th Division, Spitto, shouted loudly, "14th Division, charge with me. We will rescue Ace." "Yes, Captain Kill." Just as the pirates of the 14th Division responded, a flash of light came suddenly, knocking a group of pirates away. Captain Spitto reacted a bit quicker, avoiding the sudden attack. Captain Spitto's gaze locked onto the lewd-looking Admiral Kizaru in front of him, pondering, "Is that Admiral Kizaru? It seems it won't be so easy to get through." Running forward, Luffy also noticed Admiral Kizaru, his brow furrowed, as he said, "It's that guy who appeared in Sabiti Archipelago." With his hands in his pockets, the lewd-looking Kizaru raised his leg slowly and said, "It's you, Straw Hat Kid. After dodging a disaster, why don't you hide well and come here instead?" In Luffy's line of sight, he saw a beam of light condense at the tip of Kizaru's leg coming towards him. However, it was already too late for Luffy to dodge. Death Beam. At the critical moment, Ivankov used his Devil Fruit ability to bounce Luffy away narrowly, allowing Luffy to evade Kizaru's laser beam. Boom. The moment the laser struck the ground, a massive explosion erupted, spanning dozens of meters. Ivankov shouted to Luffy, "Straw Hat Boy, you need to go leave this to me." "Thanks, Ivankov." After expressing his gratitude, Luffy continued to run forward, needing to race against time now. Just as Ivankov prepared to give his all against Admiral Kizaru, a laser beam suddenly shot through his hair, shocking Ivankov. Because the one who just shot the laser was not Admiral Kizaru. The laser also caused an explosion behind Ivankov. After searching around, Ivankov saw that the one attacking him was Bartholomew Kuma, and for a moment, he couldn't accept this fact. Ivankov shouted loudly at Bartholomew, "Big Bear, what do you mean? How dare you attack your old friend?" Doflamingo, with his hands in his pockets, swaggered forward, saying, "Fufufu, Ivankov of the Revolutionary Army, don't waste your effort. Now Bartholomew Kuma is just a machine that knows only killing. A machine loyal only to the world government. And, let me tell you, Bartholomew Kuma did this willingly." "You are Doflamingo. What do you mean by that?" Ivankov immediately thought of the worst outcome, but he didn't want to believe it was true. It is known that the former Big Bear hated the world government immensely. How could the bear possibly have voluntarily become a dog for the world government? Meanwhile, Luffy continued forward and encountered a troublesome enemy. Crocodile Moria blocked Luffy's path and said gloomily, "Straw Hat Luffy, how dare you appear in front of me again? This time I'm going to kill you." It's you, Moria. Luffy activated Gear Second, ready to use his full power to quickly deal with Crocodile Moria. Go. Zombie soldiers. Moria waved his hand, and a large number of zombie soldiers crawled out from the ground, staggering towards Luffy. Suddenly, a large wave of seawater swept over the group of zombie soldiers, instantly destroying them all. Moria stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Seawater. The fisherman Jinbei landed beside Straw Hat Luffy. Luffy, seeing that it was Jinbei, exclaimed excitedly, "Jinbei." Moonlight Moria glared with a dark gaze at the fisherman Jinbei, standing next to the Straw Hat boy, gritting his teeth, and saying, "Jinbei, you bastard, you actually took my zombie." "Moria, it seems your zombies are quite afraid of seawater." Jinbei pointed out the weakness of Moonlight Moria's zombie soldiers in front of everyone. Moonlight Moria loudly questioned, "Jinbei, are you really going to oppose me for that little brat?" "Moria, let's settle this once and for all." Jinbei directly assumed the stance of Fishman Karate. Marco flew back to the Moby Dick, reporting to Whitebeard, "Dad, Oz is constantly making noise and doesn't want to wait any longer. He wants to join the battlefield. Tell Oz that after rescuing Ace, he is key to our retreat," Whitebeard said seriously after taking a sip of tea. Marco nodded earnestly, saying, "Okay, Dad, I'll convey that to Oz." Next to him, a smiley figure chuckled, "Mr. Whitebeard, you have always been so composed." As if he believed that victory in this war was certain. "Ha!" Whitebeard laughed joyfully. "For example, the Navy is also fully prepared. In the end, it just depends on whose tactics are more superior." Whitebeard would not express that he was very clever. He still had to be a bit humble and shift the focus, maintaining his safety. Having spent so much time with Whitebeard, the smiley figure increasingly felt that Whitebeard was extraordinary. It seemed like he responded, but actually did not reveal any of his own thoughts. Meanwhile, Moonlight Moria devoured a large number of shadows, causing his body to swell more than 10 times comparable to a giant among the giants. Moonlight Moria looked at Jinbei, as if he were an ant, disdainfully saying, "Jinbei, do you see? How can you oppose me? You just got bigger. Your strength remains unchanged and is more suited to being a live target." Jinbei saw through Moonlight Moria's swollen body at a glance. Upon hearing Jinbei's words, Moonlight Moria raised his foot, his eyes red with rage, shouting, "Jinbei, do you dare look down on me? Die!" Facing Moonlight Moria's enormous foot coming down, Jinbei summoned the power within him and leaped up, shouting, "Fishman Karate Shark Brick Fist." Using all his strength, he delivered a powerful punch directly to Moonlight Moria's chest. The shockwave transmitted through the water in the atmosphere to the moisture within Moonlight Moria, creating a resonance. Bang! In an instant, Moonlight Moria's eyes rolled back, nearly losing consciousness, desperately holding on to avoid collapsing. However, Moonlight Moria had not yet reacted when Jinbei's other fist was already charged up. Another strike. Fishman Karate Shark Brick Fist. After receiving another heavy blow, Moonlight Moria could no longer suppress the shadows within him, which began to rush out of his mouth. "Damn it! Shadows, don't run away." Moonlight Moria desperately covered his mouth, trying to prevent the shadows from escaping, but it was futile. Moonlight Moria's body continuously shrank back, returning to his original form. Jinbei stepped forward and punched Moonlight Moria in the face, coldly commenting, "Moria, have you forgotten the basics of combat? Just lie here." "Old man, I don't have time to waste with you here," Jinbei said, ignoring the fallen Moonlight Moria and continuing towards Luffy. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard relaxedly watched the entire process of Jinbei defeating Moonlight Moria, thinking to himself, "This blue chubby guy's strength is quite good. Now that the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates is still vacant, I need to recruit him after the war." As for Fishman Island, including Jinbei getting along with the Whitebeard Pirates, they are completely different matters. Kneeling on the execution platform, Ace looked at Luffy, who was charging forward to save him, getting hurt repeatedly, and shouted in guilt, "Luffy, why did you come here? I have my own adventures. I don't need you to save me, you coward. Hurry back." Ace slammed his head against the wooden planks, praying fervently for Luffy to leave safely. However, what Straw Hat Luffy shouted next shocked everyone present. "I am your brother." The Navy was all dumbfounded, instinctively linking that Fire Fist Ace was the son of Pirate King Roger. And if Straw Hat Luffy claimed to be Fire Fist Ace's brother, that meant he was also the son of Pirate King Roger. Some held a skeptical attitude. No way. Given Straw Hat's age, Fire Fist Ace's parents must have long since passed away. Oh, it shouldn't be possible. But just now, Straw Hat boldly declared he is Fire Fist Ace's brother. Another Navy soldier voiced a different opinion. Sengoku watched as the Navy soldiers became disordered and announced to everyone through the Den Den Mushi that Straw Hat Luffy and Fire Fist Ace were sworn brothers from childhood. At the same time, he also exposed that Straw Hat Luffy was the son of Revolutionary Army leader Monkey D. Dragon. As Straw Hat Luffy's identity was revealed, other than Whitebeard and a few high-ranking Navy officers who knew the truth, everyone else was shocked. Smoker, relighting his cigar, murmured darkly, Finally, it makes sense why Dragon saved you back in Logtown. On the other side, Hancock shyly covered her face with her hands, thinking, Luffy, even if you are the son of a devil, I still like you. Behind the Navy, Kobe swallowed hard and said, Kobe, did you hear that? Yes. Kobe replied seriously with a nod. Seeing the morale of the Navy soldiers rising, Sengoku continued to shout into the Den Den Mushi, Straw Hat Luffy is also an unstable factor for the future. He must be killed here. Standing at the back of the Navy Garp side, what had to happen still happened. Straw Hat Luffy looked at the crowd, closing in on him, exclaiming, damn. Why are there more and more people? Left with no choice, Straw Hat Luffy had to fight desperately against the dense crowd of Navy soldiers before him. At this moment, Jinbei also arrived beside Luffy, relieving some of the pressure on him. Marco looked at the battlefield, which had fallen into a stalemate. Looking at Ace, who was kneeling on the execution platform, he thought, Ace, I will definitely save you. Marco planned to use himself as a spearhead to forcibly break open a gap in the Navy formation. Marco surveyed the entire battlefield and saw that after being knocked away by Hawkeye Mihawk, Ace's brother Straw Hat Luffy was also in danger. Marco knew that Ace cared deeply for his brother Straw Hat Luffy. So Marco called out to Bista, who had just killed a Navy major not far away, Bista, go cover Ace's brother and make sure he doesn't die. Understood, leave it to me. Bista immediately turned and rushed towards Straw Hat Luffy's direction. Hawkeye Mihawk casually slashed at Straw Hat Luffy, saying lightly, Straw Hat Kid, is this all you've got? There's no way you can save your brother. Damn it. Straw Hat Luffy struggled to get back up again. Bista, who was running, quickly swung his dual blades at Hawkeye Mihawk. Clang. Hawkeye Mihawk's black sword Yura easily blocked Bista's dual swords. Seeing this, Straw Hat Luffy let out a sigh of relief and gratefully said, thank you, sir. Keep going. Ace's brother'll take care of this here, Bista replied with a smile. Hawkeye Mihawk calmly said, the famous swordsman of the Whitebeard pirates, Bista. So you know me. What an honor, Bista responded excitedly, his heart racing with thrill. For Bista, the opportunity to duel with the world's greatest swordsman was truly rare. The two stepped back to create some distance. Hawkeye Mihawk then calmly said, let me see your swordsmanship, the renowned swordsman of the Whitebeard pirates. I couldn't ask for more. Bista gripped his dual swords tightly and leaped into the air. Rose dance. As he jumped, Bista swung his swords, unleashing a flurry of red rose petals. A blue flying slash cut through the air, easily shattering Bista's rose dance. Bista landed on the ground and resumed his standoff with Hawkeye Mihawk, pondering, as expected of the world's greatest swordsman, my ultimate move was so easily countered. But regardless, I have to hold off Hawkeye Mihawk. However, Bista also realized that Hawkeye Mihawk did not seem to be taking this fight seriously, which relieved him a bit. Sandstorm. On another part of the battlefield, Crocodile conjured a sandstorm tornado and flung it towards the Whitebeard pirates. Oh! The screams of over a dozen pirates blown dozens of meters into the air echoed loudly. Shining crash. When Crocodile reacted, it was already too late to dodge. Diamond Jozu, half transformed into Diamond, was charging at high speed. Bang! Crocodile was sent flying by Diamond Jozu while spitting out a mouthful of blood, sliding 4 to 5 meters on the ground before finally stabilizing himself. Crocodile wiped the blood from his mouth, frowning as he muttered darkly, damn it, that bastard is so big yet moves so fast. Diamond Jozu didn't give Crocodile a chance to catch his breath and charged at him again just as Crocodile was about to retaliate. A figure suddenly appeared on Diamond Jozu's back, forcing Jozu to halt his movement. Crocodile glared at the newcomer, saying, it's you, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Fufufu, what do you think? Sand Crocodile, how about we collaborate? Doflamingo asked as he used his string fruit powers to control Diamond Jozu's movements. Unable to move, Diamond Jozu glanced back at Doflamingo. Not interested. I have no desire to collaborate with anyone. Doflamingo, I don't want to say it a second time, get lost. Crocodile raised his arm, gathering a sandstorm in his palm. Disperse. Doflamingo. The sandstorm shot out from his palm, instantly expanding dozens of times and sending both Doflamingo and Diamond Jozu flying into the air. Utilizing his string fruit abilities, Doflamingo controlled his body to prevent being blown away, landing steadily on the ground 3 seconds later. The Navy soldiers witnessing the clash between the old and new Shichibukai felt uneasy, knowing that such power should be used against the Whitebeard pirates. At that moment, a Navy soldier rushed frantically to the execution platform below. Sengoku instantly realized that something was wrong, otherwise the soldier wouldn't have come running in such a panic. Usually they wouldn't show it, but why did they keep messing up in the war? It's truly a waste to have raised such incompetent fools. Before the Navy soldier could report, Sengoku shouted, what now? Sengoku, it's bad. The Den Den Mushi was taken by the Whitebeard pirates. The Navy soldier reported cautiously. Sengoku's eyes widened in anger as he shouted, what are you all doing? You can't even keep track of a Den Den Mushi. The reprimanded Navy soldier lowered his head in fear, not daring to respond to Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku felt like his lungs were about to explode. The power room had been destroyed, making it impossible to activate the encirclement wall. Now another Den Den Mushi had been snatched by the Whitebeard pirates, and with this another plan could not be executed. The key plans were continually disrupted, leading Sengoku to seriously suspect whether there were internal traitors among the higher-ups. Otherwise, how could the Whitebeard pirates know exactly how to counter every step of the Navy's plans? Sengoku knew it wasn't the time for such thoughts and instructed Akainu, who was sitting in the admiral's chair below Akainu, begin executing the plan. It's about time to act, Akainu said as he slowly stood up and walked toward the back. With Akainu beginning to take action, there was no longer a single Navy admiral guarding the execution platform. Marco, who had been searching for the right moment, saw that there were no admirals guarding the platform and wasted no time. He transformed into the awakened form of the blue flame phoenix and soared into the sky. Marco's sudden move made the Navy soldiers on the battlefield tense up. Navy Vice Admiral Doberman, after slashing down 3 pirates, looked at Marco charging straight for the execution platform and shouted angrily, "Damn it, I've been caught off guard." So terrifying. He really knows how to pick his moments. The new captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco the Yellow Monkey, said with a lewd grin as he casually dispatched pirates. Captain Izang of the 16th Division watched Marco flying towards the execution platform with excitement, shouting, "Captain Marco, rush to the execution platform and rescue Ace in one go." Originally lurking in the chaos, Akiji noticed that the closest person to him, Captain Izang of the Whitebeard pirates 16th Division, had let his guard down due to his excitement, and thus he exclaimed, "You're distracted." With half of his body frozen, Akiji unleashed an ice pillar intending to completely freeze Izang and take him down. Facing Akiji's sneak attack, Izang found it a serious problem just to defend himself, let alone escape. Just as the ice pillar was about to hit Izang completely, an invisible force of gravity suddenly descended before Izang, blocking Akiji's ice pillar. Akiji's gaze shifted to a figure standing on the Moby Dick, and he thought to himself, this person also requires careful attention. Whether it was Marco or that blind swordsman, they were not easy opponents to deal with, not to mention Whitebeard was backing them up. The pressure on the Navy was immense in this battle. Izang turned and gratefully glanced at the figure. At this moment, Marco had already charged into the air above Marine Headquarters Marineford, approaching the execution platform. Countless Navy soldiers opened fire at Marco in the sky, regardless of whether it would be effective. Sengoku had ordered them to keep shooting. "We're getting close to the execution platform. Charge. Captain Marco, save Ace." The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates shouted excitedly. Colonel Tina furrowed her brow and said urgently, "This is bad. You Admiral Sengoku must stop Marco." As Marco approached within 30 meters of the execution platform, the hearts of the Navy soldiers rose to their throats, while the pirates seemed to see the dawn of victory. Sengoku flung off his admiral's cape, glaring at the approaching Marco, preparing to enter his Buddha form to stop him. Marco had already made up his mind to withstand Sengoku's attack and rescue Ace all at once, when suddenly he sensed a very dangerous aura approaching. Fist-bone collision. Garp jumped into the air, striking Marco with his iron fist enveloped in haki. Garp. Marco, faced with the iron fist so near, immediately adjusted his body into an attack stance. Phoenix Stamp. In his immortal bird form, Marco infused his feet with the flames of the phoenix and the flowing cherry blossom haki to enhance the power of his kick. Boom. The moment their attacks collided, a powerful shockwave spread out in all directions. The 2 Navy swordsmen on the execution platform could not withstand the shockwave and were blown to the ground. Ace, kneeling on the platform, stared wide-eyed at his grandfather and Marco. Feeling the destructive force continuously striking at him, Marco truly realized the impressive combat strength of the Navy hero Garp. Very strong. No wonder he could become a legendary monster like Old Man Whitebeard. Garp continued to increase his attack intensity, noticing that this kid Marco could withstand it, and could not help but inwardly lament, has the brat who follows Whitebeard grown to this extent? Garp, who had dominated the seas for many years, knew that with Marco's current strength, especially that extraordinary recovery ability, he truly possessed world-class combat power. The clash between Marco and Garp was one of mutual resistance. Once either side gave way, it would be a matter of losing face. Everyone watching this scene was shocked. Previously, the clash between Admiral Kazuru and Marco was a battle of speed and elegance. Now the clash between Vice Admiral Garp and Marco was a pure collision of strength, with a strong visual impact overwhelming the Navy soldiers and pirates. Sengoku looked at Garp in disbelief, not expecting him to actually strike. Vice Admiral Fire Fist exclaimed in shock, "This is the first time I've seen Garp's invincible iron fist be blocked hidden." Indeed, that Marco was appointed as the new captain by Whitebeard. If he didn't have the strength, Whitebeard wouldn't have done so. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider coldly replied. Behind the Navy, Kobe watched his master's figure swallowing hard, while Barumabur beside him exclaimed in fear, That Marco is definitely a monster. Kobe. Kobe did not respond, but silently clenched his fists, knowing that if he wanted to become an admiral in the future, he must be as strong as his master Vice Admiral Garp. Captain Lakio of the 7th Division watched Marco being blocked by Garp, gritting his teeth and saying, "Damn Garp." Captain Jingu of the 11th Division shouted unwillingly, "What a pity we were just one step away." The division captains also recognized the incredible strength of Navy hero Garp. Captain Marco's attempt to break through Garp's defense would not succeed in a short time. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard analyzed Garp's strength without taking his eyes off, pondering. That old guy Garp has maintained his strength quite well. However, he's old. That fact cannot be changed, and neither can the reality of his declining stamina. While appreciating Bista's swordsmanship, Mihawk noticed that Bista had been distracted several times, focusing his attention on the clash between Marco and Garp. Having figured out the level of Bista's swordsmanship, Mihawk felt that this brief duel could come to an end. Thus, Mihawk expressionlessly suggested, "Bista, let's end our duel here for now." "I was thinking the same. It would be beneficial for both of us." Hearing Mihawk say to end it, Bista let out a slight sigh of relief. After all, opposing Mihawk was not a wise choice on the current battlefield. Moreover, Bista noticed that although Mihawk represented the Navy against their Whitebeard pirates, Mihawk was entirely in the category of working without effort. This was for the best. Besides, their true enemy was the Navy, not these warlords of the sea. Fighting against the warlords of the sea would waste time, and they might even be caught by the Navy. After clashing with Mihawk once more, Bista and he separated. After parting ways, Bista charged towards the Navy again. Mihawk sheathed his black blade Yoru, content to continue being a bystander as long as no one bothered him. After sending a Navy major flying with a rubber punch, Luffy looked at his grandfather's figure and whispered, "Grandpa, I need to hurry to Ace's side." Luffy looked at the large group of Navy soldiers blocking his path, feeling a sense of urgency. "Straw Hat Kid, this time I won't let you escape." Luffy glanced to the left and saw Smoker flying low, his lower body transformed into smoke, and exclaimed in surprise, "It's you, Smoker." Smoker swung 10 hands towards Luffy's head, but Luffy narrowly dodged the attack and created some distance between them. "I'm not the same person I was back in Logtown." Luffy grinned confidently at Smoker and entered gear second. Smoker furrowed his brows and charged at Luffy, but Luffy's speed exceeded his expectations, and in the next moment Smoker's chest was struck by Luffy's fist. Smoker transformed into smoke, soaring into the air to lock onto Luffy from above. However, just as Smoker used the power of the smoke fruit to fly to a height of several dozen meters, he saw Luffy reach the same altitude even faster. Goma Goma no pistol. Luffy's fists, like afterimages, struck at Smoker one after another. However, since Luffy had yet to master Haki, none of his punches could hit Smoker's solid form. Smoker's lower body transformed into smoke as he closed in on Luffy, who was constantly adjusting his position to unleash his Goma Goma no pistol. "Straw Hat Kid, you have indeed become much stronger, but you're not the only one who's grown in strength." As Smoker closed in on Luffy, the tip of his sea stone weapon struck Luffy's throat, slamming him down to the ground, the weapon pinning Luffy's throat tightly. Luffy felt himself suffocating and realized he couldn't use his devil fruit powers. As he tried to break free, he found himself utterly powerless. With the cigar still in his mouth, Smoker coldly declared, "This is the end, Straw Hat Kid." Luffy wanted to shout out for him to let go, but no sound came out. "Bastard, let Luffy go." Just as Smoker heard the voice, he was kicked away by a long, elegant leg, sliding over 10 meters before barely stopping. At that moment, Smoker recognized the person who kicked him and shouted, "It's you, Boa Hancock. Why did you attack me? Aren't you afraid of losing your position as a warlord of the sea?" "I don't care about your nonsense, you garbage man. If you know what's good for you, step aside." Boa Hancock raised her proud head to look at the sky, glancing down at Smoker with disdain. Smoker couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. This woman, Boa Hancock, truly looked down on him. Suddenly, Boa Hancock found herself embraced by Luffy, her proud demeanor instantly turning shy, resembling a little woman. Luffy said happily, "Thank you, Hancock." Luffy. Boa Hancock wanted to say let go of me first, but the words got stuck in her throat, unable to come out. Feeling like she was about to suffocate, Boa Hancock finally felt Luffy loosen his grip, allowing her to slowly regain her composure. As Luffy turned to continue forward, Boa Hancock hurriedly called out, "Luffy, wait. I have something to give you." "What?" Luffy looked at Boa Hancock in confusion, but before he could ponder further, he saw her hand him a key. "Hancock, could this be?" Boa Hancock shyly responded, "It is the key to unlock the sea stone handcuffs on your brother." "Hancock, I don't even know how to repay you," Luffy said as he tightened his grip on the key she handed him. Boa Hancock held her face with both hands, blushing and thinking to herself, "Luffy wants to repay me. Could it be that he wants to propose?" Unbeknownst to her, Boa Hancock was so shy that she could barely stand, curling her legs and crouching on the ground. The confused Navy soldiers misinterpreted the scene, believing that Straw Hat Luffy had defeated Warlord Boa Hancock, and they couldn't believe their eyes. Smoker gritted his teeth in anger, saying, "Damn Boa Hancock, I told you these warlords of the sea can't be trusted to pirates are just pirates." Realizing the urgency, Luffy didn't waste any more time and continued moving forward. Boa Hancock watched Luffy's retreating figure silently, praying, "Luffy, you must save your brother." Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through Boa Hancock's hair, causing it to flutter. The source of the wind was the third clash between Marco and Garp in midair. The large number of Navy soldiers in the square felt the strong wind, while the pirates positioned farther away felt a lighter breeze. In his phoenix human form, Marco raised his foot to block Garp's iron fist, secretly pondering, "This old man is really serious about fighting." "Damn it." Garp swung his iron fist with a smile, saying, "Marco, you should just fight honestly. If you want to rush directly to the execution platform with me here, you won't get past this point. Old man, you haven't defeated me yet. Defeat me first before saying that." A fierce light flashed in Marco's eyes as he prepared to exchange injuries with Garp. With his phoenix power awakened, Marco was now most unafraid of a strategy of trading injuries. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard casually asked, "Ishii, in your observation hockey, where did that little brat Akainu go?" After a 2-second delay, Ishii responded, "Mr. Whitebeard, that Admiral Akainu is taking a detour to the rear." Whitebeard stroked his chin, secretly pondering, if nothing unexpected happens, Akainu is going to try to sway Squard. That fool Squard, who has a simple mind and strong limbs, might easily fall for it, but the previous destruction of the power room does count as a contribution. Thus Whitebeard looked up at Ishii. Ishii noticed the look Whitebeard gave him and immediately understood what he meant. Before Whitebeard could speak, Ishii said, "First, Mr. Whitebeard, I will head to the rear." "All right, go. Make sure Akainu doesn't cause too much damage to our personnel." Whitebeard waved his hand, signaling Ishii to set off. Although Whitebeard knew what Akainu was doing by taking a detour to the rear, there was no need to explain too much to Ishii. Squard, having destroyed the Navy's power room, led his subordinates back outside the bay to slay the Navy soldiers. "After the battle, Dad and Captain Marco will surely praise you greatly." Squard licked his lips, revealing a fierce glint in his eyes as he gazed at the fallen Navy soldiers before him. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps came from behind, and Squard quickly turned around, startled by what he saw. Squard's subordinates were so frightened by the sudden arrival that they sat on the ground, trembling, unable to move. Squard stared at the suddenly appearing Admiral Akainu, incredulously whispering in shock, "It's you, Admiral Akainu." Facing Admiral Akainu, there was no chance of survival. The first thing that came to Squard's mind was that he must quickly inform Dad and Marco that Admiral Akainu was attacking from the rear. Otherwise, allowing an admiral to rampage in the rear would surely lead to heavy losses for their pirate crew. Ishiao, flying low on a wooden plank, sensed through his observation hockey that Admiral Akainu had already appeared before one of the pirate captains under his command. Ishiao drew the supreme great blade, the gambler's fire line, and an invisible force of gravity instantly spread out. Akainu coldly looked at Squard, this useless fool, and spoke, "Squard, fire fist aces." Just as he spoke, he was suddenly suppressed by an invisible force, causing the ice beneath his feet to shatter instantly. As the ice shattered, seawater immediately surged out. Akainu bore the weight of the invisible force, transforming his lower body into magma, and used the explosive force of the magma to break free from the gravitational suppression, retreating over 20 meters before landing back on the ice. The pirates were thrilled to see that Ishiao, the first mate, had arrived, shouting, "Great! We have been saved." Ishiao landed beside Squard, asking with concern, "You are Squard, right? Leave this to me." Squard, seeing Ishiao come to his rescue, gratefully said, "Thank you, first mate Ishiao, for saving me. I thought I was done for just now." Seeing that the long-prepared plan had been disrupted by Ishiao, the first mate of the Whitebeard pirates, Akainu glared at Ishiao in fury, saying, "First mate Ishiao of the Whitebeard pirates, since you dare to come before me, I don't mind killing you right now." After such a long battle, Akainu had also realized a serious issue. The plans deployed by the Navy had all been thwarted by the Whitebeard pirates. Or rather, there was an exceptionally powerful strategist within the Whitebeard pirates. The problem was, Akainu did not believe in such a possibility at all. Akainu preferred to believe that the Whitebeard pirates had learned of the Navy's deployments, which allowed them to take these countermeasures. However, what Akainu did not know was that his guess was not wrong. As a transmigrator, Whitebeard possessed a godlike perspective, able to precisely strike at the Navy's planned deployments. Ishiao patiently advised, "Mr. Akainu, you should return to the execution platform. If we engage in combat, the consequences will be too great." "What did you say?" Akainu, already in a foul mood, could no longer suppress the fury in his heart upon hearing Yixio's words. His right hand transformed into magma, forming a terrifying lava giant fist. Great fire! The lava giant fist, several dozen times larger than a giant's fist, smashed toward Ishiao. No wonder he is the admiral of the Navy headquarters, such a strong sense of oppression. Yixiao gripped the supreme great blade, the gambler's fire line, and fiercely swept toward the incoming lava giant fist. Gravity blade, fierce tiger. Boom. The moment the two forces collided, the ice beneath their feet shook violently. The scattering lava also caused a great deal of suffering for the Navy soldiers and pirates engaged in battle. Centered around Akainu and Yixiao, a no man's land formed within a radius of several hundred meters where no one dared to approach the battlefield where the two were located. While withstanding Akainu's lava giant fist, Yixiao thought to himself, I have only felt such terrifying oppression from Mr. Whitebeard. I never expected that this Admiral Akainu could also give me such a strong sense of oppression. As for who is stronger between Admiral Akainu and Mr. Whitebeard, Yixiao himself could not be sure, as they had never engaged in a life-and-death battle. However, Yixiao had a vague feeling that Mr. Whitebeard was hiding some kind of power. Just as Yixiao was pondering, he heard Akainu roar. You blind man possessing such powerful strength, how could you still become a pirate? If I let you go today, who knows what kind of threat it will pose in the future? At this point, Yixiao felt somewhat awkward. His character did not allow him to make excuses. Although he had joined the Whitebeard pirates after losing a bet with Mr. Whitebeard, his identity could not be changed. He was now a pirate. As the two forces collided came to an end, Akainu chose to engage in close combat, believing that no matter how strong this blind warrior was with his magma fists, he could disable this blind warrior in just a few blows. This was Akainu's extreme confidence in the destructive power of his magma fruit ability, which was claimed to have the highest single-target attack power. Not a joke. Faced with Akainu's close approach, Yixiao immediately covered the supreme great blade, the gambler's fire line, with armament haki, while using the gravity fruit ability to hinder Akainu's movements. Knight Doma shouted loudly, brothers, do not approach the battlefield of First Mate Yixiao. We will attack the Navy's defenses from the right. The pirates roared in unison. The pirate captains under the Whitebeard pirates continuously instructed their subordinates not to approach the battlefield where the First Mate and Admiral Akainu were located. Otherwise, if they got caught in the crossfire, it would mean certain death. Meanwhile, Colonel Steele Reyes, who was fighting with the pirates outside the bay, wondered how did Admiral Akainu come to the outer bay. Steele Reyes was puzzled because Admiral's arrival to support the outer bay would lead to a weakened defense inside the bay, which was not advantageous for the battle. However, this was the decision of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, or the admirals. Perhaps they had some plan in mind. Steele Reyes thought that he only needed to focus on killing the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates, leaving the rest to be determined by Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the admirals. Zhangwa stood upon the execution platform, gazing toward the bay's outer waters, where molten lava surged skyward in a fiery column. His brow furrowed as he muttered, why is Akainu clashing with someone beyond the bay? Thus the entire plan had unraveled once again. Every strategy meticulously devised before battle now lay in tatters. None had unfolded as intended. At that thought, Zhangwa's glare hardened toward Whitebeard aboard the Moby Dick. He burned with such fury he longed to tear Whitebeard limb from limb. Only then could his seething wrath begin to subside. Meanwhile, on Sabaody Archipelago, crowds gathered before massive screens broadcasting the battle at Marine headquarters in Marineford, their jaws slack with stunned disbelief. Even the supernovas found their perceptions shattered anew, witnessing for the first time what true apex power truly meant. A single pirate crew, the Whitebeard pirates, boasted such overwhelming strength, toppling one of the four emperors would be akin to scaling the gates of hell itself. Especially for Kid, who dreamed of becoming pirate king. His own crew consisted only of himself and Killer as truly formidable fighters. To challenge an emperor's armada was still a chasm too vast to cross. Yet Kid's ambition refused to yield before any foe. Skulldugman AP, watching in admiration, remarked, that straw hat boy, our contemporary, is truly fearless. Trafalgar Law silently mused, so, this is Monkey D. Luffy. At that moment, the supernovas watched on the giant screen as Luffy, aided by the fishman pirate Jinbe, and a host of Okama warriors, burst through the encirclement. Drake frowned inwardly. Since joining the Marines, I have never seen them so utterly overwhelmed. Not even once. Marine headquarters, Marineford. After sending a dozen Marines flying, Luffy leapt high into the air and landed squarely atop the wall leading into the central plaza. Excellent. We've made it into the plaza. You're something else, Straw Hat. Whitebeard pirates watched awestruck as Luffy became the first to set foot upon the plaza, and soon after Jinbe followed closely behind, stepping onto the hallowed ground of Marineford Plaza. Once atop the plaza, Luffy surveyed the scene and recoiled at the sight. How is it that the Marines keep multiplying? They're a sea of soldiers, dense, unbroken, endless. The Marines have assembled 100,000 elite troops. Such sheer numbers are no mere bluff. Jinbe explained calmly beside him. Upon the execution platform, Zhang face drained of color as he watched Luffy and Jinbe stride onto the plaza. He exploded in rage. Damn it. If only we'd activated the encircling barrier, they'd never have breached the plaza so easily. Marco, locked in midair combat with Garp, spotted Jinbe and Ace's younger brother entering the plaza and broke into a wry grin. Ace's little brother. Not bad at all. Garp too caught sight of his grandson and smiled warmly. That fool Luffy actually pulled it off. Azure Flame Goose. With index and middle fingers fused, Marco condensed an even denser blaze of cerulean fire and hurled it toward Garp. Garp grinned, eyes fixed on the incoming azure fireball, then clenched his fist, coating it in armament hockey, and drove it forward in a thunderous punch. Boom. Marco's Azure Flame Goose deflected violently off Garp's iron fist, hurtling sideways to strike a nearby building, engulfing it entirely in sapphire flame. Garp roared with hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, young Marco. You've heard me say it before, so long as I stand here you will not pass. Old man, are you truly determined to fight me to the bitter end? Marco's temper flared. The old man clung like stubborn tar. Though Marco bore no fear of injury from Garp, truth be told, the old man's strength was immense. So long as he guarded the execution platform, Marco saw no opening. Just then Marco's den mushy rang. He instantly created distance from Garp, answered, and heard his captain's voice. Moshi, I am Whitebeard. Hearing his captain's voice, Marco responded instantly. Captain, what are your orders? Cease your duel with that old man. Dispatch our division commanders immediately. Begin full-scale protection of the Straw Hat Boy. Marco, though puzzled, why would Captain entrust such priority to the Straw Hat Boy, nonetheless obeyed without hesitation. From the moment battle commenced, every order from Captain had steered the Whitebeard pirates toward decisive advantage. Thus Marco held unwavering faith against the might of Marine Headquarters. Captain had already forged the perfect counter-strategy. After hanging up, Marco turned and soared away. Garp, who hadn't fought so fiercely in years, stood frozen, bewildered as his opponent simply vanished mid-battle after answering a call. What on earth was that boy scheming? Not only Garp was baffled, Zhang was standing upon the execution platform, shared the same confusion. He murmured aloud, could this be another command from Whitebeard? At that thought, a chill of foreboding slithered down his spine. He scanned every angle, but found no vulnerability the Whitebeard pirates could exploit. Failing to deduce the threat, Zhang's gaze drifted toward the distant Moby Dick and locked onto Whitebeard himself. When he met that enigmatic, knowing smile, his skin prickled with unease. Zhang seized his den mushy, at once ordering Marine officers to reinforce defenses, leaving no breach for the Whitebeard pirates to exploit. Meanwhile, Marco relayed Captain's command to the division commanders. From this moment onward, their sole mission was the absolute protection of Monkey D. Luffy. On the plaza, Jinbe heard heavy footsteps echo and turned to see a giant admiral wielding a colossal axe. Admiral Rons has arrived. At the sight of the giant admiral stepping forward, the Marines' morale surged, confidence blazing anew. Aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard, seated calmly on his sofa, stiffened slightly upon seeing the giant admiral advance toward Luffy. A spark of intrigue flickered in his eyes. Ah, that one. The man who once declared, Whitebeard, you've left an opening. Fascinating. With a thunderous swing, Admiral Rons raised his great axe and brought it crashing down. Straw Hat Boy, you've left an opening. Gear second. Without hesitation, Luffy activated Gear second, accelerating his blood flow and executing the 6 powers technique Soro. Ron's axe cleaved empty air, slamming instead into the plaza floor, shattering the stone across a 10-meter radius. Just as Straw Hat Luffy bit his finger, preparing to unleash Gear third against the giant rear admiral, a towering figure dashed toward him at an incredible speed. As the giant rear admiral Longs raised his massive axe overhead, he saw Diamond Jaws, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates' 3rd Division, rushing toward him and leaping up ready to collide with his chest. The giant rear admiral Longs wanted to dodge, but it was simply too late. Bang! He took a solid hit from Diamond Jaws' dazzling charge, rolling his eyes back and fainting. Simultaneously, his enormous body rolled on the ground for over 100 meters, taking several hundred Navy soldiers along with him as they were swept away by the giant rear admiral Longs. Other Navy soldiers, witnessing the giant rear admiral Longs being knocked away, shouted in terror. After all, the rear admiral Longs was a member of the giant race. How could such a massive body be sent flying so far by someone? At that moment, Jinbe noticed that besides Diamond Jaws, other division captains were also rushing over. He couldn't help but excitedly say, the captains are here, our momentum has grown much stronger now. Captain Izo of the 16th Division shouted loudly after shooting down 6 Navy soldiers. Ace's brother Jinbe, don't stop, keep moving forward. Following Izo, Captain Bruley of the 9th Division smiled and said, yeah, Straw Hat Kid, we will fully protect you, just charge ahead. Thank you all. Straw Hat Luffy clenched his fists, determined to rescue Ace, no matter what. Standing on the execution platform, Sengoku observed for a while, and upon seeing the division captains of the Whitebeard pirates converging toward Straw Hat Luffy, he quickly considered a possibility were the division captains planning to protect Straw Hat Luffy's advance. This puzzled Sengoku. How could that rookie Straw Hat Luffy gain such importance? Forget it, this is not the time to ponder such matters. He needed to devise a plan to counter the Whitebeard pirate strategy. If he deployed the generals to intercept the division captains of the Whitebeard pirates, it would be falling into their trap, so he had to take the opposite approach. Sengoku's gaze swept toward Whitebeard on the Moby Dick, and he pondered fiercely. Whitebeard, then I will take you down. Your sons will have to regroup then. Thus Sengoku picked up the Den Den Mushi and arranged for half of the officers above the rank of major to focus their targets on Whitebeard and attack him. Soon some officers who received Sengoku's orders began to shift their targets. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates caught in battle did not notice this change immediately. But on the Moby Dick, Whitebeard, sitting on the couch, instantly sensed the Navy's tactical shift. Whitebeard couldn't help but chuckle, thinking, that old man Sengoku wants to take me down to distract my sons, or make them regroup, huh? Just under a minute after the Navy changed tactics, the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates also sensed something was off. The 11th Division Captain Jindog anxiously shouted, "This is bad, the Navy has changed tactics. Their target is Dad. We must go protect him." Captain Water Buffalo Atmos of the 13th Division quickly added, "We need to send some people back. We can't let the Navy harm Dad." Leading the charge, Diamond Jaws, after smashing a Navy lieutenant with a punch, analyzed the situation carefully, saying, "Wait, we can't let the Navy's tactical change disrupt our formation. With Captain Marco's strength, he can handle those Navy soldiers alone, but we need not worry. Let's focus all our efforts on protecting Straw Hat Luffy and rescuing Ace. As long as we apply enough pressure, the Navy will have to regroup," said Captain Lakio of the 7th Division seriously. Fasa, the 15th Division captain, who was smoking a cigar, murmured, "Indeed, the Navy's tactics are simply aimed at distracting us." Bista, wielding his flower sword, unleashed a flurry of rose petals that swept away a group of Navy soldiers before stating earnestly, "Our primary task is to rescue Ace. Moreover, with Dad's strength, do those weak Navy soldiers even have the qualifications to hurt him?" Bista's words were unanimously affirmed by everyone. Their Dad was known as the strongest man in the world. The Navy, even after 100 years of effort, they wouldn't be able to hurt Dad at all. Back on the Moby Dick, the division captains did not let the Navy's tactical change lead them astray, which made Whitebeard nod in satisfaction, thinking, "Not bad, these foolish sons at least did not falter at a critical moment." If the Navy's tactical change made his sons nervous enough to alter their strategy, it would have given Whitebeard a headache. It seems there was no need to worry about that now. At this moment, a Navy major raised his sword, cutting through the pirate defenses and arriving in front of the Moby Dick. He looked up at Whitebeard on the ship and excitedly whispered, "Whitebeard, your head is mine." However, as soon as the Navy major finished his sentence, Marco descended from the sky, his right leg transformed into the form of a phoenix claw, piercing directly through the Navy major's head. At this moment, Marco's attack was extremely ruthless. Marco wanted to use this method to tell the Navy not to lay their hands on Dad, or else they would meet their end. The result was that more than a dozen Navy majors nearby were terrified by Marco's brutality. An elite rear admiral with a two-headed dragon pattern helmet, looking fierce, stepped forward while smoking coldly, saying, "Don't engage him, Onion. Oh, we should surround him instead." "Surround me? If you have the ability, then give it a try," Marco said with a smirk. The nurse beside Whitebeard whispered in fear, "Dad, they are fighting too close. We are scared." Eating grapes fed to him by another nurse, Whitebeard smiled and said, "Haha, if the aftermath of the battle damages the Moby Dick, we'll have to repair it later." He then called out to Marco in a steady voice, "Marco, take these people further away to fight." "Understood, Dad." Marco crossed his arms in front of his chest, gathering strength, before suddenly unleashing his powers, entering his Phoenix awakening state. With a roar, Marco's Phoenix form expanded to twice its size. Sengoku, standing on the execution platform, frowned in contemplation. "If that's the case, then let me add some fuel to the fire, Whitebeard." After battling with Bartholomew Kuma for a long time, Ivankov roared, "Answer me, Big Bear, do you really not remember my face? You bastard." Ivankov looked at Bartholomew Kuma, who only knew how to kill, his anger boiling over. He couldn't understand why the Big Bear would act this way. It was utterly ironic that someone who clearly despised the world government ended up becoming their lapdog. Ivankov was more willing to believe that there must be some significant reason behind it, otherwise the Big Bear could not have made such a choice. Watching Kuma, who remained indifferent and only attacked him, Ivankov said fiercely, "Big Bear, then don't blame me for going all out against you." At the same time, Jean Tamaru, having received the command from Admiral Sengoku, couldn't contain his excitement as he said, "It's finally my turn to take the stage. PX, it's time for you to show your strength. and let those pirates see what you can do. 20 pacifistas lined up neatly behind Jean Tamaru. In Jean Tamaru's view, with these 20 pacifistas joining the battlefield, they would definitely cause massive casualties to the Whitebeard pirates. After all, just one pacifista could hold its own against the supernova pirates. On the battlefield outside the bay, one of the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco, swung his sword and killed 3 Navy soldiers when suddenly a laser beam whizzed past his ear. The beam exploded 30 meters in front of Marco, creating a tremendous blast that knocked down all the ordinary pirates except Marco. What is going on? Could it be Admiral Kazuru? Marco immediately thought of Admiral Kazuru, as the attack felt just like the laser beam he had just seen. Just as Marco turned around, the scene before him left him utterly dumbfounded. The other pirates of the Whitebeard pirates who witnessed this scene were also left in disbelief. Another captain of the Whitebeard pirates, the Knight of the Sea Dogma, immediately voiced his speculation. Could this be the pacifista that the world government secretly developed? Regardless of whether they are pacifistas or not, they all seem quite formidable. The de Calvin brothers could sense that each of these pacifistas was extraordinary. In contrast to the Whitebeard pirates, the Navy soldiers were filled with excitement, with the pacifistas joining the pressure they faced instantly diminished. As the 20 pacifistas entered the battlefield, their nearly impenetrable shells and the ability to fire laser beams from their mouths and palms quickly put the pirates on the back foot. After kicking Bartholomew Kuma away, Ivankov looked towards the battlefield outside the bay, where he could clearly see 20 modified humans like Kuma wreaking havoc on the pirates. The kicked away Bartholomew Kuma slowly got back up. Ivankov's expression grew colder as he said, "Although I don't know what could have caused you to go this far for the world government, you have gone too far." On the battlefield outside the bay, Wadaib, commanding her subordinates on the icebreaker, had her transponder snail ring. Upon answering, she heard her father's voice. "Moshi Moshi, this is Whitebeard. Wadaib, you are responsible for notifying the other captains to focus on dealing with the pacifistas first and not rush into the bay battle. If those tin cans go on a rampage, our losses will be considerable." "Understood, Dad, I will relay this immediately." Wadaib responded, seriously observing the battlefield. Meanwhile, on the Moby Dick, Whitebeard, after hanging up, did not withdraw his gaze from the battlefield outside the bay. Without taking action, Whitebeard did not want to suffer heavy losses, as it would only affect the final system evaluation. He then looked towards the right side of the bay, which had been an area no one dared approach since the clash between Ichao and Akainu. Whitebeard stroked his chin in contemplation, saying, "Ichao is not a warmonger. The reason he has been fighting Akainu for so long is likely that Akainu is stubbornly holding on to him. Otherwise, based on Ichao's character, he would have returned to the Moby Dick by now. How could he have fought Akainu all this time?" Indeed, as Whitebeard suspected, Ichao was not interested in continuing the fight, but Akainu had gone completely berserk. With his body turned into magma, Akainu soared into the sky and charged straight at Ichao. Ichao gripped his supreme blade, the gambler's fire line, and swung down, gathering immense gravitational force. Hell Journey. As the gravity around intensified to its limits, it pressed down on Akainu, who felt the enormous gravitational pressure, slowing his movements. Following that, Ichao unleashed a powerful slashing strike covered in armament haki towards Akainu. Akainu, seeing the blade's aura approaching him, accelerated to break free from the gravitational pressure and charged straight at Ichao. Swish! Akainu's shoulder was cut by the massive slashing strike. Although the wound was filled with magma, a hint of blood could be seen seeping out. Akainu had elementalized in advance to avoid Ichao's slashing strike, but the slashing strike under the anti-gravity effect slightly shifted in position. This caused Akainu, even after adjusting his elementalization, to be slightly slower and receive a scratch. "Got you, Hellhound." Akainu swiftly extended his magma-coated arm towards Ichao. This attack was not only fast, but also extraordinarily powerful. Ichao, utilizing his observation haki to perceive the scene, whispered in shock, "You would rather take my attack hidden to get close." Facing the incoming magma fist, Ichao let out a roar and blocked Akainu's Hellhound magma fist with his gambler's fire line, which was covered in armament haki. With Ichao blocking the Hellhound, Akainu was not surprised at all, but this allowed him to close the distance to his opponent completely. Akainu's other arm, also coated in magma, emitted terrifying heat that visibly melted the surrounding ice. Dog Bite Red Lotus. Ichao's observation haki sensed the magma dog head rushing towards him, and he immediately hardened his entire body with armament haki while stacking a gravitational barrier. Boom! Ichao was bitten by the magma dog head and dragged for dozens of meters, evaporating the ice beneath him. The intensity of the battle left ordinary Navy soldiers and pirates alike stunned, unable to close their mouths. Akainu pressed the attack, not missing any opportunity to kill Ichao, quickly advancing towards him. As the captains of the Whitebeard pirates provided cover for Straw Hat Luffy, they charged forward like a tidal wave, breaking through the Navy's defenses and drawing closer to the execution platform. Suddenly a beam of light began to gather rapidly above Straw Hat Luffy and his companions. Flower Sword Bista, who had just sliced through dozens of Navy soldiers, quickly shouted, "Not good, it's Admiral Kizaru." Straw Hat Luffy, Jinbei, and the others looked up at Admiral Kizaru appearing overhead, their brows furrowing in concern. How frightening. Straw Hat Kid, former warlord of the sea, Jinbei, and the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. The lecherous Kizaru scanned the group below. "If I let you guys proceed any further, the Navy's reputation will be at stake. So you might as well stop here." Kizaru crossed his arms in front of his chest, light gathering at his fingertips. Yada no Kagami. As countless laser beams rushed towards him, Straw Hat Luffy realized the wide coverage made it impossible to evade. At that moment, Diamond Jozu had already transformed into Diamond and charged forward, directly withstanding the laser beams. Simultaneously, Flower Sword Bista, Jinbei, and others unleashed their attacks, joining Diamond Jozu to block Kizaru's Yada no Kagami. With a thunderous roar after Kizaru's attack ended, he feigned shock, saying, "How frightening. You actually managed to block my attack together." Flower Sword Bista stepped forward, saying, "Leave Kizaru to me, you all continue forward." "Please, Bista." The 7th Division Captain Rakuyo replied solemnly. The usually taciturn 8th Division Captain Namora expressed concern. "Bista, don't push yourself too hard against the Admiral. They're not easy to deal with, and are quite strong." Jinbei glanced at the execution platform, now closer, and turned to Straw Hat Luffy, saying, "Luffy, let's keep moving. Leave the strong enemies to the captains." Luffy understood the urgency and importance, so he continued racing towards the execution platform, with Jinbei closely following in his footsteps. The 16th Division Captain Izo aimed his gun at the 2 nearest Navy lieutenants and fired 2 shots, bang bang, killing them. He then shouted to Straw Hat Luffy, "Straw Hat Kid, don't stop for anything, you'll leave all the enemies to us." While running, Straw Hat Luffy turned back and solemnly replied, "I will save Ace." Just then Kizaru transformed into a beam of light, heading towards Luffy. The beam was just shot out when Bista's sword cleaved through it, forcing Kizaru to halt his pursuit of Straw Hat Luffy. With his hands in his pockets, Kizaru said with a lecherous grin, "How frightening. But do you really want to fight me, Onion?" Bista knew full well that he was no match for Kizaru's strength, but for now he just needed to delay Kizaru. "I am the 5th Division Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light?" Suddenly Kizaru's lecherous voice echoed in Bista's ears. Without thinking, Bista raised his hand, covering himself with armament haki for defense. With one hand in his pocket and the other stroking his chin, Kizaru lifted his right leg. Whoosh! Bista was sent flying by Kizaru's kick, rolling dozens of meters on the ground, knocking over several Navy soldiers and pirates in the process. Kizaru looked at the already distant Straw Hat Luffy, raising his finger with a lecherous smile, and said, "How frightening. You've already run so far. This is troublesome for me." Laser. A laser beam shot from Kizaru's fingertip. "Not good, Luffy, get down." Jinbei, noticing the Admiral's impending attack, grabbed Luffy's collar and jumped to the side. Boom. The laser beam swept past the spot where Straw Hat Luffy had just been, exploding in the distance and sending a shockwave that knocked several Navy soldiers and pirates off their feet. "Kizaru, your opponent is me." Bista, emerging from the rubble, rushed in front of Admiral Kizaru, swiftly wielding his twin swords as countless petal-like sword energies surrounded Kizaru. Tengaku no Amaterasu. Kizaru clapped his hands, summoning a glowing sword from his palms. He effortlessly deflected all the incoming petal sword energies. Bista had never anticipated that his sword techniques could pose a threat to Kizaru, but he had already achieved his goal. As long as he could hold Kizaru back and prevent him from pursuing Ace's brother Straw Hat Luffy, that was enough. With a lecherous grin, Kizaru blocked Bista's sword techniques with his Tengaku no Amaterasu and said, "Bista, you've managed to achieve your goal. Since you know, then let's have a proper fight." Realizing that Kizaru had seen through his intentions, Bista was not surprised. Instead, he straightforwardly admitted it, inviting Kizaru to battle. As Straw Hat Luffy ran, a figure appeared ahead of him. Jinbei frowned slightly and said, "That's Rear Admiral Squirrel." "Is he a Rear Admiral like my grandfather?" Straw Hat Luffy immediately realized that this person's strength was not to be underestimated. "Straw Hat Kid, don't stop, keep moving." Diamond Jozu, half transformed into Diamond, charged at Rear Admiral Squirrel. Shining collision. Facing the charging Diamond Jozu, Rear Admiral Squirrel took a defensive stance while covering his sword with armament haki. Bang! In an instant, Rear Admiral Squirrel felt the power of Diamond Jozu's impact, secretly shocked and pondering what terrifying strength. How can it be so immense? This is bad, I can't hold it off. As that thought crossed Rear Admiral Squirrel's mind, he was sent flying by Diamond Jozu, rolling uncontrollably on the ground. Rear Admiral Squirrel. The Navy soldiers looked on with concern as Rear Admiral Squirrel was knocked away by Diamond Jozu. Diamond Jozu smirked disdainfully and said, "Do you think you are worthy of stopping our advance? You lot have come this far, haven't you?" A leisurely Akiji, hands in pockets, walked over, leaving a trail of ice in his wake. "Great. Admiral Akiji has arrived. Now, let's see how these pirates continue to act arrogantly. The Navy soldiers were filled with excitement. With Admiral Akiji's arrival, they felt as though they had received a reassuring boost, no longer fearing the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. Diamond Joe's smile faded, and he fixed a serious gaze on Admiral Akiji, stating in a low voice, the difficult opponent has arrived. Rear Admiral Squirrel also got back on his feet and walked over to Admiral Akiji. Fasa, the captain of the 15th Division, also approached Diamond Jozu and whispered, "Leave that Rear Admiral to me." Straw Hat Luffy asked with concern, "Shichibukai, can they hold off Akiji and the others?" As someone who had witnessed the strength of the Admiral, Straw Hat Luffy knew very well that without extraordinary power, it was impossible to withstand an admiral. Luffy trusts the captains. Shichibukai did not directly answer Straw Hat Luffy's question, but instead encouraged him to believe that the captains could withstand the admirals. Straw Hat Luffy responded, looking at the increasingly towering execution platform, silently thinking, "Ace, wait for me, I will rescue you soon." At that moment, Ivankov's assistant Lightning rushed to Straw Hat Luffy's side. "Mr. Luffy, I will use my scissors fruit ability to carve out a direct path to the execution platform." "Really? That's great." Upon hearing that a direct path to the execution platform could be created, Straw Hat Luffy felt a greater sense of assurance in rescuing Ace. As soon as powerful Navy officers appeared, they were directly blocked by the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. A large number of Navy soldiers were also held up by the pirates and the cross-dressers, and a direct path to the execution platform emerged before Straw Hat Luffy. "Straw Hat Kid, charge! Save Ace!" the pirates all shouted in unison. Boya Hancock, kicking away the surrounding Navy and pirates, indiscriminately looked at Luffy's back and thought shyly, "Luffy, you can do it." Standing on the execution platform, Sengoku shouted loudly, "A bunch of useless fools." A figure jumped out and blocked Straw Hat Luffy's path, and upon seeing the figure clearly, Luffy exclaimed in surprise, "It's you, Kobe." "Luffy, if you want to save your brother, you must get past me first." Kobe gathered his courage and shouted out the challenge to Luffy. Shaved. Kobe used the 6 powers technique to rush towards Luffy. Hearing Kobe's words, Luffy did not hold back and extended his fist. Gum pistol. Bang. Kobe's face was solidly hit by Straw Hat Luffy's punch, and he was knocked hard to the ground. In the distance, Bellamy saw this scene and shouted with his hands on his head, "What is that idiot Kobe doing out there?" Lying on the ground, Kobe thought to himself, "Luffy, you're really amazing. But in the future, I won't lose to you." At the same time as Straw Hat Luffy knocked Kobe away, Lightning had already used his scissors fruit ability to cut out a 3-meter wide, 30-meter long path, with the end attached to the execution platform. Straw Hat Luffy leaped onto the path and ran towards the execution platform. Ace, kneeling on the execution platform, shouted in shock, "Luffy." Sengoku revealed a fierce glare, gritting his teeth and saying, "With me as the marshal here, no one will save Fire Fist Ace today." In great pain, Garp clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as if making a certain resolution. Running, Straw Hat Luffy saw a figure heavily land on the path, and the terrifying aura caused numerous cracks to appear in the ground. "It's Vice Admiral Garp, our strongest defender. Let's see how you save Fire Fist Ace now." The previously worried Navy soldiers instantly felt relieved. With Vice Admiral Garp here, did the pirates really think they could save Fire Fist Ace? It was simply a fool's dream. The pirates saw that the Navy hero Garp was blocking their way, and the hope that had risen was suddenly doused with cold water, plunging into despair. Previously, their captain Marco had clashed with Garp for so long, and they were well aware of Garp's strength. Now the possibility of Straw Hat Luffy getting past Garp made them see no hope. Sengoku looked at Garp's back with mixed feelings. "Grandpa, step aside, I want to save Ace." Hearing his grandson shout, Garp's eyes revealed sadness. "Luffy, if you want to save Ace, then you must defeat your grandpa." At this moment, the grandfather and grandson shared a silent understanding, as if they both understood each other's intentions. Gear Second. Straw Hat Luffy activated Gear Second. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Straw Hat Luffy directly punched the Navy hero Garp, sending him flying. Throughout the process, Garp did not resist at all, falling so naturally. The pirates were stunned, unable to react to the fact that the Navy hero Garp had been knocked away just like that. Meanwhile, the Navy soldiers were all dumbfounded, their eyes wide open, as if they were witnessing the most absurd scene in the world. "Garp, you still can't get past the barrier of family." Sengoku looked at Garp, who had fallen heavily to the ground. The moment Straw Hat Luffy stepped onto the execution platform, Sengoku radiated dazzling golden light. "That's Marshal Sengoku using his ability." "Yes, it's the first time I've seen Marshal Sengoku's ability." The Navy soldiers, like seeing a ray of hope, saw the towering gold-bodied Buddha, which was their strongest shield. Captain Harda of the 12th Division frowned, watching the gigantic golden Buddha form, and anxiously said, "Is that the Navy Marshal's ability? We need to hurry and support the Straw Hat Kid." 6th Division Captain Blamank urged anxiously. On the execution platform, Ace shouted nervously, "Luffy, run, you could lose your life." However, Straw Hat Luffy completely ignored the golden Buddha right in front of him and took out a key. A key. Oh no. Seeing Straw Hat Luffy take out the key, the golden Buddha form of Sengoku immediately sensed trouble. Just after kicking away the flower sword, Kizaru, looking towards the execution platform, said with a lewd expression, "How terrifying. Straw Hat Kid actually has the key to the sea stone handcuffs." As Kizaru raised his finger to shoot a laser beam, a wave of Conqueror's haki suddenly descended upon him, interrupting his attack in a short moment. Kizaru's lewd expression flashed with confusion, wondering who had precisely unleashed the Conqueror's haki, and specifically targeted him. Kizaru thought that this battlefield still concealed a mysterious powerhouse. It made Marshal Sengoku feel a headache. The sudden arrival of Conqueror's haki, even if well hidden, was sensed by several top-tier powerhouses on the battlefield. The first to notice this fleeting Conqueror's haki was Whitebeard, followed closely by Mihawk. The Admirals Akiji and Akainu, Marshal Sengoku, Garp, and others were either engaged in battle or focused on Straw Hat Luffy. Whitebeard glanced towards the right rear, locking onto a naval ship where someone was hiding, and the Conqueror's haki emanated from that position. Whitebeard couldn't help but think, what a guy really knows how to hide. I didn't even notice. Whitebeard had nearly guessed the identity of the person hidden on the warship. On the other side, Monkey D. Luffy and Fire Fist Ace, the Buddha-like form of Sengoku, raised his fist, saying, "Kid, this is where it ends." In fact, Sengoku did not unleash the Great Buddha shockwave. He was concerned that a single strike might kill the Straw Hat Kid. What would be the consequences if the Straw Hat Kid were to die? Sengoku knew very well that Garp, that fool, was an unstable factor when it came to family affection. Therefore, at this moment, Sengoku merely clenched his fist and aimed it at the Straw Hat Kid, believing that this punch should be enough to severely injure him. Whitebeard watched the scene unfolding on the execution platform, a disdainful smile creeping onto his lips as he coldly mused, "Just as I thought. Letting the Straw Hat Kid take the lead was the wisest decision. Otherwise trying to charge onto the execution platform would come at a great cost. Dealing with Garp and Sengoku is troublesome enough, but the Straw Hat Kid leading is different. How formidable can Garp be? What good is that? He'd be easily dealt with. As for Sengoku, he doesn't even dare to unleash the Great Buddha shockwave. He's just clenching his fist, trying to intimidate. It's utterly useless. Having read the original work, I felt Garp was clearly letting it slide, and Sengoku was secretly doing the same. Now, witnessing it firsthand, I realized just how severe the leniency was. This is even better. It's beneficial for the Whitebeard pirates. On the execution platform, Ace widened his eyes, staring at the Buddha-like Sengoku so close. If Luffy were to be hit, it could cost him his life. Without time to think, Monkey D. Luffy took a deep breath, his entire stomach instantly swelling. Bang! The moment everyone saw Sengoku's fist land on Luffy's belly, the execution platform collapsed. Sengoku also withdrew from his Buddha form. In his view, this strike should be enough to severely injure the Straw Hat Kid. As for Monkey D. Luffy, under Sengoku's blow, a large amount of gas erupted from his mouth. Numerous Navy soldiers witnessing this scene raised their cannons and continuously fired at Luffy and Fire Fist Ace. Boom, boom. The sound of cannon fire echoed throughout the Marineford battlefield. The 12th Division Captain Harda shouted in panic, "Ace!" The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates were all tense, and Ace, shackled by sea stone handcuffs, could not use his abilities. In the face of such large-scale bombardment, the possibility of what might happen loomed large. The pirates of the Whitebeard crew feared witnessing the scene they dreaded. The Navy soldiers believed that under such heavy cannon fire, both Straw Hat Luffy and Fire Fist Ace would surely have no place to die. However, amidst the smoke from the explosions, a fiery passage suddenly opened. What's going on? Why is there a fire passage appearing in the explosion smoke? A Navy colonel pointed in confusion at the fiery passage emerging from the smoke. Inside the flames, Ace grabbed Luffy by the collar and smiled, saying, "Luffy, you kids still love to cause trouble, but I didn't expect that one day I would be rescued by you." Monkey D. Luffy wiped his nose with his fingers, smiling happily. He had finally succeeded in rescuing Ace. "Luffy, there's still a tough battle ahead. Can we fight?" Ace looked at the large crowd of Navy soldiers outside and seriously asked Luffy. Monkey D. Luffy's expression also turned serious as he replied, "No problem." Ace dragged Luffy's figure, finally appearing in front of everyone. "Great. Ace has been saved. You really are something, Straw Hat Kid." The 16th Division Captain Izang shouted excitedly. The faces of the pirates from the Whitebeard pirates were filled with joy. The Navy soldiers were all dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that Fire Fist Ace had been rescued just like that. Sengoku looked at Monkey D. Luffy and Fire Fist Ace, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. What a blunder. How could such a situation arise with me guarding here? Sengoku did not realize that his inability to strike hard against Monkey D. Luffy just now led to this situation. Lying on the ground pretending to be dead, Garp let out a sigh of relief, revealing a satisfied smile. Flame ring fire pillar. Ace gathered flames, rotating his hands to form a burning long pillar, which he shot downwards in an instant. The moment the flame pillar exploded on the ground, hundreds of Navy soldiers around were engulfed in flames, letting out cries of agony. Ace dragged Luffy, landing on the ground, smiling as he said, "Luffy, we need to start running now." I'm ready." Luffy flashed a bright smile, the previous fatigue seemingly vanishing at that moment. Seeing this scene, Kizaru remarked lewdly, "How terrifying. To be able to rescue Fire Fist Ace under such heavy Navy blockade." The blue pheasant, who was preparing to freeze Diamond Jozu, paused, stopping his actions in surprise, saying, "Oh dear, how could Garp and Sengoku let this situation be breached so easily?" To the blue pheasant, the fact that it was breached so easily was one thing, but that Fire Fist Ace was rescued so easily made him feel strange. The blue pheasant could also associate this occurrence with the Straw Hat Kid. Of course, such thoughts were best kept to himself. Voicing them would only embarrass Garp and Sengoku. It was unnecessary. Outside the bay, the Red Dog, fully unleashing his attack, stopped as soon as he realized that Fire Fist Ace had been rescued, roaring angrily, "What the hell are you doing, you bastards?" The Red Dog did not want to deal with the Smile anymore, turning directly to sprint towards the square. With so many troops guarding, how could Fire Fist Ace be rescued? Those bastards. The Red Dog gritted his teeth, thinking, "Even if Fire Fist Ace has been rescued, I will kill him on the spot next." A Smile watched the Red Dog leave, finally letting out a sigh of relief, murmuring, "Finally, we are leaving." Originally, a Smile thought that such a reckless Red Dog would continue fighting him without care for his life, but to be honest, a Smile did not want to stubbornly clash with the Red Dog. Hidden on a Navy ship, the Dark King Rayleigh watched the scene of Fire Fist Ace's rescue, thinking with satisfaction, "Roger, I can only help your son this far. After all, I don't want my future leisurely life to be disrupted." Boa Hancock looked at Luffy's beaming smile, feeling as if she was enveloped in happiness herself. With his hands in his pockets, Doflamingo licked his lips and said with a chilling smile, "Fufufu, this is quite interesting. Let them go." "What nonsense is this?" Rear Admiral Weasel immediately retorted upon hearing Doflamingo's words. The captain of the 12th Division Hardest shouted, "We are paving the way for Ace and the others." Of course, the captain of the 6th Division Bermank jumped up and struck down 3 Navy soldiers with a heavy fist, responding loudly. The morale of the Whitebeard pirates surged even higher, having successfully rescued Ace. As long as they could leave the Navy headquarters smoothly, this battle would be a victory for the Whitebeard pirates. A large group of Navy soldiers found themselves helpless against the coordinated attacks of Fire Fist Ace and Straw Hat Luffy. A Navy Major, furious, said, "Damn it, I can't believe those two work together so well." Fire Fist Ace gathered a massive fire fist over 10 meters wide, sweeping away dozens of Navy soldiers in front of him. Luffy followed closely behind Ace, who turned back and smiled, saying, "Luffy, your strength has improved quite a bit." Of course I have to surpass you in the future, Ace." Straw Hat Luffy happily replied, wiping his nose with his finger and expressing his ambition to surpass Ace. "What do you mean by future? You have no future now." Akiji, with his hands in his pockets, blocked the path of Fire Fist Ace and Straw Hat Luffy. "Great. It's Admiral Akiji, haha. With the Admiral making a move, those two are doomed." The Navy soldiers saw their top combat power, the Admiral, personally take action. Regardless of how strong Fire Fist Ace and Straw Hat Luffy were, there was only one outcome awaiting them: death. Ace raised his hand to protect Luffy and reminded, "Luffy, you need to step back now." Straw Hat Luffy understood that the enemy Admiral Akiji was very strong, so he consciously stepped back. Akiji's body transformed into ice on one side, while Fire Fist Ace's half turned into flames. Icebird. Akiji gathered cold air in his right arm and released a gigantic ice bird which possessed tremendous impact force and would freeze everything in its path. Mirror Fire. Ace suddenly unleashed a massive wave of flames from one arm, directing it straight at Akiji's icebird. Boom. As the ice and fire collided, a large amount of steam dispersed in all directions, obscuring the view of both the Navy and the pirates, preventing them from seeing the battle. When the clash of ice and fire began to subside, everyone slowly started to regain clarity on the situation. What? Did Admiral Akiji's ice just vanish in an instant? A Navy lieutenant was dumbfounded on the spot. That was the Admiral's attack. Many Navy soldiers were unwilling to believe that Fire Fist Ace's flames could match the power of Admiral Akiji's icebird. Bista, who was clearing Navy soldiers, smiled and said, "He is our Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division captain, so it's only natural for him to have such strength." Meanwhile, Marco flew in front of Whitebeard and reported, "Dad, I'm going to help Ace and the others." "Wait, go to that warship and call Rayleigh over here." Whitebeard did not agree to Marco going to assist Ace, but instead instructed him to call Rayleigh over. After all, with that old man Rayleigh on the battlefield, Whitebeard would not allow him to continue hiding in the shadows. He had to come out and show his face. By the way, if Rayleigh doesn't come, just start fighting, Whitebeard told Marco. Upon hearing the last part of Whitebeard's command, Marco was taken aback and cautiously asked, "Dad, do we really have to do that? Why ask so much? Just go quickly." Whitebeard glared with wide eyes and commanded loudly. "All right, Dad, I understand," Marco said, not fully grasping why his father had become so strange after choosing to retire and live a quiet life. However, when Marco thought back to the time when he was suppressed by Rayleigh's single finger, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Forget it, his strength had also improved now, and he wasn't afraid of that old man Rayleigh. In fact, Marco really wanted to tell his father that the primary task now was to assist Ace in escaping, and provoking the Dark King Rayleigh was not a wise move at all. But seeing his father's fierce gaze just now, Marco chose to obediently accept his father's arrangement. This scene of Marco flying towards one of the Navy ships to the right rear puzzled many onlookers, especially the Navy. They were unsure what little trick the Whitebeard pirates were up to, but they were too preoccupied to think about it. They had to stop Fire Fist Ace and prevent him from escaping. Hidden on the Navy ship, Rayleigh watched Marco approaching and muttered in confusion, "Why is that guy's son coming towards me?" Upon reaching above the Navy ship, Marco shouted, "Rayleigh, Dad wants to invite you over for a get-together." Marco did not lower his voice, and many people heard this statement. "Rayleigh?" Marco just called Rayleigh right. Rear Admiral Dalmesia said, bewildered, in the Navy headquarters. A nearby Navy major reminded Admiral Dalmesia Marco did indeed call Rayleigh just now. Rayleigh? Could it be the Dark King Rayleigh of the Roger Pirates? No way. Dalmesia immediately panicked at the thought of this legendary figure. Was the Navy really going to lose this battle? The Navy's attention had been focused on Fire Fist Ace, but with Marco shouting Rayleigh's name, much of their focus shifted to that name. In the rear of the Navy Chief of Staff, Crane frowned and whispered, "The Dark King Rayleigh has come to this battlefield too." A lewd-looking Kizaru stroked his chin and said slowly, "Kawaii, so that's how it is that hockey that suppressed me just now was indeed the Dark King Rayleigh's." Hidden on the Navy ship, Rayleigh cursed angrily. That bastard Whitebeard, is he doing this on purpose? When Marco saw Rayleigh come out, he said seriously, "Mr. Rayleigh, Dad invites you to join him on the Moby Dick." Sure, just in time to give Whitebeard a beating. Rayleigh's gaze shifted towards the distant Moby Dick, especially when he saw Whitebeard's indifferent smile. His anger surged instantly, and the moment he leaped down from the Navy ship onto the ice, he pushed off with his toes and sprinted at full speed towards the Moby Dick. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates, seeing the Pirate King Rayleigh rushing towards their captain, immediately grew tense and prepared to defend. However, Whitebeard shouted for them to stop and continue dealing with the Marines, assisting Ace in his escape. When Rayleigh was 50 meters away from the Moby Dick, he leaped and directly jumped onto the ship, grabbing Whitebeard's cloak and loudly questioning, "Whitebeard, what do you intend to do? Are you deliberately trying to set me up?" I'm sorry, I just missed you too much. Come, let's have a drink." Whitebeard immediately gestured for the two nurse girls beside him to pour wine for Rayleigh. Rayleigh was also infuriated by Whitebeard's behavior, disregarding Whitebeard's status, and reprimanded, "Whitebeard, this is a battlefield. We cannot be so leisurely. We can talk about your new world later." Moreover, Rayleigh determined that Whitebeard's previous words were insincere. What did he mean by saying he missed him so much? On the ruins of the execution platform, Sengoku's gaze locked onto Rayleigh's figure. Damn it. Really, that guy actually came too. With the situation developing to this point, Sengoku thought about the possibility of the Marines facing defeat. His eyes instantly turned sharp. Garp, lying on the ground, slowly stood up, brushing off the dust and murmuring to himself, "Rayleigh, it has been decades since we last met." The laid-back Akiji scratched his hair and said gloomily, "Oh dear, another old-era powerhouse has arrived. Will this war ever end?" Like a god of death, Admiral Akainu carved a path through the pirates with magma, and there was not a single pirate daring to approach. Akainu spread his 5 fingers, and a large amount of magma erupted from his palm, glaring fiercely as he said, "No matter how many come today, I will send all of you to hell." With his hands in his pockets, Don Quixote Doflamingo stepped on Crocodile's golden hook and smiled, asking, "Fufufu, Crocodile, aren't you going to consider cooperating with me? Look at this battlefield located at the center of the world. After this great vortex ends, the structure of this world will be disrupted. At that time..." "Shut up, Doflamingo. I've told you many times you are not worthy to cooperate with me." Crocodile summoned a sandstorm and hurled it at Doflamingo. Doflamingo used his string fruit ability to form a web that blocked the sandstorm while stabilizing his own body. A sand blade struck from below towards Doflamingo. Boa Hancock looked at Rayleigh, who was arguing with Whitebeard, and whispered in confusion, "Given Uncle Rayleigh's indifferent personality, how could he come to this battlefield?" After watching for a long time with arms crossed, Dracul Mihawk's expression finally changed slightly. Running away, Monkey D. Luffy laughed joyfully. Ace, Uncle Rayleigh has come too. He's a good person. Rayleigh. For some reason, Ace instantly thought of that bastard of a father. On the side of the Whitebeard pirates, due to having obtained a projection snail in advance, they could clearly see the scene of Rayleigh's appearance on Sabati Archipelago. Extra. Extra. The vice captain of the Roger Pirates has appeared. This is big news. Yes. Today is definitely one of the most explosive days in recent years. The reporters' cameras were almost about to explode, and they ran out of ink and several pens, unable to keep up with the notes. It seems this great battle will not end easily, commented Capone Beach as he lit another cigar. Chewing on pizza jewelry, Bonnie thought fiercely, those damn Marines, and that despicable Vegapunk, how dare they turn my father into that? Unforgivable. Scratching his head, Scratchman Apu lowered his voice and said, it seems that after entering the new world, I have to find a way to join the power of a certain Yonko pirate crew. In Scratchman Apu's view, just based on the overall combat power displayed by the Whitebeard pirates, even if the other three Yonko crews were not as strong as the Whitebeard pirates, they would definitely not be far off. Otherwise, how could they stand on equal footing? Thus, to navigate and survive steadily in the new world, one could only choose to ally with a major power. The gears of fate can no longer be calculated, Basil Hawkins said, already unsure where to place the next card in his tarot deck. Looking at the big screen, Urich smiled excitedly. Today has truly opened my eyes. Drake tightened the sword at his waist, determined to infiltrate the Yonko pirate crew and gradually dismantle these Yonko groups. How terrifying. Drake thought that just a single Whitebeard pirate crew could stand against the Marines like this. Moreover, that retired Whitebeard has yet to make a move. Eustace Kid stared intently at the big screen, baring his teeth, and saying, another old guy has come. A bunch of obsolete old geezers, what are they still doing here? Kid, we still need to focus on improving our own strength, Killer solemnly reminded Kid. Having witnessed this war, Killer knew all too well the vast gap between them and the top powerhouses, a gap so enormous it was despairing. TCH. Eustace Kid also knew that Killer was right. Therefore, he did not refute Killer's words. The Marine headquarters at Marineford Square. The commanders of the Whitebeard pirates and the pirates worked together selflessly to cover Ace and Monkey D. Luffy's retreat. In order to prevent Fire Fist Ace from escaping, the Marines continuously charged towards the pirates. Suddenly, a group of pirates let out anguished screams. Akainu retracted his magma fist, instantly clearing the hundreds of pirates before him. Admiral Akainu has arrived. This group of pirates is doomed. The arrival of Admiral Akainu brought a sense of reassurance to the Marine soldiers pursuing the pirates. With Admiral Akainu present, the pirates' doom was at hand. Whitebeard is ultimately just a loser from the previous era. What is this so-called Whitebeard era? Is it that decrepit fool sitting on a ship drinking tea? Akainu raised his voice, his penetrating tones spreading throughout the Marine headquarters at Marineford. Everyone heard Akainu's mockery of Whitebeard. At the same time, Akainu's burning magma eyes locked directly onto Fire Fist Ace. Upon hearing this, the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates instantly exploded with rage. Whitebeard on the Moby Dick was momentarily stunned. Damn, Akainu actually resorted to this tactic. Whitebeard shouted loudly. You idiots, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and continue running. Do you want to stay here and die? However, one person could no longer tolerate the humiliation of their father. Ace stopped his escape, turned around, and coldly confronted Akainu, saying, Akainu, shut your mouth. Akainu smirked sarcastically and said, am I not right? Just a bunch of useless children playing house, led by the failures of that era. Akainu, I've told you before to shut up. Ace, filled with rage, suddenly burst into flames. The terrifying flames made it impossible for anyone to approach easily. Captain Izu of the 16th Division shouted loudly, Ace, don't fall for it. That guy Akainu is just trying to provoke you. Yeah, just now Dad told us to keep running and not to engage with Akainu. Captain Lakio of the 7th Division was also afraid that Ace would get entangled with Akainu and something unexpected would happen. Diamond Jaws, who just knocked out a Navy Rear Admiral with a punch, turned to Ace and shouted, Ace will settle the score with Akainu later, it's not the right time now. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates wanted to kill Akainu, but after being reminded by Dad just now, they knew it wasn't the time for emotional outbursts. Because they had already achieved their goal, continuing to fight the Navy would only lead to greater casualties. Ace. Luffy wanted to get closer to Ace, but the massive flames surrounding Ace prevented him from approaching. Then Luffy saw Ace unleash a colossal flame punch. Fire Fist. A torrent of magma erupted from Akainu's right arm. Kid, do you really think you can fight me? You're overestimating yourself. In Akainu's eyes, Ace's enraged expression was merely the rage of an impotent man. Great eruption. The ground where the two stood cracked under immense pressure. In everyone's sight, the collision between the magma fist and the flame fist lasted less than 3 seconds, and the flame fist was instantly devoured by the magma fist. Marco, who was about to intercept Akainu, was flying at full speed when he saw Ace being blasted away by Akainu's magma fist and shouted anxiously, "Ace." Seeing Ace being burned, Captain Khalil of the 10th Division exclaimed in disbelief, "How is it possible? Ace actually got burned." "Yeah, Ace is a Logia-type Mera Mera no Mi user." Captain Jindo of the 11th Division was equally astonished. The fact that Ace, who was made of flames, was actually burned was utterly incomprehensible. Akainu strode towards Fire Fist Ace, sneering disdainfully at his miserable state. "Your Mera Mera no Mi is merely an inferior fruit to my own." At that moment, Marco swooped down and kicked fiercely at Akainu, shouting, "Phoenix Strike." Akainu, filled with murderous intent, roared and unleashed another magma fist toward Marco's incoming kick. Boom. Marco, facing the magma fist, instantly realized something was wrong when he saw Akainu enveloped in magma. "I told you today you all must die." Marco quickly turned to Khalil, who was running towards Ace, and shouted, "Khalil, it's dangerous. Get out of the way." The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates also shouted for Khalil to dodge quickly. However, it was too late for Marco's warning. Khalil, the captain of the 10th Division, who was about to help Ace, couldn't avoid it and watched helplessly as 4 magma dog heads with long tails engulfed him. "Ah!" Khalil, engulfed by the magma, screamed in agony for less than 2 seconds before he was left barely alive. Khalil, who was instantly killed by Akainu's strike, left the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates in shock. Captain Blamank of the 6th Division rushed over and looked at Khalil being engulfed in magma, shouting in terror, "Damn it." The morale of the Navy soldiers instantly surged. Previously, they felt too constrained fighting against the Whitebeard pirates. They had never gained any advantage and were eventually rescued by the Whitebeard pirates from Fire Fist Ace, which led them to doubt the Navy's combat effectiveness. Could they not even suppress pirates? But at this moment, all those thoughts vanished as their Admiral Akainu gave them hope. With a single strike, he eliminated Khalil, the captain of the 10th Division of the Whitebeard pirates, demonstrating the oppressive power of the Navy's top combat strength. What if he is the son of Pirate King Roger Fire Fist Ace? With one blow, he too was defeated by Admiral Akainu. With Admiral Akainu around, what are mere pirates? Now they felt no fear. Diamond Jaws and Bista were each dealing with 2 Navy rear admirals and couldn't spare a moment to assist as they saw Khalil in a dire state, making them anxious. "Khalil, hold on." Marco waved his left hand, immediately conjuring 2 flames of regeneration and shooting them towards Khalil, hoping it was not too late. As long as Khalil had not completely lost his life force, those 2 flames of regeneration could sustain his last bit of life. However, while Marco was distracted trying to save Khalil, Akainu seized the opportunity. "Marco, daring to be distracted in front of me. Die." "Oh no, Marco." Noticing the situation, Diamond Jaws, unable to deal with the 2 rear admirals, immediately turned and rushed towards Marco. He was confident that his diamond form would not be broken even if ambushed from behind. From a distance, the lewd-looking Kizaru saw Diamond Jaws, revealing a gap. "Hey there," to all members of the Whitebeard pirates. Just as Kizaru prepared to launch a laser attack on Diamond Jaws, Akiji on the other side also aimed at the exposed Diamond Jaws and unleashed an ice pillar. Diamond Jaws, surprised by Akiji's ambush, found half of his body instantly frozen and the freezing spread across his entire body at a visible speed. Diamond Jaws tried to break free from the freezing, but the speed of the spread was too fast, and in an instant he turned into an ice sculpture with a loud crash. He fell to the ground. Jaws. Captain Izu of the 16th Division, who was shooting at the Navy soldiers, immediately turned to rush to protect Diamond Jaws. The other division captains panicked, forgetting about their opponents. Suddenly, both the Navy and the pirates looked in the same direction. They saw Akainu's magma fist forcefully pierce through Marco's chest. The Navy soldiers shouted in unison, their voices thunderous, shaking the entire Marineford square. The pirates couldn't help but feel their legs weaken. Akainu. Even bathed in fierce blue flames, Marco, despite having his chest pierced by Akainu's magma fist, was still recovering at an extraordinary speed. Marco grasped the hand that pierced through his chest with one hand, while his other hand transformed into a claw and viciously dug into Akainu's chest. But for Akainu engulfed in raging magma, Marco's claws merely broke the skin, causing a trickle of blood to flow. In an instant, the situation of the Whitebeard pirates took a sharp turn. Behind the Navy, Sengoku observed that Whitebeard still had no intention of making a move, and he couldn't help but ponder what is Whitebeard plotting. Major General Tsuru approached Sengoku, reminding him, "Sengoku, we must also be cautious. On the Moby Dick, there are Whitebeard, Rayleigh, and that blind swordsman. All 3 of them are formidable opponents. Once they decide to engage, we will have to follow suit." I understand." Sengoku shared the same concern. None of those 3 were to be underestimated. Especially Whitebeard and Rayleigh, both were legendary figures he had dealt with multiple times decades ago. He was all too aware of the strength of Whitebeard and Rayleigh. What worried Sengoku the most was Whitebeard's tremor fruit ability. If he were to unleash it recklessly here at Marineford, the entire island might very well sink beneath the waves. Whitebeard couldn't help but curse loudly. Rayleigh, look at your captain's son. You should have told him to run instead of causing this mess. The advantage we gained has all been wasted. Rayleigh, you bear the primary responsibility. What the hell, Whitebeard, are you blaming me? You're the one at fault here. Rayleigh, who had been worried, exploded when he heard Whitebeard shift the blame onto him. Whitebeard realized that with Ace's current situation, he had to change his plans. Otherwise, the entire scenario would continue to remain passive. Whitebeard pointed at a 2-meter-tall pirate nearby and commanded, go bring the celestial dragon here. Yes, Dad. The 2-meter-tall pirate hurried towards the cabin. Rayleigh, upon hearing Whitebeard instruct his subordinate to bring the celestial dragon, began to guess what Whitebeard was planning next. At this moment, a smile, who had been quietly standing aside, said slowly, Mr. Whitebeard, I'll go help Captain Marco and the others. This action from Smile made Whitebeard feel reassured that at least he wouldn't drop the ball at a critical moment. The moment when 2 celestial dragons bound tightly were brought up shocked the Navy. They knew that any attack on a celestial dragon would prompt the admirals to act, yet such a humiliating scene unfolded before their eyes. The stark contrast deeply unsettled them. Those watching this scene on the big screen were utterly shattered in their understanding. Could it be that the lofty celestial dragons would one day kneel before others? This scene was constantly reshaping their worldview. Is this for real? Don Quixote Doflamingo's previously arrogant expression became unnatural as he looked at the 2 celestial dragons kneeling before Whitebeard. As a celestial dragon himself, Doflamingo understood just how explosive the repercussions of Whitebeard's actions would be. Upon seeing the celestial dragons, Boa Hancock's heart surged with emotion. However, upon witnessing the 2 celestial dragons kneeling before Whitebeard, Hancock was curious about what Whitebeard would do next. Hawkeye Mihawk stood with his arms crossed, not allowing anyone to approach, and gazed at Whitebeard with interest, saying, with this situation, the world government won't be able to sit idle. Crocodile had originally thought that Whitebeard had become despondent, but now that Whitebeard dared to act this way, it proved that his courage and spirit remained undiminished. That was the Whitebeard he knew. Behind the Navy, Major General Tsuru immediately linked this live broadcast to the significant impact it would have on the status of the celestial dragons in the future. How dare Whitebeard? Sengoku was on the verge of madness at that moment. Winning this war was one thing, but now Whitebeard's actions. The unshakable status of the world's nobility was now trampled underfoot by Whitebeard in public, and Sengoku could hardly bear to think further. Kazan, who had been worried about Luffy and Ace's safety, couldn't help but laugh, surprised that Whitebeard would do something so audacious in front of everyone. In Garp's view, the celestial dragons would likely have a headache for a long time. Akiji smacked his forehead, saying, oh dear, this is really going to be troublesome. If Whitebeard chooses to kill the celestial dragons in public, then the 5 elders will definitely issue an order for the Navy to wipe out the Whitebeard pirates at all costs. Oh no, I wanted to leave work early today, but it looks impossible now, I might even have to work overtime. The cunning Kizaru no longer dared to be too brazen in his lewdness. Taking advantage of a moment when Akainu was distracted, Marco kicked him in the chest. Akainu was knocked back 10 steps, but his gaze never left the celestial dragons. Akainu's facial muscles twitched as he gritted his teeth and cursed, those fools who live in luxury every day really think no one would dare to lay a hand on them. Useless trash that only creates chaos. Just as he had managed to suppress the advantages gained against the Whitebeard pirates, he was about to be thrown back to square one. And Sengoku, that old man, not only let Straw Hat Luffy go free, but also allowed that dragon's son Straw Hat Luffy to rescue Fire Fist Ace. Garp was another story. He acted like a bystander. But Akiji and Kizaru, those 2 bastards, infuriated Akainu even more. Everyone knew the strengths of each other, yet he was the only one fighting desperately in this chaotic battle. Within just a second or two, Marco, who had just been pierced through the chest by Akainu, was visibly recovering the hollow in his chest. At that moment, Smile, who flew over on a wooden board, asked with concern, Captain Marco, are you okay? No need to worry. No matter how powerful Akainu's attacks are, as long as I am not killed in one blow, I can continuously recover. Since awakening the ability of the Phoenix Fruit, Marco realized just how hard it was to die. He did not forget the main task and shouted to Ace, hurry, and use your Flame Fruit ability to thaw Jozu. The 9th Division Captain Burenheim had already carried the frozen Jozu on his shoulder and rushed to Ace. Ignoring the burning pain on his body, Ace concentrated flames in his palm to start melting the ice covering Jozu. Marco transformed completely into his phoenix form, flew into the air, and began to release a vast amount of healing blue flames to treat his comrades and replenish their strength. Phoenix Fire. Countless blue healing flames rained down upon the members of the Whitebeard pirates. St. Charlos cried out tearfully, Navy, aren't you coming to save me? I want to return to the Holy Land. After being tormented for several days, St. Charlos longed for the carefree days of his past. The Summer Lily Palace was no better. Every day, it was watched by those fierce pirates living like prey and pets. Summer Lily Palace no longer wished to experience this, and she realized the despair her slaves had gone through. Whitebeard stepped on St. Charlos' head and scolded, "Shut up. If you keep whining, I will chop you up right now." "I dare not, I dare not." St. Charlos felt the oppressive aura of Whitebeard akin to an abyss and was instantly scared to pee his pants. In the form of a giant Buddha, Sengoku emitted golden light and shouted angrily, "Whitebeard, have you gone mad? Do you know what the consequences of your actions are?" "Sengoku, what do you mean by publicly executing my son?" Whitebeard drew his supreme blade that Songyun cut and pointed the glowing sphere of the tremor fruit at Sengoku. The terrifying aura from the glowing sphere of the tremor fruit seemed as if it would shatter everything around. With red lightning crackling across his body, Whitebeard arrogantly mocked, "Sengoku, I declare right here that you must let us leave peacefully. Otherwise, I will broadcast the execution of the celestial dragon in real time to the entire world." The terrifying red lightning instantly enveloped the entire Marine headquarters Marineford as Whitebeard unleashed his conqueror's haki without reserve. One by one, Marine soldiers rolled their eyes and lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. In contrast, the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates were unaffected. The strong ones present all clearly observed Whitebeard's astonishing control over his conqueror's haki. Crocodile widened his eyes in disbelief and whispered, "Is it possible that the old man Whitebeard, even in retirement, still possesses such powerful conqueror's haki? No wonder he is the man I acknowledge. This is how the so-called strongest man in the world should be." Fufufu, Don Quixote Doflamingo realized the gap between him and Whitebeard's manifested conqueror's haki. Hawkeye, my hawk, could not hide his excitement. The terrifying wave of conqueror's haki continuously spread from Whitebeard. Marine Vice Admiral Squirrel struggled to stabilize himself and said, "Such powerful conqueror's haki, it even makes me feel frightened." The lecherous Kazuru showed a shocked expression. "While such strong conqueror's haki, the commanders shouldn't get knocked out by it." Not far away, Admiral Akiji pondered seriously, such a large-scale release of conqueror's haki, yet able to control it so precisely, truly worthy of Whitebeard. Behind the Marines, Barumabur painfully said, "Kobe, I can't withstand this conqueror's haki anymore. I'm not doing any better." Kobe also struggled against the impact of Whitebeard's conqueror's haki. At this moment, many people truly witnessed what it meant to face the strongest man in the world. Impressive Whitebeard. Garp, who was not affected by the wave of conqueror's haki at all, couldn't help but express his admiration. Though Whitebeard had yet to make a move, just from the massive wave of conqueror's haki he released, it was enough to show Garp's admiration for how Whitebeard maintained his peak state. Sengoku's eyelids involuntarily twitched several times as he muttered in shock, "How is this possible? Why do I feel like I am facing the Whitebeard from his peak years? Wasn't Whitebeard over 70 years old like me? Why is he still so lively?" Sengoku could maintain his current physical condition largely due to his own mythical Zoan-type Buddha form ability. Or is it that Whitebeard's physical condition hasn't declined at all? Why then did he announce his retirement? Damn it. Sengoku shook his head, feeling his thoughts were becoming chaotic. The urgent task was to rescue the celestial dragon first. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates, seeing their father display his might, shouted excitedly, "We still have our old man with us." That's right. We Whitebeard pirates are the strongest existence on this sea. In the hearts of all the pirates present, as long as their old man is there, the Whitebeard pirates will always be the strongest presence, without question. Such blind confidence stems entirely from the strength their father provided them. Now their injuries had mostly healed, including Ace, whose burns had disappeared under Marco's regenerative flames. Additionally, after being thawed from Akiji's ice diamond, Jozu also regained his combat power after healing from Marco's regenerative flames. The healing burden was quite heavy for Marco. After fighting for so long without losing his breath, Marco now began to breathe heavily. If he had not awakened the Phoenix Fruit ability beforehand, performing large-scale healing would have left Marco incapacitated on the spot. But now for the awakened Marco, it was just a matter of exhausting his stamina. Where Akainu stood, magma continuously dripped from his arms. "Whitebeard, you old immortal, it seems you're still so full of energy." Furiously, Akainu roared to the sky. In a home game, how could things develop to this point? "Sengoku, you cannot escape responsibility for this. It's one thing for Akiji and Kazuru to go with the flow, but you, Sengoku, as the highest commander of the Marines, are also muddling through." Sengoku never expected Akainu to suddenly turn his spearhead toward him, his face turning red as he said, "Sakazuki." Akainu's public scolding of the Marines' highest leader left the Marines who had not been knocked out by Conqueror's haki confused. Meanwhile, most pirates began to mock. 13th Division Captain Water Buffalo Atmos scoffed, is the Navy infighting. That's the best outcome. Akainu raised his arms, bubbling with terrifying magma, and roared, "If you're going to retreat because of this, then there's no need to be a Marine. Since you are a Marine, you must decisively eliminate all pirate forces. After this, if anything happens, I will take full responsibility." As soon as he finished speaking, Akainu directed his attention toward the Moby Dick meteor volcano. Akainu's fists transformed into molten lava, continuously shot massive lava fists into the sky. Akainu's staunch supporter Doberman watched this scene, acutely aware of the determination behind Akainu's actions at this moment. Including the likes of the Ghost Spider and others, they too could sense Akainu's resolve. Many other Navy members were equally astonished that while the celestial dragons were being used as leverage by Whitebeard, Akainu had chosen to strike, without hesitation, igniting a stronger hope for victory among those who had been enduring the pressure. Seeing Akainu unleash such a large-scale attack, Whitebeard bellowed like a thunderclap, "Marco Yassop, why are you still dazed? Hurry and stop Akainu." Got it, Dad." Marco, upon hearing his father's call, momentarily froze, but quickly regained his senses and charged toward Akainu. At the same time, Marco muttered to himself, thinking that his father was making such an overwhelming display. He thought his father was finally going to step into the fray. However, Yassop felt a bit awkward as he followed closely behind Marco. Whitebeard retracted the shockwave of his Conqueror's Haki that he had been releasing. In that instant, when the powerful Conqueror's Haki ceased, the Navy members who had been struggling finally felt a sense of relief. Had Whitebeard's Conqueror's Haki continued, even more Navy soldiers would have fallen. After that, more than half of the Navy had collapsed, leaving a vast number of them sprawled across the Marine headquarters at Marineford. At this moment, Marco, in his Phoenix Awakening form, kicked toward Akainu with his right leg covered in armament Haki. Seeing Marco charging at full speed, followed closely by Yassop, Akainu sneered derisively, "It's you two again." Akainu raised his hand to block Marco's kick as the armament Haki penetrated into his arm. With the immense lava erupting from his arm, Akainu absorbed Marco's attack. With his other arm, he struck fiercely at Marco's head. Bang! Marco, protecting his head with both arms, was sent stumbling backward over 10 meters by Akainu's punch. Akainu scoffed disdainfully, saying, "Marco, your stamina isn't as abundant as before, is it? Then let's send you to hell." As Akainu pursued Marco, he was suddenly immobilized by an unexpected force of gravity, but he swiftly broke free, leveraging his formidable strength. "If you let them surround Akainu, then what face do I as a general have left?" The yellow monkey, who had flown to Yassop's side, kicked at him. Yassop drew his supreme blade, the Gambler's Line, and firmly blocked the yellow monkey's lightspeed kick. Suddenly, a multitude of lava fists shattered the thick clouds above. A massive number of lava fists, moving at astonishing speed, slammed toward the Moby Dick in the bay of Marineford. Gazing up, they saw countless lava fists falling from the sky. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates wore expressions filled with worry as such a scale of lava fists descended upon their Moby Dick. If even a single one grazed them, their flagship, the Moby Dick, would undoubtedly suffer. On board the Moby Dick, Whitebeard took a deep stance, tightening his right fist, as a terrifying sphere of the tremor fruit ability instantly appeared above it. Seeing his father about to unleash his powers, the captain of the 7th Division, Lacqui, excitedly shouted, "Dad is making his move." At this moment, all the division commanders, including all of Whitebeard's sons, erupted with excitement, each shouting loudly. The strong present were entirely focused on Whitebeard, who was known as the world's strongest man. Since the battle began, Whitebeard had yet to formally engage, which left many curious about what it would be like when the world's strongest man took action. Crocodile shouted loudly at Whitebeard, "Whitebeard, let me see if you're still as powerful as you once were." Doflamingo, excited, licked his lips and casually remarked, "Crocodile, you really care about Whitebeard, huh?" With arms crossed, Mihawk had been standing still all this time, now his sharp eyes fixated on Whitebeard. If the situation allowed, he would truly want to challenge Whitebeard to a unknown duel. Smoker, holding the heavily unconscious Tashigi, glared fiercely at everyone from the Whitebeard pirates, gritting his teeth. Damn Whitebeard pirates. Suddenly, dense red lightning surrounded the tremor fruit ability sphere that Whitebeard had originally gathered in his right fist. Tremor break. Whitebeard's right fist slammed into the air, instantly causing the tremor fruit ability sphere to explode. In the moment, the atmosphere ruptured, a myriad of spider-like cracks spread for hundreds of meters. In the blink of an eye, the entire Marine headquarters at Marineford began to shake due to the shockwave. Buildings on Marineford were continuously collapsing. The Navy members who had never witnessed Whitebeard's power were utterly shocked, their jaws dropped. Words could no longer describe their astonishment at this moment. However, in the next moment, a scene even more shocking and despairing unfolded before them. They saw the surrounding waters of Marineford rise and fall, forming waves that crashed against the outer walls of Marineford. Some even noticed the water level dropping rapidly. Sengoku, stabilizing himself, wore a face filled with anxiety. Whitebeard, you bastard, you've triggered an airquake. In Sengoku's view, Whitebeard was doing it on purpose. Boom, boom, boom. The airquake created by Whitebeard formed a massive hemispherical shield with a diameter of hundreds of meters. The volcanic rocks falling from the sky were deflected the moment they touched the vibrating shield. The deflected volcanic rocks spread out in all directions, falling one after another into the seabed, stirring up countless splashes. With half of the volcanic rocks still descending rapidly, Whitebeard suddenly exerted force with his fist. The vibrating shield instantly transformed into a shockwave. Bang! A massive shockwave with a diameter of hundreds of meters surged into the sky. Everything in its path, the remaining volcanic rocks, were all blasted away. Before everyone's eyes, the colossal shockwave surged upward with undiminished momentum. As the cloud layers in the sky were scattered in an instant by the shockwave, no one aside from the top-tier powers could maintain their composure. Sabaody Archipelago. People were stunned, frozen in place as they witnessed the moment Whitebeard made his move through the live broadcast. Whitebeard has made his move. How will the war unfold from here? A voice broke the silence. Even though everyone saw the celestial dragons kneeling before Whitebeard, no one dared to speak the words celestial dragons. For centuries, the celestial dragons have represented supreme authority, instilling fear in ordinary citizens who wouldn't even dare to mention them, lest they face dire consequences. Skalachiman Apu widened his eyes, exclaiming with exaggerated expression, "What a terrifying power! Just a single strike caused such massive tremors. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would find it hard to believe this was real." However, to be fair, that Admiral Akainu's attack was equally spine-chilling. In his eyes, those in the Navy headquarters were all monsters, beings beyond his reach. Capone Beach pulled out a cigar and gazed at Whitebeard's silhouette on the large screen, expressing admiration. "The world nobles the celestial dragons. How will your status still remain stable after today?" The power of the Gura no Mi in Whitebeard's hands is simply a world-destroying weapon. Basil Hawkins had fallen silent as he had encountered an unpredictable aspect of Whitebeard for the first time. Jewelry Bonnie was pressing too hard on the bottle in her hand, oblivious to her actions, murmuring, "Uncle Whitebeard, you must teach the celestial dragons a harsh lesson. Let those lofty celestial dragons see that this world does not operate according to their will." Drake lowered his head slightly, concealing his furrowed brow, feeling anxious within. Originally, he believed that after the Navy engaged in battle with the Whitebeard pirates, they would certainly pay a price. It was merely a question of how much, but victory was assured. However, seeing the war develop to this extent, even Drake couldn't guarantee that the Navy would achieve victory. What shocked Drake even more was that the Whitebeard pirates seemed to be subtly overpowering the Navy headquarters, an utterly unbelievable situation. But it was indeed happening. Eustace Kidd's eyes gleamed with an excited ferocity as he said, "This is truly irresistible. Right? Killer." Just as Killer was about to respond to Kidd, he suddenly felt the ground beneath them trembling slightly. What's happening? Killer was baffled, wondering how tremors were occurring on Sabaody Archipelago. The other supernovas also quickly sensed the slight shaking beneath their feet. As they puzzled over the situation, the Sabaody Archipelago sounded the earthquake alert. "All personnel on the island, please note that a massive tremor has occurred at the Navy headquarters, affecting Sabaody Archipelago. Additionally, everyone, please do not set sail at this time." Hundreds of loudspeakers across Sabaody Archipelago broadcasted this message. People were slow to react, confused about why the tremors occurred. However, the supernovas were more perceptive, quickly realizing that the tremors on Sabaody Archipelago were caused by Whitebeard far away at Marineford. What an exaggerated power to have such an effect from so far away. Ulki felt the vibrations underfoot. Trafalgar Law, carrying his sword, couldn't help but think, is this power due to the Gura no Mi's incredibly potent ability? Or is it simply because Whitebeard himself is too powerful? To Trafalgar Law, this was astonishing and utterly incomprehensible. If the Gura no Mi is this formidable, then its destructive power must be the strongest among all devil fruits without exception. Or could it be that Whitebeard's overwhelming strength allowed the Gura no Mi's abilities to be pushed to an extraordinary level, thus creating such terrifying power? Along the coast of Sabaody Archipelago, waves crashed violently against the shore, each wave taller than the last. The increasingly fierce waves caused a significant amount of seawater to surge onto the island, making the residents even more fearful, prompting them to flee in panic. Eustace Kidd felt the tremors beneath his feet and muttered, "What a joke. Are you saying that this commotion was caused by that old man Whitebeard?" Eustace Kidd found it hard to believe that the old Whitebeard truly possessed such terrifying power. It was enough to make one's scalp tingle and head explode. Beside him, Killer lowered his voice, saying, "Kid, for such a massive tremor in this world, there is likely no one else but Whitebeard." TCH. Eustace Kid clicked his tongue in annoyance and said grimly, "If that's the case, then Whitebeard is truly a mountain standing in front of all pirates." "Don't worry too much, Captain Kidd, that Whitebeard announced his retirement not long ago," Trafalgar Law casually mentioned as he passed by Eustace Kid and others with his crew. Eustace Kid twitched his mouth and shouted, "Trafalgar Law, where are you heading at this time?" "I have no obligation to tell you," Trafalgar Law coldly replied. Eustace Kid watched Trafalgar Law's distant figure and raised his hand as the surrounding swords seemed to sense his intent gravitating towards him. Killer quickly reminded him, "Kid, wait, we shouldn't get into a conflict with him here. There are plenty of other supernovas around." "Then let's let that kid go for now," Eustace Kid muttered dismissively. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. On the side of the square, Boa Hancock's earrings began to sway. What's happening? Wasn't the shaking over just now? Boa Hancock wondered. If Boa Hancock could feel such a strong tremor, others would undoubtedly feel it more acutely. The division commanders who were most familiar with their father's abilities clearly understood what would happen next. The most bewildered were the Navy personnel, who were completely in a daze. Many in the Navy believed that Whitebeard had ceased his attacks. How could there still be tremors? It was too strange. B. Swordsman Vista urgently reminded his comrades, "Everyone brace yourselves, Dad's attack is coming soon." Moments earlier, freshly having passed through the gates of justice, the Blackbeard pirates sailed onward. Rainy Shilu wiped his demonic blade, a flash of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. "The Marine Headquarters. I haven't visited it in quite some time. Assuming a new identity grants me the freedom to slaughter without restraint." Shishishit. Standing at the ship's bow, Marshal D. Teach spread his arms wide and laughed with savage glee. "Men, prepare yourselves. Soon we'll unleash chaos upon the Marines in glorious, unrestrained fashion. Teach, if your attempt to become a dual demon fruit user ends in failure, then I shall assume command of this crew. Meow." Avalo Pizarro smiled, but beneath that grin lurked venomous cruelty. Shishishit. Blackbeard chuckled dismissively. "If I succeed, and I will, then you will serve as my crewman." "Understood, idiot." Basil Hawkins belched loudly between swigs of rum and declared, "Having escaped impelled down, we've got food, drink, and revelry. That's all that matters." Tox Q tossed another bottle of rum toward Basil Hawkins and murmured weakly, "How curious. I wonder how the battle at Marine Headquarters is unfolding. Have both sides been crippled? Or has the Whitebeard pirates been utterly shattered by the Marines?" Tox Q held such assumptions because he remained unaware that Marco had already stepped across the threshold into Emperor's strength. Nor did he know that Isho had joined the Whitebeard pirates, or that the retired Whitebeard, once burdened by chronic ailments, had fully recovered his vitality. Moreover, having entered the chi refinement realm, Whitebeard's entire body surged with revitalized blood and chi, reaching its absolute peak. Had the Blackbeard pirates known this, they would never have presumed the Whitebeard pirates' fate was sealed. Finoka, scanning the horizon through his spyglass, suddenly noticed anomalies emanating from the direction of Marine Headquarters. "Captain Teach, something's amiss at Marine Headquarters." "A hurricane is approaching," Finoka announced calmly, though inwardly his composure had long since shattered. "Huh, a hurricane?" In his feverish excitement, Teach failed to grasp Finoka's warning. Yet, in the next instant, Teach felt the wind intensify violently and instantly realized the gravest peril had arrived. His arrogant visage twisted into raw panic. He roared, "Damn fools, what are you waiting for? Haul in the sails, now." "Wait, Teach, what's happening?" Avalo Pizarro asked, bewildered. At that moment, Lafitte unfurled a pair of white wings from his back, soared upward, and landed atop the mainmast, pulling the sails in at full speed. As the gale strengthened, every member of the Blackbeard pirates sensed impending disaster. Even Rainy Shilu joined the frantic sail hauling. It happened swiftly, yet agonizingly slow. Within 7 or 8 seconds, a relentless colossal hurricane struck with cataclysmic force. Even with sails furled, their massive warship was violently driven backward. Bash, gripping the helm with clenched teeth, fought desperately to hold course. If the rudder veered even slightly, the ship would founder and vanish beneath the waves. After nearly half a minute of unrelenting fury, the hurricane finally abated, and the warship steadied. Releasing his death grip on the railing, Rainy Shilu turned to Teach, whose face still bore stark terror, and asked, "Teach, do you know what just occurred?" The rest of the crew likewise stared, expectant and uneasy. "No doubt about it, it's him. That old man has activated his power." Teach clenched his fists tightly. Merely recalling the image of his father unleashing his ability sent chills down his spine. He pointed sharply at Bash and barked, "Bash, hold that helm steady. A colossal tsunami is coming. If we're swept under, we're all dead. Legends say the tremor fruit holds the power to shatter worlds. And judging by what we've just endured, those legends ring terrifyingly true." Rainy Shilu murmured, piecing together the truth. Bash swallowed repeatedly. His nerves had been taut before, but Teach's warning tightened them into unbearable knots. Moments later, the Blackbeard pirates stood frozen in awe, staring at a towering 100-meter-high tsunami hurtling toward them at impossible speed. At the instant the wave struck, their warship was wrenched skyward. Bash strained every sinew to stabilize the helm, just as the vessel neared the crest of the tsunami. Disaster struck. With a sickening crack, the helm snapped beneath Bash's hands. Every soul aboard, including Teach himself, froze mid-thought, stunned into silence. And in that heartbeat, the entire warship vanished beneath the churning sea. 10 seconds later, Teach surfaced, clutching a splintered plank, coughing up seawater in violent, ragged bursts. Cursed luck. Had I not instinctively torn off that plank, I'd be dead right now. The memory alone sent ice crawling up his spine. Before Teach could even draw breath in relief, the sea churned violently once more. He whirled around. Boom. Another monstrous tsunami crashed down. He was dragged under instantly, bubbles erupting from his nose and mouth as he sank helplessly into the abyss. Marine Headquarters Marineford trembled ever more violently. Sengoku's voice boomed hoarse with urgency. Everyone, stay sharp. Do not mistake our numerical advantage for victory. We may yet be the ones who fall. That man possesses the power to annihilate the world. Fufufu. Don Quixote Doflamingo ran his tongue over his lips, grinning with exhilarated awe. What terrifying power. A colossal tsunami forms instantly, for he had just spotted it. The monstrous wave surging forward across the distant sea at breakneck speed. Silently observing Whitebeard beside him, Rayleigh stole a glance, and inwardly mused, this old man hasn't lost a single edge. He remains as formidable as ever. As for the tsunami, it posed little threat to Rayleigh. He bore no devil fruit curse, and thus feared neither water nor drowning. 2 titanic tsunamis, each over 100 meters high, rushed toward Marineford like jaws of a vice poised to obliterate it entirely. Kobe collapsed to his knees, tears and snot streaming down his face as he whispered, trembling, Am I going to die, eh? Am I going to die? I haven't even become an admiral yet. Tina's gaze flickered, her mind racing. As a devil fruit user, she knew full well beneath such an avalanche of seawater she would perish. Kizaru leered lasciviously at the twin walls of water, closing in Kiowaing. If this tsunami strikes, he and the Marines will suffer catastrophic losses. Countless Marines stood paralyzed, convinced their final moment had come, drowning in despair. At the very apex of their despair, a figure shot upward like lightning, appearing high above Marineford, arms outstretched. From both palms, twin pillars of ice erupted with crystalline fury. Ice Age. As 2 towering tidal waves over 100 meters high were frozen by Admiral Akiji, the Navy soldiers who had been terrified were finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. They thought they were about to die just moments ago, including the nearly scared to death Kobe, who gasped, I didn't die. It was Admiral Akiji who intervened. Having narrowly escaped death, Kobe began to regret his own cowardice, for he dreamt of becoming the strongest admiral of the Navy headquarters. He must become strong, just like Luffy, charging forward regardless of the dangers. Moreover, Vice Admiral Garp had taken him as a disciple. He could not bring shame to Garp. Vice Admiral Garp had expressed high hopes for his future. A Navy colonel shouted loudly, with Admiral Akiji on our side, we have no need to fear Whitebeard's tidal wave attack. With one person speaking up, another quickly joined in, that's right. We have 3 of the strongest admirals. Oh, we will surely achieve victory in this war. The morale of the Navy surged again from its earlier decline. The captain of the 8th Division, Namor, lamented, if only Dad's tidal wave had struck, these Navy soldiers would have suffered massive casualties. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates felt it was a pity. Just moments ago, Dad had conjured such a massive tidal wave, yet it was thwarted by Admiral Akiji's ice fruit ability. If the Navy did not have Admiral Akiji, Dad could have dealt a devastating blow to the Navy in one strike. It's all right, Dad will strike again. Captain Jinduo of the 11th Division believed that now that Dad had begun to act, what could Admiral Akiji do to stop the tidal wave? On board the Moby Dick, Rayleigh noticed the upward curve of Whitebeard's mouth and thought to himself, Whitebeard anticipated that his tidal wave attack would be prevented by Akiji. So he had prepared a backup plan. Akiji transformed into a beam of light, evading Kizaru's gravity suppression, and said with a shameless grin, oh wow, it's the vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Too bad Whitebeard's attack was stopped. Then you might be disappointed, mister. Whitebeard's attack is far from over, smiled Kizaru, possessing an extraordinary level of observation haki. What? Kizaru instantly sensed something wrong in Kizaru's words, but in the next moment his observation haki also detected Whitebeard's next wave of attack. Just as Marineford had settled down, it began to shake violently again. Tina, feeling the tremor, once more cried out in despair, why is there still shaking? Smoker clenched his fists, hating his own weakness, feeling that he could play no decisive role in this war. Jinbei, seeing Ace and Luffy pause again, quickly reminded Mr. Ace, Luffy-kun, don't stop, a dad is buying us time. Luffy followed suit saying, Ace, let's listen to Jinbei, and hurry. I understand, Ace replied, calming himself and not letting his emotions get the better of him as before. Otherwise, the entire Whitebeard pirates might continue to be affected. At this moment, Ace felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Suddenly, two thunderous sounds erupted. Boom. The 200-meter-high tidal wave icebergs frozen by Aokiji were shattered into countless ice chunks by the second wave of the tidal wave. The ice chunks varied in size, but each one was at least larger than a house. This wave of visual impact was immense for the Navy. Large ice chunks are falling. Run away. As the enormous ice chunks descended, the psychologically fragile Navy soldiers felt an urge to flee. At the same time, all the giant vice admirals and other admirals focused their attention on the gigantic ice chunks that were about to fall, deciding to step forward to stop them. Having been indirectly saved by Admiral Aokiji, Kobe thought he had resolved the crisis, but suddenly a massive ice chunk was plummeting down from above him. Oh, no. Am I truly destined to die? Kobe was well aware of his own strength. How could he possibly withstand it? That would only lead to his demise. Seeing his protege in danger, Garp immediately leaped up, channeling his haki to wrap around his fist and smash the enormous ice chunk to smithereens. Once again, saved, Kobe felt as if his heart was about to stop with countless ice shards falling around him. Garp, seeing Kobe still kneeling in a daze, urged loudly, Kobe, what are you dazing for? Stop kneeling and get up quickly. Yes, yes, Vice Admiral Garp. Kobe swallowed hard, mustering his courage to stand up, but his legs still trembled uncontrollably. Garp landed beside Kobe and patted him on the shoulder, encouraging Kobe, this battlefield is a great place for training. But Vice Admiral Garp, what if? Kobe began to speak, but was interrupted by Garp. Garp reprimanded directly, with me here, what are you afraid of? Just go boldly and do it. Oh, what's the worst that could happen? Yes, Vice Admiral Garp. Kobe seemed to summon his courage again. Meanwhile, with a large number of falling ice chunks, the giant vice admirals acted as the main force, using their bodies to withstand the impact, resulting in many of them suffering serious injuries. Akainu wanted to use his magma fruit to resolve this crisis, but Marco, without regard for his life, firmly held Akainu back. Marco accelerated, igniting the blue flames of the phoenix on his body. Akainu, you won't go anywhere. In that case, he'll make sure you have no strength left to recover from your injuries. Akainu knew that to kill Marco, he had to significantly exhaust Marco's stamina. However, this process was too long and too troublesome if possible. Akainu did not want to fight Marco. No matter how much damage Marco took, as long as he expended some stamina, he could recover all his injuries. On the other side, Kizaru, with a lecherous expression, asked, oh wow, Yasop, you don't seem to have any intention of dragging me along, do you? Yasop did not answer Kizaru directly. However, Kizaru understood Yasop's intentions, and then Kizaru thought that perhaps Yasop was just like him, enjoying to muddle through the waters, understanding one another. Holy Land, Mariewa. In a luxurious palace, an elderly man with hair and beard resembling a crescent moon slowly opened his eyes and quietly murmured, Whitebeard, the last time I fought you was decades ago. Behind the side building of the naval headquarters, a group of escaped convicts hid here with Buggy. One of the escaped convicts excitedly asked, Captain Buggy, when will you strike and take Whitebeard's head? What a joke. You want me to go to my death? A bunch of idiots. Buggy erupted in a torrent of curses, as expected of Captain Buggy, saying he would send Whitebeard to his death. Exactly. The Pirate King's first mate, Silver's Rayleigh, is also here. The blind fantasies of the escaped convicts left Buggy utterly speechless. At that moment, several escaped convicts noticed that the 16th Division Captain Izo of the Whitebeard Pirates was approaching them. Buggy also noticed Izo's figure and was puzzled as to why the Whitebeard Pirates were coming toward him. Izo shouted from a distance, Clown Buggy, your first mate Silver's Rayleigh wants you to bring people to cover Ace's retreat. Move quickly. Huh. The first mate's orders. Buggy was taken aback. Was it really Uncle Rayleigh's orders? Buggy felt a bit unsure. In the next moment, a group of escaped convicts were instantly ignited with enthusiasm, urging Buggy on, leaving him in a difficult position. However, neither Buggy nor Rayleigh knew that Whitebeard had directly ordered his son to use Rayleigh's name to give Buggy commands. Sengoku quickly pondered in his mind, devising new countermeasures, especially upon seeing Whitebeard and Rayleigh on the Moby Dick. He felt a headache coming on. Moreover, the destructive range of Whitebeard's tremor fruit ability was far too extensive, making it nearly impossible to stop. At this moment, a naval colonel was anxiously standing before Admiral Sengoku. Seeing the naval colonel so flustered, Sengoku couldn't help but furrow his brow. Had something bad happened again? Report, Admiral Sengoku, we have received word from Mariewa that the commander of the God Knights is about to arrive at Marineford. Sengoku, who originally thought something serious had occurred, was taken aback by this news. They actually alerted the God Knights. However, Sengoku couldn't help but glance instinctively towards the direction of the Moby Dick, where the two celestial dragons were still kneeling before Whitebeard. No wonder they would alert Mariewa to take action. If this situation continued to escalate, those people would probably not remain idle either. Sengoku waved his hand, signaling the naval colonel to retreat. All right, I understand, you may go. Yes, Admiral Sengoku. The naval colonel respectfully retreated. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the Whitebeard pirates began a large-scale retreat, while the Navy entered a frenzied pursuit. On the Moby Dick, Rayleigh calmly asked with one hand in his pocket. Whitebeard, the Navy won't let you leave easily. What are you planning to do? Simple, just take action against these two guys. Whitebeard replied dismissively, lifting Charlos with one hand. Spare me. I am a celestial dragon. You cannot treat me this way, or you will regret it. Charlos exclaimed, his face smeared with snot and tears, scared to the point of wetting himself. So much nonsense. Whitebeard swiftly drew his supreme-grade great blade, the Tsong Yin Xia. This scene was witnessed by the Navy present, who could hardly fathom what would happen next. They didn't dare to think any further. Seeing Whitebeard about to strike at the celestial dragon, Sengoku immediately shouted, Whitebeard, do you really dare to kill a celestial dragon in public? If you do this, even if the Whitebeard pirates hide in the New World, the Navy and the world government will not let you go. Mihawk Hancock, Doflamingo, Crocodile, Moria, Ivankov, all these outside observers were watching Whitebeard. If Whitebeard truly killed a celestial dragon in public, then it would be a complete declaration of war against the world government, as their dignity built over hundreds of years would be trampled in public. It was impossible for them to remain indifferent. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Whitebeard. Responding to Sengoku's questioning, Whitebeard grinned wickedly and said, Sengoku, this is a battlefield. There is no such thing as daring or not daring here. Moreover, I am Whitebeard. Do you think a mere celestial dragon can make me hesitate? If you provoke me, I won't hesitate to tear down Mariewa as well. Then Whitebeard threw Charlos high into the air, and Charlos, thrown up uncontrollably, began to fall down. Doflamingo's expression suddenly twisted, and he chuckled. So he really is going to make a move. Hancock instinctively covered her face with both hands. Mihawk observed, noting that Whitebeard was looking at the celestial dragon, as if he were looking at trash. Is this for real, eh? Akiji scratched his head, unable to comprehend why Whitebeard would rather threaten them with the celestial dragon than make them hesitate. But to kill a celestial dragon in public. The next moment the scene seemed to freeze. Whitebeard's supreme-grade great blade, Tsong Yin Xia, violently pierced through Charlos' chest. Moreover, Whitebeard's eyes remained completely indifferent throughout the act of killing the celestial dragon, which was the most terrifying aspect. The long-standing oppression of the celestial dragons would drive people mad when they finally rebelled. However, Whitebeard remained utterly unfazed. If one were unaware of the celestial dragon's ignorance could breed fear, but how could Whitebeard possibly not know about the celestial dragons? Even those engaged in fierce combat unconsciously stopped as Whitebeard had made his move. He really did make a move. At the rear of the Navy, Garp sighed and expressed admiration, saying, truly, utterly unfazed. Whether it was out of anger or joy, or perhaps, now it's too late to say anything, we have to fight the Whitebeard pirates to the bitter end. Admiral Tsuru helplessly shook her head and sighed in response. What Tsuru sighed about was that the Navy's casualties would far exceed expectations, leading to the worst possible outcome. It might even leave the Navy unable to recover. Sengoku, with bulging veins, glared at Whitebeard, filled with rage, and growled, Whitebeard, how dare you? A clever pirate from the Whitebeard pirates firmly held the Den Den Mushi towards their old man. Whitebeard, surrounded by a dominating aura, announced, the world has its own destined order. What has been divided must come together, and what has been together must be divided. Celestial dragons. They have sat on their thrones long enough. The time has come for the world government's reign to end. It's time for a new master to emerge. In an era where heroes rise, whoever wins this battle for supremacy will hold the power over the entire world, and the empty throne of Mariewa is the ultimate goal. Sabaody Archipelago. Extra. Major news. This is definitely the biggest and most explosive news that will shock the entire world. All the reporters gathered in front of the big screen were completely frantic, continuously recording everything happening at this moment. Especially the declaration from the Whitebeard man, which thoroughly impacted everyone's worldview with earth-shattering force. The impact of this monumental news was far greater than the shock of instantly destroying an island. Especially for the people of Sabaody Archipelago, the celestial dragons frequently visited here, and every time they saw a celestial dragon, they would immediately kneel and worship out of conditioned reflex. But at this moment, people realized that even the celestial dragons would beg for mercy in front of the strong and fear death. So it turns out the blood of the celestial dragons is also red, just like ours. Someone couldn't help but blurt out, Once this was said, others immediately expressed differing opinions, especially since the celestial dragons always wore oxygen masks and did not breathe the same air as them. A boy in his teens couldn't help but shed tears enviously, saying, "If I could be as strong as the Whitebeard man, would the celestial dragons also beg for mercy from me?" He thought about how his parents were once passing by when the celestial dragons came through, and when they failed to kneel properly, his parents were killed in the street. For so many years, this had been a shadow deep within his heart. He looked at the tall and mighty figure of the Whitebeard man on the big screen and blurted out, "Dad." At this moment, he was profoundly captivated by the overwhelming aura of the Whitebeard man, whose calm demeanor while killing the celestial dragons was awe-inspiring. Not only did this boy admire the Whitebeard man, but many others also began to see him as their idol at this moment. The strange monk Urge turned to his subordinates and said, "I really think the Whitebeard man is charming. I can't help but want to follow him. Captain, whatever you do, we will always follow you." Urge's subordinates expressed their support for their captain. Capone Beej had finished his cigar and didn't even realize it, as his mind was occupied with one question. Why would the Whitebeard man with such enormous ambitions announce his abdication? Even he, a notorious crime lord, couldn't fathom the reason. The crew of the Bonnie pirates looked with worry at their captain, who had gone, still not even eating the food. Just as they were about to speak, Jewelry Bonnie slowly said, "Keep the food coming for me." "Yes, Captain." The pirates of the Bonnie crew were momentarily stunned and hurried to continue serving food to their captain. Scurvy Man AP wondered to himself, shaken to his core by the Whitebeard man's overwhelming declaration, so domineering, so tyrannical, so shocking. Originally intending to make a name for himself in the new world, at this moment, he no longer desired that. In the coming era, with his strength, he would only be instantly swept into the abyss. Basil Hawkins, who had put away all his tarot cards, fell into speechlessness. After a moment, Hawkins calmly said, "The era of the Whitebeard man remains the era of the Whitebeard man in the future. Just the public execution of the celestial dragons makes him unmatched. Even if someone else were to publicly execute the celestial dragons in the future, they could not achieve the shock brought by the Whitebeard man today." As Drake, who was sent by the Navy to infiltrate the pirate camp, fell into confusion. He didn't know where to go from here. But he could already foresee that the future would be an era of great upheaval. Where should the Navy go? Eustace Kidd spread his fingers and exerted force, excitement flickering in his eyes as he lowered his voice and said, "An era where heroes arise. Then I, Kidd, will also become one of those heroes. Kidd, the road ahead of us is still very long." Killer couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "It's okay. I will definitely become the Pirate King. This is my dream." Kidd clenched his fist tightly. Marine Headquarters, Marineford, Moby Dick. Rayleigh looked at the Whitebeard man beside him, lost in thought, and asked, "Whitebeard man, you are really not the same as you used to be now." In Rayleigh's deep impression, the Whitebeard man was a pirate whose ambition was not to be the Pirate King, but to have his family. But now in Rayleigh's view, the Whitebeard man had transformed into a figure filled with wisdom and ambition, cunning and shrewd, pursuing power and the ambition for domination. Ivankov, who had been facing off against Bartholomew Kuma, stared blankly at the Whitebeard man. At this moment, Ivankov could already envision that if the Whitebeard man's target was also the celestial dragons of the world government, then in the future they, the Revolutionary Army, would either become allies with the Whitebeard pirate crew or directly become enemies. Because from what the Whitebeard man just declared his target was the world government, Ivankov couldn't help but feel anxious. The proud Boa Hancock was completely captivated by the charisma of the Whitebeard man from the moment he publicly killed the celestial dragons. Crocodile clenched his fists tightly, a large amount of sand spilling from his hands. "Whitebeard man, did you have ambitions before, or did you only start to have such huge ambitions now?" Crocodile couldn't understand. He had once challenged the Whitebeard man, and at that time the impression the Whitebeard man gave him was completely different from the ambitions displayed now. It was as if they were completely different people, but there was no one else like the Whitebeard man in this world, which meant that this immense ambition was the true side of the Whitebeard man. The cold-eyed Mihawk was also shocked by the actions of the Whitebeard man. It is said that the Whitebeard man is the closest person to the Pirate King after the Roger era, but he has never been able to step over this threshold. Now Mihawk felt that all the so-called legends had underestimated the Whitebeard man who just revealed his immense ambition. Once successful, he would overturn the history of the whole world and enter a new chapter in history. Doflamingo, with his hands in his pockets, was so excited that he trembled, laughing maniacally. Fufufu. Who truly is the king of this sea? When will the D family appear again? Who will support whom, and who will betray whom? The four emperors of the New World, or the Shichibukai active among the major powers, or the Revolutionary Army that acts in secret, or the strongest force on the sea, the Navy? You celestial dragons of Mariewa, you are destined to be pulled down from your pedestal. For the ever-increasing pirates, there is only one vacant throne. This is truly too interesting fufufu. The pirate captains of the Whitebeard pirates were momentarily stunned after their old man's domineering declaration. But once they regained their composure, each of them revealed a frenzied, yet exhilarated expression. Their old man was truly imposing. He was directly declaring war against the world government. As one of the earliest veterans, the captain of the 7th Division lackey expressed his shock and astonishment. Our old man has changed so much. But as long as it's our old man's goal, I will follow him to the end. Ace clenched his fists, resolutely stating, no matter what our old man does, I will always stand by his side. Of course. The captain of the 13th Division Water Buffalo Atmos immediately echoed Ace's determination. The other division captains similarly voiced their admiration and support for their old man. The battered smoker couldn't help but curse loudly. Crazy. Whitebeard is a madman, a completely deranged madman. In Smoker's view, Whitebeard's actions were utterly insane, and this world was about to descend into chaos. Similarly exhausted and wounded, Tina's breathing quickened as she said Whitebeard's words were too impactful. Smoker, we must prepare for the possibility of dying in battle. Can we even choose not to die? Smoker replied with a hint of resignation. Admiral Akiji slowly approached Smoker and reminded him, if you feel you're unable to continue, don't push yourself. The imminent life and death battle could claim your life the moment you get caught up in it. Upon hearing Admiral Akiji's words, both Smoker and Tina instantly understood the High Command's decision. The perverted, yet surprised Kizaru, who had been exchanging blows with Ichao, asked, hey, Ichao, do you know about Whitebeard's immense ambition? What is that huge ambition of Whitebeard, if you know? Kizaru's inquiry stemmed from his brief battle with Ichao, realizing that Ichao did not behave like a typical pirate. Having spent most of his life dealing with pirates, Kizaru was quick to notice. Mr. Kizaru, I won't tell you the specific reasons, so there's no need to ask. Ichao directly challenged Kizaru's intentions to avoid any further endless questioning. However, Ichao never expected that Whitebeard's ambition was to overthrow the world government, with the ultimate goal being the empty throne. It was simply a desire to monopolize the world's power, to become a tyrant and control the entire world. The enraged Akainu, who was being relentlessly entangled by Marco, growled, old man, you can't even compete with Roger for the title of Pirate King. And now you still dare to dream of overthrowing the world government. To become the greatest king. Just a delusional old fool. Akainu, shut your mouth. You are just a dog of the world government. Upon hearing Akainu's scorn towards their old man, Marco immediately retaliated against Akainu, seeking death. Akainu's body transformed into magma as he raised his magma fist to smash down on Marco's head. Is this still the Whitebeard I know? Kapu was also shocked by Whitebeard's actions. If someone had claimed that Whitebeard used to pursue power and status, then Kapu would be the first to refute it, because if Whitebeard had truly sought power and status, he wouldn't have maintained the current situation. However, the current Whitebeard was indeed exhibiting an immense ambition, aiming for the empty throne in the holy land of Marigios. Those foolish celestial dragons possessing such enormous power do not dare to publicly declare their superiority over everyone by sitting on the empty throne. Yet now Whitebeard has publicly declared it. Kapu was beginning to doubt whether Whitebeard truly sought the supreme power. To speak the truth, after all, Whitebeard was so old. For example, if he truly defeated all opposing forces and sat on that supreme, empty throne, how long could he possibly live? Moreover, this was merely a metaphor, and Kapu couldn't fathom Whitebeard's true purpose. Was it ambition or something else? At that moment, Sengoku, the highest leader of the Navy, had bloodshot eyes filled with rage as he glared at Whitebeard, gritting his teeth and saying, Whitebeard, today you and all of your sons must die here at Navy headquarters. You should already understand the consequences of your actions. Huh? Whitebeard laughed heartily, his laughter echoing throughout the Navy headquarters of Marineford, possessing a powerful penetrating quality. Whitebeard gradually ceased his laughter and disdainfully glared at Sengoku, mocking Sengoku. After being the Marine Admiral for so many years, do you still not understand the basic principles of the world? Or have you been enslaved by the world government for too long? Has your thinking been conditioned? But that's understandable. You joined the Navy at a young age, haha. Now I will give you a proper lesson again, and everyone else should listen well. Fools who know nothing of peace and war hold completely different values. Only those at the pinnacle can define good and evil. Do you understand? Only those at the pinnacle can dictate the operating rules of the world, which will naturally follow the principles set by that person. Was there a world government 800 years ago? No, since there wasn't, it must have been the world government that eliminated the previous greatest and most powerful force. Did they fail in their challenge? It was simply the previous strongest force that continued to rule the world. If they had succeeded in their challenge, they would have become the current world government. And you, Sengoku, as the highest leader of the Navy, are still not clear about how many forces have challenged the world government in the past 800 years. It was simply that they did not succeed and faded into the long river of history, just like the previous greatest force defeated by the world government. The world government also seeks to cover up the past, erasing that century of history. To put it bluntly, the world government fears that the previous force was not completely exterminated and that someone would lead a charge to restore the past glory. But who can say for sure? What if a new force emerges midway to challenge the world government? The answer is yes, and that is the Revolutionary Army. From now on, it's simply a matter of adding more forces that wish to challenge the world government. Since the world government can hold the highest power in the world, why can't I, Whitebeard, do the same? Noble birth does not equate to strength. Everyone was stunned, unable to regain their senses for a long time. The desires hidden deep within some hearts were ignited by Whitebeard's words as the allure of supreme power drove them to madness. Whitebeard. The Navy soldiers anxiously watched their fleet Admiral Sengoku roar with rage, transforming into a giant Buddha as he leaped towards Whitebeard. Today, even if it costs my life as Admiral, I will keep you at the Navy headquarters, Whitebeard. Many pirates from the Whitebeard pirates tried to step forward to stop Sengoku from attacking their captain, but they were all knocked unconscious by Sengoku's overwhelming conqueror's haki. Buddha's shockwave. Sengoku, filled with unprecedented fury, unleashed a powerful shockwave from the palm of the giant Buddha. Facing Sengoku's furious strike, Whitebeard smirked with a mocking smile. Boom. The Navy soldiers watched their enraged fleet admiral unleash a devastating Buddha shockwave. However, in the next moment, a Navy Major General pointed in the direction of the Moby Dick, exclaiming in fear, "That is Admiral Sengoku's attack, but who is blocking it?" "That person is Diamond Jaws from the Whitebeard Pirates' 3rd Division," another Navy Major General responded in astonishment. Sengoku, who had unleashed the Buddha's shockwave, noticed that Diamond Jaws was withstanding his strongest attack with his body. Seeking death. In Sengoku's eyes, since this 3rd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates Diamond Jaws was looking for death, he would send him to his demise, at least causing Whitebeard some momentary sorrow. After withstanding Sengoku's Buddha's shockwave for 3 seconds, Diamond Jaws was finally unable to hold on and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although his diamond form had incredible defensive power, Sengoku's Buddha's shockwave had already caused internal damage to his body. As the Buddha's shockwave exploded completely, Diamond Jaws was sent flying. He rolled dozens of meters across the ice, nearly colliding with the Moby Dick before finally coming to a halt. "Jaws, are you alright?" The pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates expressed their concern for Diamond Jaws' safety. Diamond Jaws stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, as expected of an admiral's attack. "It's truly formidable. The attack was able to penetrate my diamond form and cause internal damage to me." At this moment, the disparity between the royal-level combat power and the emperor-level full force became glaringly apparent. "Ha ha ha." Whitebeard let out a hearty laugh, saying, "Another old friend has appeared." As soon as Whitebeard said this, the royal-level powerhouses present reacted immediately, turning their gazes toward the direction of the execution platform. A special black teleporter appeared, and soon after, a flamboyantly dressed elder with hair and beard intertwined into a crescent moon appeared before everyone. Only a few people in attendance recognized this person, and the rest did not know him at all. Rayleigh, standing beside Whitebeard, flashed a look of disbelief and muttered, "Even he has come. It seems that the commotion you caused, Whitebeard, has also stirred the Holy Land, Mariawa." "Ha ha, what is there to be afraid of?" Whitebeard responded nonchalantly. Rayleigh recalled how years ago they, the Roger Pirates, along with Garp and the Knights of God, had besieged the Rocks Pirates. "Whitebeard, you fought against that guy back then, didn't you?" Rayleigh couldn't help but tease Whitebeard beside him. Fegelin Gallen Saint stepped forward, red lightning coiling around his body as he approached Whitebeard, coldly saying, "Whitebeard, your ambition surpasses even that of Rocks." "Ha ha, old ghost, so you are still alive." The power of Conqueror's haki emanated from Whitebeard, mocking as he said, "I thought you were dead. I was even thinking of visiting your grave, but it seems that won't be necessary. However, next year on this day, I think it would be quite fitting." As Whitebeard and Fegelin Gallen Saint spoke, many began to wonder who this elder with crescent-shaped hair was. Being able to converse with Whitebeard in such a manner meant that, without a doubt, he must be a figure of the same caliber as Whitebeard. At the moment when the two forces of Conqueror's haki collided, everyone at the Navy headquarters in Marineford felt an immense discomfort. The weaker ones found it increasingly difficult to breathe. Kawaii. The lecherous Kazuru had not expected that even the leader of that organization from the Holy Land would personally intervene. With a smile, he sensed this person's aura with observation haki, wondering if he was one of the top powers from Mariawa. Marco whispered, puzzled, "Could this person be the one Dad mentioned a few times?" "Oomph." Akainu snorted discontentedly, feeling that their naval battles had been interfered with by the world government, which was humiliating for the Navy. Garp with a calm expression watched Fegelin Gallant Saint, but deep down, he was anything but tranquil. He worried that if this situation continued it would become an issue whether Luffy and Ace could escape safely. Akiji with half of his body emitting frost silently pondered. It seems that Whitebeard's public execution of a celestial dragon has greatly provoked the world government. Adding to that Whitebeard's earlier declaration sigh. A more chaotic era than the Great Pirate Era seems to be on the horizon. Akiji couldn't help but be filled with anxiety about the future. Vice Admiral Tsuru prayed thinking, I hope we can win this battle. Otherwise the blow to the Navy and the world government's reputation would be catastrophic. Sengoku also temporarily halted his offensive, reflecting upon himself thinking, after the war ends I as Admiral must resign, otherwise I won't be able to give the world government an explanation. Sengoku, as the highest leader of the Navy, bore great responsibility for allowing this war to develop to such a state. Straw Hat Luffy was shocked by the astonishing clash of hockey between Whitebeard and Fegelin Gallant Saint, curiously asking, Ivan, do you know who that person is? Yes, that person is the commander of the Knights of God Fegelin Gallant Saint, and is also one of your father's significant future opponents. Ivan responded seriously. Straw Hat Luffy's companion Fire Fist Ace furrowed his brow and asked, the commander of the Knights of God. Is he also a celestial dragon? How can he contend with Dad's hockey? Unbelievable. Ivan scoffed dismissively, saying, Mariawa, without those top powers in place, those celestial dragons who only know how to indulge in pleasure. If it were that simple, the world government would have been overthrown long ago, and the celestial dragons wouldn't have been able to oppress for hundreds of years. A surge of intense hatred for the celestial dragons rose within Boa Hancock. How could such a trash race have such powerful experts in their ranks? At that moment, she heard the almost maniacal laughter of Don Quixote Doflamingo. She couldn't help but wonder if this Don Quixote Doflamingo had been seriously stimulated. Fufufu Doflamingo slapped his left eye with one hand, his manic laughter unstoppable. The Knights of God. You all have moments when you can't sit still or let chaos reign. Fufufu Doflamingo laughed more excitedly, as these people who would usually never be exposed to the public eye were now revealed, indicating they were under immense pressure. Eagle-eyed Dracul Mihawk with his arms crossed noticed the sword on Fegelin Gallant's body along with the imposing aura emanating from him. If it weren't for the current stance and timing, Mihawk would have loved to test Fegelin Gallant's strength. On the other side, the Blackbeard pirates who had narrowly escaped disaster arrived at the back of the Marine headquarters Marineford in a disheveled state. Rain Shiryu lit up another cigar for himself, coldly saying, Teach, remember you owe me a life. Blackbeard Teach revealed a cruel smile and said, Shiryu, it was just right to have you join my pirate crew. If it weren't for you, I would probably have perished in this sea. Haha, luckily I haven't become a devil fruit user yet, Basha said, unable to laugh loudly. What if all of us were devil fruit users? Then we would definitely perish here, right? Captain Teach. Haha, what nonsense are you spouting? Blackbeard Teach reminded Basha's not to waste time with such useless talk. Blackbeard Teach pointed at Van Augur and commanded, Van Augur, go check the current situation on the battlefield. Understood, Captain Teach. Van Augur stood up and jumped onto the nearest tall building, then took out a telescope to observe the battle situation at Marineford Square. Alvaro Pizarro cursed, Bastard, damn it, I almost died. If I had perished right after leaving Impel down, it would have been too frustrating. Just after observing for a short while, Van Augur's previously expressionless face changed, and he turned to shout, Captain Teach, the situation may be very unfavorable for us. Ha ha ha, is that so? Tell me more in detail. Upon hearing that the situation was unfavorable, Blackbeard Teach couldn't suppress the excitement deep within him. After all, in his view, he had arrived at Marine headquarters Marineford, and it was now time to reap the fruits of victory. Van Augur jumped down and truthfully relayed what he observed to Captain Teach and the others. After hearing Van Augur's report, everyone in the Blackbeard Pirates was astonished. Blackbeard Teach incredulously said, How is this possible? It's one thing for that ace guy to be rescued, but how is it that Dad wasn't injured? What are these Marines doing? They can't even gain the upper hand against a weakened Whitebeard pirates. Beside him, Rain Shiryu fell into contemplation and said, Van Augur, the person you just described, could it be that one from the Holy Land, Mariwa, the Knights of God? Shiryu, you know. Blackbeard Teach turned to look at Rain Shiryu. Rain Shiryu then shared what he knew with everyone present. With a pale-faced Lafitte whispered, It seems this war is more serious than we imagined. Even the world government has dispatched top-tier combatants. Ha ha ha, interesting. Blackbeard Teach, who was originally upset that Dad had not been injured, now cruelly laughed in excitement. Boys, hide away, and don't let the Marines find you. Next, we just need to wait for them to mutually annihilate each other. After all, in Blackbeard Teach's view, the world government had even sent people down, so they definitely wouldn't let the Whitebeard pirates leave easily. With that in mind, all that was left was to patiently wait. Meanwhile, Fagalen Gallon slowly drew his sword, and the powerful conqueror's haki continuously emanated from him as he coldly commanded, "You all stay out of this. It's just right I want to test this Whitebeard's strength to see if he has declined with age." As soon as Fagalen Gallon finished issuing his command, Sengoku immediately shouted, "All Marines listen up. Attack all except for Whitebeard with full force." Since Fagalen Gallon was going to face Whitebeard, Sengoku himself needed to free his hands to suppress the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates. One by one they would be defeated, and then they would see how long Whitebeard could remain arrogant. Whitebeard ignored the oppressive conqueror's haki released by Fagalen Gallon, instead pondering, "Isn't little black and red-haired yet to arrive? Especially that red-haired kid. If he doesn't come, then I'll need to adjust the plan slightly." Whitebeard had never considered a full-in confrontation with the Marines, as it would lead to losing the few remaining members in the New World. With so few left, a few guns wouldn't suffice to vie for supremacy. Expanding forces. The entire process would take a lot of time. Recruiting newcomers wouldn't be as effective as these veterans. Once the territory expanded, there would need to be someone to guard it. In short, he needed to buy time, but he first needed to give these people some intimidation. As for letting Rayleigh, that old man, fight, the possibility was slim that he could persuade the old man to come out. Just standing there would provide the Marines with some deterrence. As soon as the supreme great knife, Songyun Chia, was lifted by Whitebeard, everyone's gaze turned to him. This man, known as the strongest man in the world, was about to strike. Many were curious about what the scene would be like when this legendary figure of the sea, standing at the pinnacle of piracy, entered battle. A massive amount of Conqueror's haki red lightning energy was continually compressed to the tip of Songyun Chia, the terrifying haki, instantly, causing some whose strength was insufficient to instinctively kneel on the ground. Whitebeard stepped forward, channeling all of his internal strength, raising the supreme great knife, Songyun Chia, and pointing it at Fagalen Gallon. Coldly he bellowed, "Gallon, I wonder how many of my blades you can withstand now." Whitebeard leaped from the Moby Dick, soaring several meters into the air. With a single step, he kicked off the air and accelerated, resembling a bullet as he charged toward Fagalen Gallon. With a shocking display, Whitebeard raised his supreme great sword, that Songyun slash, and the violent energy of his haki enveloped the entire Marine headquarters Marineford, as if a mountain were pressing down. Fagalen Gallon looked up at the incoming Whitebeard and shouted, "Whitebeard." Around him, a torrent of red lightning surged forth as he stomped down, shattering the ground beneath him. Boom! The shockwave from the collision swept through like a typhoon, sending countless Marines and pirates flying. A Marine Vice Admiral Squirrel covered his head with both hands, incredulously exclaiming, "The weapons didn't even collide, yet such a terrifying impact occurred." Another Marine Vice Admiral Dalmesia whispered in horror, "What if someone were caught in the middle of their attacks?" He couldn't dare to think further. Most Marines had never witnessed such a shocking scene of collision. At that moment, they were utterly dumbfounded and numb, facing such monsters. How could they possibly defeat them? Sacrificing 10,000 lives wouldn't be enough. On the Marine side, only the Admirals Sengoku and Garp remained calm, as they were at this level themselves, with only a slight gap in strength. In contrast, most of the division commanders of the Whitebeard pirates appeared relatively composed, because they had witnessed their father in his glorious moments several times. The distant clown Buggy despairingly shouted, "No way. Why can Whitebeard still unleash such power at his age?" Back when Whitebeard clashed with Captain Roger, it was just as terrifying. How is it that Whitebeard in his old age remains so formidable? To others it seemed as if Whitebeard and Fagalen Gallon were evenly matched. However, for the Emperor-level powerhouses present, they could already see the subtle differences. It appeared evenly matched, but one glance at Fagalen Gallon revealed he was fighting with all his might, while Whitebeard seemed relaxed. Marco's thoughts were suddenly drawn far away, pondering, "This feeling. I haven't experienced it in many years, only seen it during my father's peak times." In recent years, as his father's dedicated Dr. Marco knew all too well his father's physical condition. Though his combat power remained exceedingly terrifying, the internal organs and functions had declined. Now that his father returned to his peak, one cannot say he wasn't excited. As for how his father could suddenly return to the peak state, Marco wouldn't concern himself with that. As long as his father was still his father, it was enough. Observing with observation, Haki Ichao pondered, "Strange. Since Mr. Whitebeard last fought me, he seems to have become even more adept." The lecherous Kazuru, who was also pretending to fight, exclaimed, "Wow. No wonder it's Whitebeard. So strong. Truly a monster." Nearby, Akiji, emanating an aura of freezing energy, sighed, "Sigh. Whitebeard is so old, yet his power still surpasses mine. It really puts immense pressure on me." To defeat Whitebeard, it seems the only option would be to surround him. Akiji didn't dare think further. Akainu, still entangled by Marco, felt a twitch in his eyelids. How is this possible? That old man shouldn't be able to do this. The Moby Dick's Renly had never taken his eyes off Whitebeard, and Feegaland Galing increasingly puzzled as he remarked, "No way. Absolutely not. Even I due to age cannot unleash peak combat like in my prime. How is Whitebeard accomplishing this?" As for Feegaland Galing's strength, Renly was aware of it. Very strong, but also aging. No matter how well one takes care of themselves, Renly noticed that compared to the past, one cannot maintain peak performance for long, as their hockey collision had reached its limit. Sengoku's eyes widened in disbelief as he said, "Whitebeard is still in such good condition. What's with this retirement? Is he playing around? This bastard." Sengoku felt unfamiliar with this. That damned Whitebeard, clearly still with enormous ambitions, suddenly speaks of retirement. On another side, Garp spoke in a solemn tone. "Whitebeard's strength shows no signs of decline, but he remains at his peak. Here it comes, Whitebeard has gained the upper hand." Garp exclaimed loudly after lowering his voice. The energy from the clash of hockey exploded, unleashing a violent shockwave that surged into the sky. In the astonished gazes of everyone, the clouds were instantly scattered. In the battlefield of Marine Headquarters Marineford, only a few powerful figures managed to steady themselves while the others were either blown away or fell heavily to the ground. Everyone was in disarray, stumbling and falling. In Mihawk's view, after the explosion of Whitebeard and Feegaland Galing's hockey, Feegaland couldn't control his body and staggered back 5 steps before stabilizing himself, while Whitebeard remained calm and collected. The world's strongest man truly lives up to his title. At this moment, Mihawk profoundly recognized Whitebeard's strength. Having just reached the shockwave with a spider web, Doflamingo laughed maniacally. "Fufufu. The guy who was so arrogant and Mariehua has finally been suppressed." As Whitebeard pressed his advantage and pushed back the staggered Feegaland Galing, the astonishing rhythm of his attacks made Doflamingo's scalp tingle. TCH, that old man can still be so impressive. Even Crocodile had to admit that Whitebeard was indeed majestic and powerful. As Feegaland Galing continuously defended against wave after wave of Whitebeard's assaults, he was deeply shocked, realizing Whitebeard's strength is exactly the same as in the past. Feegaland Galing had once been able to match Whitebeard, but now with age catching up, unleashing his full strength was becoming a bit beyond him. At that moment, Feegaland Galing raised his sword to block Whitebeard's Songyun slash. Clang. He successfully blocked Whitebeard's sweep, but his feet slid back over a meter. "Galing, you have some skill." Whitebeard smirked, disdainfully mocking Feegaland Galing. "Whitebeard, you're courting death." Feegaland Galing lunged at Whitebeard with a kick. At the moment when Feegaland Jilansheng's full power strike clashed with Whitebeard's fist, Feegaland Jilansheng's pupils constricted as he attempted to switch from offense to defense, but it was already too late. Bang! The powerful warriors present, fully focused on witnessing the battle between Whitebeard and Feegaland Jilansheng, found themselves momentarily unable to react. Feegaland Jilansheng's head was violently smashed into the ground by Whitebeard's fist, the immense shockwave continuously crashing into his body. Feegaland Jilansheng couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, his spirit nearly dispersing as he bore through the intense pain. He let out a furious roar. Risking further injury, he swung his hand back towards Whitebeard, unleashing a soaring slash. Whitebeard deftly blocked Feegaland Jilansheng's attack with his supreme blade, the Cloud Cutter. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Feegaland Jilansheng hurriedly created distance from Whitebeard. Breathing heavily, Feegaland Jilansheng was bleeding profusely, his left eye swollen. Before Feegaland Jilansheng could catch his breath, he saw Whitebeard's toes push off the ground, accelerating towards him. With no time to adjust his breathing, he had no choice but to face Whitebeard head-on. The two engaged in fierce combat once again, but because of the previous strike from Whitebeard, Feegaland Jilansheng found his breath in chaos. One thing that puzzled Feegaland Jilansheng was why Whitebeard's strength had briefly increased. Just that slight enhancement had shattered the balance. He had no time to think further as he desperately defended against Whitebeard's ferocious assaults, clearly struggling far more than before. Whitebeard leaped into the air, condensing the power of the tremor fruit into a light sphere, and then smashed it down fiercely. Boom. In the moment of the explosion, a powerful shockwave formed, sending Feegaland Jilansheng rolling dozens of meters across the ground. Just as he barely managed to stabilize himself, Whitebeard was charging at him again. Whitebeard, attacking at full speed, felt a sense of regret as he muttered, "What a pity." There was simply too little spiritual power within him. After that instant strike, his spiritual energy was completely depleted, but that blow had already created an advantage. Originally able to barely contend with Whitebeard at his peak, Feegaland Jilansheng's condition plummeted after being forcefully struck by Whitebeard. Now facing Whitebeard head-on, he was visibly at a disadvantage, his breathing completely chaotic. On board the Moby Dick, Rayleigh frowned and murmured, "What was that just now?" No mistake, Whitebeard's explosive power increased for an instant. Whitebeard's strength at its peak was enough to shock me, yet he could still unleash power exceeding his prime. At the same time, Rayleigh recalled that Whitebeard's growing ambition in his old age was likely related to his strength, which made sense. The three admirals who were unclear about Whitebeard's full strength, along with Mihawk and Smoker, were all momentarily stunned. They already felt tremendous pressure from the strength Whitebeard had displayed. Whitebeard had just momentarily increased his explosive power. That slight increase instantly shattered the boundaries of an Emperor-level combatant. Mihawk sighed. In today's world, no one should be able to defeat Whitebeard Hedon. The lecherous Kazuru was thoroughly shocked by Whitebeard's strength. Oh dear, this is trouble. Kazan felt that to deal with Whitebeard they would truly have to pay an exorbitant price. Damn, old man. Akainu unleashed a gigantic magma fist towards Marco, and although he did not want to admit it, he had to acknowledge that if Fijian Jialansheng were replaced with himself, how would he face Whitebeard? That momentary explosion of power from Whitebeard was something he simply could not withstand. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. How could an old man on the verge of death possess such immense strength? As the blue flames burned rapidly, Marco, who had momentarily healed his injuries, thought in astonishment. As expected of Dad, he's even stronger than before. Kapu's eyes widened in disbelief, seemingly about to drop his eyeballs from sheer astonishment as he questioned, "Isn't he Whitebeard? How is it possible for someone to enhance their strength in reverse? At his age, maintaining his prime would be shocking enough, yet he is even more formidable than in his prime. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe that someone could become stronger in their old age. This truly defies the laws of nature." Kapu, knowing full well what Whitebeard's peak strength was like, felt even more astonished. Meanwhile, Sengoku's level of shock was no less than Kapu's. "If I hadn't lured you here, it would be exceedingly difficult to deal with you in the future." Sengoku felt somewhat relieved, utilizing Fire Fist Ace to draw Whitebeard to the Navy headquarters. Transformed into a Buddha form, Sengoku's golden light illuminated the entire battlefield. Fijian Jialansheng, hearing the sound of air being sliced, instinctively raised his sword and mobilized all his armed haki. In the instant of 0.01 seconds, the air was torn apart by the tremors emanating from the blade's tip, covered by the power of the tremor fruit. Boom. Fijian Jialansheng, who had blocked Whitebeard's strike, found the immense pressure forcing him onto one knee, barely supporting his body. His declining state made it challenging to sustain a high-intensity clash with the fully unleashed Whitebeard. Whitebeard slightly raised his head to see Sengoku in Buddha form, condensing a shockwave aimed at him. In the moment of Sengoku's gigantic hand descending, the shockwave shot forth towards Whitebeard. Buddha shockwave. That's good. Facing Sengoku's Buddha shockwave, Whitebeard clenched his fist and fiercely struck back at Sengoku. Tremor shockwave. Boom. The two formidable shockwaves collided violently, creating a shockwave that blew away all the Navy soldiers hundreds of meters away. Seizing the opportunity, Fijian Jialansheng exerted force with his legs to pull back, while hastily unleashing a soaring slash. While Whitebeard blocked the Buddha shockwave with one hand, he swung his supreme blade to meet Fijian Jialansheng's incoming slash. Fijian Jialansheng shouted, "Sengoku, let's take on Whitebeard together." "All right." Sengoku agreed immediately. Busker Jot stood frozen in place, holding a wine jug, muttering to himself, "I can't possibly be drunk, can I? This can't be an illusion. Captain Teach, are you really sending us to confront Whitebeard? People could die." The others in Blackbeard's crew wore equally grim expressions. After witnessing Whitebeard in battle, they all shared a thought: facing Whitebeard could lead to their demise. Rain Shiryu, with a face full of anxiety, said, "Teach, what are your plans now? Speak up so we can all have a clear understanding." Ha ha ha. Blackbeard Teach's face oscillated between ruthlessness and terror. One thing puzzled Blackbeard Teach immensely: the old man had a problem with his strength. His physical abilities had clearly declined in recent years. Teach was well aware of this, yet now not only did he see the old man still possessing peak power, but he had also recently unleashed strength beyond his zenith. All signs indicated that during his time away from the Whitebeard pirates, significant events had undoubtedly taken place within the crew. Marco's devil fruit ability had awakened, and now there was an unfamiliar vice captain with strength comparable to an admiral of the Navy headquarters. What terrified Blackbeard Teach the most was the enigmatic power of the old man. Noticing his subordinates looking at him, the fear deep within Teach subsided slightly as he grinned fiercely. "Ha! Since we've come this far, how could we possibly retreat?" He silently added to himself. 20 years of waiting had already brought him what he desired. Waiting a bit longer was nothing. The Navy will definitely not allow the Whitebeard pirates to escape, but once they are both severely injured, we will swoop in to reap the benefits. After hearing Captain Teach's thoughts, Bosch's Lafitte, Van Auger, and Poison Q immediately expressed their support. As for Rain Shiryu and others, their silence implied agreement. Straw Hat Luffy and Fire Fist Ace worked together to eliminate the encroaching Navy forces. Ace, anxiously watching as the old man was besieged by Sengoku, and Figerland Gallant shouted loudly, "Old man. Ace, hurry and run, there are more and more Navy forces, they are now fighting recklessly." Jinbei, who was covering Ace and Straw Hat Luffy, shouted a warning. Straw Hat Luffy chimed in. Ace, Uncle Whitebeard is so powerful, he will be fine. We need to run. Ace clenched his fists, flames erupting as he punched fiercely at the hundreds of Navy soldiers in front of him. Fire Fist. The engulfed Navy cried out in agony yet. Just as one group fell, another wave of Navy troops rushed in to attack. It's never ending, Ace thought, feeling a bit exasperated at the unrelenting assault. Jinbei used a fishman karate technique to send a Navy lieutenant flying, stating solemnly, "The captains and others are still being held back by the Navy." In truth, it wasn't just Ace worrying about the old man. Jinbei and the other members of the Whitebeard pirates were equally concerned for their father. However, they were more rational, knowing that the most important thing was to escape from the Navy headquarters as quickly as possible. Whitebeard clashed with Sengoku for the fifth wave of shock waves. As the clashes continued, the vibrating shock waves subtly suppressed the Great Buddha shockwave. Figerland Gallant seized the moment, rushing towards Whitebeard while angrily shouting, "Whitebeard, what happened to the power you showed earlier? Unleash it again." Facing the sudden assault of Figerland Gallant, Whitebeard had no choice but to give up on suppressing Sengoku and shift to defend against Gallant's close-range attack. Clang clang, clang clang. Having just awakened, Dazbones managed to grasp the situation through the explanation of Colonel Smoker. He then saw Figerland Gallant's swordsmanship sharp as a gale. Dazbones gasped in astonishment, saying, "So fast, way too fast. I can't even see how the strikes are made. I can't count how many cuts are made each second. That old Whitebeard is a true monster. Facing such rapid sword strikes, he can effortlessly block them all with his great sword," Smoker said after knocking out a pirate with a powerful blow. Still in shock from the assault on Whitebeard by Sengoku and Figerland Gallant, Dazbones failed to notice a pirate sneaking up from behind. Just as the 2.5-meter tall pirate believed he could crush Dazbones, a plume of smoke ensnared his neck, and in the next moment it was snapped. Smoker saw that Dazbones had yet to react, scolding, "Dazbones, focus and fight." Dazbones, deeply fascinated by the battle that transcended comprehension, didn't hear Smoker's recent call. Whitebeard, who had blocked all of Figerland Gallant's sword strikes, smirked disdainfully, saying, "Gallant, is that all you can do?" Extreme. Figerland Gallant's eyes flashed red as he fused all his sword techniques in an instant and thrust towards Whitebeard. Wherever he passed, even the dust was swept away in an instant. Sensing the impending danger, Whitebeard immediately unleashed his haki for defense. Swish! A small laceration opened on Whitebeard's shoulder, blood flowing out. Figerland Gallant, having used his ultimate move, was also pushed to his limits, panting, "Whitebeard, decades ago you were wounded by this move, and now you are again." "Is that so?" Whitebeard cared little for the 2-centimeter wound on his shoulder and coldly scoffed, "Your strongest move is no different from a mere scratch." Suddenly Whitebeard sensed a malicious gaze from the farthest back of the Navy. He immediately thought of Blackie coming hiding behind the Navy. "Whitebeard, facing our 2-man assault, do you still dare to be distracted?" Sengoku, who was already poised for action, gathered his maximum Great Buddha shockwave. As Sengoku gathered the maximized Great Buddha shockwave, Whitebeard's hands had already spread wide, grasping at the air. The intangible atmosphere seemed twisted by an unseen force, spinning chaotically. Boom! In an instant, the buildings of Marine Headquarters Marineford exploded, as if detonated. Countless cracks appeared, and the tallest structure collapsed explosively. At the same time, 99.99% of the people lost control, falling to the ground and rolling in one direction. "What is this?" Sengoku, nearly falling, immediately withdrew from the Great Buddha form to stabilize his body as the ground beneath him tilted over 60 degrees. The entire sea area where Marine Headquarters Marineford was located experienced a tidal reversal, with waves rising over 100 meters. Doflamingo, using the ability of the line fruit to stabilize his body, laughed heartily, saying, "Such massive destructive power truly lives up to the legend of a monster." It should be said that only a monster among legendary monsters can describe Whitebeard. In Doflamingo's view, Whitebeard's strength was already invincible. Unless Sengoku and that old man Figerland Galing attacked together, there is no way to restrain Whitebeard. For such massive upheavals, they could do nothing against him. The super large upheaval sent Straw Hat Luffy flying. Grabbing a stone with one hand, Ace shouted, "Luffy, grab my hand." An arm stretched out to grasp Ace's hand, and then Straw Hat Luffy returned to Ace's side, looking shocked, saying, "Uncle, Whitebeard's power is so strong." "Of course, Dad is the strongest person in this world," Ace replied proudly. Suddenly, a terrifying scene appeared in the eyes of Straw Hat Luffy and Fire Fist. Ace, as massive amounts of seawater around Marine Headquarters Marineford began to churn, leading to gigantic waves that were about to crash into the headquarters. Not only would countless Marine soldiers be swept away by the seawater, but the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates would also suffer. Ice Age. Just as the seawater was about to cover Marine Headquarters Marineford, Admiral Akiji acted at the critical moment, freezing a large amount of seawater. With the massive waves around Marine Headquarters Marineford frozen, the upheaval gradually settled down. However, the entire Marine Headquarters Marineford had already become a ruin. Everyone was thrown in disarray. Many Marines and pirates who failed to grasp anything were swept into the sea. Tina knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, and after surveying the situation around her, she couldn't let go of her feelings. Is this really the highest fortress of Justice Marineford? What met her eyes was entirely a giant ruin. Where was the former grandeur and authority? Not only had the tallest buildings collapsed, but the ground was also riddled with massive cracks. Tina even doubted that if the recent destructive force had been a bit greater, this Marine Headquarters Marineford would have sunk to the seabed. The giant Vice Admiral John Jander exclaimed in horror and disbelief, "Such astonishing destructive power." In that moment, my whole body lost its balance. If Whitebeard were to launch a few more attacks like that, this Marine Headquarters Marineford would completely split apart or sink to the seabed. Smoker, holding up to Shiji by the collar, said, "If it weren't for Admiral Akiji's intervention, would we have suffered great losses, Colonel Smoker?" "But our losses are still immense," Smoker remarked, pointing at the countless Marines lying bloodied on the ground. These valiant warriors fighting for justice lost their lives in Whitebeard's recent strike. At this moment, Smoker felt a pang of sadness deep within. In such a great battle, the lives of ordinary Marines seemed so insignificant. No matter how many sacrifices were made, it seemed impossible to affect the final outcome of the war. Just like now, how large-scale was the loss caused by Whitebeard's strike to the Marines? And then, there was simply no and then. If Sengoku and the others ultimately couldn't deal with Whitebeard, then the sacrifices of the numerous Marines would be in vain. At this moment, Smoker deeply understood that the lives of ordinary people were so trivial in the eyes of these top-tier powerhouses. On the side of the Whitebeard pirates, Diamond Jaws shouted, "Everyone who can spare a hand, hurry and save our own people." "All right, Captain Jaws," the active pirates of the Whitebeard pirates responded. The other division leaders were also directing their men to rescue their own. However, overall, the casualties among the Marines were greater than those of the pirates. Whitebeard's large-scale attacks easily resulted in a situation where they inflicted 1,000 casualties on the enemy, while suffering 800 losses themselves. This was still under the condition that Whitebeard tried to control it to reduce the impact on the Whitebeard pirates, yet they still suffered considerable damage. When two pirates attempted to lift a large rock, the rock began to float. One of the pirates realized it and exclaimed excitedly, "It's the power of Vice Captain Isuka." As the rock floated due to anti-gravity, the debris within Marine Headquarters Marineford began to slowly float up. This directly facilitated the rescue efforts for both the pirates and the Marines, who otherwise merely moving the rubble would consume a lot of manpower. Kobe, whose leg was trapped under a rock, was straining to push it away when it began to float. Is this the ability of that blind swordsman? Soon a large amount of debris floated above the square of Marine Headquarters Marineford. The Marines looked on in terror, fearing that these ruins would come crashing down on them. Although the blind swordsman, vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates, was not as terrifying as Whitebeard, he was still a monster. He could easily levitate so much debris. Just as Isuka was about to throw the debris into the sea, he heard Mr. Whitebeard's voice not far away. Isuka, control these debris and smash them towards the Marines' rear force that brought Blackbeard out. As Whitebeard's voice reached his sons, their faces immediately filled with fury, especially Ace, whose fists crackled with anger. Fegaland Galan Shung adjusted his hurried breath and sternly reminded Zhangguo, "Stop wasting words with Whitebeard." "Understood," Zhangguo responded earnestly. Although Fegaland Galan Shung was not his direct superior, he was an elite high-ranking member of the Celestial Dragons, compelling Zhangguo to adhere to this hierarchy and outwardly follow Fegaland Galan Shung's commands. As he forced out the Blackbeard pirates, Zhangguo immediately noticed the smug smirk on Whitebeard's face. His brows instantly furrowed. Turning to look at the Blackbeard crew, led by Teach in the rear, his anger surged at the sight. Shiryu and several notorious prisoners from Impel Down were actually walking alongside Blackbeard Teach. It was obvious what that bastard Teach had done. Fegaland Galan Shung had already charged towards Whitebeard, so Zhangguo could only join in the assault on Whitebeard. Upon seeing Blackbeard Teach, the members of the Whitebeard pirates collectively went into a frenzy, with the culprit behind all this chaos being that damned Blackbeard Teach. Countless cries of wanting to kill Blackbeard Teach echoed throughout the Marine Headquarters Marineford. Rafet, listening to the deafening and relentless roar, asked with some concern, Captain Teach, things seem a bit adverse for us, huh? Surrounded by thick black smoke, Blackbeard Teach coldly laughed. Haha. Since we've been discovered, let's collaborate with the Marines to hunt down the Whitebeard pirates. That's a good proposal. Bloodthirsty Shiryu of the Rain slowly drew his cursed blade. Suddenly a flaming fist surged forth. Seeing Ace angrily moving towards Blackbeard Teach, Jinbei hurriedly shouted, Mr. Ace, don't engage with Blackbeard Teach here. It's not suitable to fight these people to the death. Nearby, the calm captain of the 16th Division, Izo, quickly reminded, Ace, wait until we return to the New World to deal with that traitor Blackbeard Teach. Blackbeard Teach spread his arms, gesturing for his subordinates to step back, boasting, Ha, Ace. You've already lost to me once, don't you learn your lesson? Flames continuously erupted from Ace, his eyes burning with fury. Blackbeard Teach swiftly changed his tone, shouting, Marines, since you've been unable to deal with the Whitebeard pirates for so long, why not cooperate with me? I can help you eliminate these pesky guys. Ha ha. After finishing his words, Blackbeard Teach broke into a sinister laugh. The Marines, who were initially very hostile towards Blackbeard Teach, began to hesitate. It appeared that having the Blackbeard pirates assist in dealing with the Whitebeard pirates would indeed make things easier and allow them to win this war more quickly. While the Marines were hesitating over whether to agree to Blackbeard Teach's proposal for cooperation, Vice Admiral Tsuru stepped forward, coldly stating, the Marines can agree to cooperate. As soon as Vice Admiral Tsuru's words were spoken, Blackbeard Teach erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha! The Marines actually have smart people. The Marines agreeing to cooperate was within Blackbeard Teach's expectations. Vice Admiral Tsuru sighed, realizing that agreeing to cooperate with Blackbeard Teach was a choice made out of desperation. Continuing the fierce battle against the Whitebeard pirates might not ensure that they could completely eliminate Whitebeard and others. Moreover, several warlords of the sea such as Don Quixote, Doflamingo, Boa Hancock, and especially Mihawk possess overwhelming strength. What was the point of each of them just playing around fishing in troubled waters, fighting against ordinary pirates? What use was that? They were making a show of it right in front of the eyes. The reason Vice Admiral Tsuru made the decision to agree to Blackbeard Teach's proposal was entirely due to seeing Ace's furious expression. Since Ace was so easily provoked, the Whitebeard pirates' escape would undoubtedly be slowed down, making this their opportunity. Vice Admiral Tsuru also understood that with Zhangguo present, he would also agree to Blackbeard Teach's proposal. Of course, if the Marines had gained an advantage early on, there would be no need to cooperate with the trash pirate. Bosch's took the lead in the attack, lifting a massive boulder and fiercely throwing it towards the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates. Boom. 6 pirates were directly crushed to death by the giant stone. The pirate captains under him had no choice but to give up confronting the Marine officers and instead join forces to deal with the officers of the Blackbeard pirates. Ace unleashed a massive surge of flames that coalesced into a giant fireball, shouting, Teach, I will definitely kill you today. Great Flame Ring Flame Emperor. Ha ha, Ace, it seems you've forgotten my abilities. Then I'll let you remember them well. After sneering, Blackbeard Teach began to gather a vast amount of black smoke. Soon 2 enormous fireballs and a black sphere appeared in the Marine headquarters, Marineford Square. Suddenly, a deafening explosion drew everyone's attention back to Whitebeard's direction. The shockwave from the explosion rebounded against the combined attack of Zhangguo and Fegaland Galansheng. Whitebeard turned and shouted towards the Moby Dick, Is everything being broadcast live? Yes, it's being broadcast live, old man. A towering pirate 2.5 meters tall held a den mushy towards the distant Blackbeard pirates, shouting back to his father. During this time, many Marines attempted to launch sneak attacks, but before they could get close, Rayleigh casually slashed them away with a single blow, allowing the image den mushy to continue broadcasting live without interruption. Zhang was suddenly realizing the peril, loudly questioned, Whitebeard, what are you trying to do? Zhangguo, are you still babbling with Whitebeard? If the Marine Marshal cannot do his job well, then he should step down. There are plenty of people who want the position. As Fegaland Galansheng reprimanded Zhangguo, he surged forward, swinging his sword towards Whitebeard. Zhangguo's face turned from green to pale. Ha ha ha, such a pathetic Marine Marshal is not worthy to be my opponent. Whitebeard sneered dismissively. Then Whitebeard raised his voice, preparing to deliver an explosive message to the Marines and the world government. The people of the Sabati archipelago were continuously shocked as Whitebeard revealed various dark truths about the Navy and the world government. Particularly, Whitebeard emphasized that Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach had released prisoners from Impel Down and that the Navy had collaborated with him, casting doubt on the justice of the Navy. Including the O'Hara incident from 20 years ago, the world government had continuously suppressed this matter, but now it was exposed by Whitebeard. For the reporters, such explosive news in a single day far surpassed all the news from the past few years combined. Compared to the usual news, the sheer volume of news in one day now made the former seem insignificant. Marine Headquarters Marineford. The battle-hardened Marines were publicly pierced by Whitebeard's words, and many were left with a confused look in their eyes. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach laughed loudly, having devoured all of Ace's flames. That old man Whitebeard has changed so much. Blackbeard's feelings were quite clear. Compared to the old Whitebeard, the current one was completely different. The old man would never have resorted to such exposure. Now he did it, making Blackbeard feel that Whitebeard was becoming increasingly difficult to deal with. Ace wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and prepared to charge at Blackbeard again, but was stopped by Jinbe. Jinbe held on to Ace tightly, not allowing him to break free, and urgently reminded him, Ace, don't get entangled with Blackbeard any longer, or you'll truly fall into a trap. Whitebeard has once again disrupted the Navy's rhythm. We must hurry and escape. Look at the squad leaders. Oh, as soon as they stop, they are held back by others. Frustrated Ace glanced at Blackbeard with his reddened eyes. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard, surrounded by swirling black smoke, coldly laughed. Do you think I'll let you get away? On the other side, Marco, who had been inseparable from Whitebeard for decades, muttered to himself, how strange, how does Whitebeard know so many hidden secrets? He even knows about the forced bridge construction in the East Blue. Just as Marco was slightly distracted, a large amount of magma swallowed him completely. Akainu, who was spraying magma, saw Marco breaking out of his magma encirclement and sarcastically remarked, Marco, you and your group keep calling him old man, but in the end he's just a small man. I originally thought Whitebeard was an upright person, but it turns out he's just another scheming scoundrel. Akainu, trying to provoke me won't work. But you want to kill me. Why are you still talking? Marco retorted back at Akainu, slightly fatigued. Ivankov was increasingly shocked by the events Whitebeard revealed. Incredulously pondering, what remarkable oratory skills. Just through words he has already caused a stir among the Navy here at war. These Marines are indeed affected. Not to mention those who are watching this live broadcast. It's a pity Whitebeard isn't joining the Revolutionary Army. Ivankov could already sense that most of Whitebeard's actions were aimed at the Celestial Dragons, aligning with the goals of their Revolutionary Army. This thought flashed for a second in Ivankov, then thought, how could Whitebeard possibly lower himself to join their Revolutionary Army? Boom. Shut up. Whitebeard, enduring the shockwave from Whitebeard's revelations, saw blood flowing from the mouth of Sengoku in his Buddha form as his palm struck towards Whitebeard. Sengoku dared not let Whitebeard continue speaking. Who knows how much more he knows? Clearly these matters had been cleaned up long ago, yet how could Whitebeard far in the New World still know about them? Inconceivable. It was far too unbelievable. As Whitebeard swung his supreme blade to cut through Sengoku's palm, Fajalan de Garen was already ambushing Whitebeard from behind. In a state of attack, Whitebeard, with no choice, had to raise his right leg to cover it with armament hockey. Clang. In a hurried defense, Whitebeard was pushed back over 10 meters by Fajalan de Garen's full-force strike. As Whitebeard steadied himself, he looked up and saw Sengoku's Buddha shockwave crashing down. Skyquake. Without charging up, Whitebeard directly punched out, colliding with Sengoku's Buddha shockwave. Boom. The violent shockwave shattered the entire ice surface beneath them, and just as it was about to be completely destroyed, a chill surged in. Whitebeard was completely encased in ice. Sengoku, seeing Akiji slowly approaching, nodded with satisfaction and said, Akiji, join us in attacking and quickly subdue Whitebeard. Originally still slacking off, Akiji felt he could no longer just watch. Kazuru was fighting alongside someone slacking off quite convincingly. As for Akiji, since no one from Whitebeard's crew had come to challenge him, he had been leisurely competing with Admiral Garp. However, as more and more of Whitebeard's exposed matters came to light, Akiji felt he could no longer continue watching. Seeing their captain encased in ice, the pirates of Whitebeard's crew were worried, but not overly concerned, as their captain's current strength was sufficient to handle it all. They needed to break through the Navy's blockade quickly. Once they all escaped to the bay outside, it would be much more difficult for the Navy to seal them off. Just as a massive flying slash was about to hit the encased Whitebeard, Whitebeard broke through the ice, directly swinging his supreme blade to deflect the flying slash, roaring as he sent it soaring into the sky. Boom. The flying slash exploded in the air, and Whitebeard's gaze remained fixed on Fajalan de Garen, Sengoku, and Akiji. Three of you, huh? The blood within Whitebeard seemed to ignite completely at this moment. Although the more he fought, the more excited Whitebeard felt, he also understood that as time passed, the overall situation for Whitebeard's crew would take a sharp turn for the worse. Where is that brat Shanks? Why hasn't he arrived yet? He's taking his sweet time. 2 top-tier powers have already worn Whitebeard down, facing 3 top-tier powers. Exposing these is just the prelude. So next, on the surface, Whitebeard still wore a dismissive expression as he laughed. Ha! Sengoku, it seems you're quite afraid of me continuing to speak, huh? Whitebeard shifted the topic to exposure. Garen, old man, what do you think will happen if I publicly expose the one on the empty throne? Fajalan de Garen, who was about to attack again, was stunned by Whitebeard's words frozen in place. The stunned Fleet Admiral Garp immediately alerted Sengoku and Akiji to the unusual situation. The moment Whitebeard spoke those words, they as high-ranking officers of the Navy could already connect the dots, especially Sengoku, who thought of a terrifying possibility. No, it shouldn't be possible, but judging by Fleet Admiral Garp's reaction, Sengoku couldn't help but fall into doubt. If it were true, then the dark world of the world government was a thought Sengoku dared not pursue further. Moreover, how did Whitebeard know so much about secrets that even he, the highest leader of the Navy, was unaware of? Furthermore, regarding the secrets of the celestial dragons, very few are privy to them, so how did Whitebeard come to know? Now Whitebeard increasingly made Sengoku feel unfathomable. No, he must kill Whitebeard. If this chaos continued, the world would descend into complete disorder. In Akiji's mind, the words Whitebeard just uttered kept flashing, pondering silently, the one on the empty throne. What could Whitebeard possibly mean? Could it symbolize the center of the world, a throne that no one is allowed to sit upon, representing equality among all nations, a vow never to develop a dictatorial heart? Is someone sitting there? If that's the case, doesn't that make the propaganda of the world government over the past few hundred years completely a joke, deceiving the entire world? At this moment, deep within, doubts arose about the justice the Navy had upheld. What is the meaning of the justice the Navy has insisted on all this time? It seemed that to clarify all this, some covert investigations had to be conducted. The words Whitebeard mentioned were not only broadcasted in real time, but were also heard by everyone present at the Marine headquarters in Marineford. The people on Sabaody Archipelago had become numb to the empty throne, as it was too distant for them to comprehend its significance. However, for those who understood, it was like a bolt from the blue. The more seasoned reporters, their pens trembling, dared not continue writing. The implications were too grave, and they could already foresee that if they reported this, barring any surprises, they would definitely be hunted down by the world government. On the Moby Dick, the calm Rayleigh suddenly froze, pondering silently. Could it be that Whitebeard has been to Laugh Tale? No, that shouldn't be possible. He must have deduced it himself. If he truly has deduced it, then Whitebeard is quite impressive. Alas, for over 60 or 70 years you had no ambition to dominate the world, yet now in your 70s you wish to rule the world. Whitebeard, I can't understand you anymore. To be honest, at this moment, Rayleigh couldn't fathom the reason for such a drastic change in Whitebeard in such a short time. What have I just heard? Kizaru, the seasoned veteran, found himself shocked upon hearing Whitebeard's words, let alone the others. Kizaru chuckled softly. Is it someone on the empty throne? Whitebeard wouldn't throw around baseless claims, which means the relentless onslaught from Akainu against Marco momentarily ceased. With an unusual expression, he said, is someone truly sitting on the empty throne? Doesn't that imply that the highest authority, the five elders, are merely? Akainu left his last sentence unsaid, feeling that it was too ironic. Yet it also felt off. The internal structure of the celestial dragons was intricate. How could they allow someone to stand over all celestial dragons? Having served as a Marine Admiral for so many years, Akainu had encountered various situations, but looking at Fleet Admiral Garp's expression, it indicated that Whitebeard's words were indeed based on something. No matter who it is, I will uphold the justice in my heart to the end. Akainu clenched his fists, his expression cold. In a certain area that no one dared to approach stood Dracul Mihawk, who slowly shifted his gaze toward Mary Geos. With things developing to this point, the world government will surely make new adjustments soon. I just wonder who else will continue to join this battlefield. Mihawk felt that if the current situation continued to develop, it had already entered an endlessly drawn-out state. Unless Whitebeard's pirate crew completely collapsed or Whitebeard himself fell. Otherwise, Mihawk truly couldn't imagine when this war would come to an end. Fufufu. Doflamingo laughed maniacally, cruelly controlling dozens of marines and pirates to slaughter one another. As a celestial dragon, Doflamingo understood better than others how terrifying the weight of Whitebeard's words was. When he was young, living in Mary Geos, he was told by adults never to step into the deepest parts of Panga City. Otherwise, he would lose his life. Indeed, it was about losing one's life. Back then, Doflamingo was still young and did not believe it. Because he was a celestial dragon. A celestial dragon who lived above the law. To him, everyone else was merely a slave. But as time passed, now Doflamingo had begun to doubt whether there truly was someone above all celestial dragons. Combined with Whitebeard's words, Doflamingo was already almost certain that there was a puppet master among the celestial dragon race. This puppet master was none other than the master of the empty throne. The thought twisted Doflamingo's expression further. After being profoundly shocked by Whitebeard, Fleet Admiral Garp's veins throbbed, and he bit down on each word. Whitebeard, what do you truly know? Whitebeard knew he had a grip on Fleet Admiral Garp, so he replied slowly and unhurriedly, ha ha ha. Garp, what do you think I know? That depends on the attitude of your world government. If you satisfy me, perhaps I won't know anything. But if you don't satisfy me, Then perhaps I will know something. Like that thing. What was it called again? The moment Fleet Admiral Garp shouted Whitebeard's name, his lungs nearly exploded with rage, still suspecting that Whitebeard was intentionally fishing for information. Now it seemed that the damned Whitebeard truly knew, making it difficult to swiftly kill him. It would be a challenge. Even if several people attacked and killed Whitebeard, that damn guy would undoubtedly reveal Lord Im's name before he died. At that time, Fleet Admiral Garp himself would not escape Lord Im's punishment. The Holy Land of Marineford. When Whitebeard publicly mentioned the one on the empty throne, the 5 elders immediately arrived at Flower Between to report this matter to Lord Im. The 5 elders returned to the conference room. Isengbaron v. Nasu Shuru, carrying a katana, coldly reminded, Lord Im's intention is for us to find a way to deal with Whitebeard, but we cannot let Whitebeard expose Lord Im's existence. Time is of the essence. What suggestions do we have? Let's all mobilize and take down Whitebeard in one swift motion. No matter how strong he is, he cannot withstand our overwhelming numbers, said Topman Walchuli, sitting on the sofa with his arms crossed. Not appropriate. The tall, thin, old man Marcus Maz shook his head to deny this proposal. He continued, if we all mobilize, those who are eager to act will think we are in a weakened state. It shouldn't take so many of us just to deal with Whitebeard. Walking around the conference room, Shepherd 10 Peter analyzed, in the overall war, Whitebeard can always act faster than the Navy. I think we should stabilize Whitebeard first and not let him expose Lord Im's existence, as that would have significant consequences. After the fact, cleaning up the mess will be exceedingly difficult. Therefore, let's let Whitebeard go for now, and we will act ourselves later. The quietly seated Jigaruja Satan stood up slowly and spoke as he exited the conference room. I will head to Marineford first. After all, with every passing second, the risk of Lord Im being exposed by Whitebeard increases. The proposal from Jigaruja Satan met with no objections from the 4 other 5 elders, as they could reach the battlefield at any time via teleportation. If necessary, they would all mobilize and take down Whitebeard in one swift motion. As for the aftermath, if Lord Im was truly exposed by Whitebeard, they would simply eliminate those who needed to be killed and silence as many as necessary. If it came to the worst-case scenario, they would wipe out entire nations. At Marine Headquarters Marineford, just as Sengoku called for Kazuru to join the assault on Whitebeard, Fagaland Garen raised his hand to signal the two to stop. Sengoku, puzzled, asked Garen, what is this about? I will explain later. Fagaland Garen did not disclose the reason for stopping Sengoku. He thought to himself, at this moment those 5 should have already gone to consult Lord Im. Let's wait for them to return. By now, Fagaland Garen no longer dared to initiate an attack on Whitebeard carelessly, as he feared that Whitebeard might expose Lord Im's existence at any moment. At that time, he would bear the full responsibility alone. Even though he was the Grand Commander of the Knights of God with the power to execute celestial dragons. Before Lord Im, however, he was nothing. Now Fagaland Garen was simply waiting for those 5 to arrive, no matter how many came. At least if something went wrong afterward, he wouldn't have to bear Lord Im's wrath by himself. Ha ha ha. Seeing Fagaland Garen's fearful demeanor, Whitebeard couldn't help but laugh heartily. Garen, you have times when you're afraid too. Whitebeard, don't be too arrogant. Fagaland Garen wished he could draw his sword and slice Whitebeard into pieces right there. Especially because Whitebeard's words struck deeply within him. It was true that he felt afraid. All along he had been riding high, enjoying unprecedented glory, but Sengoku and Kazuru were not fools. Initially they had some doubts about the existence of the one on the empty throne that Whitebeard mentioned, whether it was real or a lie fabricated by Whitebeard. But now it seemed that what Whitebeard said was indeed true, otherwise Fagaland Garen wouldn't have reacted that way. Sengoku pondered who in the world government could possibly sit on the empty throne. Could it be someone from the 5 elders? That seems unlikely. Or perhaps someone from the celestial dragons. No, the core powers of each celestial dragon family are deeply entrenched. How could someone rise above all the celestial dragons in just a few decades? If someone could do that, what kind of power do they possess? Sengoku could only think of these possibilities as the information he had was too limited, forcing him to rely on speculation. Fagaland Garen, Marshal Sengoku, and Admiral Kazara's temporary ceasefire with Whitebeard indirectly affected the fierce battle between the two sides. It slowed down the intensity of the clashes between the Navy soldiers and the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates. Their reactions were slow, but after a reminder from a few smarter individuals, they noticed that something was off at that moment. Throughout the entire war, the only 2 places where the firepower remained undiminished were Akainu versus Marco and Blackbeard Teach versus Ace. Major General Tsuru approached Garp and inquired, Garp, what are your plans? Are you still just going to watch from the sidelines? Major General Tsuru approached Garp to ask this, because she noticed that Garp's gaze had not left the battlefield where Ace, Straw Hat Luffy, and Blackbeard Teach were. Moreover, Major General Tsuru could already guess with a high degree of certainty that if anything were to happen to Ace or Straw Hat Luffy, Garp would undoubtedly be the first to jump in and suppress Blackbeard Teach. After all, he had many colleagues with Garp, and judging from Garp's expression, she could infer a lot. Huh. Garp responded awkwardly with a laugh. What plans could I have? The pirates haven't even sent Rayleigh into battle yet, so I probably can't easily jump in. All right, you do as you see fit. Upon hearing Garp's words, Major General Tsuru understood that Garp was deliberately being vague in his response. Suddenly, an overwhelming killing intent emanated from Garp, causing Major General Tsuru, beside him, to feel alarmed. She saw Blackbeard Teach viciously slam Straw Hat Luffy's neck against the ground. Luffy, Ace, bloodied and in pain, could not care less and immediately charged at Blackbeard Teach. Useless. Dark water. Blackbeard Teach opened his palm, channeling the power of the dark fruit. Ace, uncontrollably caught by Blackbeard Teach, was thrown away by a powerful punch, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he flew backward, but in the same motion a flame spear pierced into Blackbeard Teach's body. Breathing heavily, Blackbeard Teach coldly laughed as he grasped Straw Hat Luffy's head. Ha! Straw Hat Luffy. His expression changed as he prepared to twist Straw Hat Luffy's neck, sensing an icy killing intent approaching. Kapu. Blackbeard Teach was startled as he looked up only to see Kapu exuding the aura of a fierce beast, raising his iron fist. As Blackbeard Teach instinctively prepared to counterattack, Kapu's iron fist came crashing down. In the moment his head was struck, Blackbeard Teach felt he was on the verge of losing consciousness. Bang! Kapu exerted immense force once more and Blackbeard Teach was sent flying like a bullet. In the blink of an eye, he rolled several dozen meters on the ground before crashing heavily into the ruins, finally coming to a stop. Captain Teach. All the officers of the Blackbeard pirates abandoned their opponents and rushed to surround Kapu. Luffy flew to the ruins and pulled Blackbeard up, who was gasping for breath, blood streaming from his head, and he maliciously laughed. Ah, Navy hero Kapu. I have a temporary alliance with you, Navy, and now you dare to attack me. Is that appropriate? Blackbeard Teach desperately suppressed the fury within him. I am merely dealing with trash. As for the so-called alliance, I am not clear on that. Upon hearing this, Blackbeard Teach laughed viciously. Ah. Since you old man want to seek death, I'll grant you that. Boys, let's surround this old geezer. Straw Hat Luffy struggled to get up and shouted, Grandpa. Ace also looked at Kapu's back, whispering, Old man. You two step back. Kapu's justice cloak billowed in the wind as he appeared unusually calm. Bosch's was the first to attack Kapu, but as soon as he jumped, Kapu's fist smashed him into the ground. In the astonished gazes of numerous Navy and pirates around, Kapu knocked out an officer of the Blackbeard pirates with a single punch. Just as Kapu kicked away poison, Rain Shiryu snuck up behind him for a surprise attack. Just when Rain Shiryu thought he could stab Kapu, his cursed sword was caught by Kapu's reverse grip, and Rain Shiryu instantly realized the danger. You little punk from Impel Down, why are you out here being a pirate instead of staying in Impel Down? Kapu grabbed Rain Shiryu by the collar and swung him around, smashing him into the ground. Bang! The ground beneath them shattered into pieces. Rain Shiryu struck heavily, coughed out blood, yet the corner of his mouth lifted because he tightly grasped Kapu's left arm. Well done, Shiryu. Blackbeard Teach rushed up behind Kapu, unleashing all his power with a punch aimed at Kapu's back. However, before Blackbeard Teach could revel in his success, Kapu's right fist simultaneously struck Teach in the face. Both retreated. Kapu staggered back 6 meters while Blackbeard Teach rolled on the ground for several dozen meters. Kapu twisted his neck, producing cracking sounds. Damn that cursed old monster. Blackbeard Teach glared fiercely at Kapu. In the distance, KB and Barumabur looked at the formidable Kapu with excitement. Barumabur nudged KB's shoulder and said, KB, Captain Kapu is so amazing. One man is not at a disadvantage against the entire Blackbeard crew. Indeed, Captain Kapu is a hero of our Navy. KB silently vowed to become someone as formidable as Captain Kapu. On the other side, Vice Admiral Tsuru sighed helplessly. She had guessed Kapu's sudden attack on Blackbeard was for his grandson. While Blackbeard Teach releasing prisoners from Impel Down would eventually lead to reckoning, so it was fine that Kapu dealt with it in advance. As many eyes were drawn to the battle between Kapu and the Blackbeard pirates, a streak of black light suddenly descended beside Figelin Garin Saint, attracting their attention. Crocodile casually swatted away the Navy soldiers and pirates controlled by Doflamingo, frowning as he muttered, what other people are coming now? Fufufu, that's right, the 5 elders have come too. This war is becoming increasingly interesting. Doflamingo licked his lips with an excited smirk. The 5 elders. Crocodile began considering his escape plan as the world government was continuously investing strength in this situation. If Whitebeard falls, then Crocodile himself would undoubtedly be one of the targets for reckoning. As Jaeger Satan Saint appeared beside Figelin Garin Saint, the entire battlefield fell into a brief silence once more. On the Moby Dick, Rayleigh pondered, this is bad. The situation is developing in an uncontrollable direction. Rayleigh glanced again at Ace and Luffy, who were once again surrounded by the Navy, and then looked at Whitebeard. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates and their crews were all deeply worried for their old man. They desperately wanted to rush to help their old man, yet the Navy commanders each fought like they were risking their lives holding them back. Marco, who had been entangled with Akainu, saw his father facing the Navy Admiral, the Fleet Admiral, the commander of the God Knights, and a Five Elder. He had no intention of continuing to engage with Akainu and immediately turned towards his father. Having long noticed Marco's intentions, Akainu would not let him escape so easily. After being so infuriated in their previous fight, he was determined to incapacitate Marco this time. Figel Garin Saint looked at Jaeger, a Satan Saint beside him, and slowly asked, "So you came, huh? Why aren't the other four here? Is it not at that level yet to deal with a Whitebeard?" Jaeger Satan Saint responded arrogantly. In Jaeger Satan Saint's view, if the world government deployed so many high-ranking figures to deal with just one Whitebeard, it would be a laughingstock. Jaeger Satan Saint cast his gaze towards the pirate, holding the Din Din Mushi on the Moby Dick. Just as he was about to unleash his deadly gaze to eliminate both the pirate and the Din Din Mushi, a massive 100-meter shockwave struck. Boom. Sengoku and Akiji immediately joined forces to block this shockwave with the Great Buddha Shockwave and Ice Age. After making his move, Whitebeard abruptly plunged his supreme great blade into the ground, calmly chuckling, "Ha! Satan, the last time we met was decades ago at God's Valley, and you're still alive. And you still haven't died. So are you here to seek death today?" As a massive amount of explosive smoke dissipated, Jaeger, a Satan Saint, coldly stated, "Whitebeard, you have touched the greatest taboo of this world. Today you must die." Suddenly, a chorus of terrified voices erupted. "That's the red-haired pirates. It really is the red-haired pirates, the Red Force ship. Didn't we just hear yesterday that the red-haired pirates clashed with Kaido of the Beasts in the New World? How could they reach the naval headquarters today?" As all the Navy and pirates present at the Marine headquarters Marineford spotted the Red Force ship. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates were surprised as to why the red-haired pirates, who were also one of the four emperors, would come to the naval headquarters, but they did not feel afraid. In contrast, the Navy soldiers were completely different. At this moment, their hearts were filled with terror, as they had yet to defeat even the Whitebeard pirates. Now facing another four emperor, the red-haired pirates, the Navy soldiers no longer knew how to continue fighting. Fufufu, Doflamingo laughed excitedly. "Crocodile, don't you think this war is getting more interesting? The red-haired pirates are here." "Mph. What does that have to do with me?" "Step aside," Crocodile loudly scolded Doflamingo. Vice Admiral Doberman noticed Mihawk turning to leave and immediately shouted, "Mihawk, the war isn't over yet. I only agreed to fight the Whitebeard pirates, not the red-haired pirates," Mihawk replied coldly, paying no heed to Doberman's words. Doberman immediately threatened, "Aren't you afraid of losing your warlord title if you leave at this time?" "You are Vice Admiral Doberman, right? If you want to discuss this, you can send your Admiral or Fleet Admiral to talk to me." Mihawk coldly responded to Doberman. Mihawk intended to find a spot behind the Navy to rest, and he thought it was beneath him to explain to Doberman. Kawaii. The usually laid-back Kizaru began to feel a bit uneasy, as this war had already been going on for quite a while. At this moment, with the arrival of the red-haired pirates, the possibility of a fight had greatly increased. A smile spread across his face as he sensed the strong presence aboard the red-haired pirates' ship. Shanks. The war had evolved into this situation, and Akainu wished he could send out 10 people to kill them all. These pirates, one after another, are relentless. Do they think the Marine headquarters Marineford is just a place they can show up at? To eradicate all these pirates, the cost was immeasurable, but as the righteous Navy, they had to eliminate the pirates at any cost. As Akaina's attack paused for a moment, Marco also slowed the burning speed of his blue flames, pondering. Now that the red-haired pirates are here, it actually alleviates quite a bit of our pressure. On board the Moby Dick, Rayleigh looked at the left side of the sea, where the Red Force was slowly docking. He couldn't help but think that maybe Shanks was also persuaded by Whitebeard to come here. After all, he himself was coaxed here by that guy Whitebeard. For some reason, the more Rayleigh thought about it, the more he felt it was possible, but knowing Shanks' character, he shouldn't have been easily influenced by Whitebeard. The battle between Garp and the Blackbeard pirates also paused. Garp gritted his teeth and muttered, "Red-haired, the one who made Luffy a pirate." Whenever Garp thought of that bastard Shanks, he felt irritated. If it weren't for Shanks, how could Luffy have become a pirate? Finally able to catch his breath, Blackbeard Teach grinned viciously. "Ha, so Shanks has come too." Seeing this situation, Teach felt that his chances of seizing the Tremor fruit had significantly decreased. The top powerhouses gathered at the Marine headquarters Marineford were far too many. Luffy excitedly shouted to Ace, "Ace, I didn't expect Shanks to come." Ace nodded slightly in response, astonished that the public execution of Fire Fist Ace could escalate the war to such a degree. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Ace would have never imagined it would develop into this. Akiji, standing beside Fleet Admiral Sengoku, asked, "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the situation has completely spiraled out of control. I know publicly executing Fire Fist Ace has forced so many people out." Sengoku clenched his fists, cracking his knuckles. At the same time, Sengoku was also contemplating that Shanks was not someone who would act recklessly, but now he had suddenly come to the Marine headquarters. What could his intentions be? Sengoku was very concerned about this point. Jago Lucius Satan muttered, "Galen, are you also meddling in this matter because of your bloodline?" "What he does is his own freedom," said Fegelin Galen, his cold gaze flashing with a hint of nostalgia. Under normal circumstances, Jago Lucius Satan would not have such a strong reaction towards Shanks, but this time the situation was completely different. At this time, Shanks arriving at Marine headquarters Marineford was not good news for the Navy and the world government. Whitebeard smiled, slightly contemplating. The red-haired brat has finally arrived. Then the next step to threaten the world government can almost begin. Whitebeard knew very well that the Navy Galen, the Five Elders, and him would never let him go. But as long as they felt a sufficient threat, they would naturally not dare to act rashly. As the Red Force docked, Shanks led the way off the ship. Lachi Lu, who had been eating roasted meat, worriedly asked, "Boss, something seems off." Shanks scanned the entire battlefield, lingering a moment longer on Luffy, Fegelin Galen, and Rayleigh. Ben Beckman, walking beside Shanks while smoking, said calmly, "Blackbeard's appearance was expected, but the Knights of God and the Five Elders showing up is something that far exceeds my expectations. There must have been significant events in this war, otherwise the Knights of God and the Five Elders wouldn't easily reveal themselves in public. Since we are here, it's impossible to stay out of it anymore. Furthermore, our captain has no intention of staying out of it," said Jesus Burgess. Shanks advanced step by step, slowly drawing his sword Griffin, while an overwhelming conqueror's haki emanated from him, saying, "Everyone, please give me some face here. This war ends here. Continuing this battle will only lead to an endless increase in casualties unless anyone still wishes to fight. Then let me be your opponent." As the last words of the red-haired Shanks fell, the ultimate conqueror's haki surged to its maximum. The terrifying conqueror's haki enveloped everyone at Marine headquarters Marineford indiscriminately. Red lightning spread everywhere. A large number of Marines and pirates could not withstand the overwhelming pressure of this conqueror's haki and fell to their knees. How is this possible? The conqueror's haki is so powerful. Even I feel like I cannot bear it. The Vice Admiral Squirrel's eyes widened in disbelief. The strength of Shanks' conqueror's haki is even slightly stronger than Whitebeard's. Whitebeard's haki was already terrifying, yet Shanks is even more so. Originally, Shanks had no intention of using his conqueror's haki to exert pressure, but given the current situation, he needed everyone to see his determination to end the war. Marco frowned and murmured, "That bastard Shanks. Shanks truly is a bastard, using his conqueror's haki to suppress even the members of the Whitebeard pirates. I have to find that bastard Shanks later and settle this." Now Marco is no longer afraid of Shanks. The sneaky Kizaru said strangely, "Kawaii. No wonder he is known as the strongest conqueror's haki. Even the vice admirals are affected." Doflamingo muttered with a frown, "Conqueror's haki." In this moment, Doflamingo's proud heart suffered a significant blow. The conqueror's haki of Kaido and Whitebeard had already left him in the dust. And now, Shanks' conqueror's haki is even more intimidating. Doflamingo, who also possesses conqueror's haki and has the potential to be a king, could not accept it. Just now, Boa Hancock, having kicked away an annoying marine and a pirate, bit her finger in astonishment and said, "These Yonko are all monsters." Whitebeard was a perfect hexagonal warrior in every aspect, while Shanks' conqueror's haki was truly shocking. Previously, Boa Hancock had never encountered these Yonko-level pirates. Now that she has met two of them, she truly realized that those who can become Yonko are not simple individuals. As for Uncle Rayleigh, Boa Hancock had never seen him unleash his full power, so she had no concrete concept of it. This extreme conqueror's haki was exerted for only 3 seconds before Shanks withdrew it back into his body. All but the top-tier powerhouses present breathed a sigh of relief. As Shanks made his declaration, the battlefield at Marine headquarters Marineford briefly fell into silence. Diego Lucius Satan coldly mocked Shanks, "If it were any other time, I might give you this face. But today, everyone from the Whitebeard pirates must die here. If you do not interfere, the world government will not pursue you." "Your Excellency Satan, are you saying you will not give me this face?" Shanks' gaze instantly became sharp. In the next moment, everyone saw Shanks condensing 3 strands of red lightning haki pressing down towards Diego Lucius Satan. When the 3 strands of red lightning haki pressed down on Diego Lucius Satan, he found himself completely immobilized. A large number of Marines and pirates felt even more deeply the strength of the Yonko Shanks conqueror's haki, which could instantly render the Gorosei immobile. Whitebeard secretly analyzed the Conqueror's Haki of the young Shanks, pondering the Conqueror's Haki of the young Shanks has already stepped half a foot beyond the concept of the Yonko level. At that moment, just as Diego Lucius Satan was about to break free from Shanks' Haki suppression, he noticed a surge of Haki colliding with Shanks' Haki. Diego Lucius Satan immediately seized the opportunity to break through Shanks' Haki suppression. Shanks looked at Fegalan Gallon and calmly asked, "Do we really have to fight to the end? This matter cannot be explained in just a few words." Fegalan Gallon also did not know how to explain this matter to his son Shanks. In the furthest corner of Marine headquarters, Marineford Buggy trembled and muttered to himself, "Shanks, don't get entangled with these people. Take me away." Originally unsure how to escape Marine headquarters, Marineford Buggy, upon seeing Shanks arrive, immediately realized there was hope for leaving here. But with the current situation, Shanks is about to fight the Gorosei, and it will surely be endless, just like Whitebeard's enormous ambition and world-shocking declaration. The world government would never let Whitebeard go, and Shanks' interference at this moment would undoubtedly implicate him. Just as everyone's attention was focused on Shanks and Fegalan Gallon, Rayleigh on the Moby Dick leaped up. Originally, the Dark King Rayleigh had not moved, causing the Marines to remain highly vigilant against him, and now their hearts were in their throats. Dealing with the Whitebeard pirates, especially with Whitebeard himself, had already made the Marines doubt their lives. Now an old-era legend is about to enter the scene along with the youngest Yonko Shanks and the red-haired pirates, who are also known as the Iron Arm Pirates. The Marines no longer knew how to win this war. They claimed to be the strongest force on the seas, guarding the safety of the people. Yet they can't even win against pirates in their own territory. Can justice truly defeat evil? Confusion continued to grow within them. Sengoku, without saying a word, immediately activated the Buddha form and roared, "Rayleigh, have you really thought this through?" Rayleigh ignored Sengoku's roar and landed beside Shanks. Shanks quietly asked, "Vice Captain, why are you here too? And what is the situation with the Gorosei and the Knights of God?" Especially from the murderous gazes of Sengoku and Diego Lucius Satan, Shanks could foresee that things were complicated. Moreover, since Whitebeard arrived, he seemed too calm, as if he was brewing some kind of plan. Rayleigh prepared to tell Shanks clearly and concisely about Whitebeard's changes, so Shanks could be psychologically prepared. However, just as Rayleigh was about to speak, 4 5-point star teleportation arrays appeared around Diego Lucius Satan. Captain of the 13th Division Shuetu Atmos looked at the 4 pentagrams emitting black smoke and questioned, "What are those for?" Before anyone could respond, the astute captain of the 16th Division Itsong shouted, "Not good, it's the reinforcements from the world government." "What? More reinforcements from the world government?" Captain Jingu of the 11th Division looked stunned, realizing that the Whitebeard pirates wanted to escape from the naval headquarters. It seemed extremely difficult to achieve that. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates had no clue about the sudden appearance of the 4 pentagram teleportation arrays, and neither did the Navy. At this point in the war, they were almost like walking corpses, only aware of killing pirates. As the 4 pentagram teleportation arrays surrounding Diego Lucius Satan disappeared, 4 other members of the world government's highest authority, the Gorosei, appeared before everyone. Colonel Tina of the Navy couldn't help but gasp in disbelief, saying, "Incredible, all 5 Gorosei have come here." Even the kings of the affiliated countries find it difficult to meet the Gorosei, yet now all 5 of them have arrived at the Navy headquarters in Marineford. Before Tina could recover from her shock, something that left her dumbfounded happened next. The Gorosei transformed into 5 enormous beasts, each comparable to a giant. Crocodile looked at the 5 gigantic creatures, roaring in various ways, muttering to himself, "All the Gorosei are Zoan-type devil fruit users." Fufufu Don Quixote Doflamingo licked his lips and said with a chilling smile, "Crocodile, now that the situation has developed to this point, are you still not planning to join forces with me? After all, the whole world is about to descend into chaos. You cannot possibly remain uninvolved. Why not consider cooperating with me?" "I will never cooperate with you, give it up." Don Quixote Doflamingo. Crocodile had one more thing to say, that Doflamingo was not qualified to collaborate with him. The scene of the Gorosei transforming into beasts was broadcast live through the Den Den Mushi to the Sabaody archipelago. A skeletal horse, a sandworm, a warthog with 4 tusks and spots, a bird-headed, bird-winged, bird-clawed, snake-like creature, and an odd bull demon. These 5 monsters were enormous, and this scene frightened the public greatly. One monster was already terrifying enough, 5 gathered together. Skalachiman AP looked dumbfounded and exclaimed, "Monsters? I thought the Gorosei was just powerful. I didn't expect their strength to belong to the level of monsters." Well, if the Gorosei weren't strong enough, they wouldn't be able to maintain their highest authority in the world government. Urki chuckled nervously, saying, "Haha, today has truly opened my eyes. I wonder if Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks can handle this situation." Basil Hawkins, numbed by the continuous shocking events, murmured, the world government is really going to fight to the end. If they do, they will suffer heavy losses themselves, especially with the 4 emperors of the New World and the other 2. Drake took note of what Basil Hawkins said and thought to himself, I hope the fleet admiral and the generals don't let the Navy suffer too much loss. Otherwise, many ambitious individuals will definitely set their sights on the Navy afterward. Drake deeply realized that without strength, everything is in vain. Only by possessing absolute power can one have a say in a world-class war, but how easy is it to achieve top-tier combat strength? Eustace Kidd clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth, saying, Killer, do you see this? I hope they all end up mutually destructive. Otherwise, in the future, I will still have to defeat them one by one. If they end up mutually destructive now, it would reduce the obstacles to becoming king. Let's hope. Killer felt that at this point, neither the world government, nor the Whitebeard pirates, or the red-haired pirates could truly fight to the end, as the losses would be too terrifying, but that was just Killer's personal opinion. As for how the event would ultimately unfold, he could not predict. Jewelry Bonnie cursed, those 5 old geezers better all get defeated. You are the biggest tumor in the world, and it would be best if you all died. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, as the beastified Gorosei continuously emitted deafening roars, the officers of the red-haired pirates aimed their weapons directly at the Gorosei. With a smile on his face, Jesus Burgess raised a sniper rifle towards Shepherd 10 Big Mom, saying, What a rare occasion. We are fortunate to see the true faces of the Gorosei. We need to deal with them all at once. The pressure is no small matter. Laughing while pointing a pistol at Jago Lucius Satan, the meat-eating Lachi Lu said, This seems to be our first time facing such a terrifying line-up, right? Whether we will fight depends on the specific situation, but we must prepare ourselves mentally. Rayleigh rubbed his temples, feeling a headache, and thought, in the end, I might not be able to stay out of this either. Rayleigh felt that it was a bit too late to inform Shanks about the progression of events. Who could have expected it would develop to this point? The main issue was that Whitebeard was too insane, even more so than a madman, as if he wouldn't stop until the situation escalated completely. Red-haired Shanks looked coldly at the 5 enormous Gorosei. He coldly questioned, Gentlemen, since the Navy failed to execute Port Gasti Ace within the allotted time, does that not indicate the Navy's defeat? As the highest decision-makers of the world government, do you really intend to disregard everything? Have you considered whether the world government will still have the ability to stabilize the world after the Great War? The massive skeletal horse Izambaron v. Nashalu coldly stated, Red-haired Shanks, if you and Rayleigh withdraw now, the world government will still consider forgiveness. Topman Walchuli followed up with a cold reminder, you are given a chance, you better think it through. Figuerin Galindo also reminded, withdraw now. Shanks, this is no longer a matter you can interfere in. As for the fact that this footage was being broadcast, live the Gorosei couldn't care less. Shanks was surrounded by red lightning, coldly retorting, so are you saying you want me to let go and then force me back? Upon hearing these words from red-haired Shanks, the 5 elders transformed into monstrous figures, simultaneously uttered red-haired. Originally intending to swiftly deal with Whitebeard, the situation became increasingly dire due to the interference of red-haired Shanks. Moreover, considering red-haired Shanks' attitude, the possibility of him retreating was extremely slim. The elders were already contemplating the costs the world government would incur from engaging in battle, even with their 5 members, and Garling along with the Navy's assistance. The thought of capturing Whitebeard, Rayleigh, red-haired Shanks, and their crew weighed heavily on the elders. To minimize losses, they could only send other members of the Knights of God into the battlefield and reveal more than half of their trump cards. This outcome was not what the elders desired. The cost was too steep. At this moment, red-haired Shanks also felt an unusual confusion within. Were the elders really planning to engage them in full-scale war? The elders shouldn't be so thoughtless. In such circumstances, taking action would be entirely detrimental to the world government. In the blink of an eye, countless thoughts flashed through the minds of the elders and red-haired Shanks. During the standoff between the elders and the red-haired pirates, everyone held their breath. Suddenly, a phoenix engulfed in blue flames flew towards Whitebeard, breaking the eerie silence. Marco landed beside Whitebeard and whispered, Old man, what should we do now? Whitebeard calmly replied, Don't rush. At that moment, Ichi came as well, following Marco to Whitebeard's side. The lecherous Kizaru noticed the fleeing Monkey D. Luffy and mused, My dear nephew, I'll come to play with you right away. Kizaru genuinely did not wish to get involved in the fight between the elders and Whitebeard, red-haired Shanks, etc. After all, if questioned later, he would have a reason to respond that capturing Monkey D. Luffy and Port Gasti Ace was a top priority in this war. Thus, Kizaru transformed into a beam of light and shot toward the direction of Monkey D. Luffy. As a blinding light appeared above Luffy's head, Ace immediately shielded Luffy and warned, Luffy, step back. Jinbei frowned and reminded, It's Admiral Kizaru. Just as the lecherous Kizaru was about to speak, a voice that made him uneasy rang out not far away. Kizaru, don't move. Ben Beckman, smoking a cigarette, aimed his handgun at Kizaru. As soon as Kizaru made a move, Ben Beckman immediately followed closely behind. Kawaii-na. Ben Beckman. The lecherous Kizaru raised his hands, feeling extremely frustrated at this moment, realizing he had overlooked Ben Beckman. Moreover, Kizaru merely wanted to distance himself from the main battlefield. How did Ben Beckman end up following him? Marco beside Whitebeard anxiously pondered. The elders, the commander of the Knights of God Fleet, Admiral Akainu, Admiral Akiji, 9 top-tier powerhouses. Marco couldn't think of any way for the Whitebeard pirates to safely leave the Marine headquarters Marineford. Even with the assistance of the red-haired pirates, it wouldn't be easy to escape. Determined, Marco solemnly stated, "Old man, I'll stay behind. With my abilities, I can hold them off for a while without any problem. You and our crew should hurry and leave the Marine headquarters." Whitebeard nonchalantly chuckled. "Hoo-ha-ha-ha, you fools, we haven't reached a dead end yet. Why speak such demoralizing words?" "Mr. Whitebeard, do you have any special plans?" Ichi immediately realized that Mr. Whitebeard still had a backup plan, but he was uncertain what that plan was to resolve the current situation. A roar shattered the stalemate. "Hesitating like this, how can we win this war?" The lower half of Akainu transformed into magma as he charged directly toward the nearest red-haired pirates. Fugaland Garling's expression turned cold as he glared at Akainu. Akainu's magma fist was halfway out when red-haired Shanks swiftly moved in front of Akainu, blocking the magma punch with a single stroke. "Moi," Akainu uttered in a low voice, looking at red-haired Shanks, who blocked his magma punch, surprised by the opponent's speed exceeding his expectations. Red-haired Shanks coldly stated, "So this means this battle is unavoidable. I have no intention of wasting words with you pirates." With his other hand also transforming into a magma fist, Akainu launched a fierce attack on red-haired Shanks, sending countless magma fists crashing toward him. With a cold expression, red-haired Shanks swiftly wielded his supreme blade griffin, blocking all of Akainu's magma punches. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the Marines felt the reliability of Admiral Akainu, who wasted no time with pirates and immediately launched an attack. Sengoku furrowed his brows, pondering. The elders haven't spoken yet. Why did Akainu break the stalemate first? However, what Sengoku did not know was that at this point in the war, the fury pent up within Akainu could incinerate the entire Marine headquarters Marineford. In Akainu's view, a battle that clearly had a great advantage had turned chaotic due to the inaction of Sengoku, Akiji, Kizaru, and Garp. If they had attacked with full strength from the start without giving the Whitebeard pirates any chance to breathe, how could the situation have escalated to this point? Yet the elders who joined the battle still exhibited such cowardice. Akainu could no longer tolerate it. These pirates were right in front of him. There was no need for so much talk. Just charge, and even if it costs, the pirates must be eliminated. Being hesitant would only make the pirates more rampant. As soon as Rayleigh moved, Sengoku immediately charged forward, transforming into the form of the Great Buddha, launching a Great Buddha shockwave at Rayleigh. Aside from Ben Beckman, who was confronting Kizaru, the other officers of the red-haired pirates surrounded Admiral Akiji. The colossal elders formed a pentagram formation encircling Whitebeard, Marco, and Ichi. Only Fugaland Garling's gaze remained fixed on the battle between Akainu and Shanks. "Izambalong v. Nejiru coldly declared, "Whitebeard, this is where it ends for you." Whitebeard laughed wildly and defiantly. "Hoo-ha-ha-ha, you 5 are nothing but clowns in my eyes." The scene of this large-scale melee of top combatants reminded Garp of the Battle of God Valley from years ago. After the battle, this fortress of Justice Marine headquarters Marineford would no longer exist. After all, this massive fortress was already in a state of ruin. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, with blood dripping from his head, gasped for breath and cursed, "Damn Garp." If Garp were a devil fruit user, he would not be so passive. The dark fruit's ability was ineffective against Garp, forcing Blackbeard to engage him in a physical confrontation. For Blackbeard, this was a significant disadvantage. If he possessed the power of the Quake fruit, he would not be so passive. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates divisions, along with their pirate crew members, were firmly held back by the Marine generals and could not break free to support their father. "Bastards, get out of my way." Diamond Jozu forcefully knocked away dozens of Marine soldiers. However, in the next moment, another group of Marine soldiers surrounded him, and Diamond Jozu roared, "This is never-ending." Diamond Jozu had lost count of how many Marine soldiers he had knocked out. These men were relentless, continuously holding him back. On the other side, Bista, trying to break through the encirclement, was being relentlessly attacked by Vice Admiral Raccoon and Vice Admiral Stokabelly, making it impossible for him to assist his father. From a distance, the terrified clown Buggy murmured to himself, "Shanks, Vice Captain Rayleigh, why are you fighting the Marines? If we don't find a way to leave Marine headquarters, we will really lose our lives." Buggy believed that Shanks and Vice Captain Rayleigh were fully capable of taking him away from Marine headquarters. However, given the current situation, Buggy dared not show himself in front of Shanks and Vice Captain Rayleigh. He feared being targeted by the Marines and the Gorosei. Yet, the fearful words that Buggy blurted out were completely misconstrued by a group of prisoners from Impel Down. "Captain Buggy, are you saying we should join forces with the 4 Emperors and the red-haired Shanks, as well as the Pirate King's Vice Captain the Dark King Rayleigh, to eliminate the Marines? You are so great. Captain Buggy, please take us to the throne of the 4 Emperors." The prisoners from Impel Down were increasingly excited in their admiration for Buggy. Originally already anxious Buggy was completely startled by these words, freezing on the spot. However, in the next moment, under the astonished gazes of the Marines and Buggy, Whitebeard unexpectedly ordered Marco and Izo to assist the Whitebeard pirates to face the Gorosei alone. What a formidable move. As a result, an even more surprising event occurred. The Gorosei who were attacking Whitebeard actually ceased their assault. Not only were the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates puzzled, but the Marine soldiers were even more confused. To the Marines, it seemed that the Gorosei would kill Whitebeard on the spot, so why had they suddenly stopped attacking? They even appeared hesitant. Observant individuals could roughly guess that the Gorosei were clearly caught in great misgivings. Whitebeard smiled as he raised the corner of his mouth and asked, "Ho ho ho, gentlemen, will you continue?" The expressions of the 5 Gorosei changed constantly, growing increasingly wary of Whitebeard. St. Topman woefully widened his eyes, staring intently at Whitebeard, questioning, "Whitebeard, how do you know these things?" What truly frightened the 5 Gorosei was that Whitebeard knew things they did not. How much more did Whitebeard know? The 5 of them exchanged glances and quickly made a decision. They did not dare to gamble, as Whitebeard had just revealed that he knew the locations of the 3 ancient weapons, Poseidon, Uranus, and Pluton. He also mentioned Vegapunk's research on the Mother Flame and the clones of the 7 warlords of the sea, the Seraphim. These top secrets of the world government terrified the Gorosei. Furthermore, he claimed that the Conqueror's Haki of Joy Boy had persisted for 800 years, and that the sun god Nika would awaken in the present time. Finally, he also mentioned that the surgery fruit had been used on someone to grant them eternal life. With the information Whitebeard released, the Gorosei were completely terrified, realizing that if they continued to attack Whitebeard, he would loudly proclaim these truths. Moreover, it seemed as if Whitebeard had even more secrets yet to be revealed. The Gorosei were not foolish. Just moments ago, Whitebeard had sent Marco and Izo to assist the Whitebeard pirates, leaving them alone. It wasn't that Whitebeard was overly arrogant, but rather that he was negotiating with them using such world-shaking secrets. Marco, who was originally worried about his father, did not understand why his father had sent him and Izo away, but now it seemed that his father truly had a backup plan. Just look at the Gorosei, who did not dare to continue attacking their father. Izo pondered inwardly. It seems that Whitebeard's backup plan involves world-shaking secrets that could shake the world government, otherwise it would be impossible for the Gorosei to stop their assault. The Sengoku, engaged in battle with Rayleigh, turned his gaze to Whitebeard, filled with doubt and thought. What exactly did Whitebeard say to the Gorosei? How could he frighten the Gorosei like this? Whitebeard, what exactly have you become? The current Whitebeard was no longer the person Sengoku recognized. Rayleigh couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Whitebeard has some tricks up his sleeve." The Akainu, unleashing all his firepower to attack red-haired Shanks, narrowed his eyes and cursed. What are those 5 old geezers up to now, Red-haired Shanks, who was being relentlessly bitten by Akainu like a mad dog, was already filled with rage. At the moment Akainu cursed at him, red-haired Shanks seized the opportunity, using the strength of his toes to propel himself forward, the supreme great blade griffin entwined with red lightning as it spread out. Not good. Akainu realized just in time. Red-haired Shanks had already swung his sword, appearing right before him, leaving no time for Akainu to counter or evade. Akainu had not anticipated the speed at which red-haired Shanks would explode forth. In the split second that red-haired Shanks swung his sword, a red light formed a giant bird. At the moment the divine avoidance made contact with Akainu, he was sent flying like a laser cannon by Shanks' attack. Divine avoidance. Red-haired Shanks' expression was cold. The General Akainu rolled and slid over 100 meters on the ground before crashing into the city wall, finally coming to a stop. The naval soldiers, upon seeing their General Akainu sent flying by the Yonko Shanks, became tense. After all, he was their General Akainu. He had been the one suppressing pirates since the war began, and now he had been knocked away by the Yonko Shanks. For a moment, the naval soldiers found it hard to accept this fact. Just as they were worried about their General Akainu, a column of magma erupted into the sky. The cadre of the red-haired pirates, Ben Beckman, frowned and said, "That General Akainu's flesh is quite tough to endure our captain's divine avoidance and stand up so quickly. Indeed, generally anyone who takes our captain's divine avoidance wouldn't be able to stand up at all." The cadre Beldinger's neck was equally astonished. If our general could be defeated so easily, then there would be no justice left in this sea. The scattered ice shards reassembled into Akiji's body. Jesus Burgess smiled and remarked, as expected of a naval admiral. Even when surrounded by us, he still maintains such a relaxed posture. The scene of Akainu striding out from the magma column greatly boosted the morale of the naval soldiers. Their previous worries were entirely unfounded. How could their general Akainu possibly fall so easily? With blood streaming from his forehead and mouth, Akainu fixed a cold gaze on Shanks and said, "Red-haired Shanks, did you seize this opportunity due to a moment of carelessness? But let me tell you, this kind of opportunity will not happen a second time." Akainu prepared to go all out, knowing that Shanks was no ordinary enemy. His strength was formidable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to seize the opportunity with just a moment's distraction. Shanks coldly replied, "Admiral Akainu, you are the first to take my divine avoidance and stand up so quickly. In that case, I can completely unleash my attacks. Otherwise, accidentally killing a naval admiral wouldn't be good for me." "What did you say?" Akainu's eyes instantly turned into scorching magma as he questioned fiercely, "Kill an admiral? You mean to say as long as you want it, you can kill me? Then I would like to see what kind of ability a man with a severed arm has to say such bold words." Meanwhile, the Gorosei kept their gaze fixed on Whitebeard, showing no concern for the battle between Shanks and Akainu. Now the Gorosei were most worried about the consequences if Whitebeard exposed everything and whether the world government had the capability to handle it afterward. If they couldn't manage the repercussions of Whitebeard's revelations, they would have to reconsider whether to continue taking action against him. After all, the world government had always been concerned about maintaining balance and certainly couldn't let Whitebeard go. After exchanging looks, the Gorosei understood each other's meanings. First, they needed to appease Whitebeard and afterward find an opportunity to eradicate him. The main concern was that Whitebeard knew too much, including things even the Gorosei were unaware of. This left the Gorosei feeling extremely alarmed. If he knew the secrets of the world government, they suspected that perhaps some high-ranking member of the world government was a spy planted by Whitebeard. This possibility couldn't be ruled out, otherwise how could Whitebeard know such highly classified matters? Topman Vulturely said coldly, "Whitebeard, tell your men to turn off the Den Den Mushi." With a faintly sarcastic smile, Whitebeard raised his hand to signal his son on the Moby Dick to turn off the Den Den Mushi. On Sabaody Archipelago, as the Den Den Mushi was turned off, people who had been closely following the war began to shout loudly. "What's going on? Why was the last Den Den Mushi held by the Whitebeard pirates also turned off? Exactly. What on earth happened? What happened to the battle between the Gorosei and Whitebeard? And what about the fight between red-haired Shanks and Admiral Akainu? Or was the person holding the Den Den Mushi from the Whitebeard pirates attacked?" Various speculations spread continuously, with most concerned about the direction of the war. Now that even the last screen was unviewable, it made those who had initially worried about whether the Navy could defeat the pirates even more anxious. Because people feared that if the Navy fell, would there still be a place for survival in the future? At the Navy headquarters Marineford, the negotiations between Whitebeard and the Gorosei were also being closely monitored by many on the battlefield. "Shepherd X," Peters shouted, "all Navy forces cease all attacks." As soon as this was said, the naval soldiers engaged in fierce combat were instantly taken aback. Did the Gorosei just order them to stop attacking? What was the meaning of all the lives lost in this war? The naval soldiers, who had not originally held much hope for victory, suddenly fell into confusion. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates were in doubt about whether to continue counterattacking when they heard their father's booming voice. "Whitebeard pirates, cease all counterattacks." After the Gorosei and Whitebeard both issued orders to stop, the Navy and pirates distanced themselves from each other, watching each other warily. At the rear of the Navy, Blackbeard Teach, who was fighting Garp, immediately sensed something was wrong and shouted, "Boys, hurry up and run." Seeing their captain, Teach turned to flee right after he finished speaking. The cadres of the Blackbeard pirates quickly followed suit. Garp, however, couldn't be bothered to chase after the fleeing Blackbeard pirates. He looked towards the direction of Whitebeard, pondering, what did Whitebeard discuss with the Gorosei? What could compel the Gorosei to make concessions in this situation? This meant that Whitebeard knew things that significantly threatened the ruling position of the world government. The entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence, as if waiting for a new command. However, the clash of arrogance and magma was particularly fierce and conspicuous. The 5 Elder Stars witnessed Akainu still fiercely battling against the red-haired Shanks. Thus Topman watchily took the initiative to reprimand, "Sakazuki, did you not hear the order?" The Navy soldiers were sweating for Admiral Akainu, as the Navy headquarters, being an agency under the world government, had the 5 Elder Stars as their direct superiors. Akainu, covered in flowing magma, had veins bulging from his eyelids and gritted his teeth coldly, saying, 5 Elder Stars have you all also been ridden by pirates. Sakazuki, mind your words and understand your own position, Jaegor Lucius Satan sternly reminded Akainu. Akainu shrugged off his cloak and turned to walk towards the rear of the navy. From this incident, he realized that even the 5 Elder Stars were equally afraid of trouble. Red-haired Shanks slowly sheathed his supreme great blade griffin. With no navy obstructing them, the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates began to retreat like a receding tide. During this time, the division commanders of the Whitebeard pirates and their ship captains kept a vigilant watch on the navy, preventing any sudden counterattacks. In less than an hour, only the dilapidated Navy headquarters Marineford remained along with the confused and exhausted Navy personnel. All the Navy commanders were busy organizing personnel to move the injured. However, one person stood in stark contrast to everyone else, Admiral Kazuru, whose clothes remained spotless after the entire battle. Compared to the bloodied Admiral Akainu, it was a stark contrast. Vice Admiral Tsuru approached the solitary Sengoku, who was sitting on the ground, and sighed, saying, "It won't be long before the results of this war spread across the world." Indeed, many who feared the Navy will likely start to stir now, Sengoku also sighed. Sengoku continued, "Let the 5 Elder Stars worry about how to define the outcome. After all, their involvement in this war is also their call to stop it." At that moment, as the fleet admiral of the Navy, Sengoku truly felt physically and mentally exhausted. The next morning, countless newsbirds flew to various parts of the world. On the surface, at the entrance of the New World, the fleet of the Whitebeard pirates was sailing, but compared to before the war, the fleet's losses had exceeded half. On the leading ship, the Moby Dick, the crew lay resting on the deck as the day's fighting from yesterday had left them still unable to recover. As a newsbird flew by the sky and dropped several newspapers, the crew finally became interested. They all wanted to know how much their Whitebeard pirates' reputation had increased after this great battle. The 7th Division Captain Luffy excitedly shouted, "Ace's bounty has surpassed Jozu and Vista, reaching 1.8 billion berries. Moreover, the bounty for first mate Mr. Izo has reached 2 billion berries on his first bounty. Additionally, Captain Marco's bounty has directly reached 3 billion berries, firmly establishing his title as one of the 4 emperors." Just as the 7th Division Captain Luffy was about to continue shouting about the latest bounty for Dad, everyone joined in unison and shouted, "Dad's bounty is 5 billion berries." The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates felt that at this moment their pirate crew had reached an unprecedented peak, completely widening the gap with the other 3 emperors' pirate crews. Inside the cabin, Whitebeard gently tapped his fingers on the wooden planks, silently observing the system panel showing 100 points. It seemed that excessive action and heavy losses caused the system to rate him with an A. "Oh well, better than nothing." Whitebeard directly spent all 100 points in the system shop to purchase 10 pills that enhanced chi cultivation. Just as Whitebeard was about to consume them, Marco's voice came from the doorway. "Dad, your bounty has reached 5 billion berries." The increase in the bounty did not surprise Whitebeard. He opened the cabin door, and a group of people immediately surrounded him upon seeing their father come out. Standing before Whitebeard, Ace said apologetically, "Dad, I'm sorry. It's all because of me that our Whitebeard pirates suffered heavy losses. Next time, don't be so reckless." Whitebeard patted Ace's head and patiently reminded him. Changing the subject, Whitebeard commanded, "Izo, plan a route to Wano." The 16th Division Captain Izo, standing among the crowd, could not help but ask in confusion, "Dad, do you intend to?" Whitebeard didn't want to waste words and directly said, "Ace, you went to Wano a few years ago. Share what you know with everyone." Additionally, Marco organized the crew to prepare for battle. A group of sons were still puzzled as to why Dad suddenly decided to march into Wano. They had just finished a fierce battle with the Navy. Whitebeard returned to the cabin again, preparing to take the keen-enhancing pills to elevate his cultivation. The 11th Division Captain Jindo said with some worry, "Dad, could it be a bit too hasty? Wano is the territory of the 4 emperors Kaido of the beasts. Shouldn't we rest for a while to increase our chances?" The 13th Division Captain Water Buffalo Atmos excitedly said, "The Navy and the world government have no way to deal with our Whitebeard pirates. Even without resting, attacking the beast pirates would not be a problem at all." Foza, the 15th Division Captain, said with a smile, while puffing on a cigar, "Our dad has declared to the world in the battle against the Navy that he aims to seize the power of the world government. Thus, occupying new territory is only a matter of time, and it's just right to attack the beast pirates early." Marco silently supported Dad's decision in his heart. Since Dad was already of such an age, why not let him indulge for a few more years? Moreover, the current Whitebeard pirates would not fear any forces. Having fought against the Navy and the world government, how could the beast pirates be compared to them? Marco instructed everyone take this time before we reach Wano to adjust and rest well. Sitting quietly on a wooden crate, eating noodles, Mr. Izo pondered. From the clash with the Navy and the world government, it's clear that Mr. Whitebeard is not a reckless person. This matter simply mentioning the march into Wano suggests that the purpose is not merely war for the sake of war. Mr. Izo vaguely sensed that there must be another hidden reason behind Whitebeard's intention to go to Wano. The dilapidated Marine headquarters in Marineford, a makeshift office for the Fleet Admiral Sengoku, is busy handling personnel casualties and adjustments of various divisions. A naval colonel rushed into the makeshift office of the Fleet Admiral in a panic. Before he could say anything, Sengoku patiently inquired, "What is the matter that has you so flustered?" "The latest bounty notices have been sent out, right?" "They were all sent out early this morning, Admiral. The Whitebeard pirates." The naval colonel was still somewhat flustered. Sengoku gestured for the naval colonel to calm down before continuing. Taking a deep breath, the naval colonel reported seriously, "Admiral Sengoku, we have been monitoring the Whitebeard pirates' fleet, and they have not returned to their territory. Instead, they are heading towards Wano, the territory of the Yonko Kaido of the beasts." "What?" Upon hearing this, Sengoku was instantly taken aback, his brows furrowed as he murmured, "The Whitebeard pirates are heading to Wano. Having just finished one war, they are about to start another. Whitebeard." Sengoku rubbed his temples, his mind racing with countermeasures. At that moment, the lecherous Kizaru, hands in pockets, sauntered in. Seeing Kizaru arrive, Sengoku immediately made a decision. As an experienced veteran, Kizaru sensed something was amiss from Sengoku's expression and instinctively thought trouble was brewing, undoubtedly falling on him. Sengoku, with an unusually serious expression, commanded, "Because the Whitebeard pirates are heading towards Wano, Kizaru, you need to go to Wano immediately." "Kawaii." The lecherous Kizaru, now somewhat taken aback, said, "Is this for real? The Whitebeard pirates have just finished a major battle with us and have not even rested, and now they want to attack the beast pirates." "Kizaru, once you arrive in Wano, prioritize caution. If things seem off, retreat immediately." Sengoku thought that with Kizaru's Pika Pika no Mi ability, he could leave smoothly if things went awry. "I understand, old man." The somewhat moved Kizaru returned to his lecherous demeanor and slowly exited the makeshift office. Moreover, he knew that recklessness was not an option. He had witnessed the true power of the entire Whitebeard pirates firsthand. Not to mention that troublesome Marco, who is both hard to kill and a nuisance, and the gravity fruit that he finds equally unappealing. Additionally, Whitebeard posed the greatest threat. After all, Kizaru had witnessed his explosive power just yesterday. As Kizaru left, Sengoku fell into deep thought. He couldn't understand why they would rush back to the New World without taking the time to rest, and instead head to Wano. Were they not afraid of suffering significant losses, allowing others to reap the benefits? Meanwhile, in the New World on Whole Cake Island, Big Mom Charlotte Lean was left dumbfounded after reading the latest newspaper. While the newspaper didn't provide detailed explanations of the entire Marineford War, it still outlined the general events. Big Mom Charlotte Lean muttered in disbelief, "How can this be it? This is terrifying. Is the Whitebeard pirates really that powerful? To face the Marines and the world government and still escape unscathed? Isn't Whitebeard supposed to retire due to old age? Yet he can still be so strong. Moreover, he has gained a vice captain capable of contending with admirals." As the two spoke, the children of the Charlotte family began to express their thoughts and opinions, but most were filled with fear. They were aware that they too were one of the Yonko pirate crews in the New World, and the overall strength of the Whitebeard pirates had clearly exceeded expectations. To say they were not afraid would be a lie. With a cold expression, Charlotte Katakuri stated emphatically, "The empty throne is the ultimate goal." Whitebeard uttered these words before the Marines and the world government. Under normal circumstances, with the Gorosei personally involved, and yet they allowed Whitebeard to leave. The reasons behind this are worthy of deep reflection. However, one thing is for certain: Whitebeard holds the key to the world government's life and death. Otherwise, this wouldn't be the outcome. Big Mom Charlotte Lean roared with gritted teeth, "That bastard Whitebeard is quite capable. Kaido and the Gorosei have all been manipulated by you." As Big Mom's children watched their mother fly into a rage, the terrifying Conqueror's haki also began to emanate from her. Many began to buckle under Big Mom's overwhelming Conqueror's haki. Terrified as they knelt in submission, they dreaded their mother's wrath. The reason for Big Mom's fury was that Whitebeard, despite not having weakened, announced his retirement. Retirement aside, he boldly declared his immense ambition to the world amidst the battle with the Marines and world government, leaving Big Mom utterly baffled by Whitebeard. Big Mom, exploding with Conqueror's haki, did not lose her senses. Therefore, she quickly retracted the aura spreading around her. Big Mom, unusually calm, commanded, "Katakuri, get ready. We must start taking action, or Whitebeard will get ahead of us." "Yes, Mother," Katakuri replied solemnly. Big Mom, her eyes flashing with a fierce light, murmured, "Whitebeard, I will not lose to you. Sitting on the throne of the Pirate King and seizing the world's hegemony will not be yours. Mom is the most powerful existence in this world." As long as Mom is here, our big MOM pirates are the strongest force on the seas. Charlotte Cracker's words indirectly inspired the Charlotte family as they recalled their mother's formidable presence. The supposedly indestructible iron balloon defense was no joke. At that moment, the Den Den Mushi on Charlotte Perispero rang. After listening to the report, Charlotte Perispero was stunned, shouting, "What? The Whitebeard pirates are heading to Wano. Isn't that Kaido's territory?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present, including Big Mom, was momentarily stunned, unable to react. Charlotte Smuggy asked incredulously, "Perispero, are you sure the information is not wrong? Didn't the Whitebeard pirates just finish their war with the Navy? As soon as we return to the New World, we are going to engage in a new round of battle with the Beast Pirates. Normally no one would act so recklessly, right?" Charlotte Smuggy's words. This made many people feel it was reasonable. They should confirm whether the information was indeed incorrect. If the mistaken information led to the Big Mom pirates making a wrong judgment, the losses would be entirely in vain. Under the persuasion of most of his younger siblings, Perispero, the elder brother, dialed the Den Den Mushi. After Perispero confirmed that there was no mistake, most of the Charlotte family members present fell silent. Charlotte Smuggy murmured, "The Whitebeard pirates are truly insane." In their view, the Whitebeard pirates were indeed mad. Unable to sit still, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin was about to speak when Katakuri solemnly said, "He'll go prepare, Mom." On the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates, the captain of the 6th Division Blamank said in confusion, "What do you think Dad took with him along with Vice Captain Yassip and Ace?" "How could we guess that? Nowadays Dad sometimes acts so mysteriously," said Harda, the captain of the 12th Division, waving his hand indicating that Dad's actions were completely inscrutable. The captain of the 10th Division, Khalil, who bore permanent burn scars, smiled and said, "No matter what Dad does, we just need to support him unconditionally." "Exactly. We don't need to think too much, or we just need to keep supporting Dad," said the captain of the 13th Division Water Buffalo, Atmos, emphasizing the need for blind support. The chubby captain of the 6th Division Blamank laughed and said, "Once Dad and the others return, we'll know what he went to do." Blamank's words also received approval from the crowd. Punk Hazard in a certain basement. Caesar Clown cheerfully asked, "Monet, have all the kids been taken to the laboratory?" "They have all been taken to the laboratory," Monet replied calmly. "Very good." Caesar Clown revealed an excited smile and said, "Soon my giantification experiment will succeed, and I will surpass Vegapunk. By the way, has the young master returned to Dressrosa?" "I'm not sure either." Monet shook her head, indicating she was also uncertain. As Caesar Clown turned to head towards the laboratory, he noticed 3 people appear on one of the surveillance screens. Moreover, Caesar Clown was so startled by the white crescent mustache of the leading figure that he fell to the ground trembling. Monet also noticed the 3 people on the surveillance screen, her beautiful eyes involuntarily twitching. The 4 Emperors Whitebeard, how could he appear on this Punk Hazard Island? Did they not just finish their war with the Navy? Monet couldn't figure out how Whitebeard could possibly be here. Trembling Caesar Clown couldn't help but think, "Whitebeard, could he be here to capture me?" After all, great scientists like me are highly valued by prominent figures. Realizing the situation was dire, Monet immediately took out her Den Den Mushi. As the call connected, it was quickly answered. "Moshi Moshi Monet, why are you suddenly calling? Is it that Caesar is short on funds?" Just returned to Dressrosa. Doflamingo thought that Monet would call at this time, and it was highly likely that it was about Caesar's lack of funds. "Young master, there's a big problem. Just now the surveillance at Punk Hazard captured Whitebeard, Fire Fist Ace, and a blind swordsman appearing on this island." Monet hurriedly informed young master Doflamingo about Whitebeard's appearance. However, the next moment, amid Monet and Caesar Clown's confusion, the Den Den Mushi went silent. Caesar Clown cautiously asked, "Young master, are you still there?" What Monet and Caesar Clown didn't know was that young master Doflamingo was also startled the moment he heard Whitebeard went to Punk Hazard. Just the sight of the blind swordsman was enough to make Doflamingo doubt his ability to win, let alone Whitebeard. Doflamingo couldn't understand how Whitebeard suddenly appeared on Punk Hazard Island. It shouldn't be possible, right? Or did Whitebeard know the secrets of Punk Hazard Island? It seemed to make sense apart from this possibility. Doflamingo couldn't think of any other possibilities. After all, Whitebeard was able to threaten the commanders of the Knights of God and the Gorosei during the Marineford War through negotiations. This was enough to indicate that Whitebeard knew many secrets of this world. At this moment, the voices of Monet and Caesar came through the Den Den Mushi again. Doflamingo directly commanded, "You two stay there, and do not act rashly. I will be there shortly." "Understood, young master." The voices of Monet and Caesar echoed simultaneously from the Den Den Mushi. Torpol, who was walking over with 2 bottles of red wine, saw young master Doflamingo had just returned and left again in less than a minute. The puzzled Torpol looked at young master Doflamingo's back and shouted, "Young master, where are you going? I haven't told you that the Whitebeard pirates are heading for Wano, have I? However, Doflamingo, who had already flown far using the string fruits ability completely, did not hear Toripole's shout. Rushing at full speed, Doflamingo pondered, no matter what reason Whitebeard has for going to punk Hazard, I cannot lose Caesar as a bargaining chip. Doflamingo knew very well that as long as he held on to Caesar, he could continue to cooperate with Kaido of the Beasts. Once he lost Caesar, Doflamingo understood that the possibility of Kaido cooperating with him would drop sharply. As for offending Whitebeard, giving Doflamingo 100 times more courage, he wouldn't dare. In the basement of Punk Hazard, Monet sighed slightly in relief and whispered, "Young master is coming soon, let's stay here and not go anywhere." In the corridor of the research facility, a worried Ishao furrowed his brows and said, "This place seems quite unusual." Indeed, Ace also agreed with Ishao's observation. At this moment, Whitebeard slowly explained, "This used to be a naval research base, and it housed some prisoners of the world government. 2 years ago, due to the experiments of M. Caesar Current, a massive amount of toxic gas was released on the island, turning it into a dead island. The few prisoners who survived on the island also lost sensation in their lower limbs due to poisoning and were taken for modification, and now experiments on child gigantism are still ongoing." Ishao's expression instantly became grave as he solemnly said, "If that's the case, the darkness hidden here is not small." Whitebeard, who was walking ahead, ordered, "Ace, Ishao, you two go find Caesar Current together." "Old man, where are you going?" Ace sensed from the old man's words that he seemed to have other plans. Whitebeard simply told Ace to find a devil fruit before parting ways with Ace and Ishao at a fork in the road. 3 minutes later, boom, Whitebeard violently broke through the floor of a certain hall and jumped down. In the deepest ruins underground, Kogetsu Momonosuke murmured in despair, "Kinemon, where are you? Save me. I'm going to die." Suddenly, Kogetsu Momonosuke heard a sound. His previously despairing expression brightened instantly. "Is that you, Kinemon?" Kogetsu Momonosuke cautiously called out. However, Kogetsu Momonosuke only heard steady footsteps and realized that the newcomer was not Kinemon. The timid Kogetsu Momonosuke was frightened and hid behind a rusty iron box, and when he saw the shadow of the footsteps, he uncertainly asked, "Who are you? Are you Uncle Whitebeard? Kid, do you still remember me?" Whitebeard casually revealed a cold smile. Kogetsu Momonosuke looked up at the over 6-meter-tall Uncle Whitebeard, bursting into tears. "Uncle Whitebeard, save me. I don't want to die here." Kogetsu Momonosuke clung to Whitebeard's leg, crawling and rolling. Whitebeard did not kick away this little pervert, but spoke slowly. "Kid, do you know why I came here?" "Why, Uncle Whitebeard?" Kogetsu Momonosuke reflexively asked. "Because I suddenly detoured to Punk Hazard specifically to find you." As Whitebeard said this, his tone grew colder. Kogetsu Momonosuke also felt the chill in Whitebeard's voice. However, Kogetsu Momonosuke believed that his father and Uncle Whitebeard were brothers, so it should be impossible for him to do anything to him. Wanting to survive, Kogetsu Momonosuke immediately bowed to Whitebeard and pleaded, "Uncle Whitebeard, please take me away from here. Don't worry, I'll let you leave, just to another world." Whitebeard patted Kogetsu Momonosuke's head. With tears streaming down his face, Kogetsu Momonosuke asked in confusion, "To another world? Is it going to Before he could finish his question, Kogetsu Momonosuke had his head stepped on by Whitebeard, letting out a scream like a slaughtered pig. "Uncle Whitebeard, don't kill me, I'm still a child." Feeling the murderous aura released by Whitebeard, Kogetsu Momonosuke was terrified to the extreme. Deep inside, Kogetsu Momonosuke couldn't understand why Whitebeard, his father's brother, would want to torment him. Whitebeard disdainfully mocked, "Kid, you're just superficially a little kid. But your heart is very mature. After all, as a traveler, if I don't kill you, I'd really be remiss, you lecherous little brat. Help! Kinemon, father, mother, I don't want to die." Kogetsu Momonosuke looked at Whitebeard's cold eyes, and even his breathing became erratic. At this moment, Kogetsu Momonosuke noticed that the foot on his head had been lifted, thinking he could survive. However, the next moment, he heard an extremely insulting remark. "Your father, Kogetsu Yutaka, once learned to bark like a dog in Wano country. As his son, you must be good at barking too, right? From now on, crawl and bark for me. If you're satisfactory, maybe you'll spare your little life." The small Kogetsu Momonosuke trembled as he knelt on the ground, wondering why Whitebeard, who once called his father brother, was now tormenting him like this. "Kid, didn't you hear what I said?" Whitebeard kicked Kogetsu Momonosuke away. Kogetsu Momonosuke rolled on the ground dozens of times, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He was already extremely hungry, and after being kicked, his head started to spin. However, thinking of the ferocious Whitebeard, the frightened Kogetsu Momonosuke immediately crawled while barking. "Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof." Whitebeard smiled cruelly. "Hee, not bad, not bad. You have the potential of that foolish father of yours. But it's still not enough, kid. You must surpass your predecessor. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning you into a human." Frightened to the core, Kogetsu Momonosuke redoubled his efforts to crawl and bark like a dog. He wanted to live. The humiliation he suffered today would surely be repaid to Whitebeard tenfold in the future. Kid, looking at your expression, you seem unwilling. Do you want to take revenge on me in the future? Whitebeard saw through Kogetsu Momonosuke's thoughts reflected in his expression. Uncle Whitebeard, I wouldn't dare. You are my master, I am your slave. Whatever you say, I will follow. In order to survive, Kogetsu Momonosuke completely abandoned his tiny dignity. Continue. Yes, Uncle Whitebeard. Kogetsu Momonosuke tirelessly continued to crawl and bark, hoping to earn a chance to live. Whitebeard planned to completely destroy Kogetsu Momonosuke's inner self before crushing him. Meanwhile, during Whitebeard's torment of Kogetsu Momonosuke, Ace and Ishao thoroughly uncovered the darkness within Punk Hazard. Both Ace and Ishao were utterly enraged. Ace coldly said, "We must destroy this place. These experiments are too inhumane." I support that. Without needing Ace to say more, Ishao had the same intention. If the research at Punk Hazard continues, who knows how many more innocent lives will be harmed. In the room where Caesar Courant and Monet were located, Caesar Courant anxiously paced back and forth. What should I do? I've already lost quite a few of my men and my research has also been destroyed. Caesar Courant's subordinates appeared as nothing more than mere chickens before Ace and Ishao. As the door of the monitoring room was smashed open by a burst of flames, Caesar Courant shouted in fright, "Monet, quickly stop them. If anything happens to me, you won't survive either." Ace looked at Monet, who was surrounded by a flurry of snowflakes, and casually remarked, "Still a natural-type devil fruit user. However, snowflakes have no effect in the face of my flames." At the same time, in the underground ruins, Whitebeard held a devil fruit, pondering if all goes well. This devil fruit was created based on Kaido's bloodline factor. "Lord Whitebeard, can you let me go?" asked Kazuki Momonosuke, who was barely hanging on. Fearing that Whitebeard might take offense and continue tormenting him, suddenly Kazuki Momonosuke's vision began to spin wildly. He looked at the headless corpse still kneeling on the ground, realizing it was his own body. How could it be that in the next moment Kazuki Momonosuke was plunged into darkness? 5 minutes later, Caesar Courant and Monet, pinned to the ground by Yixio's gravity fruit power, saw that Whitebeard had arrived, especially Caesar Courant, who trembled all over. Ishao slowly spoke, "Mr. Whitebeard, that Doflamingo has already reached Punk Hazard and will arrive here shortly. Let's go outside to wait for Doflamingo." Whitebeard leisurely tossed the devil fruit in his hand to Ace. Ace exclaimed in surprise, "Dad, you're amazing to find a devil fruit." At this moment, deep within Caesar Courant's heart, there was no certainty, not knowing if Doflamingo would have the ability to rescue him after he arrived. Monet secretly blamed herself, thinking, "I'm sorry, young master, for causing you trouble." Doflamingo, rushing at full speed, saw the iconic figure on the rooftop of the laboratory from a distance. When Doflamingo landed before Whitebeard, he showed no arrogance, respectfully smiling, "Fufufu, Mr. Whitebeard, my 2 subordinates were thoughtless and offended you. Would you consider letting them go? I am willing to compensate the Whitebeard pirates with 2 billion berries afterward." Doflamingo was willing to pay a hefty price. Caesar Courant was far too important to him. Moreover, excluding Fire Fist, Ace, even a blind swordsman like Ishao was enough to give Doflamingo a headache, not to mention the super monster Whitebeard. Doflamingo did not believe he could last 10 moves against Whitebeard. Indeed, he recognized when to back down. "Is Caesar Courant worth only 20 berries in your eyes?" Whitebeard asked Doflamingo with a smile that was not quite a smile. This question left Doflamingo momentarily speechless. Even though he had many assets, he could not take out that much money all at once. Doflamingo cautiously suggested, "Mr. Whitebeard, how about on top of the 2 billion berries, I also provide 2 additional devil fruits?" Whitebeard slowly walked to Doflamingo's side, during which Doflamingo did not dare to move. Whitebeard patted Doflamingo's shoulder, laughing, "Haha, Doflamingo, you're not bad. You dared to come face us 3 knowing I was here. That takes courage." Caesar Courant and Monet were deeply moved. Their young master was risking himself for them. Just as Doflamingo was about to respond respectfully, Whitebeard continued, "Caesar Courant and Monet can be returned to you, but this place is no longer safe. We must change locations." "Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Whitebeard." Although Doflamingo could not guess Whitebeard's true intentions, Doflamingo believed one thing: it was impossible for someone to capture him without reason and then let him go so easily. The purpose behind it must be clarified, or else with Whitebeard's methods, Doflamingo did not think he could outplay Whitebeard, but just observing how Whitebeard toyed with the Navy and the world government, Doflamingo understood that in terms of skills, he was far inferior to Whitebeard. Whitebeard gestured for Ishao to release Caesar Courant and Monet. The 2 immediately ran behind Doflamingo, trembling with fear. They had just experienced the terrifying strength of these individuals. It was too frightening, easily suppressing them with a single hand. Doflamingo respectfully inquired, "Mr. Whitebeard, what are your instructions? Just let me know. I admire your methods. If you are interested in cooperating with me, I can provide some assistance in the future." Whitebeard patted Doflamingo's shoulder again. For a moment, Doflamingo was somewhat taken aback. Yixiao and Ace exchanged confused looks. Yixiao felt that Mr. Whitebeard was likely planning to cooperate with Doflamingo. 1 minute later, a massive iron plate soared into the air before Doflamingo, Caesar, Courant, and Monet. After seeing Whitebeard and the others disappear, Caesar, Courant finally relaxed, murmuring, "I thought I was going to die just now." Monet nervously said, "I'm sorry for causing you trouble, young master. If it weren't for you, I would have died here today." Doflamingo, whose mindset had calmed down somewhat slowly, regained his composure, smiling. "Fufufu, perhaps cooperating with Whitebeard is a good choice." "Young master, didn't Whitebeard come here for me?" Caesar, Courant cautiously asked, voicing his doubts. The reason for his doubt was that he felt Whitebeard did not seem to have come for him. Doflamingo, with his hands back in his pockets and regaining his arrogant demeanor, laughed. "Fufufu, all this is not important. What's important is establishing a connection with the Whitebeard pirates. For us, it would be a significant boost." Monet worriedly asked, "Young master, if we cooperate with the Whitebeard pirates, how should we explain it to the beast pirates?" After Monet posed this question, Doflamingo licked his lips, coldly smiling. "Fufufu, if it were in the past, I would have worried about this issue. As for now, having witnessed the combat strength of the Whitebeard pirates, the beast pirates are not on par with them. The truly terrifying individual is Whitebeard, one whom even the Navy and the world government cannot handle. In the land of Wano, on Onigashima, the territory of the beast pirates, the officers who were originally scattered throughout Wano have all been gathered due to the news of the Whitebeard pirates heading towards Wano. The officers of the beast pirates were standing or sitting, yet their expressions were grim, filled with anger, tension, and worry. Kaido of the beast stood at the forefront, took up a jug of alcohol, and gulped it down. "Yo-ho-ho." Kaido of the beasts erupted into wild laughter. As he laughed, Kaido's expression suddenly turned icy as he said, "Whitebeard, I initially thought you retired due to a decline in strength. It seems I was overly concerned. Not only did you successfully rescue your crew, but you also dealt a heavy blow to the Navy and the world government during the war. Your methods truly astonish me." Whitebeard now felt more dangerous to Kaido than Rocks, not merely in terms of strength, but also in cunning. To be honest, according to what was reported in the newspapers, the combined might of the Navy and the world government during the Summit War was already comparable to that of God Valley. At that time, the Rocks pirates had failed, yet now Whitebeard could face such an array and still retreat unscathed while successfully rescuing his crew. Truthfully, if Kaido were to lead his own crew against the Gorosei Garling and the top naval forces, it wouldn't be blind confidence. He felt he too would ultimately fail against such a lineup. No matter how powerful he was individually, the thought of facing so many top-tier powerhouses made Kaido respect Whitebeard even more. Lost in thought, Kaido suddenly burst into laughter again. "Yo-ho, the struggle for supremacy, the Void Throne, is the ultimate goal. Bring it on, Whitebeard." The officers of the beast's pirates below dared not speak at this moment, for their governor, Kaido, seemed a bit off. Kaido took up another jug of alcohol, downed it in one go, smashed the jug, and loudly asked, "How long until the Whitebeard pirates arrive at Wano?" The top disaster flame disaster Jin replied seriously, "The fastest will be in 2 days, but it should not exceed 3 days at most." As soon as Jin said this, many officers of the beast's pirates turned pale with fear. Ever since Daifugo swallowed hard and said, "Didn't the Whitebeard pirates just finish their war with the Navy? They're coming to attack us without any rest." Yes, the Whitebeard pirates must have suffered heavy losses. How dare they come to attack us directly? "It's unbelievable," said Zepp, equally astonished. One of the disasters, Drought Jack, volunteered. "Lord Kaido, let me take charge. I will definitely crush the Whitebeard pirates at sea. I won't let the Whitebeard pirates get any chance to approach Wano. I'll ram them with the Mammoth. I'll sink the Moby Dick to the seabed." Drought Jack stood up after volunteering, thumping his chest. Fuzzfu, who was smoking, thought to himself, the 5 Gorosei all went out together, and they couldn't do anything to Whitebeard. Are the beast pirates really a match? While Fuzzfu was pondering these questions, he heard Drought Jack wanting to intercept the Whitebeard pirates at sea. So Fuzzfu deliberately chimed in, "Since our Drought Jack has volunteered, we should support him." But Fuzzfu's words made many see through his ulterior motives. Runmei reminded sarcastically that Whitebeard's tremor fruit ability is said to be able to summon tsunamis at will to intercept the Whitebeard pirates. It would just be delivering food to them. It's better not to waste effort. Runmei thought Drought Jack was truly brainless. How could he not think about such a simple problem? However, hearing Runmei's words, Drought Jack thought she was looking down on him, and he roared in anger. "Runmei, do you look down on my strength? You idiot with a simple mind and strong body, I don't look down on your strength at all." Runmei thought Drought Jack was just a brainless fool. Beside them, Pejuan quickly whispered to his sister not to argue with Jack. It was a thankless task. The Black Maria with her pipe leisurely reminded, "The Whitebeard pirates are about to reach us, and yet you're already bickering. Before we even need to be defeated by the Whitebeard pirates, we might just fall apart from within. Black Maria's words helped to somewhat quell the rising anger. After all, Black Maria was right. The Whitebeard pirates were already close to Wano, and they should be thinking about how to respond to them. One of the disasters plague Quinn also lit a cigar and seriously reminded, everyone, don't forget the remnants of the samurai inside Wano. If those samurai take the opportunity to ambush us from behind while we are fighting the Whitebeard pirates, we would be in big trouble. At this moment, Kaido signaled Black Maria to bring him a few bottles of liquor. The officers of the Beast's pirates looked again at their governor Kaido. Kaido coldly stated after downing another jug of liquor in one go, it doesn't matter where we fight Whitebeard. We just cannot fight him at sea, because that old man with monstrous strength can sink a large fleet to the seabed in an instant. Kaido, well aware of Whitebeard's strength and abilities, knew that engaging him in a naval battle would be the most foolish decision. Black Maria asked, Lord Kaido, what should we do? Unyielding Drought Jack continued to volunteer. Lord Kaido, I have fishman blood. Even if I sink to the bottom of the sea, I won't die. Let me take the lead. No matter what, I will ram and sink more than 10 of the Whitebeard pirates' ships. Runmei had a look of helplessness. How reckless was Drought Jack? Or was he just overly confident? Kaido looked at Drought Jack's self-assured demeanor. Especially Jack's resolute expression made Kaido chuckle. Yo-ho-ho, Jack, just show me what you can do, don't let me down. Rest assured, Lord Kaido. Drought Jack, who had successfully volunteered, revealed a confident smile. Just wait. The Whitebeard pirates will see me ram into them. In the country of Wano, the general's mansion, Black Charcoal Snake saw Fukuruju arriving and hurriedly inquired about the commotion from the Beast pirates. After hearing the report from his subordinate, Black Charcoal Snake was so frightened that he fell off his chair. Trembling, he said, Fukuruju, are you saying that the Whitebeard pirates are going to attack the Beast pirates? Black Charcoal Snake was not unfamiliar with the Whitebeard pirates. Fukuruju, the captain of the Odin's retainers, patiently said, Lord Snake, there is no need for us to panic like this. If the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates fight, it is very likely they will suffer mutual destruction. And after their mutual destruction, it will also be our opportunity, for instance, to completely take control of the entire country of Wano. Completely take control of the entire country of Wano. Black Charcoal Snake silently recited these words. After finishing the chant, his entire mindset changed in an instant. Haha, that's right. I want to take control of the entire country of Wano. Black Charcoal Snake began to laugh foolishly with excitement. Meanwhile, Swanjiro stealthily arrived at Kazuki Odin's residence. Seeing Swanjiro, who was resting, Kazuki Odin couldn't help but asked Swanjiro, why are you here? You weren't discovered, were you? Rest assured, Princess Odin, right now both the Beast Pirates and Black Charcoal Snake's men are all very busy. Swanjiro replied with a cold smile. Kazuki Odin caught the key point in Swanjiro's words and cautiously inquired, what is going on? Is it possible that an outside force is going to attack Wano? Princess Odin, you are correct. According to the intelligence I've gathered, it is the Whitebeard pirates that are going to attack the Beast pirates. Swanjiro replied seriously. Kazuki Odin bit her nails, and her expression transformed from worry to determination. 10 hours later, the Whitebeard pirates' fleet arrived near the waters of Wano. As the various division leaders gathered to discuss, one of them said with a smile, there is a ship approaching us. Upon hearing this, the captain of the 6th Division Bureau Bank immediately took out his telescope to observe. It's the Beast Pirates' Drought Jack's mammoth ship. Is that the only ship? The captain of the 12th Division Harda retorted. When everyone saw Bureau Bank nodding, they immediately mocked and laughed aloud. The captain of the 11th Division Jingu disdainfully said, has that Drought Jack gone mad? He dares to come out alone with just one ship to confront us. In the eyes of everyone, that Drought Jack is simply overestimating his abilities. Diamond Jozu coldly said, does he dare to come alone? Is he looking down on our Whitebeard pirates? Brothers, we need to teach this Drought Jack a lesson. Everyone let me handle it. One of them stepped forward and proposed. The captain of the 7th Division Lakio said with a smile, with Vice Captain Ichi's presence, taking down that Drought Jack is already a sure thing. Everyone agreed as they all acknowledged Vice Captain Ichi's strength. Marco coldly analyzed, however, speaking of it, how could the Beast Pirates let Drought Jack go out alone to intercept us? Is it that they look down on our Whitebeard pirates, or do the Beast Pirates lack intelligence? Of course it's that they lack intelligence. The naive captain of the 13th Division, Otto, bluntly stated that the Beast Pirates simply lacked intelligence. Standing at the railing, Ace silently pondered. Shiyu Yamato, we are about to meet again. The captain of the 16th Division, Ikuzu, whispered, Lord Odin Dad is going to lead us to fight against Kaido of the Beast Pirates. On the mammoth ship, a pirate from the Beast Pirates asked in fear, Lord Jack, are we really going to attack? They have a total of 25 pirate ships. Shut up. Who do you think I am? Bring the ship closer. Drought Jack scolded loudly without fear. All right, Lord Jack. The pirate subordinates dared not say more, fearing that they might incur Lord Jack's displeasure and be thrown into the sea. As the mammoth ship closed in within 300 meters of the Whitebeard pirates' fleet, an invisible conqueror's haki enveloped Drought Jack like an abyss. Drought Jack's eyes widened in an instant, cold sweat breaking out as terror filled his gaze. Who are they? How can their conqueror's haki be so powerful? It seems even stronger than Lord Kaido. If he hadn't felt it firsthand, Drought Jack would not believe that anyone could surpass Lord Kaido in Conqueror's haki. Just as Drought Jack was afraid of who could emit such powerful Conqueror's haki, a massive force of gravity descended upon the entire mammoth ship. Lord Jack, help! Our ship can't take it. The pirate subordinates were all gasping for air due to the pressure. The deck of the entire mammoth ship showed numerous cracks at a visible speed, and then in less than 3 seconds, with a bang, the entire mammoth ship was crushed by the immense gravity. As he sank to the seabed, Drought Jack was filled with disbelief, pondering, how is this possible? Anyone just save me. Although Drought Jack, who has fishman blood, can breathe underwater due to being a devil fruit user, he cannot exert any strength in the sea. On the Moby Dick, various mocking voices filled the air. The captain of the 14th Division, Spido Kyle, sarcastically said, just a Drought Jack, and he dares to confront us, the Whitebeard pirates. Yeah, with one conqueror's haki from Dad and Vice Captain Ichi unleashing a gravity fruit explosion, Drought Jack will sink to the bottom of the sea. The captain of the 11th Division, Jingu, disdainfully stated the facts. Marco coldly said, fighting us in naval warfare. On the sea, as long as Dad activates his power, no matter how many fleets there are, it's just a matter of moments. At that moment, Whitebeard commanded Namor, go retrieve that Jack. Yes, Dad. The captain of the 8th Division, Namor, immediately responded respectfully. As a fisherman, Namor jumped into the sea and his mobility instantly increased by more than double. Shortly after, Drought Jack was dragged out from the seabed by Namor. Whitebeard pirates, you are in trouble. Escaping the constraints of the seawater, Drought Jack's power soared as he was about to enter his beast form when Whitebeard slapped his palm on Drought Jack's forehead. What? Is it this conqueror's haki pressure again? Drought Jack found himself completely suppressed and unable to move. All hands attention. Kaido of the 100 Beasts is coming. Marco shouted loudly, having spotted a massive azure dragon flying through the sky. However, facing the approaching azure dragon, Kaido, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, showed no signs of fear. What kind of grand scenes had the Whitebeard pirates not witnessed? Even when confronted by the Marine headquarters and the world government, they managed to leave unscathed. Now facing just one Kaido of the 100 Beasts, what was there to be worried about? Vista gazed at the azure dragon Kaido soaring in the sky and slowly said, however, when it comes to aerial combat, only Captain Marco excels against a flying Kaido. Indeed, this is somewhat troublesome. Captain Harda of the 12th Division nodded in agreement, acknowledging the difficulties posed by the flying Kaido. Kaido locked his gaze on the fleet of the Whitebeard pirates and coldly remarked, hello, Whitebeard, I'll send you a little greeting. As the captains of the Whitebeard pirates noticed Kaido's massive mouth opening from several kilometers away, they all realized the danger. Blast breath. Marco immediately transformed into his phoenix form and soared into the sky to meet the incoming fiery breath. Boom. In the moment Marco the Phoenix blocked the blast, sparks scattered widely, causing a plume of white steam to rise from the surface of the sea. Kaido furrowed his brow, contemplating, is that kid Marco? He was actually able to effortlessly block my breath. He does possess some skill. Having endured countless magma punches during the Marineford War, Marco felt that blocking Kaido's blast was not particularly difficult. The damage inflicted upon him could be swiftly recovered in an instant. On the Moby Dick, the Drought Jack, trapped by sea stone, exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Lord Kaido. Lord Kaido. Lord Kaido has arrived. You are all dead meat. In the face of Lord Kaido's invincible power, none of you are enough to be his opponents. Drought Jack, has your captain arrived, and now you're starting to act tough. Ace approached Drought Jack, flames rising from his palm. Drought Jack's eyes widened as he shouted, bastard, what are you doing? The next moment he screamed, ah, damn it, it's so hot. Bastard. After burning Drought Jack for 2 seconds with his fire fist, Ace retracted the flames, warning, I warn you, Jack, you better keep quiet and not say a word. Otherwise, the next time the flames won't be so short. Drought Jack glared fiercely at Ace's fire fist, grinding his teeth and cursing, just wait, don't let me catch you in a good moment. Seeing that Drought Jack finally calmed down, Ace shifted his gaze to the clash between Marco and Kaido. Captain Jinduo of the 11th Division clenched his fists in frustration, saying, damn it. We must find a way to help Captain Marco deal with Kaido, only then can we quickly take him down. Exactly. If we all join in, we can certainly take down Kaido quickly. Captain Water Buffalo Atmos of the 13th Division immediately agreed with this proposal. Captain Ison of the 16th Division, who hated Kaido, added, we must make Kaido aware of our strength. Just as everyone was eager to join in, the usually quiet Ishao slowly reminded it's better not to act together. Because in battles of this level, those lacking strength will only create chaos if they intervene. Only those close to this level can take part in such high-stakes battles. Captain Fasa of the 15th Division suddenly found himself at a loss for words in response to Ishao's statement. Vista said, "Let's listen to Vice Captain Ishao's orders. Even I feel that intervening in the battle between Captain Marco and Kaido is no easy task." "Yes." Diamond Jaws nodded in agreement. After Kaido's blast ended, Marco shouted, "Kaido, you are too confident daring to come here alone. Or are all members of the 100 Beasts Pirates just reckless?" "Drought Jack is reckless, but I didn't expect even you, the captain of the 100 Beasts Pirates, to be reckless. I was still thinking about how to minimize losses by defeating the 100 Beasts Pirates, but it seems I was overthinking. Defeating the 100 Beasts Pirates is not a difficult task." Wow, you really underestimate me." Kaido scoffed. "Whitebeard, you old man, come out. Or are you now too old to face me? Come out, you cowardly old man." Kaido's words instantly ignited the fury of the Whitebeard pirates aboard the Moby Dick. They all began to curse at Kaido. "Bastard Kaido, how dare you look down on Pops? We must kill Kaido, he is too despicable." The anger of the Whitebeard pirates, who already disliked Kaido, was thoroughly ignited. The calmer Ishao slowly analyzed. "Kaido is doing this on purpose." "On purpose? What do you mean by that?" Ace noticed the key in Yisho's words and quickly asked. "I'm not sure, but I can only guess that Kaido is deliberately saying this." Ishao shook his head, indicating he was unsure. Confronting Kaido in the air, Marco coldly questioned, "Kaido, do you dare to speak ill of Pops? Have you thought about how you will die?" Wow, Marco, when I made my name, you were still under the protection of that old man Whitebeard." Kaido mocked. So what? But I have grown now. Oh, I am strong enough to deal with you." Marco responded meaningfully. Kaido ignored Marco and shouted louder, "Whitebeard, when are you going to come out, you old man? How long do you plan to hide?" Just as the five elders were about to hear what Whitebeard was going to say next, the din mushy suddenly cut off. Topman Vochuri cursed, "Damn it, Whitebeard," hung up the call all of a sudden. "Izang belong v. Najirolang coldly remarked, "The land of Wano indeed has its secrets, and Whitebeard must have gone there for that purpose. Let's go. We should report to Lord him first." St. Marcus Maz turned and walked outside, followed closely by St. Shepherd Tenpit. In the land of Wano, Onigashima, Kaido of the 100 Beasts shouted furiously, "Whitebeard, you old geezer, how dare you hang up the phone?" Fuzz began to impeach the Drought Jack. "Lord Kaido, Jack has been captured. A reckless person like him should not continue to hold a position among the calamities. It is Jack's recklessness that has cost us an important combat capability before the war has even begun." Quinn expressed his concern. "Lord Kaido, what should we do now?" Kaido did not reply. Instead, he picked up the report about the Whitebeard pirates during the Marineford War. If what the report said is true, then having Jin intercept Marco should be no problem, but that blind swordsman has no one under him who can handle it. If there is no one to handle a top-tier combat force, the destruction caused will be extraordinary. And Kaido himself will have to face Whitebeard, leaving him with no extra energy to protect his subordinates. Just as Kaido of the 100 Beasts was pondering how to deal with the formidable Whitebeard pirates, Jin spoke up. "Mr. Kaido, it is not appropriate for us to engage in full-scale war against the Whitebeard pirates. It would be too disadvantageous for us." Enmity Jin stated openly. "We should find another way to fight the Whitebeard pirates." Sasaki furrowed his brows, saying, "Jin, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that our overall strength in the 100 Beasts pirates is inferior to the Whitebeard pirates? You must know that the Whitebeard pirates have just gone through a fierce battle with the Marines. They are also—" "Shut up, the fool." Enmity Jin reprimanded Sasaki for speaking without thinking. Reprimanded by Enmity Jin, Sasaki clenched his fists and then slowly relaxed them, having to admit that Jin's strength was far superior to his, otherwise he wouldn't be enduring this situation. At that moment, everyone saw their Lord Kaido slowly rise. Black Maria inquired in confusion, "Lord Kaido, what are you going to do?" "I'm going to meet the Whitebeard pirates first," Kaido said, coldly exhaling hot air from his nostrils. Quinn nervously shouted, "Lord Kaido, are you planning to face the Whitebeard pirates alone?" "There is no choice. It mainly depends on Lord Kaido's actions. He clearly intends to go find the Whitebeard pirates alone." The others looked at Lord Kaido with concern, no matter how strong Lord Kaido is. But the Whitebeard pirates are no weaklings. The next second, everyone saw Lord Kaido's body expand continuously until he transformed into a huge azure dragon and burst out of Onigashima. Pejuan stared wide-eyed in disbelief and said, "Lord Kaido, is he really going to find the Whitebeard pirates alone? What should we do? We can't just sit here and wait for death, right?" Pejuan looked at the others. "Fool." Runmi coldly said, "How can we possibly sit and wait for death?" "Pejuan, come with me." "All right, sister." Pejuan hurriedly followed his sister's departing footsteps. "You two wait a moment." Runmi and Pejuan both turned to look at Enmity Jin, and Runmi asked, "Do you have any instructions? Now that Lord Kaido is gone, I will take full command from here." Enmity Jin coldly reminded everyone in front of him. Fuzz wanted to voice his opinion, but seeing Jin's icy gaze, he had to swallow his words. On the deck of the Moby Dick Whitebeard's pirates, the sons burst into laughter when they saw that their old man suddenly hung up on Kaido of the 100 Beasts. The captain of the 7th Division Lakio laughed heartily. "I bet Kaido of the 100 Beasts must be going crazy right now. How do we plan to distribute the opponents then? We just rush in and hit whoever we see. Because the 100 Beasts pirates are simply not our match." Diamond Jaws thought it was unnecessary to complicate things. Ace couldn't help but show a nostalgic expression, murmuring, "It's really like fighting her." "Ace, who are you talking about?" The captain of the 11th Division Jinduku curiously asked while patting Ace's shoulder. Everyone else also became interested in knowing who could catch Ace's attention. "Ace, just tell us. Who is it?" Ace felt embarrassed under everyone's questioning, so he had to vaguely explain the reason to them. After hearing this, everyone was shocked, and Diamond Jaws incredulously said, "Kaido of the 100 Beasts' daughter." "Kaido of the 100 Beasts has a biological daughter." "Yes, and her strength is quite formidable." Ace recalled the scene of fighting with Yamato. Her displayed strength still lingered in his memory. Marco smiled and said then that Yamato will be up to you to deal with Ace. "Haha, she is quite different from those 100 Beast pirates. After the war, let's see if we can recruit her into our Whitebeard pirates." Ace thought that bringing Yamato into the Whitebeard pirates was a pretty good choice. After eating 3 bowls of noodles in a row and still continuing to eat, Ishiao set down his chopsticks and seriously reminded, "There is a very strong aura approaching rapidly." "A strong aura? Who is it?" The captain of the 15th Division Fasa anxiously retorted. "Anyone that Ishiao the vice-captain deemed strong must be quite formidable." The members of the Whitebeard pirates all grew serious. Marco analyzed solemnly a fast speed. Then among the entire 100 Beasts pirates, only Kaido of the 100 Beasts and the first among the calamities, Enmity Jin, can fly. So the one coming must be one of those two, and it is highly likely to be Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Marco believed that the possibility of it being Kaido of the 100 Beasts was the greatest because Ishiao had just said that the aura of the incoming person was very strong. The captain of the 7th Division Lakio said worriedly, "We need to hurry and inform Dad." "Don't disturb Dad, he just instructed us not to disturb him. We'll handle it ourselves." Marco signaled for everyone not to go disturb Dad. Meanwhile, inside the cabin, Whitebeard was refining the refining chi powder to enhance his cultivation. "All hands attention. Kaido of the 100 Beasts is coming." Marco shouted loudly, having spotted a massive azure dragon flying through the sky. However, facing the approaching azure dragon, Kaido, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, showed no signs of fear. What kind of grand scenes had the Whitebeard pirates not witnessed? Even when confronted by the Marine headquarters and the world government, they managed to leave unscathed. Now facing just one Kaido of the 100 Beasts. What was there to be worried about? Vista gazed at the azure dragon Kaido soaring in the sky and slowly said, "However, when it comes to aerial combat, only Captain Marco excels against a flying Kaido." "Indeed, this is somewhat troublesome." Captain Harda of the 12th Division nodded in agreement, acknowledging the difficulties posed by the flying Kaido. Kaido locked his gaze on the fleet of the Whitebeard pirates and coldly remarked, "Hello, Whitebeard, I'll send you a little greeting." As the captains of the Whitebeard pirates noticed Kaido's massive mouth opening from several kilometers away, they all realized the danger. Blast breath. Marco immediately transformed into his phoenix form and soared into the sky to meet the incoming fiery breath. Boom. In the moment Marco the phoenix blocked the blast, sparks scattered widely, causing a plume of white steam to rise from the surface of the sea. Kaido furrowed his brow, contemplating, "Is that kid Marco? He was actually able to effortlessly block my breath. He does possess some skill." Having endured countless magma punches during the Marineford War, Marco felt that blocking Kaido's blast was not particularly difficult. The damage inflicted upon him could be swiftly recovered in an instant. On the Moby Dick, the Drought Jack, trapped by sea stone, exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Lord Kaido. "Lord Kaido! Lord Kaido has arrived. You are all dead meat. In the face of Lord Kaido's invincible power, none of you are enough to be his opponents. Drought Jack, has your captain arrived, and now you're starting to act tough." Ace approached Drought Jack, flames rising from his palm. Drought Jack's eyes widened as he shouted, "Bastard, what are you doing?" The next moment he screamed, "Ah, damn it, it's so hot. Bastard." After burning Drought Jack for 2 seconds with his fire fist, Ace retracted the flames, warning, "I warn you, Jack, you better keep quiet and not say a word. Otherwise, the next time the flames won't be so short." Drought Jack glared fiercely at Ace's fire fist, grinding his teeth and cursing, "Just wait, don't let me catch you in a good moment." Seeing that Drought Jack finally calmed down, Ace shifted his gaze to the clash between Marco and Kaido. Captain Jinduo of the 11th Division clenched his fists in frustration, saying, "Damn it. We must find a way to help Captain Marco deal with Kaido, only then can we quickly take him down. Exactly. If we all join in, we can certainly take down Kaido quickly. Captain Water Buffalo Atmos of the 13th Division immediately agreed with this proposal. Captain Ison of the 16th Division, who hated Kaido, added, we must make Kaido aware of our strength. Just as everyone was eager to join in, the usually quiet Ishao slowly reminded it's better not to act together. Because in battles of this level, those lacking strength will only create chaos if they intervene. Only those close to this level can take part in such high-stakes battles. Captain Fasa of the 15th Division suddenly found himself at a loss for words in response to Ishao's statement. Vista said, let's listen to Vice Captain Ishao's orders. Even I feel that intervening in the battle between Captain Marco and Kaido is no easy task. Yes. Diamond Jaws nodded in agreement. After Kaido's blast ended, Marco shouted, Kaido, you are too confident daring to come here alone. Or are all members of the 100 Beasts Pirates just reckless? Drought Jack is reckless, but I didn't expect even you, the captain of the 100 Beasts Pirates, to be reckless. I was still thinking about how to minimize losses by defeating the 100 Beasts Pirates, but it seems I was overthinking. Defeating the 100 Beasts Pirates is not a difficult task. Wow, you really underestimate me. Kaido scoffed. Whitebeard, you old man, come out. Or are you now too old to face me? Come out, you cowardly old man. Kaido's words instantly ignited the fury of the Whitebeard pirates aboard the Moby Dick. They all began to curse at Kaido. Bastard Kaido, how dare you look down on Pops? We must kill Kaido, he is too despicable. The anger of the Whitebeard pirates, who already disliked Kaido, was thoroughly ignited. The calmer Ishao slowly analyzed. Kaido is doing this on purpose. On purpose? What do you mean by that? Ace noticed the key in Yisho's words and quickly asked. I'm not sure, but I can only guess that Kaido is deliberately saying this. Ishao shook his head, indicating he was unsure. Confronting Kaido in the air, Marco coldly questioned, Kaido, do you dare to speak ill of Pops? Have you thought about how you will die? Wow, Marco, when I made my name, you were still under the protection of that old man Whitebeard. Kaido mocked. So what? But I have grown now, oh, I am strong enough to deal with you. Marco responded meaningfully. Kaido ignored Marco and shouted louder, Whitebeard, when are you going to come out, you old man? How long do you plan to hide? The members of the Whitebeard pirates stepped aside as they saw their old man emerge from the cabin. Old man, they shouted in unison. A kilometer away in the sky, Kaido of the 100 Beasts caught sight of Whitebeard's figure and laughed excitedly. Hello there. Whitebeard, you old man, finally showing yourself and not hiding anymore. You still look quite spirited. Although he hadn't seen Whitebeard in person for decades, judging by Whitebeard's current state, it was hard to tell he was getting old. His energy was vibrant, honestly. This old man was already over 70 years old, yet he could maintain such a state. Quite impressive. Haha, it's been decades since we last met, Kaido. Whitebeard said with a confident smile. Kaido came alone, and Whitebeard had likely guessed his intentions. However, for all Kaido's imposing presence, he was quite clever and not the type to act without thought. Coming alone seemed like a reckless move, but if Whitebeard's guess was correct, this action of Kaido's could indeed avoid the biggest disadvantage of a clash between the 100 Beasts and Whitebeard pirates. Furthermore, Whitebeard's goals and plans actually required an unknown confrontation with Kaido. Kaido mocked. Whitebeard, I heard you were quite fierce during the Marineford War. But I don't believe you, old man, can still maintain your peak strength. Kaido's deliberate mockery instantly infuriated the pirates of the Whitebeard crew, who retaliated with a barrage of insults. How dare he insult their old man? They would respond with even harsher words to Kaido. Yet, Kaido didn't care about the insults from the Whitebeard pirates, for he had already sensed the fighting spirit emanating from Whitebeard. Damn, Kaido, how dare you look down on our old man? We definitely cannot let this slide. No matter who it is, anyone who insults our old man will pay the price. Whitebeard represents the honor of the Whitebeard pirates. Insulting him is equivalent to insulting the entire crew. Haha, Kaido, just say what you came for. Whitebeard replied casually. Kaido, circling in the air, shouted angrily, Whitebeard, do you dare to duel me? Let our victory and defeat be decided in this duel. Kaido shouted, Haha, you are quite confident in your own strength, aren't you? Whitebeard casually mocked back. Kaido's action confirmed Whitebeard's suspicions, perfectly aligning with what Whitebeard wanted. At this moment, Marco flew back to the Moby Dick, cautiously reminding, Old man, if you duel Kaido, we won't be able to exert our greatest advantage. Marco had always been worried about the old man's health, even though the old man had recently recovered. It was undeniable that the old man had been suffering from illness for a long time, and after the Marineford War he hadn't had time to rest. Marco was concerned that if he engaged in a great battle again, what if the old man's hidden ailments flared up? Haha, Marco, I know you're worried about my health, but it's just a duel with Kaido. Whitebeard patted Marco's shoulder. Diamond Jozu clenched his fist and said, If things go awry, we will immediately surround Kaido. Exactly, said the 6th Division Captain Blamank, immediately supporting Joe's statement. Seeing the Whitebeard pirates chattering away, Kaido mocked loudly, "Whitebeard, you've really aged. You don't even dare to face me unknown." Whitebeard laughed boldly from the bow of the ship. "Haha, Kaido, it seems you've forgotten the days when I beat you up. Let's make this a good memory. I'll let you choose the time and place for our duel tomorrow at noon." Kaido couldn't help but laugh when he heard Whitebeard agree. At this moment, Whitebeard commanded, "Jozu, bring that jack over here." "Yes, old man." Diamond Jozu immediately ran to bring the drought jack. Kaido of the 100 Beasts furrowed his brow and snorted angrily, "Whitebeard, what do you want to do to my subordinate?" "Kaido, sir." The black cloth covering the mouth of Drought Jack was removed, and he immediately shouted loudly. Kaido opened his mouth wide, gathering heat energy if Whitebeard dared to harm Jack then. The next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. Whitebeard picked up Jack and hurled him towards Kaido. Kaido extinguished the heat in his mouth and gently bit Jack as he flew by. Whitebeard slowly retracted his arm after throwing Jack, laughing heartily. "Kaido, I'll return that kid to you. Don't disappoint me with your performance tomorrow." Kaido's eyes flashed with a hint of ferocity before he turned and walked away. On the Moby Dick, no one in the Whitebeard pirates questioned why the old man let the Drought Jack go. To them, whatever the old man did, they supported it. Because whatever the old man did, there was certainly a purpose behind it. They understood that unwavering support for the old man was the way to go. In silence, he smiled and pondered. It seems that the connection between Mr. Whitebeard and Kaido of the 100 Beasts still exists. Drought Jack felt very guilty and said, "Kaido, I'm sorry for making you come and rescue me personally." "Don't mind it," Kaido replied indifferently. Now Kaido was thinking about how to defeat that old man Whitebeard tomorrow. From the previous encounter, Kaido had confirmed one thing, that old man Whitebeard was still in peak condition. Kaido was well aware that battling against peak condition Whitebeard would be the toughest fight he had ever faced. The Palace of Dressrosa. Caesar Clown let out a sigh slowly, saying, "Now that I'm back here, I should be safe, right? It's so terrifying, I don't want to experience that again." As Caesar Clown recalled the horrifying aura of Whitebeard, he couldn't help but tremble deep inside. "Hee, then you should stay close to the young master," said Torpole with a face full of mucus, chuckling. Upon seeing Torpole like this, Caesar Clown instantly felt goosebumps all over. Doflamingo, who was pacing back and forth, suddenly thought of a possibility and whispered with a smile, "If what I think is true, then it would be interesting. This world will face another upheaval." "Young master, what's wrong?" Monet asked in confusion. Others also turned to look at their young master Doflamingo. "Hee, it's just a guess." Doflamingo didn't directly tell his subordinates, but instead let out a mysterious laugh. In the dilapidated Marine headquarters at Marineford, within a temporary office, the phone snail on the table rang. Sengoku immediately picked it up, asking, "Kizaru, how's the situation in Wano country? Are they fighting?" "Oh my Sengoku, you seem quite anxious." Hearing the lewd tone of Kizaru, Sengoku's originally tense expression darkened, and he shouted loudly, "Kizaru, give me a proper answer. What's the current situation in Wano?" "Not yet, but the beast pirates are all on high alert. I secretly captured a real fighter, and after some interrogation, I found out that Kaido set out alone to intercept the Whitebeard pirates. I haven't been able to gather any more information for now." "Is that so? Kizaru, be careful in Wano. If you can act in secret, just keep doing so," Sengoku reminded earnestly. "Sure thing, Sengoku." On the other end of the line, Kizaru thought to himself, "How could I possibly stick my neck out? I don't want to become a target for both sides." After Sengoku hung up, Admiral Tsuru, who was beside him, analyzed. According to Kizaru, Kaido has set out alone to intercept the Whitebeard pirates. The situation of the war with the Whitebeard pirates. Kaido cannot possibly be unaware, and since he knows, he understands the overall strength of the Whitebeard pirates. Since Kaido is going alone to intercept the Whitebeard pirates, the reason behind this is definitely worth suspecting. Just don't pull another Rocks pirate stunt. Garp, who was sitting nearby and munching on donuts, casually remarked. The speaker was oblivious, but the listener was alert. Sengoku and Admiral Tsuru's expressions changed simultaneously. Cold sweat began to bead on Sengoku's forehead. Garp looked at this scene and couldn't help but comment. "What's with you two suddenly getting so tense?" "It shouldn't be possible, it just shouldn't be," Sengoku kept murmuring. Garp asked in confusion, "What shouldn't be possible? What are you talking about?" "Sengoku, what exactly do you want to say?" "It's nothing, I just hope I'm overthinking it." Sengoku tried to calm himself down, not daring to think of the worst outcome. An hour later at Onigashima, in Wano, the pirates of the Beast Pirates shouted excitedly as they saw their governor Kaido flying back with Jack. The real fighter Cilicia exclaimed in admiration, "Master Kaido, you're amazing. You single-handedly rescued Jack from the Whitebeard pirates." "Of course, that's our Master Kaido. The strongest existence in this world, bar none." The real fighter Babanuki also began to worship blindly. Pejawin exclaimed in disbelief, "Incredible. Master Kaido must have quickly dealt with the Whitebeard pirates, otherwise how could he have brought Jack back so soon? No, things shouldn't be that simple. Fusive coming from CP9, I believe there was definitely something wrong. As a member of the Four Emperors, the Whitebeard pirates couldn't have been broken through so quickly by Master Kaido alone to rescue Jack. What do you mean? Are you questioning Master Kaido's strength? Pejuan retorted coldly. Enel looked at Kaido, who was circling in the sky, and slowly said, Fusive's words aren't without reason. Once Master Kaido comes down, we'll inquire in detail to know the situation. Enel's words made the previously blindly excited members of the Beast Pirates once again hold their breath. Kaido the Azure Dragon landed heavily on the ground, having exited his beast form, holding Jack. Master Kaido. Everyone from the Beast Pirates shouted in unison. With a serious expression, Kaido commanded, Enel, come with me. Everyone else step back. Enel immediately followed in Kaido's footsteps. The others quickly surrounded Jack, immediately asking how Master Kaido managed to rescue him. However, Jack found himself in a dilemma. What if Master Kaido was displeased if he spoke? Since Master Kaido hadn't instructed him, it was better not to say anything. In a stone room, Kaido of the Beast Pirates picked up a wine jug and drank heartily, while Enel did not disturb him throughout. After finishing, Kaido slowly said, Enel, I have a duel scheduled with Whitebeard tomorrow. The outcome between us will directly determine the fate of both sides. I see. This method is indeed the most advantageous for us. Upon hearing Master Kaido's words, Enel immediately understood what he meant. It means that as long as Master Kaido defeats Whitebeard, the Beast Pirates will win. Conversely, if Master Kaido loses, the Beast Pirates will also lose. This method avoids a clash between both pirate crews. Enel confidently said, Master Kaido, I believe you will definitely defeat Whitebeard. Huh. I met that old man Whitebeard. His aura is still as powerful as it was back then. Kaido of the Beast Pirates laughed heartily. Defeating that old man Whitebeard won't be easy. Enel saw for the first time that Master Kaido was not as confident as usual. The next day, 20 pirate ships of the Beast Pirates under Kaido's control of the flame clouds slowly flew out of Wano, leaving Queen to lead the numbered ones to guard Wano. Hiding in Wano, Admiral Kizaru muttered lewdly, Oh my, what if I ambush the rear of the Beast Pirates right now?